He was known as the hero who saved the world from the Demon Lord. He was also the one who stained half the world with blood. He was called the Dragon Slayer, Aiden Albiro. But to his regret, he was soon betrayed by his close friends, because as soon as the Demon Lord died, a curse was placed on him. He was furious because his loved ones knew about everything from the very beginning. The young man looked closely at his comrade, and with a grin said that those who want to destroy sin will become it themselves. This is a legend passed down by the Imperial Palace. He looked at the young man intently and said that he simply had no other choice, because the Demon Lord was a true legacy being, and whoever killed him would become the new Demon Lord, and so on. He said with a grin that if he killed him, he would become him, and he thought that was good. He said with a grin to his friend that he should sacrifice himself for this country. His comrades said they simply had no other choice, but they still did not want to ask him for forgiveness. He looked at them with cold rage and hatred, as he was dismayed that they had betrayed him and were not yet going to ask for forgiveness. The young lady looked at him with a smirk and said that he could now rest in peace, while she used her power and summoned a great magical seal. He was shocked because they were his friends. He considered them his faithful comrades. He knew they were his colleagues. But now he saw that it was all a lie. Aiden was drowning in an abyss of hopelessness, and at the same time he understood that it would be better for him to die than to remain forever in such a place. He sank into a slow, pitch darkness. He felt himself being enveloped by an endless spiral downwards. He thought for a long time that this was just an endless fall. But a moment later, he sighed heavily, because he wanted them all to be destroyed. At that very moment, the young people were taken aback, as they did not expect their master to wake up. The young man was puzzled. He did not understand what was happening and where he was, since he saw in front of him the madam, who was bursting into tears, and her husband, who was joyfully shouting that his son had woken up. He was taken aback because he did not understand which son they were talking about and what was going on. At that very moment, the young man stood up and, looking at everyone present, asked who they were. The madam was taken aback by this. She told her son that he had slept for several days, and that was why he was perplexed. At that very moment, she rushed forward and hugged him tightly, and also informed him with a joyful smile that she was his mother and he was her precious son. She said with a joyful smile that his name was Aden Ramez. The young man froze for a moment with bewilderment on his face, since he knew that his name was Tak, but his surname was different. At that very moment he screamed, as his head was bursting with terrible pain. Madame anxiously asked her son at that very moment if he was okay. A few seconds later, his head began to burst with incredible pain, and he was enveloped in darkness. He was a little puzzled, and at the same time scared, because he did not understand what kind of memories had suddenly come flooding back to him. He saw all the memories of a man named Aiden Rems, but at that very moment, he promised, because he realized what year it was today according to the imperial calendar, and if you count, then he went back in time, 15 years before his death. He was sure that he died in the void on the border between worlds when he was abandoned by his companions, but before he could become a demon lord, he was forced to commit suicide. Aiden, in turn, was burning with rage and anger, because he knew that those people who betrayed him must be destroyed. He wanted to find them all and kill them one by one. At that very moment he looked with rage at everyone present in the room and saw fear in their eyes and trembling all over their bodies. From the memories that flooded back to him recently, he learned that the previous owner of this body was a very peculiar person because he never took other people into account. He used young women as it suited him. Now the young man understood that the previous owner was complete trash. He did not understand why he ended up in such a body. He remembered that the young man was very drunk, and therefore, having fallen to the ground, lay there for a very long time, and even managed to get wet in the rain. Aiden knew perfectly well that if he had not been the Duke's son, he would have already been beaten to death. Some time later, he stared into the mirror at his new appearance. He will wonder if he really is Aden Albiro, or if he has just dreamed about it his whole life. At that moment he was taken aback and wondered why he didn't test his strength now. After a moment, he commanded the system to open. The system is the power that a person receives by eating the heart of a berserker along with his title, Dragon Slayer. After a moment, he was still convinced that it was not a dream. However, he was bothered that his name was broken, but he wondered if it mattered. At that very moment, he laughed with joy because he realized that this was simply a gift from the gods above, because now he could simply find his comrades who betrayed him and take revenge on them. He was very happy about the situation, as he wanted to tear them apart and get even with them. While he was rejoicing, he did not notice a young man who entered the room trembling with fear. Aiden looked closely at the young man and asked if something had happened. The young man was frightened and said in a trembling voice that he had simply brought the gentleman something to drink. Aiden took the cup from his assistant with a smile and thanked him at the same moment. The young man froze in shock, not understanding what his master had just said. He wondered if his master had thanked him. At that very moment, the young man was taken aback and turned pale. He did not know what his master's words of gratitude meant. A moment later, the young gentleman was sipping the excellent drink with a satisfied smile. His assistant was very scared and worried. He wondered if his master liked the drink. At that very moment, he looked intently at the gentleman, who was smiling, looking out the window and wondering whether he had really said words of gratitude to him, and whether they had really been gratuitous. Aiden turned around and, looking at his assistant, asked if he really wanted to say something. At that moment, the young man was taken aback and said that this was not so. A moment later, the young servant came out to his comrade. His friend was a little surprised and at the same time puzzled, as he did not understand how he managed to get out of the room alive, but the young man, trembling with fear, said that the master simply thanked him. Aiden sighed heavily as he realized what had happened. He knew it was just madness. He threw all his thoughts away and immersed himself in memories, as he realized that he had returned many years into the past, but he was disturbed and wondering what happened to his past self. Aiden wanted to know if he existed in the present time separately from him. Aiden knew perfectly well that by this time he should have gained independence from the master, who was the king's former mercenary. He understood perfectly well that he had to find out about everything immediately. At that very moment, he called Philip. The young people were taken aback and froze in shock, as they knew that the gentleman had never called anyone by name before. Aiden smiled and told his assistant that he needed to ask him one question. Philip turned pale and froze in place with horror. After all, in Philip's imagination, his master was completely different, and then he asked with a grin if everything was okay with him. The young man slowly patted his friend on the back and thanked him for everything. Philip was covered in trembling from head to toe. He didn't know what the young gentleman wanted from him at all. He was filled with tears in his soul because he did not understand what was wrong with his master today. A few minutes after their conversation, Philip looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked if he was really interested in the king of mercenaries. Aiden looked closely at his subordinate and asked if he knew about the mercenary king's disciple, as he knew that he had once been a rather famous disciple. At the same moment, Philip said that he heard that there were rumors that the king of mercenaries had disappeared some time ago. Aiden sighed heavily, as he knew about it. At that moment, Philip looked at his master with alarm and called him. He said that he had never heard of the king of mercenaries having an apprentice. Aiden froze in shock and wondered what it meant that he had no students. He didn't understand what he was doing in that place. He didn't understand what the previous him was doing at the same time. At the same time, the man was leisurely wandering through the slums. He glanced sideways at the young man, and at the same moment wondered if he should turn his gaze to the young boy. A moment later, they collided with each other. The young man hurriedly entered the depths of the slums, looking back to see if Kavosta was following him. In turn, he looked with joy at his rich catch. But at that very moment, he did not have time to enjoy his treasures when suddenly someone unexpectedly approached. The man looked at the young man with a fierce grin and asked if he really had enough courage for something like that. At that moment, the boy was taken aback and froze in place. The mercenary king looked at him with a smirk, as he couldn't understand how he dared to think about stealing his money. He looked intently at the boy, and at that very moment touched his shoulder, and the boy, in turn, shuddered and, stammering, asked the man for forgiveness. The mercenary king looked at the boy with a grin and said that he had a rather large and strong body. At that very moment, he said that the boy would be his disciple. The young man was taken aback, as he had not expected such a thing, but Volkan stood up and, dragging the boy behind him, said that he would teach him to be the best mercenary. This is how he met the master, and from then on he became famous as the disciple of Master Volkan, and later, after killing the mad dragon, he became known as the Dragon Slayer King. But now he was stunned, as Philip said that he had never heard of the mercenary king having an apprentice. He was taken aback because he realized that his past did not exist in the present. Some time later, the young people were leisurely going about their business, and at the same time they were discussing the young gentleman, since it seemed to them that he had changed, just like the last time Philip had boiled the wine. They knew that the last time Philip had spilled the wine, but the gentleman had not even thrown anything at him. They were surprised by them. At the same time they were puzzled, since the gentleman even thanked them and suddenly began calling everyone by name in a friendly manner. They had heard before that people changed after a serious illness, and looking at the gentleman they thought it was true, but they still wondered if he was okay. But they also saw that he had been looking very listless lately, and it seemed to them that his eyes were empty and sad. At the same time, the young man was busy with tasks, since he really had nothing to do. They cooked food for him. He didn't have to clean. In his free time, he looked for information about his past self. But as expected, there was no other him in this world, but he was still puzzled and wondered about the betrayal he felt earlier. He wondered about the hurt he felt after the betrayal, but more than that, he was interested in his insidious revenge. At that moment, he was taken aback, as he saw the young men who were sparring. He knew that they were the knights of the family. Aiden sighed heavily, for he knew that there were many knights in the duchy who were always busy with something. A moment later, he looked away as he saw his brother, who was wondering what he was doing. Carl looked intently at his brother. Aiden, in turn, looked closely at his brother. He knew that, unlike the previous owner of this body, who was a scoundrel, Carl was diligent and had already become a knight, despite the fact that he was the second son and even had the right to succession to the throne. Carl looked at his brother with anger and asked why he was just sitting there instead of drinking as usual. The young man was taken aback, as he saw that Carl did not treat his older brother with much respect. Aiden understood perfectly well that his brother saw him as pathetic, because he spent all day only playing and drinking. He saw the irritation on his face, and he understood perfectly well that his younger brother was superior to him. Aiden sighed heavily and said that he was just bored, and that was why he was looking at the knights. Carl looked at his brother with fury and said that training is not a spectacle, to his brother that if he is not sitting here to train, then he should immediately leave this area. The young man thought about his brother's words for a moment, as he had not picked up a sword for a long time. At that very moment he agreed with his brother. Carl looked at his brother in surprise, as he had not heard what he had just said. Aiden looked at his brother with a satisfied smile and said that he would train. Sometime later he was already at the training ground. The young man bowed and introduced himself, and also greeted the young master before the sparring began. Aiden sighed heavily and looked intently at the young man. At the same time, the other knights were watching them closely. They didn't know if they should stop the sparring, but they assumed that the knight didn't want to be fired, so he would deliberately play along with the young master. Bazan was taken aback and looked nervously at the gentleman, as he understood that this situation was very bad. He could not believe that he would have to fight with such a boor, even though he was a young master. He understood perfectly well that he could not lose to such a weakling. He did not understand who would lose to the neighbor's dogs. The young master looked at the knight with a puzzled look, as he realized that he was clearly deliberately thinking about how to lose, but he wanted to warm up after something like this. He wondered how about teasing the knight a little and giving it his all. At that very moment, he looked at the knight and said that he should not try to lose on purpose, He simply had to do everything in his power, because a knight's apprentice who lost to a weakling was practically useless. Aiden looked at the man with a smirk and said that if he lost, he would have to expel him from the order. The knight was taken aback, as he did not expect to hear anything like that. Everyone present looked at the young gentleman with puzzlement, because they knew that he was a rude man and completely crazy. They knew that he had never held a sword in his hands, and now he wanted to seriously fight the squire. Bazin looked intently at the young man and said that in that case he would start. A moment later they clashed in a fierce battle. Aiden was taken aback, as he felt a furious pain at that very moment. He was puzzled, as he realized that this body was much weaker than he had previously assumed. But at that very moment he looked at his opponent with a grin, because for some reason he wanted to get a few more blows. A moment later he began to attack his opponent first. All the knights present were puzzled. They did not understand what their comrade was doing, since he came out against the young master, and they were worried that the knight could injure the young master, since Togo had no experience in fighting. Bazan looked at the young gentleman with fury. He did not understand how he could fight like that. All the knights present were shocked by this sparring. They were very surprised because they saw that the young gentleman was still holding on. Carl was shocked. He didn't expect to see anything like this from his brother. Bazan was no less shocked by everything that was happening. He did not understand why the young gentleman was still holding on and did not fall after such blows. He was sure that the young master had no chance of winning. He wondered why his sword did not reach the young master and did not cause him any harm. At that very moment the young gentleman struck his opponent again. He was pleased with these blows, as they refreshed him. With every blow he felt his blood rushing through his veins. At the same time, the knight looked at the young master in shock. He did not expect anything like this, but the young master dealt blow after blow with delight, as he had not felt anything like this for a very long time. All the knights present were taken aback, as they saw that the young master had pushed their comrade back, and they wondered if they had imagined such a sight. Carl was shocked. He wondered if his rude brother would really prevail over the squire. He could not believe it, because he knew that his brother was a weakling who had previously been bitten by the neighbor's dog. Looking at the sparring data, he noticed that his brother's mastery had changed. It seemed to him that his brother had been holding back his powers all this time. The knight, in turn, was confused. He did not understand how the young master could wield a sword so skillfully. Aiden was a little puzzled, as he had forgotten a lot of things, having lived very lazily for a long time. But he knew that even though this body was weak and lacking muscles, he was the true dragon slayer king who had killed the mad dragon, so he had no intention of giving up. At that very moment he struck his opponent with fury. The knight was taken aback, as a moment later the blade filled with the power of his opponent was already before his eyes. Aiden looked at his opponent with a satisfied grin and asked if he was really going to give up already. Everyone present was shocked. They could not believe that their comrade lost to the young master. Aiden looked at his brother with a satisfied smile and thanked him. As this sparring was refreshing, Carl was taken aback and puzzledly said that he was glad to hear it. As he left, the young gentleman said with a satisfied smile that he would come to see them more often, as he wanted to test his strength again. He smiled and wished them all good luck. Carl was taken aback by surprise and wondered if his brother was really the same young master he knew. The young knight, standing next to his master, asked himself the same question. Sometime later, Aiden sat in his room and could not believe that this body could not withstand even a simple duel. But nevertheless he was glad, because he was able to vent his disappointment. He understood that this was a new opportunity for him. He understood that the heavens themselves had given him another chance in this life so that he could take revenge. But he knew very well that his opponents were very talented, and they could even be called a one-man army, because given their high status, revenge would not be an easy task for him, because he had to take revenge on the King of Knights and the heir to the Grand Duchy of Sias, Silbet. And also the iron-blooded saint who was chosen by the cult of slaughter, Spicha. His list also included the great magician, Shura, and also the second commander-in-chief of the Immortal Empire, and a great alchemist, Calcis. Aiden was puzzled because he knew that he didn't have a single chance against them now, and that he might have to fight them alone. Aiden understood perfectly well that in order to take revenge, he had to destroy them before they united their forces, because as soon as they united, things would be hard in the country. He had to do all this before a coalition to conquer the dark magicians would be created in 5 years. Aiden understood perfectly well that to do this, he would have to start with Togo in order to try to pump up this body, because in this state, he would not be able to defeat even an ordinary goblin, not to mention his sworn enemies, so he came up with a way that would help him cope with this impossible task. Sometime later, he handed the list to his assistant, and he was stunned. He looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked if he really wanted to buy everything on the list. Philip looked at his master warily and said that he had been very quiet lately, but he did not understand what his master was going to do this time. The young man smiled and asked his subordinate if there was something wrong with the list. Philip, looking at the whole list, said that it listed very expensive ingredients. He was shocked because the list included the herb from troll excrement, the hellflower, the flower of despair, the flowers of sleepwalking, and all the plants on the list were poisonous. The young master sighed heavily because even if he explained to Philip why he needed these ingredients, he would still doubt his judgment, and there was nothing he could do about it. Aiden assumed that the owner of this body had already done something similar. He looked closely at his assistant and said with a grin that knowledge was very dangerous, although it seemed that he was not against this danger. He asked the man he had fixed with a grin if he would play with him if he told him everything. He said it would be a lot of fun. Aiden said with a fierce grin that he was bored because he had been quiet these past few days so they could remember the good old days. Philip was taken aback and trembled with fear as his whole life flashed before his eyes. At that very moment, he disappeared with the speed of lightning and shouted at last to his master that he had no objections at all and he would buy everything right now. Aiden sighed because he knew that he had to use everything he could in this life, although in his past life he would not have thought about such things. But now that he was the son of a duke who threw money around, it was a completely different matter. He had already experienced the mortal boundary transcendent body as a sword master, so he could reach that same level faster than anyone else. After a month and a half, he still managed to greatly improve his health and body. After a grueling training session, he glanced sideways at his subordinate and asked him to bring him a mana potion. Philip hurriedly approached his master and presented him with the potion. Aiden sighed heavily, but still drank the potion at that very moment. Aiden pushed his body to the limit with training, and then restored it with mana potions. This was the method of breaking it, then healing it. He knew perfectly well that one potion cost about the same as a month of life for a commoner, but the fact that he was the son of a duke made this method possible. At that very moment, he looked at his servant with a predatory grin and asked where the things he had asked for earlier were. Philip was taken aback and said that he had delivered all the things to his room. He really wanted to ask what his master was going to do with all those ingredients. But when he remembered that his master could return to the old days at any moment, his desire quickly disappeared. His interest also completely died down, and he could only resign himself and do whatever his master asked. Sometime later, the young man was looking over all the plants that his faithful servant had given him, and after looking, he noticed that Philip had bought all the poisonous plants on the list. He sighed heavily, as he never thought he would use this method, but he knew perfectly well that he simply had no other choice. He recalled the theory that was created by his former comrades and enemies. He knew that while the poison was wreaking havoc, the body was using everything it could, and in order to desperately survive, the body was revealing its hidden potential. He looked at the poisonous plant with a puzzled expression, as he knew very well that he could easily die from the beautiful-looking flower. But at the same time, he knew that he had already purchased a high-quality holy potion for this, so everything would be fine. He knew that he would survive this experiment, since he had already defeated death once. At that very moment, he gathered his courage and, cursing, ate the poisonous flower. A moment later, he finally drank his elixir, and Isak fell to the ground with a crash as he felt a very strong and burning pain throughout his body. Aiden was very puzzled, as he knew he would have to do this trick many times. But after a moment, he noticed that his mana flow had definitely become smoother. He sighed heavily as he realized that his comrades, already enemies and from his past life, were right. At that very moment, he heard a voice he had previously known, mockingly asking him if it was fun, but at the same time, he was called the Dragon Slayer King. He was taken aback and froze in place from shock. At that moment, he turned around in anger because he did not understand why he was there. Aiden was furious because he knew he could never forget the voice even if he wanted to. At that very moment, Philip burst into his master's room and asked what had happened. He was taken aback and looked at the young gentleman in surprise. Aiden turned around and told his subordinate to go out. Philip was taken aback and said that he heard a loud noise. Aiden looked at his subordinate with fury and asked if he was really forcing him to repeat those words again. He shouted for the young man to leave the room immediately. Philip was taken aback and, bowing his head, left the room. The young man was burning with anger and fury as he definitely heard a familiar voice. Aiden understood that this was not a hallucination at all. He was furious because he knew his real name, but he didn't understand why he was there. He laughed wildly and told the young man that he had caught him. At the same moment, he said with a malicious smile that they had not seen each other for a long time, and he called him the Dragon Slayer King, Aiden Albiro. Aiden froze in place in shock. But in turn, the ruler only mocked the young man. Aiden was furious and did not understand why he appeared. He shouted that he had definitely seen his death with his own eyes. The Lord told the young man with a grin that it seemed like he missed him very much. He certainly regretted that he did not have a physical body, and therefore the young man could not look at him. Aiden sighed heavily. He didn't understand how he could talk to him if he had lost his body. At that very moment, he told the young man with a grin that it seemed he had completely forgotten everything, since he died when he became the ruler. Aiden froze in shock, as he did not expect to hear anything like that. He asked the master, puzzled, what he meant. Clenching his fists in rage, the young man asked him if he was now the ruler. At that very moment, he said that it was half true and half not, because at the moment of his death, he transferred his soul into the body of a young man, and initially he planned to take over his flesh and resurrect himself. But at that very moment, the young man said with a grin that his suicide had failed the plan of the powerful Overlord. Aiden thought for a moment and asked if he really meant to say that his soul existed within him. The Lord sighed heavily and said that it could be put that way. Aiden immediately asked whether he should kill this soul. He asked if he should infuse holy power into his body. The Overlord was taken aback and asked the young man to listen to him, but he wondered if the only way to do this was to die together. The Overlord shouted to the King Killer that he was not at all the same as he was in the past. The young man asked, puzzled, what he was like now, because in the end he was still a creature that loved madness and chaos. He sighed heavily and said that the madness and chaos he witnessed was not his in the first place, but was caused by a connection with God, a demon, and fortunately, that connection was severed when the young man found himself trapped in the void. Aiden now understood why he looked calmer than the Overlord he had seen back then, because back then he had been just a crazy psycho who couldn't hold a normal conversation. At that very moment, the young man said that he was hearing about the demon god for the first time. The Overlord revealed that the demon god, also known as the original sin, was a being of pure evil that was feared even by other gods. He also said that in the past, he was a being cursed to carry out the will of the demon god. Aiden sighed and said that he understood him, but he still asked if this situation was part of his plan. The Overlord asked in surprise what situation he was talking about. The young man sighed heavily and said that he had gone back 15 years to take over the body and had taken over the body of Aiden Reams. He wanted to know if this was the work of the Overlord. He thought for a moment and said that it was partly his fault. The Overlord said that when he entered the young man's body, he tried to use the dragon mana he possessed to turn back time. The young man was taken aback, as he did not know if such a thing was even possible. The Overlord informed the young man that dragons were created as agents of the gods, and they could interfere with the laws of the world. Using the power of their dragon mana, they could easily do something like this, and it was not such an impossible task. The young man asked in confusion why he hadn't used it to escape the void back then, but had simply turned back time. He sighed heavily and said that he had simply suddenly felt tired and therefore wanted to rest. The young man was furious and shouted at him not to leave. Another month passed, and the ruler rarely communicated with the young man. At the same time, he trained diligently, no matter what. He was going over the thoughts in his head and developing a plan of further action. But at that very moment he was taken aback, because he saw that his son could cut up the scarecrow. He realized that this teaching method was definitely effective. He understood that with this technology, stuffed animals would not be enough. At that very moment he turned his gaze in my direction as he saw the knights. He looked at the young people with a fierce grin as he realized that they were his new training dolls. At that very moment, the ruler told the young man that he was indeed more suited to their side than to the side of the heroes. The young man sighed heavily and told him to shut up. While he was training with his poisonous herbs, he realized that the holy power in the holy potion was causing pain to the Overlord, because he was the source of evil. Aiden opened a small bottle with a fierce grin and told his neighbor to be careful. How at that very moment he turned his gaze in his direction as he saw a familiar person. He seemed very familiar to him, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. At that very moment, the knight shouted to his subordinate to pay attention as he noticed that he was lagging behind the other apprentice knights. Lo gritted his teeth and told his mentor that he would try harder. At that very moment, the young gentleman was taken aback when he heard the knight's name. He froze as he realized that this simply could not be. He remembered his past life in the Free Knight. He froze for a moment as he saw that the knight was very different from the version in his past life, and he didn't even recognize him. He saw that the young man was pretending to be a knight despite being a mercenary and given the nickname of a Free Knight, which is why he was here. He knew that the young man certainly had his faults, but he owed his life to him several times. He remembered the battle that took place in his past life. Since then there were high-ranking mercenaries and a young man with him. Unfortunately, they all died fighting alongside the heroes against the mad dragon. Aden looked at the young man with a satisfied smile, since he did not think at all that he would see his face. But now he finally felt that he had returned to the past. At that very moment he approached the knights and called them. The commander of the knights hastily asked the young master if something had happened. Aiden looked at Lo with a satisfied smile and called him. The young man was taken aback and asked the master if he really wanted to talk to him. Aiden came closer to the knight and looked at him with fury, and also asked if he should not state his name and rank when a superior addressed him. The young man was taken aback and asked for forgiveness. While he bowed and introduced himself, the master laughed wildly at what he saw. Lu looked at the young master with anger, as he still couldn't concentrate. He didn't understand why the young man suddenly started pestering him and being rude. Aiden looked at the knight with a predatory grin and asked if he had just thought about why the rude man was pestering him. At that moment, the young knight was taken aback and shouted that he had not thought about it at all. He was puzzled and did not understand why the young master was suddenly behaving in such a way. He did not know whether he was going to fire him or kill him on the spot. Aiden broke into a satisfied smile as he was captivated by the sight of the young man writhing in worry. For the first time, he was happy to be in the body of a scoundrel. At that very moment, he looked at the young knight with a predatory grin and said that this was not good, and he should come to him at the training ground in the evening. A moment later, the young master came closer to the knight and quietly whispered something to him. Lo froze in shock and looked at the young man in surprise, but he only looked at him with a smirk one last time. He left with a satisfied smile, leaving the knight with bewilderment on his face. Aiden understood perfectly well that this meeting was fate, and considering his duty to the young knight, he wanted to give him a small gift. Sometime later, evening came, and the young master waited patiently on the training ground for the young knight. He sat quietly and suddenly felt the presence of the knight. At that very moment, the knight, trembling with fear and stuttering, asked the young gentleman how he knew about his secret. But at that very moment he burst into tears like a little boy and asked the gentleman if he could really heal his hand. In a past life, the young people spent their time together carefree in a tavern. Lo smiled and told his friend Vadim that he continued to think about this even now. A desperate wish that he left unfulfilled in his past life because in the end, he became what he is. The young man intended to repay his last debt. Lo sighed heavily and said that if his right hand were in order, he could live as an ordinary knight. Lu looked at the young master with tears in his eyes and asked if he could really cure his hand. He was well aware of the fact that he had never told anyone about his problem before, but this afternoon he was taken aback and froze in shock when he heard from the young master that his hand was numb. He was shocked because he did not understand how the scoundrel managed to find out about his secret. At that very moment, the young master said that his hand was affected by mana deficiency syndrome. The young man was taken aback, as he knew that this disease refers to all the disorders that occur in the mana channels. Now he understood why his hand was numb, but there was one problem, because this disease was incurable. Aiden sighed heavily and said that people said that the disease was incurable. The knight was taken aback and asked the master if he hadn't said earlier that he could cure her. He understood perfectly well that it was not impossible. They just did not know how to do it, because the cure would only be found many years later. He sighed heavily and said that he knew about the medicine and was ready to cure his hand. The knight looked at the gentleman with surprise and caution, but still asked what he wanted in return. The young gentleman looked at the knight with a predatory and satisfied grin and said that in this world there was nothing that was free, and therefore he had to sign the contract. Lu looked at the small contract with bewilderment, but at the same moment he was taken aback, since he had to spar with the master every day and had to swear that he would do whatever the master ordered. The knight was taken aback and cried out that this was almost a slave contract. The young man smiled and said that it was so and asked the knight if he didn't like it. He was puzzled and didn't know how he could trust such a scoundrel. Besides, he himself said that this disease was incurable, and now he said that he could cure it. He sighed heavily, as he realized that even if this was the case, he had to seize every opportunity. He told the gentleman with a smile that he simply had no choice, so he would accept this contract. Aiden looked at the young knight with a joyful grin, as he could not imagine that the day would come when he would make him his slave. He felt an exciting moment, as a bonus and as a reward for healing his hand, he intended to take that item as well. He understood that this situation was very dangerous. At that very moment, the ruler said with a grin that the young man should be on their side because he did not look like a hero at all. A few days later, they visited a small place. The knight was a little puzzled and asked the young gentleman if he was sure that this was the same place. Aiden sighed heavily and asked the knight if he really doubted him. At that moment, the knight was taken aback and shouted that this was not the case at all. A few minutes later, the coachman informed the young people that they had arrived at their destination. Aiden slowly stepped out of the carriage and asked his knight to follow him. The young man was scared because he didn't know if there was a way to heal his hand in such a strange place. Moments later, they approached a small but gloomy house. At that moment, they were a little taken aback because they saw a very interesting sign on the door of the pharmacy. Everyone who came was notified that the pharmacy was not a clinic, so they should stop coming, and they did not produce drugs, so drug addicts had to leave. Aiden knew that his comrade Yu had come here in the past to cure his illness, and he assumed that someone else was looking for a cure for mana deficiency syndrome. But unfortunately, nothing came of it. But still, he did not lose hope and entered the building with full confidence. The young man looked around and noticed that there was no one in the building. But at that very moment, he froze, and asked the young master what he thought was depicted in this painting. Aiden, looking at the painting, said that it depicted the philosopher's stone and that it was a superstition that magicians and alchemists believed in, an imaginary object that was said to interfere with the god's domain. Some said that it could even bring the dead back to life. He knew that this was an absurd idea, but some even believed it. And considering that he had transcended the divine realms of death and time, this was entirely possible. At that moment they were taken aback, as they heard a menacing voice. Madame was a little surprised, as she knew that few ordinary people knew this story. She noticed that her visitor was very knowledgeable. Aiden sighed heavily and said that he had heard about it. The lady immediately looked at him with a grin and said that she had not had an interesting guest for a long time. She also said that they were not engaged in business. At that very moment he asked his knight to step out for a moment. Aiden said, "Madam," that they could get straight to the point, and he called her by name. She was surprised that he knew her name. Aiden wasted no time in saying that his knight was currently suffering from mana deficiency syndrome. He knew that she was interested in this disease, and he also mentioned that she was a beast-kind alchemist. She was taken aback, as she did not expect to hear anything like that from an unexpected guest, but at the same moment she asked with a grin how much he knew about her, and she also called him a vile young master. Aiden looked closely at the young lady and said that, like her, his knight also suffered from mana deficiency syndrome. Cassie was taken aback, as she had no idea where he had learned this information about her. He said that he knew that her symptoms were stronger than usual, and without the leaves of this herb, her condition would only worsen. He knew that his knight's condition had stopped on his hand, but with the girl, everything was different. Her illness had affected all her organs, and she was seriously ill. She sighed heavily and told the gentleman that he did not know much, but there was still one thing in which he was wrong. She said it was true that she had been looking for a cure, but until she found a method, she said that meant she could not cure his knight's hand, and she was very sorry. Aiden looked at the young lady and said that if she healed his knight's hand, he promised to protect her and support her research in their territory. She consoled him as he did not listen to her, and at the same time she said again that she could not heal him. At that very moment, the young man placed a small parchment with information on the table and asked her to read it. She sighed heavily, but still obeyed. But a moment after reading the information, she was taken aback. Aiden calmly looked at the young girl and said that he provided her with medicine for mana loss syndrome. His comrade from his past life had told him about this many times, and so he remembered the recipe, but unfortunately, he did not remember it perfectly. It was for this reason that he was looking for the girl, because she had knowledge, and he needed someone who could understand him even with incomplete information. At that moment, he smiled and asked if it was possible to cure them. At that very moment, she felt a tremor throughout her body, but it was from joy, Cassie. With a smile, told the young master to give her only half a month. She could not believe that there really was such a method. At that very moment, the young gentleman told the girl that with her resources, it would be difficult to obtain the ingredients listed there. She looked at him sharply and said that the fact that he had brought it up meant he wanted something in return. Aiden smiled and said that she should give him a ring. She was taken aback and asked if he really only wanted a ring, which was a woman's ring. She said that it was very ugly of him. He sighed heavily and asked her to stop joking like that, as he already knew the true value of the ring and its purpose. She sighed heavily and said that then he should know how important this ring was to her. It was a ring of speed, and the second reason why he came to her was to get an artifact that increased physical speed several times. It was a very useful item for surprise attacks, escapes during battle. Thanks to this artifact, which Lo received as a keepsake in his past life, even with one arm he was able to achieve a very high rank. Such an artifact would be the only means of protection for a girl with her physical limitations. Aiden looked at the young lady intently and said that he promised to protect her if she came to the Duke's house, because then she would not need such a thing. He looked at her intently and asked what she would say about this agreement. Cassie looked at him sheepishly and said with a smile that she was not against such a thing as long as she could conduct her further research, but she was a little puzzled and asked him if he was sure that he wanted to do such a thing because rumors might start that he had accepted a female human trapper into the Duke's house. He looked at her with a smile and said that he was already known as a noble scoundrel, so people could say whatever they wanted about him, and it didn't bother him at all. She froze for a moment and looked at him in surprise, but after a moment, with a gentle smile, she said that he was still an interesting person. She slowly handed him the ring and asked if he would provide her with food and a room. He smiled and said that he would provide her with many things, but she would still need to earn his trust. After some time they came to the Duke's mansion. At first he felt awkward, but now he felt at home. At that very moment he was taken aback because he saw Philip, who was running towards him at full speed. He looked at him in surprise and asked if something had happened. Philip was very puzzled and shouted that the matter was very urgent. Aiden looked at his assistant in surprise and asked what was going on, as he was very agitated. At that very moment, Philip shouted that the young master Carl had disappeared on the mountain of monsters. Aiden was taken aback, as he did not expect to hear anything like that. Philip said that a few days ago, a message was received that a person had gone missing on the mountain of monsters, so the young master got ready and involved an investigation team, and later set out on a journey, but unfortunately, he still hasn't returned. Aiden knew very well that only minor monsters should be found on the monster mountain. He looked closely at his subordinate and asked what was wrong with the search party. Philip sighed heavily and said that the search party would soon set off for the mountain. Aiden was puzzled because he understood that if his brother disappeared, he would have to take the place of the heir to the duchy. He was furious because he understood that in this case his plans would be destroyed and his revenge would fail. He understood that he must immediately save his brother. At that moment, he looked at his subordinate and said that he also needed to join the search team, so he should immediately take his girlfriend to her room. Philip was surprised and puzzled by such news. At that very moment, the young man looked at the young lady and said that he had a small request for her. She was surprised and asked what was required of her. At the same time, Philip looked at the girl in surprise, since she was a woman and at the same time a beastman. Sometime later, the Duke met with his son. The Duke looked at his son in surprise and asked if he was really saying that he also wanted to join the search team. The young man looked intently at his father and stated that this was exactly the case. But at that very moment he received a refusal from his father. He was shocked because he did not understand why his father did not give his permission for something like this. The Duke said that his son and dozens of knights had disappeared at the same time, and this was not a simple missing person case, and he could not send another son to such a dangerous place. At that very moment the young man burst into tears and said that the dwarf was his brother, and if something happened to him, he would not forgive himself. The Duke was shocked by such a sight. He did not expect anything like that from his son. The young man burst into tears. He understood that if something happened to his brother, his plan for the place would be destroyed forever. At that moment, the demon lord told his comrade that he was a little disgusting, but the young man told him to shut his mouth immediately, as he had no intention of quarreling with him now. The Duke hugged his son tightly with tears in his eyes. He couldn't believe how much he cared about his brother. He sighed heavily and said that he agreed, and he could go on the search, but he had to be careful. The Duke looked sideways at Sir Spire and said that he was counting on him, and he hoped that he would take care of his son, since the man was the only one he could trust. He told the Duke that they would definitely do everything in their power. Sometime later, they all went to the monster mountain. The vice-captain looked around carefully and, sighing heavily, reported that the previous search party had been attacked, as their tracks were gradually disappearing. But at that very moment, he noticed a blade that belonged to the goblins. Aiden thought for a moment, as he saw that there were too many strange things. He could not believe that the goblins defeated the knights and his brother. He knew that the low-intellect monsters were erasing their traces, and there was only one explanation for this. He understood that the Goblin King Hobgoblin was involved here. who possessed intelligence and strength on a different level than ordinary goblins. He understood perfectly well that if the Goblin King was involved here, then something like this could be considered possible. At that very moment, he reported his guess to the vice captain. The man was taken aback, as he knew that even he would not be able to defeat the Goblin King, and therefore they should prepare and then return. Aiden sighed heavily and said that they couldn't afford that, because every minute counted, and if they delayed even a little, they could all be eaten by goblins, so they had to take a search dog with them. The vice captain looked at the gentleman intently and said that they had already called the search dogs, but it seemed that the scent had completely disappeared, so they had to try something else. Aiden was very angry and shouted at the vice captain, well, to stop talking and just quickly bring the dog. Moments later, the young gentleman looked at the beautiful dog with a smile. At that very moment, the young gentleman, with a satisfied grin, began to give the dog some kind of potion. Everyone present was shocked, because they did not know what he was doing with the search dog. But after a few minutes, the dog gave a signal. Everyone was surprised, because they did not understand what had happened. Aiden looked at the vice captain with a satisfied smile and said that he gave the dog a potion to enhance his charm. He was glad that he asked to buy this potion before leaving, because he also knew that in his past life, this potion was useful to him for a search mission. After some time, the dog came onto the trail. Aiden, looking at everyone present, said that it was time for them to go. Some time later, they finally managed to reach the goblin village. And after a few minutes, they saw the young master Carl and the other knights who were sitting in captivity. The knights were glad since their comrades were still alive. The young gentleman, in turn, was also glad that they were not late. But they clearly understood that something was wrong in this situation. Aiden looked closely and saw several goblins who were also kings. He did not understand how one village could have several leaders. The vice captain looked at everyone present and said that this was more serious than he thought, but they still had to be prepared and had to give it their all. He said that their opponents were goblins who were kings, and they were not inferior even to worthy knights. At that moment, the vice captain looked at the young gentleman and said that during the battle he must save the hostages and escape with them. The young gentleman agreed with the knight. He was puzzled, as he couldn't believe that there were multiple leaders in this village, but he knew that with so many knights, they could handle them without him. After some time, the vice captain gave a signal to his comrades, and they quickly moved into battle. The goblins were taken aback, as they did not expect an ambush. The knights were furious. They did not understand how the goblins dared to touch their young master. At that very moment, the vice captain shouted that he would immediately destroy everyone, and he rushed at his opponents with a drawn sword. The prisoners were glad that help came to them, as they had not lost hope of salvation. A moment later, the young gentleman burst into the cage and asked all the prisoners if they were okay. Carl was taken aback. He didn't expect to see his brother in such a place. Adeniskosa looked sideways at everyone present and said that the knights would provide support, but they needed to run faster. He understood that he had to leave. At that very moment, Carl, trembling with fear, looked at his brother and said that he must be careful, because there were monsters there. At that very moment, he shouted angrily to his brother that there was a monster behind him. Aiden looked at his brother with bewilderment and casually asked if there was a monster behind him. At that very moment, a very loud rumble thundered. The knights were taken aback as the monster struck the young leader. But the young man managed to jump back, but in turn he was puzzled because he realized that he had omitted something. He could not understand the reason why there were several kings. At that very moment, he realized that in this village there was a monster of a higher rank, namely the most terrible monster among the humanoid demons, the troll. Aiden shouted to his brother to take the villagers and run away first. Carl was in shock. He shouted to his brother that his opponent was none other than a troll, and he could die in the fight. Aiden said with a grin that he knew who his opponent was, but he did not intend to die, since he was still his older brother. Carl looked at his brother in bewilderment, but did not answer. At that very moment, the young gentleman Prinos entered into battle with his opponent. The monster growled and had no intention of retreating. He struck his opponent with fury. But the young man managed to dodge. And at that same moment he managed to deal his opponent a very serious blow. But to his regret, the young man noticed a moment later that his opponent's wound had healed easily. He was furious because he saw that his regenerative power was enormous, and to his regret, he could not defeat his opponent with his normal power. He understood that this was usually the case, but he had his own trump card. Aiden looked at his opponent with a fierce grin, as he knew that the fight would be quite exciting. At that very moment, the knights became alarmed, as they did not understand what was happening and why the troll was in such a place. Spiel shouted to the young master, as he wanted to deal with the enemy himself. Spiel was very angry, because he understood that the Goblin King was already a difficult opponent, but in front of them was none other than a troll. He hoped that his master would hold out for at least a little while, and then he would rush to his aid. At that very moment the troll advanced on the young gentleman and did not spare his strength. But the young man easily dodged every blow from his opponent. He had previously asked his new girlfriend to give him the ring just in case, but now he understood that he had to use it. A moment later, he activated the Ring of Swiftness. He understood that in this life he had not reached the same level as in the previous one, but with such a ring, he could deal with his opponent. He dealt blow after blow to his opponent with fury. Aiden did not spare his opponent, and with lightning speed he dealt him blow after blow while he only growled in response. The young master only awakened the fire of anger within his enemy, but after a few seconds, he still overcame the sword aura stage and dealt a crushing blow to his opponent, thus cutting off his head. At that moment, the vice captain of the knights looked around and realized that there were no more enemies on this side, and he shouted that they should help the young master. But moments later they were taken aback as they saw the young master floating in the air, and behind him blue energy was visible. They were shocked as they understood that such a thing could not be. The knight was shocked as he saw that the young master had entered a stage of sword aura that even he had not been able to master. But after a few seconds, the young master landed himself on a tree. He sighed heavily as his whole body shook with pain. Aiden was puzzled because he had only used the sword aura for a few seconds, and his body did not move on its own. Now he realized that he would have to use the ring with extreme caution, but he realized that the ring was effectively given in battle. The next day, the Duke listened to his subordinate's report and realized that many people had suffered. He sighed heavily, and looking at the knight, said that he must ensure that the families of the dead and injured received the maximum compensation in his power. But at that very moment he looked at the knight in surprise and asked if everything that had happened to his son was true. He was shocked and could not believe that his eldest son had managed to defeat the troll. The vice captain said that everything was true, and he, along with the rest of the knights, had witnessed a similar spectacle. The Duke was surprised as his son not only used the sword's aura, but also managed to defeat the troll. He couldn't believe that this was the son he knew. That same night, the young gentleman sat quietly in his room and surrounded himself with an aura. He realized that even if it was just for a moment, he was still using the sword aura on his sword, and then he felt his mana reserves increase. But this time he realized something else, because he was very weak. He was furious, because he understood that he needed to become stronger as soon as possible so that he could crush his opponents. At that very moment, the Demon Lord told the young man with a grin that he really liked his determination. Aiden was taken aback, as he did not understand where he came from. The Demon Lord looked at the young man with a grin and said that he was that very lord. But at that very moment, the young man could not bear it, and burst into wild laughter. Since the Lord's appearance was very sweet, the Lord of the Demons was furious and shouted at the young man not to laugh. But the young man could not resist and burst into wild laughter. He could not contain his emotions, as the sight of the formidable Demon Lord simply made him laugh. The ruler was furious and shouted at the young man that it was all his fault, because it was all because he was very weak. Aiden laughed and asked the master how he had performed. The Lord told the young man that only he could see him because they were one, and as soon as he became stronger, he was able to show himself. Aiden asked in bewilderment if he could really see him now, since he didn't like all of this. The Lord looked at the young man in surprise and asked if it wasn't rude towards his savior. Aiden said to the Overlord that he had previously told him that the Overlord was a curse passed down by the demon god, and he was freed from this curse because the connection with the demon god was severed. Based on this, he wanted to know what his real name was. The Lord sighed heavily and said sadly that, unfortunately, he had long since lost his name, and so he simply existed now. Aiden looked at him intently and said that from now on his name would be a curse. He looked at him in bewilderment, since the name was not very suitable. Aiden said that it was all true, since he was a curse placed on him, and accordingly his name would be a curse. The Lord sighed heavily and said that it was stupid. Aiden sighed heavily and casually told the Lord to shut his mouth, but he said it was not in a very nice way, and later called him a curse again. A week later, the young gentleman came to his new girlfriend. Entering the room, he asked with a smile if the treatment was going well. She smiled and asked if he had really come to visit, and at the same time she called him Mr. Troll. Aiden was puzzled, since they called him the Troll Lord because he killed a troll, but he knew she meant that he looked like a troll. He didn't like it because of that. At that very moment he smiled and asked where his knight was. She said with a smile that he was inside. A moment later, the young gentleman walked into my room where his knight was. Lo turned and looked at his master, but he was in tears. He cried with happiness because he saw that his hand was moving, but at the same time he was shaking. He said that his hand was back to normal. At that very moment he fell on his knees before the young master. Bursting into tears and trembling, he thanked the young master for recognizing his illness and being able to cure him. He looked at the master intently and said that although he was only an insignificant being, he could swear on his life that he would dedicate his existence to the master. Aiden looked at the knight with a satisfied grin, because he knew that everything was right, and from that moment on, he would work for him like a slave. He said with a joyful grin that he would gladly accept his oath of allegiance. Aiden looked at his new friend and asked if she hadn't been treated. She looked at the gentleman with a smile and said that his mana deficiency syndrome was a bit unusual, so she needed to study a lot of things. He looked at her with a smile and said that he understood everything and also praised her for her good work. She smiled and said that her food was good, that she should thank him, since it was all because he told her about the new method. At this, she again called him the Troll Master. The young master was a little puzzled by such a nickname, and his faithful knight could hardly contain his laughter. At that very moment he shouted to his knight that he was completely healed and must now leave immediately, as they had a lot of work to do. Lo looked at the gentleman with a joyful smile and shouted that he would now carry out any of his tasks. Sometime later the young knight was burning with anger. He could not believe that physical labor was his first task. Sometime later, the man greeted the young master with a joyful smile. He looked with admiration at the troll that the young gentleman had caught. He admired its condition and understood that the troll would sell well because such a product was very rare. Aiden told the man that he would like to use the proceeds from the sale of the troll to buy the goods in question. At the same moment, he handed the man a package with the names of the goods and asked if such a thing was possible. The man smiled and said that of course everything was possible since their trading group had all the goods, but at that very moment he was taken aback because he saw that the list did not include herbs at all, but poisonous plants. Aiden looked at the man with a fierce grin and said that if he had told him earlier that this was a herb, then there were only herbs on the list. He asked the man if it was possible to purchase this product. The man was taken aback, not knowing what to answer. But at that very moment he shouted that there were only herbs on the list. He understood that if he ran into the young gentleman, he might not return home alive. Sometime later, the young Master Cheese returned home with a joyful smile. He knew that easy money is always good. At that very moment, the curse told his master that the mercenary habit in him had not changed. After some time, Philip met the young gentleman. Looking at the gentleman, Philip said that the Duke was looking for him. The young gentleman was surprised, as he did not expect such a thing. Some time later, he quietly entered his father's office and asked if he had called him. But after a few minutes, the young gentleman was taken aback, as he saw an unexpected guest. He was shocked and did not understand what the man was doing in the Duke's residence. The man looked at the young man with a smile and said that, judging by his appearance, it looked like the rumors that he had killed the troll were true. He said with a smile that he was very pleased to meet such a hero. Aiden was puzzled because he met a man from his past life who did not treat him very well. He did not have any pleasant memories of the man at all. He knew that in his past life, the man was just an old man who looked down on the mercenaries. He sighed heavily and said that he was very pleased to meet the man, and he also introduced himself. At that very moment he greeted the defender of the northeastern border, Margrave Tirida Sedusa. The Margrave was surprised that the young man knew about him. Aiden sighed heavily and said that he, of course, knew about the Margrave. He looked at the man intently, as he was one of the few in the Empire who had reached the stage of a swordmaster. Swordmaster, the transcendental level that everyone dreams of in a knight. Those who surpassed talent and entered the superhuman stage could cut through mountains with their swords. In this, they made the air tremble with their breath. He had been one of them in the past, and so he understood that this was a stage he must reach again. At that moment, the Margrave looked at the Duke with a satisfied smile and said that his son was very polite, contrary to rumors. He noted that the man raised a wonderful son. The Duke smiled and said that his son still had a lot to learn. Fried looked at his comrade and asked if he could just leave his territory, since he heard that the territory had recently been attacked by orcs. He sighed heavily and said that it was not only their territory, but suspicious movements were also detected in the slaughter tower in the Death Wasteland, controlled by the slaughter cult. At that very moment, the young gentleman looked angrily at everyone present, as he remembered the cult of slaughter, because he also had his own affairs there, since one of the traitors from his past life was an Iron Blood saint. The Margrave looked at his friend and said that the usual movements of monsters were happening in several different places at the same time. He asked the Duke what he thought was a coincidence or not. Fried thought for a moment and said that since he mentioned it, it really seemed very strange. At the same moment, the Margrave said that for this reason, they were thinking of creating an investigation team. He asked the Duke if he would help them. A moment later, the Margrave approached the young gentleman and asked with a smile if he would like to join his knightly order. The Duke was shocked, and the young gentleman was taken aback with surprise. Tyrid looked closely at the young man and said that he had heard a lot about him, and that he had managed to reach the sword aura stage in less than half a year of swordsmanship. He said he thought it was all nonsense, but now he was personally convinced of these rumors. Tyrid looked at the young man with a fierce grin and said that he would make him the greatest swordsman on the Western continent. At that very moment he swore on his name, but the Duke asked him to stop. The Margrave looked at his comrade with a smile and said that he did not need to worry since he would take care of his son. He looked closely at the young man and asked what he would say, since the choice was his. At that very moment, the young gentleman looked at the man with a smile and said that he really appreciated his offer, but he had to refuse. The man was taken aback since he did not expect such a thing. At that very moment, he looked at the young man and asked if he understood what it meant to join the Order of the Knights of Cetus. Aiden sighed heavily and said that he understood everything, because it was one of the most famous knightly orders in the Empire. He washed himself and said that he was confident that he could become a swordmaster on his own. He knew very well that this was possible, because he had already passed this stage in the past, so achieving it again was only a matter of time. Aiden looked at the Margrave intently and said with a grin that if he were to fight him now, he could at least scratch him once. The Margrave froze in place with rage. At that moment he looked closely at the young man and laughed, as he was not sure that he could do something like that. The Duke trembled with fear, as his son had angered his comrade. The Margrave angrily told the young man that he was incredibly rude. But at that very moment he burst out laughing wildly as he noticed that the young man was really a funny guy. Aiden. At that moment, he sensed the Margrave's ability, as he could make even the air tremble with his murderous aura. He immediately applied the skill of fear. The man looked at the young man in surprise, as he couldn't even believe that the boy was holding up against the mastery of fear. He looked at him intently and asked with a smirk if he was sure that he could stand by his words. Aiden, with a fierce grin, said that he was sure, and also asked the Margrave if he wanted to, that is, make a bet with him. Aiden knew very well that the old man always had a weakness for betting. He smiled and said that if he could not make a single scratch on the Margrave, he would join his knightly order. But at that very moment, he looked intently at the man and said that if he won, he should give him his sword. The man froze in shock. He was puzzled by such a bet. He simply could not believe that the young man was eager to get his family heirloom. He looked closely at his old friend and said with a sneer that his son was not like him. The young man exhaled heavily, as he was glad that he managed to survive. At that very moment, the Margrave looked intently at his old friend, for he saw that he could not bear the mastery of fear, and fainted. He looked at the young gentleman with a grin and said that he would certainly accept his bet. At that moment, the Demon Lord said that it seemed like the young man had his sights set on the sword from the very beginning. The soapy response said that he should get a similar sword if he was given such an opportunity. He saw one of the legendary Beelzebub swords in front of him. At that moment, the Demon Lord told his master with a grin that he was indeed on their side. Sometime later, the knights prepared for the duel. Aiden looked at his opponent with a smirk and asked if he really planned to use the Ogre Slayer's sword against the goblin. At that very moment, the Margrave said with a grin that he did not know who the young man really was, a goblin or an orc, and no matter who the enemy was, a knight's duty was to give it his all. Each man was furious, for his opponent had again used the trait of chivalrous politeness, which he knew had never changed, whether past or present. He knew that the duel had several conditions, namely that they were not allowed to use the aura blade, and the Margrave would not move his right leg. At first glance, this might seem unfair, but for the swordmaster, this was not even a hindrance. He understood that if he thoughtlessly rushed at him, he would be immediately knocked out. At that very moment, the Margrave turned around, as he saw that they had quite a lot of spectators, but he still told his opponent that they should begin. The young man looked at his opponent with a grin and agreed with him. At that very moment, the Margrave was taken aback, as he saw that the young man had gone on the offensive. He was surprised, but in turn he managed to block his opponent's blow with ease. At that very moment, he looked at the young man with a grin and asked if he had really started throwing himself at his neck from the very beginning. He noticed that the young man had been in a real fight. Aiden looked at the man with a smirk and said that he knew he would block such a blow, as he expected his opponent to easily block the blows. But he had no intention of giving up, and at that very moment he rushed towards his opponent, as he wanted to deal with him and find his weak spot. The Margrave was surprised, as the young man used an unusual fencing style in battle. A moment later, he realized that this style of fencing was preferred by incompetent mercenaries. He forgot how he looked at the young man and said that if he joined their knightly order, they would have to fix it. At that moment, the Demon Lord snorted as he raised what kind of relationship they had now. Aiden was burning with rage as the old man began to insult him again. But despite such insults, he was not going to give up, and at that very moment, he rushed towards his opponent, as he wanted to see how he would deal with the incompetent fencing master. The young man again dealt blow after blow to his opponent. The Margrave was puzzled by such pressure. But the young man was not going to give up. He applied the skill of the king of mercenaries every time. The man looked at his opponent with a fierce grin and said that he was not going to lose to such a simpleton. But at that very moment he was taken aback, as his young opponent used a knightly charge. The Margrave was shocked. He did not understand what had happened. Aiden only looked at his opponent with a fierce grin, preparing to deal him a crushing blow. Everyone present was shocked. They couldn't believe that their young master was moving forward with ease, but now they were convinced that the rumors that he had defeated the troll were not a lie. The Duke looked closely at his son. He realized that the Margrave, despite his fatigue, was a master of the sword. He did not know if his son could cope with his friend. But the Margrave only looked at the young man with anger, since he had no intention of losing to him. But moments later he was taken aback as another hail of enemy attacks rained down on him. He was a little puzzled, as he did not understand what kind of strange technique the young man was using. He saw that he was striking randomly, but he was aiming for the vital ones. He was shocked, but at the same time glad, because he understood that this was simply incomprehensible, and he really had to take the young man under his control in the future. Aiden was taken aback when his opponent blocked the shot. But at that very moment the Margrave struck the young man, but the youth managed to dodge. Aiden was furious as his opponent simply swung his sword. The demon lord told his comrade that if he tried to block the blow, he would simply be cut in half. Aiden, in turn, easily bounced off his opponent. The man looked at the young man with a fierce grin and said that he had an interesting sword technique, but if that was all he had, he would not be able to defeat him in a fight. Aiden, breathing heavily, looked closely at the man and said that he was still standing on his feet. Tirids immediately laughed wildly and told the young man that he had never disappointed him and that his eyes seemed just as sharp. Tirid looked at the young man with a grin and greeted him in advance in the knightly order. At that very moment, the young gentleman thanked the Margrave in advance with a fierce grin on his face, and at that very moment he stood at attention, since he did not intend to follow the Margrave's designated path. But a moment later the young man, with his ease, disappeared from his opponent's field of vision. Tirid froze for a moment in shock as he did not understand where his opponent had suddenly disappeared to. He didn't understand how the young man could move at such speed. At that very moment, he realized that his opponent was hiding his true skills. He was shocked because the young man easily inflicted a very strong cut on him, and he did not even notice it. He was angry with himself as he realized that he had been deceived. After the blow, Aiden looked at his opponent with a smirk and said that he would handle his weapon well. Everyone looked at them intently and in surprise, as they did not understand what had happened at all. The spectators wondered if it was really all over. At that very moment they exploded with joy and began to praise their master. The Duke was shocked. He did not expect anything like this from his son. A moment later everyone started chanting their master's name. They were glad that he had won, because they believed in him. After the victory, the demon lord asked the young master if he was worried about using the ring. He also noted that the young man was more suited to the underworld than a hero. Aiden did not understand why his comrade was so nervous, but the lord still insisted that the young man was just a cheater. The Margrave approached the young man with a smile and said that he had not disappointed him, because he had managed to lure him into a trap, and at the same time he had hidden his skills. Aiden said with a smile that it was just luck. Aiden looked at his opponent in bewilderment, as he thought the man would lose his arm, but he only gave him a light scratch. At that very moment the man handed the sword to the young man. Aiden bowed and thanked his opponent, and said that he would handle him with care. In turn, he could barely contain his emotions, since he knew that he had received the real treasure. The lord sighed heavily and told the young man that he was not a hero, but a crook. Sometime later, the young man stared at the legendary sword. At that moment, he looked closely at the demon lord and asked what had happened to him, since he had previously called him a crook. The lord looked at the young man with a grin and said that he still did not know how to use this sword correctly, and he knew the secret of the legendary swords, which people did not know about. Aiden was shocked by this. He wanted to know if it was a secret or a curse. The demon lord laughed and told the young man that he would not tell it for free, but if he swears to serve him and never force him to drink the holy potion, he will tell everything. A moment later, the young man turned around and looked at the demon lord with a smirk. As he had already managed to make a blood pact, the lord was furious, as he had just been tricked. Aiden looked at him with a smirk and asked if his subordinates didn't wield dark swords. He asked the demon lord if he thought he didn't know about it. Beelzebub is one of the legendary swords. On the outside, they looked like simple blades that were durable, but in reality, they were created from the bodies of the corrupt lords who once ruled the ancient underworld. Only much later did it turn out that these swords were cursed, and each sword contained the power of a different corrupt lord. There were several conditions to awaken the sword's hidden power, including a person pouring blood into the sword and making a blood pact. The demon lord was furious, as he knew that for the first time he could be the victor. Aiden asked with a smirk why he should serve the lord as he was already dead. He also told the lord to get ready, as he would be drinking the holy potion. The next day the young man met his father. The duke sighed heavily and asked his son if he really meant to say that he wanted to join the Margrave's search party. The young man smiled and said that it was true. At that moment, the duke looked at his son with excitement and said that he knew that he was very strong, but this search was very dangerous, and this place was incomparable with the mountain of monsters, so it was difficult for him to give his permission for such a thing. Aiden, with sadness and sorrow in his voice, told his father that he intended to go on campaign with the great Margrave. He hesitated, not knowing how to persuade his father, but at that very moment he laughed at the Margrave and told his friend not to worry, as they would be together and he would look after the young man. The Margrave told his friend with a smile that he would ensure his son's safety no matter what the cost. At that very moment the duke sighed heavily and told his son that this was not a picnic at all. Aiden smiled and said that he knew about it and understood everything, but he also asked if this investigation was not for the safety of their territory, because if so, he also really wanted to go. The Margrave looked at his comrade with a smile and said that he must let his son go. The duke was puzzled, as he knew that he could not just let his son go. Aiden looked at everyone present with a fierce grin, because he knew that in his past life he was useless, but this time he wanted to prove his worth to everyone. At that moment, the demon lord said that the young man was not going for the duke, but for the sword awakening. The next condition for awakening the sword is to absorb a huge amount of life force into it. He wanted to defeat monsters and obtain life force. Aiden was very serious, as he wanted to deal with all the monsters in his path. At that moment, the demon lord sighed heavily and said that for the first time he felt sorry for some pathetic monsters. At the same time, there was chaos in the Pirin Mountains. The monsters ran away in fear as they sensed the approaching danger. Sometime later, the research team arrived at the site. Aiden looked in surprise at the beautiful fortress that was built to protect against the demonic beasts of the Data Mountains, but he did not know if this was really true. Aiden looked around and realized that the room and the soldiers were in complete disarray, and in such a situation they would not be able to cope even with the goblin horde. He did not understand how they intended to hold back the attacks of the monsters. A moment later, the chief officer of the fortress greeted them. The man looked at them with a smile and introduced himself. He said that he was the chief officer of the fortress, Dasvalt Timon. Dasvalt Timon looked intently at the Margrave and at the same moment looked at the young master with a grin, while calling him the Master of Trolls. At the same time, the knights mocked the young man because they saw a rude person in front of them, but they also said that he was a great troll lord, but they did not believe that he was able to crush the troll. Lo couldn't stand it and looked at them with anger. He wanted to deal with them right away, but the young master told his loyal raider to calm down and not pay attention to them. The demon lord was puzzled. He did not understand how his master could be calm in such a situation, but he knew that a fight would not lead to anything good, because he had heard this many times, and he was no longer angry. At that very moment, the Margrave looked away with an angry expression as he noticed that there was fresh air around them, but for some reason, many beetles were flying around, making a lot of noise. At that very moment, he looked at the knight of the fortress with a menacing gaze, and he trembled with fear. The knights were taken aback and looked away from the newcomers. After some time, they were walking around the outskirts of the fortress. Dasvalt Timon said with a smile that he heard the news that there were monster attacks in every territory. Aiden looking at the man, he asked if something similar had happened in the vicinity of the fortress. The man smiled and said that there was no need to worry about their strength. The Margrave looked at the man in surprise and asked if there were monsters living right in front of the fortress, which meant there was no danger. The man smiled and said that there was no danger. At that very moment, he said with a smile on his face that the orcs had settled in the center of the mountain range, and perhaps it was because of the orcs that the monsters did not descend into their territory. The young man was surprised that the monsters kept other monsters at a distance. He understood that this was nonsense. At that very moment, he was taken aback as the demon lord called him. He told his master that something great was coming. The young man was a little puzzled, as he could not see anything. But looking back, he saw something, and at that very moment he informed the Viscount that the monsters were approaching and they had to close the gates. The Viscount looked at him in bewilderment, as he did not understand what the young gentleman was talking about. He smiled and told the young gentleman that his jokes had gone too far, since there was nowhere for the monster to appear. But at that very moment the Margrave told the Viscount to close the gates immediately. The Viscount looked at the Margrave in surprise, as he did not expect him to fall for such tricks. But a few minutes later, he heard a terrible noise and rumble. The Margrave immediately reported that they had sensed a wave of monsters. At the same time, monsters were approaching the fortress in a terrible stream. The knights of the fortress were shocked and frightened. They did not understand what was happening at all. They screamed and called for the Viscount, because they did not know what to do. The Viscount was taken aback, not knowing what to answer his subordinates. At that very moment, the Margrave shouted angrily and asked what they were waiting for. He shouted for them to close the gates immediately. The knights were taken aback, but obeyed the order. They closed the gates in a hurry and trembled with fear when they saw the monster approaching them. But after a few minutes, one monster still managed to slip through the gap in the gate. He did not waste time, and at that very moment he attacked the knight. The knight was shocked, he screamed, as the pain from the fangs and the monster was unbearable. But a moment later the young master easily dealt with the monster. At that very second, the monster's lifeless body fell to the ground with a crash. Aiden looked closely at his new sword, as he knew that this was not enough. But nevertheless, he noticed that the sword was sucking out life energy quite well. The young knights looked at each other in surprise. They couldn't believe that the young master had just used the sword's aura. At that moment, they thought that the rumors about the troll master were true after all. At that moment, the demon lord burst out laughing. As the young man was again called the troll master, Aiden was very angry. A moment later, the young knight thanked the master for saving him. Aiden was embarrassed by this and shouted at the knight that instead of thanking him, he should grab his weapon and defend the wall, and the same applied to everyone else. Lu rushed to his master with lightning speed. He was worried about his mother and wanted to know if he was okay. Aiden sighed heavily and told his knight to look into the distance. The young knight was taken aback when he saw such a sight. He could not believe what he saw, as this was the first time he had seen such a huge number of monsters. Aiden looked at the monsters with a fierce grin, as he knew that from now on they would be his daily snack. The young man looked at the young master with bewilderment, as he did not understand what he was talking about. Aiden looked at his new sword with a fierce grin and asked if he wanted to eat them. Aiden was taken aback after a moment and wondered what he was even saying, since he hadn't expected anything like that from himself. At that very moment, he heard the demon lord's wild laughter as he claimed that the young man simply couldn't help himself from doing something like that. He said that his sword was the sword of gluttony. He drew out the gluttonous instincts of his owner. The demon lord told the young man that he really enjoyed listening to his true feelings. At that moment, the young man was taken aback, as he realized that he needed to be more careful. Aiden understood that since he was in such a place, he could awaken his sword. He wanted to gratefully absorb all the life energy in his path. At that very moment, he saw the Margrave, who, with a satisfied smile, told him that he would soon return after cleaning. Aiden shouted at the Margrave that he should stop, as he wanted to deal with the monsters himself. He shouted and asked the man to stop, but all his attempts were unsuccessful, as the man easily pushed off the ground and rushed into the heights. Aiden was shocked by the old man's behavior, but he could not do anything. At the same time, the Margrave looked at all his opponents with a fierce grin. He wanted to kill them all at once. At that moment, the knights were taken aback. As they saw the blade of aura, they knew that only a sword master could use something like that. Aiden was shocked by what was happening. He shouted at the Margrave to leave him at least half of the monsters. But the man, with a fierce grin, dealt blow after blow, sparing no monster in his path. After some time, they could only see the corpses of the monsters. A moment after the battle, Tyrid laughed, as he had not used his power properly for a long time, and now he was raising that releasing power was very wonderful. At the same moment, the young master, with tears in his eyes, wondered why he had come to this territory at all. The Viscount looked at the men with a smile and thanked them, since thanks to them they had escaped without much damage. A minute later, the young master heard the voice of the demon lord and thought that he had come to mock him again. At that moment, the demon lord said that a wave of monsters was just approaching. The young man was a little puzzled and did not understand what the lord was saying. The lord said that the grandiose thing he spoke of was not a wave of monsters. Aiden was a little puzzled and wondered if it wasn't a wave of monsters, then what was it? At that very moment, the young master turned around as he felt something was wrong. He was taken aback and froze in place in shock when he saw a large ball of fire above them. He was shocked by what was happening and without hesitation shouted to everyone present to leave immediately. At that moment, everyone present was taken aback, as they did not understand what had happened at all, but the Margrave knew that it was a fire spell, and he assumed that a magician was targeting them. Aiden understood perfectly well that this was not a magician at all. The demon lord asked the young man if he knew what kind of creature it was. He sighed heavily, as he knew that this creature was from his past life. And because of that creature, he almost went to heaven in his past life, so he couldn't just forget about the monster. At that moment, the knight began to tremble with fear. He did not understand why they all rushed towards them. Everyone was puzzled, as they saw terrible creatures in front of them, orcs and trolls attacking defenseless people. The Viscount was shocked. He could not understand how the trolls, wastelanders, and orcs of the mountains could unite. He knew that they had always fought with each other, but he did not understand why they were now advancing together. At that very moment, the Margrave informed the young man that he would return soon. Aiden sighed and said that there were too many of them for him alone. The man looked at the young man in surprise. At that very moment, Aiden told the man to just look at the very end of the horde. After all, a difficult enemy was waiting for them there. Tyrid was taken aback, as he had never seen anything like this before. Now they all saw before them a monster with magical power and might that was comparable to a sword master. They were all convinced that in front of them was the supreme troll. The Margrave looked closely at his comrades and told them to evacuate all people immediately. He used his power and, looking into the distance, said with fury that he could buy them a little time. Aiden looked at the man and said that there was another way out. The Margrave looked at the young man in surprise and asked how he wanted to deal with a creature that even he found difficult. Aiden looked at us as his knight and asked him to take out the soldiers and hold back the creatures with all his might. The young man bowed and said that he would certainly do everything. At that very moment, the knight rushed to carry out his master's order. The Margrave looked at the young man in surprise and asked what he was planning, because he knew that the high troll alone could match the sword master. He told the young man that he should understand that he could not cope with something like that. Aiden sighed heavily and said that he knew that the moment the supreme troll created an army of trolls, the difficulty of his subjugation increased several times, and even if they went to fight him alone, he would not last long. Aiden looked at the man intently and said that there was one way for everyone to survive. Since they had little time, he wanted to explain everything briefly. Aiden looked intently at everyone present and began to explain his plan of action. The men were shocked by what they heard. The Viscount looked at them in surprise and shouted that this was simply a ridiculous plan. He shouted that if the Margrave left now, this place would turn into ruins within a few minutes. At that very moment, a loud explosion thundered behind them. The Margrave looked at the young man with fury and asked if he understood how absurd his words were. Aiden looked at the man with a menacing gaze and said that he understood, but he knew that this was the only way out, and since they didn't have time, he wanted them to believe him at least this once. The Margrave thought for a moment, since the young man had previously said absurd things, but in the end he always emerged victorious. For a few minutes he thought and weighed the pros and cons. After a moment he said with a smile that he just couldn't stop being amazed at his ingenuity, so this time he would trust him. At that very moment he looked at the young man with a grin and said that if he made a mistake, he would have to join his knightly order. Aiden sighed heavily as he saw that his opponent was still overcome with excitement, but he was unable to refuse the Margrave and agreed. At that very moment the Margrave used his strength and marked himself in the direction of the forest while the young man looked after him. The Demon Lord asked the young master if there was really only one supreme troll in this world. He didn't understand why he was so sure that it was the same one as in his past life. Aiden asked the Overlord if he knew how much the orcs and trolls hated each other. He knew that the only one who could repair the orcs and command them was this creature, and he did something similar through the use of extremely cruel methods. A moment later, the terrible creatures were destroying everything in their path, sparing no one. Lo, in turn, did not give up, and continued to deal with all the creatures on his difficult path. The young man looked at his faithful knight with a satisfied grin, as he had become strong and could now kill trolls. He assumed that the herbs he had given him earlier had worked. The Lord said that the unusual method had worked after all. Aiden knew that these trolls couldn't be killed so easily, because it was not for nothing that the monsters led by the Supreme Troll were called an immortal army. At that very moment, the Supreme Troll used his magic, as he wanted to restore his charges. The knights were overjoyed that they had managed to kill the troll, but after a few minutes, they froze with bewilderment on their faces as they saw that the troll's head had miraculously begun to return back with the help of fire. A moment later, the troll's head was firmly attached to his body. Everyone was puzzled, and they saw that the Supreme Troll could bring his subordinates back to life. The master knew that usually it would take an aura blade, a sword master, or an archmage spell to destroy them. But now he had another better way. Aiden looked at his beautiful sword with a fierce grin as he assumed that it was hungry, since it had missed its meal earlier. He said that he would give it some trolls for our unity. The Demon Lord sighed heavily as he realized that the sword would have a hard time with such a master. At the same time, Lo met his new opponent. After he consumed the young master's poison, or as the master said, it was medicinal herbs, he became quite strong. But he understood that he would not be able to fight with his current opponents, so he was puzzled by this, because he still did not have time to repay the young master for all his goodness. At that very moment, the terrible troll headed towards the young knight, preparing to strike him. The young man, gritting his teeth, met his opponent, but he earnestly asked the master for forgiveness. But a moment later he was taken aback, as he saw a young gentleman riding on a troll, and the young gentleman was praising his knight for a job well done. Lu was shocked by what he saw and shouted at the young master to be careful, as even if he beheaded such a creature, it would not die. Aiden looked intently at his sword and announced that it was already time for lunch. He understood that he did not have the power of a sword master, but he had the power of sword gluttony. He knew that sword gluttony consumed the existence of its target, and after absorption, the target was completely destroyed and fell dead. The main troll was taken aback when he saw this. At that moment, the young master burst into wild laughter, because the trolls were truly delicious. He knew that one of them had the strength equivalent to dozens of wolves. At that very moment, he turned around and looked intently at all the creatures present, while giving them a creepy grin that made even the creatures afraid and tremble. Aiden looked at them with a predatory grin and a creepy gaze, as he was interested in whether the orcs were tasty. He asked his sword if he wanted to try them too. Sometime later, the young master looked at his defeated enemies with a grin. but he knew that it was still not enough. Aiden looked at his opponents with a fierce grin, since the trolls were indeed full inside, and no matter how much he ate of them, he still wanted more. His opponents trembled with fear, and some with rage. At that very moment, the chief troll released all his power on the young man. Aiden, in turn, had no intention of giving up, and at that very moment he rushed towards his opponent. Noticing that he looked very angry, the demon lord told the young man that instead of running around like a coward, he should face his opponent head-on. The young man knew that in his past life he would have done the same, but now running away was the only way out, because if fire magic touched him, he would be struck. He understood perfectly well that he had to hold out until the Margrave arrived. At that very moment, the demon lord informed the young man that an enemy was towering over him. Aiden was grateful to the demon lord because he warned him of the danger in advance, and he was able to jump back. But in turn, he looked with fury at the annoying orcs. The demon lord asked his comrade in surprise why he hadn't absorbed the orcs from the very beginning. He said that maybe the orcs weren't as good as the trolls, but they still had a lot of vitality. Aiden said with a grin that it was all because he had another use for them. He said that if their esteemed Margrave arrived on time, it would be more profitable not to kill the orcs. He understood that for now he had to somehow hold out, but at that very moment he was taken aback and looked away in confusion as the High Troll used fire magic again. He was puzzled as he saw that the High Troll had released all of his power. Aiden froze in shock when he saw what the High Troll was capable of, but at that very moment he gathered all his strength and with ease he lifted himself into the air. He was furious as he saw that the High Troll was now trying to burn everything, be it friend or foe. He understood that without the ring, he would have been fried long ago. The demon lord looked at them in surprise. He did not understand how the young man was going to avoid the next attack. The young man was taken aback, and at the same moment asked himself the same question. He was puzzled because he knew that the demon lord was right. He was furious because he knew he simply couldn't die in a place like that. But he knew it would probably end anyway. At that very moment, he clearly saw the aura of the sword near him, and a moment later, he heard the voice of the Margrave. Aiden was surprised that the Margrave actually put out the fire right away. He was very glad that the man arrived so quickly, but he was surprised that he had covered such a distance in such a short time. He looked closely at the men as he raised his eyebrows and saw that everything had gone smoothly. At that very moment, the beast growled as his old acquaintance appeared on the battlefield. Everyone present was taken aback as they did not understand what was happening. Aiden looked at everyone present with a fierce grin as he saw that the situation had changed. But a moment later his grin disappeared as the demon lord informed his master that he was falling. Aiden was shocked. He realized that he couldn't just fall, since he used all his strength and couldn't rise. But at that very moment their new acquaintance grabbed the young master. A moment later he was already on the ground and dumbfoundedly thanked his savior. At the same time the monsters began to tremble with fear. The knights were taken aback. They did not understand what had happened because the orc had just saved the young master. At that very moment the orcs asked for forgiveness for not being able to protect the king, but he shouted to his brothers that they must take revenge on the trolls who had humiliated them. At that moment, the trolls were taken aback, as the orcs were advancing on them. The knights were stunned. They did not understand what had happened and why the orcs suddenly attacked the trolls, since they had previously been on the same side. The demon lord was taken aback as he saw that everything was happening as the young master had said. Aiden sighed heavily and said that he was right. He said that the troll had used the orcs' loyalty to their tribe and chieftain against them, and he had taken the chieftain and the children hostage to control the orcs. Aiden looked into the distance with a grin and said that in Iraq his enemy is his friend. For this reason, he did not recklessly absorb the orcs. At that very moment, the troll growled wildly as his plan had gone down the drain. The Margrave did not sit idle. He immediately rushed into battle against the enemy. He was surprised that his opponent defended himself with his fire, and at the same moment he noticed that his enemy was not inferior to the swordmaster. The Margrave understood that if he were alone, he would not be able to defeat such an enemy. But now he was not alone at all, and he understood that with the help of his comrades, they would defeat the enemy. The troll was burning with anger and fury as he was attacked from all sides. The Margrave understood that if there was another sword master, the situation would change. The troll growled and fought off the blows as best he could. The Margrave looked at his enemy with fury, as he wanted him to stop driving and just die. He was furious because he understood that he could not die so senselessly. He screamed that he would never forgive the people who killed his parents. At that very moment, they were taken aback, because they did not understand what had happened, because at that very moment, they saw her strange movement of mana. The troll screamed that he would certainly explode all the mana in his body and take them all with him to the next world. The man was furious, as he knew that even he could not stop something like this, and the knights would not be able to resist the flames. He turned around, and at that very moment shouted to everyone to run immediately as the troll was about to explode. At that very moment he was taken aback, as he saw that the young master had rushed to meet the troll. He was furious and shouted at the young master to leave immediately, as he could die at this rate. Aiden looked at the gift with a grin and immediately rushed towards the mighty troll, who was about to explode. He shouted with a fierce grin that the last blow would be his. A very loud explosion thundered for a moment. Aiden looked into the distance with a fierce grin at the monster he was already devouring. He was happy as he knew that the time had come for the main course. At that very moment he saw a fire writhing around him. The knights watched everything that was happening and called for the young master, but it was all in vain. The Margrave was puzzled. He didn't understand what was going on at all. He didn't understand how the young man was even going to cope with such a powerful explosion of mana. He wondered if he really had a plan. A moment later, the young man was taken aback as he realized that the life force and mana were much more extensive. He didn't think that the sword could absorb everything. At the same time the troll screamed mercilessly, Aiden knew that in a little while it would all be over. At that very moment he shouted to the Demon Lord that he needed his help. The Demon Lord was furious. He did not understand how the young man could use him for such a thing. But at that very moment he said that if he promised not to drink holy potions for that week, he would help him. Aiden was furious, but he still quickly agreed and shouted at the Demon Lord to hurry up. He knew that his sword had already absorbed enough life force, and now he had to fulfill the final condition for awakening. He intended to infuse it with demonic energy to awaken the corrupt lord that was sleeping within the sword. A moment later, the vicious lord sensed demonic energy, the son of which he had not encountered for a long time. He was furious because he did not give up who dared to wake him up. Aiden felt the overwhelming presence of ancient evil in that moment. He knew that if he were an ordinary person, he would have been repaired on the spot and turned into a puppet, but he had something that that guy was afraid of. The Demon Lord greeted the Lord with a grin, as the latter had previously asked why and who had woken him up. The Lord was in shock. He did not understand why the Demon Lord suddenly decided to awaken him. The Demon Lord looked at the Lord with indignation and told him to stop talking nonsense and just hand over his powers to him. The Lord was shocked and could not believe that he saw the ruler in front of him, but at that very moment he shouted that he would give up all powers. Aiden looked at them with a smirk, because he knew that the Overlord had destroyed all the evil lords and became the ruler of the underworld, and it was no wonder that the Lord was afraid of him. He told the Overlord with a smirk that he could be useful in certain circumstances. The Demon Lord was a little surprised and confused by his words, but still wanted the young man to simply keep his promise. Aiden shouted that he would certainly fulfill his promise, and at that very moment energy rushed over him. Aiden held back with all his might, but he shouted to his sword to quickly absorb the power that was enveloping him. His sword threw off all shackles, and at that very moment began to absorb the troll's mana. The troll was furious and screamed in pain, and because his life energy was leaving. The Margrave was in shock. He shouted to the young man that he could not see anything, but he still had to be careful. Everyone present was in shock, as they felt a very strong gust of wind. Aiden shouted to his opponent that he should become his strength. But the troll resisted, as he had no intention of doing anything like that. But after a while everything went quiet. The Margrave was taken aback because he saw that the wind had stopped. But he was puzzled because he did not understand where the high troll had gone, Lo asked in bewilderment. But it was all over, and they were already safe. Aiden, sighing heavily, wondered if this was the true power of the Lord of Gluttony. At that moment he was taken aback, because he realized that he had eaten too much power. The demon lord told his master that it was his fault, because he tried to eat everything, and he knew very well what would happen. He said that no matter how powerful the power is, if it is abused, it turns into poison, and as sad as it is, but he will have to let go of some of it. He was against this because he wanted to absorb it, no matter what. But at that very moment, the young man was taken aback and froze with bewilderment on his face, as he saw something incomprehensible. A moment later, the demon lord informed his master that the person in front of him was none other than Phoenix. Aiden knew that this was not surprising, since the high troll used fire magic. Aiden quietly touched the egg and wondered if he had been consumed by the high troll and had fallen into a comatose state. He knew that it was a very rare species, just like dragons, so he didn't understand how it had ended up in a place like this. At that moment, the young man realized that if he could eat it, he would be able to use fire magic. The Lord asked the young man in surprise, "Didn't he say that he would vomit from overeating?" Aiden knew that this was true. But the ability to use fire magic was a different matter entirely. The Overlord told the young man with a smirk that watching him, he understood how reckless human greed could be. At that very moment, with a fierce grin, he thanked the heavens for this treat. But a moment later, the young man was taken aback, as the Margrave approached him and patted him on the back with a joyful smile, because he was glad that the young man had succeeded. Aiden, in turn, could not stand this, and at that very moment, he released all his contents. The Margrave was shocked. He asked the young man in bewilderment if everything was in order. The demon lord in turn mocked the young man, as he deserved his punishment for his greed. The Margrave was taken aback as he saw a very rare creature. He was puzzled, as he did not understand why the phoenix was in such a place. Aiden was puzzled. He knew that his mana and life force were running out, so he had to eat the phoenix. But a moment later he was taken aback and froze in surprise when he saw that her face began to crack. Aiden was puzzled because he realized that he could not absorb the phoenix. A moment later, everyone saw that the phoenix had awakened. The Lord said that all this happened after he accepted the mana that he had torn out. Everyone present froze in shock and amazement as they were able to see a phoenix in person, and it was luck. Aiden looked at the Margrave with fury because he had missed something valuable. He knew that such a chance came once in a lifetime. But a moment later he looked at the phoenix in bewilderment as it suddenly sat on his head. Everyone present froze in place, staring at the man. Seeing such a sight, the young master was a little perplexed. He couldn't understand what was going on or why the man was sitting on his head. But a moment later, the young master was enveloped in phoenix magic. Everyone present was taken aback, as they had never seen anything like it before, and they were very worried about the young master. Aiden wondered in confusion if the date knew that he had tried to eat it and was now going to burn it alive. But after a moment he realized that the fire was not hot at all. The demon lord informed the young man that he had received the blessing of the phoenix, which granted him significant resistance to most types of flames, as he had been resurrected by absorbing the mana the young man had expended, and perhaps he saw him as his savior. Aiden remembered his past life with a grin and realized that fire resistance would be very useful to him in the future. A few minutes later, he watched intently as the phoenix lifted into the air with ease and flew off into the distance towards the horizon, leaving behind only one feather. But at that very moment his peace was disturbed, as the Margrave asked the young man in a hurry if he was okay, because a few minutes ago he had been burning with a bright flame. Aiden said with a smile that he was fine. The Margrave looked at the young man intently and said that ever since they met, he had been experiencing incredible things because of the young man. Aiden said with a smile that he was equally perplexed, since this was his first experience in such matters. Aiden looked at the leader of the orc tribe with bewilderment, since he did not understand why he was still near them. He asked, "Did you really want to continue fighting?" But at that very moment, the chief said that the oath was broken, and he would pay, and the price was death. So the young man had to take his head. At that very moment they froze in surprise and stared intently at the leader. A moment later he turned to them again and told the young man that he had to take his head. Aiden looked at the leader with bewilderment and asked what oath he was talking about. A few minutes later, he learned of the orc's oath. Long ago, the head of the Rems family and the orc chieftain fought in a duel for this land. The orc leader lost the fight and vowed to return to the mountains and never come down again, after which they settled in the mountains and protected this land. Now he understood why the orcs did not come down and lived in the mountain, and now he understood why the Viscount said such words. Aiden the Stare looked at the chieftain, for he knew that his race valued an oath more than their own lives. The chieftain sighed heavily and said that his head would be enough, but they still had to save his clan. Aiden turned away from the chieftain and casually said that he did not particularly need his head, and therefore he could go back. The chief was furious. He shouted that this was the oath of the ancestors, and he must pay for breaking it. He was furious and kept shouting. Young Master was very angry because he saw that the chief was very noisy, so he wondered if he should just cut him down, but he understood that they were protecting their territory, so he had better endure it. But a moment later, he looked at the chief with a grin, because he knew that he could pay for breaking the oath with something other than his head. At the same moment, the chief looked at the young man with bewilderment, because he did not understand what was being discussed. The next day, the Margrave looked at everything that was happening with bewilderment, since he was not at all sure what he was looking at. Aiden asked with a satisfied smile if it was really a compliment. At that very moment, the young knight sighed heavily. He did not understand why the sandbags were so heavy. But he, in turn, was even more puzzled when he saw that his new orc comrades were carrying several bags at a time, as if they did not feel their weight. The Margrave was surprised and at the same time amazed. He could not believe what he saw, since nothing like this had ever happened before and had never happened in history, so the orcs and people worked together. Aiden told the man with a satisfied smile that usually such actions took months, but if the orcs helped them, they could manage in a week. He said that the orcs were protecting the life of their leader, and they received free labor. Looking at the Margrave, he said that it was a win-win situation. The Margrave sighed heavily, as he could not understand the young man at all. Tirid, looking at everything that had happened, told the young man that he thought they should leave this matter in the slaughterhouse tower, since now that even the monsters from the wasteland had appeared, it was no longer in their power. The young man knew perfectly well that he had already gotten what he wanted, so the rest was not his problem, because he had come to awaken his sword, and he had done so, and on top of that, he had received the blessing of the Phoenix. Now he could calmly return and train. But when he returned, he was taken aback and froze in surprise. As they thanked him for saving the territory, everyone was shouting and chanting his name and saying that he was cool. The men said that they had heard that the High Troll had been defeated by the young master's sword. They had also heard that the young master could even control phoenixes, and not only phoenixes, but he could control orcs with a flick of his finger. Aiden was puzzled and did not understand where all the distorted rumors came from. He was angry, as he absolutely hated such superficial greeting ceremonies. At the same time, the Demon Lord laughed at the young man, as the flower crown suited him very well. But at that very moment, the Demon Lord told the young master that he thought that all the people gathered considered him a hero, and this was sincere, but the young master was a little puzzled, since he did not see anything wrong with it. Some time later, he visited the Kessie research lab. He sighed heavily and asked the girl if this couldn't be fixed in any way. She sighed heavily and, asking for forgiveness, said that nothing could be fixed now, and it seemed that the syndrome of maneuvering deficiency in her body was more serious than she thought, and they needed a much more delicate medicine than the one with which she treated the sweet knight. Aiden looked at the young lady intently and asked how much such a medicine would cost. Since he could pay any amount, Cassie looked at him with a smile and said that money was not the main thing, because they needed an alchemist skilled enough to create an elixir of the highest class. She said that such an alchemist could probably only be found at the imperial court, but she was still grateful to the young master for such actions, because if she had remained in her refuge, she would have died long ago, having spent her entire life searching for a cure. At that very moment, he sighed heavily and asked if they would really succeed, and if they had a good alchemist. She was surprised, looked at him, and asked if he hadn't heard what she said. Aiden, when leaving, said that he knew someone very useful. At that very moment he sighed heavily and said that she didn't need to worry, and that she should just wait for him at the estate because he would soon bring the alchemist. The young lady, in turn, froze in shock and surprise. At first she had doubts, because he suddenly came to her and offered to tell her how to cure mana deficiency syndrome, and he even allocated funds for research. The young lady then accepted everything that was happening, knowing that her body would not last long, but she had no other choice but to accept his offer. Next, she was in despair, as she was devastated by the fact that the method of treating her body was incredibly complex. And now, the people she met still had warm words but cold actions. But looking at the young master, she saw his cold words but warm actions. The young lady had not felt such warmth for a very long time. Cassie, holding back her emotions, told the young gentleman that it was very interesting. At that very moment she could not stand it, and with tears in her eyes, but with a satisfied smile, she told the gentleman that she was asking him to bring her an experienced alchemist, because in the end, her research was perfect. Some time later, the demon lord told the young man in surprise that he was doing something for someone else, and it was said that the sudden change you are human and could be fatal, so he must be careful. The young man sighed heavily and said that he was simply fulfilling his promises. Promises are very important for mercenaries, and it was not at all difficult, since he was planning to visit the alchemist soon anyway. He knew he didn't have much time left. A few days later, the young man visited the largest city of free trade in the Mercenary Empire. It was a very lively city. At that moment, the ruler of the demons asked his comrade if he had really been to such a city. Aiden sighed heavily, as he knew it was a hot city where it felt like everyone was working tirelessly, but the city itself had disappeared due to the attack of a mad dragon. Aiden assumed he was the only one who found the situation strange. At that very moment, the demon lord asked the young man where the experienced alchemist he had spoken of earlier was. Aiden sighed heavily and said that he would find his way there, so the lord should just remain silent. At the same time, in the outskirts of the city, namely in the slum area, there was chaos. The man looked at his opponent with anger and asked if he had not told him that he should prepare for this day. Joseph was taken aback and said that no matter how quickly he worked, at best he would only be able to complete this order in a week, and if he suddenly asked him to make several times more elixirs of the highest quality, it would take even longer. The man angrily shouted that it was not his problem and told his opponent that if he did not bring the order, he could get hurt. Joseph was taken aback and, trembling with fear, agreed with the employer. At that very moment, the men were taken aback because they heard some weirdo who was happily shouting that whoever was being threatened or blackmailed could offer good solutions to the problem. The man was taken aback and told his comrades to go up to the young man and deal with him. At that very moment, the terrible man approached the young man and asked why he was hanging around in such a place. He looked at the young man with fury and told him to stop messing around and leave immediately. Aiden asked Joseph with a smile if he had suffered from threats, attacks, or blackmail. The man looked at the young man with anger as he was interfering with his affairs. At that moment, he could not stand it any longer and walked towards him as he wanted to finish him off once and for all, as he was annoyed that the young man had ignored them. But a moment later, the man found himself on the ground, having been dealt a very serious blow that caused him to hit the wall. The men were shocked by what they saw. Aiden looked angrily at everyone present and told them to leave immediately, as he did not see his client. At that very moment, The man turned furiously towards the young man, as he did not understand how he dared to joke with his people. He shouted that he would certainly kill him. Aiden, in turn, easily dodged the man's blow, and a moment later he looked at him with a fierce grin, as he managed to easily remove his opponent's pants and see attractive underwear. Aiden was not shy, and mockingly asked the mercenary where he bought such cute underwear. The man was filled with embarrassment and anger, and he shouted at the young man that he looked like a troll. At that very moment, the demon ruler burst out laughing, as he knew that this nickname suited him. Aiden, in turn, forgot about it out of anger and rage, but then the man shouted at the young man that he could not joke about such important people, and therefore he would not get away with such a thing. But after a few seconds, the man was taken aback and froze in shock as his sword was easily damaged and split into several pieces. The man froze and trembled at that very moment. Looking at the young man, he asked who he really was. The man couldn't believe that the young man in front of him was using sword aura right now. Aiden approached his opponent and said with fury and anger that his eyes needed to be corrected immediately. Aiden was very angry as the man compared him to a troll. Snorting, he told the man that he was lucky that he responded to such insults so easily. The demon lord was shocked, as the young man was the first one to use the great sword in such a way. At that very moment, the man began to tremble with fear. He did not understand why such a person was in the slums. Aiden approached the man and with a smile asked, "What about his offer?" He asked if he needed his help. At the same moment, he said that he offered his services at a reasonable price. Joseph was puzzled. He wondered if the awakened butcher with the aura of a sword was offering him his help, and at a low price at that. He hoped that the young man was not going to ask for something crazy later. He didn't know if he could even trust such a crazy person. But Joseph understood perfectly well that he simply had no other choice. He burst into tears and asked for help. Joseph was a famous alchemist in the criminal underworld. His daughter was kidnapped by a criminal organization, namely the Cerberus Guild. Joseph was puzzled by everything that was happening, but to his bitter regret, he could not take his daughter from the hands of the scary people. Then the head of the guild told the man with a grin that he used to be an alchemist in a very interesting place. He told Joseph that he should give them pills once a week, and they would protect him and his daughter. He said that this was a very good deal, considering that they lived in such a not very safe place. In his past life, Joseph brought pills for years, but when he learned that his daughter was already dead, he asked him for revenge and soon joined her in the afterlife. Aiden understood perfectly well that this was only in a past life, and this time it was not too late to change everything. Joseph, bursting into bitter tears, shouted to the young man that he would give him everything he wanted, but he must save his daughter. Aiden immediately looked at the man with a fierce grin and said that he would, of course, fulfill his request, but he must remember that he must keep his word and give him everything he wanted. The demon lord told the young man that his sword said that he was the first person who had a stronger sense of gluttony than him. Aiden immediately said that it was a fair deal. A moment later, he turned around and looked at the man who was quietly leaving the crime scene. The man turned around hastily and trembled with fear. Aiden looked at the man intently and said that he had spared him for a reason. The man was taken aback, as he did not expect such a thing. The master said that he had a few questions left, but he doubted that the man would answer voluntarily, so he intended to strike a few blows, but he shouted that he would answer all the questions. At the same time, peace and quiet reigned at the headquarters of the Cerberus Guild. The guild leader was very pleased with everything that was happening, as he knew that this time, with a few of Joseph's pills, they would make even more profit. But he wondered if he should just take one since they were so good for the body. At that very moment, he was taken aback and looked at the door with anger, as he did not understand who dared to enter his room without knocking. A moment later, he looked happily at his subordinate and asked if he had brought the pills from Joseph. But after a few minutes, he looked at his comrade's face in surprise, as he did not understand why he was looking like that. Aiden looked at the man with a satisfied smile and said that he had found him after all. The guild leader was puzzled. He did not understand who was in front of him now, and he wanted to know what the young man did to his people. At that very moment, the man touched the emergency artifact, which was supposed to ring if mana was poured into it. He looked at the unexpected guest with a fierce grin, because he understood that his people would soon come to his rescue, so they would easily deal with the young man. But to his regret, no one came to him for a long time. He was taken aback and wondered if the artifact was really broken. He could not bear it any longer and screamed, because he wanted someone to come and save him, because an uninvited guest was stepping on him. Aiden asked the man with a smirk if he was really looking for a member of his guild. At that very moment he smiled and said that he had come a little earlier and had dealt with them, so that they were now all in a deep sleep. Aiden looked at the man with fury and said that he would not let him fall asleep just like that. He wanted to know where Joseph's daughter was. At that very moment the man burst into wild laughter and asked the young man if he was the mercenary that Joseph had hired. The guild master had told the young man not to be so impudent after he had taken out a couple of warriors from his path. He immediately attacked the young man, as he was confident that he could defeat him since he was the strongest in the guild. But to his regret, after a few blows, he obediently walked over and showed where the girl was. Aiden was a little puzzled, as they had locked the girl in a very ominous place. The guildmaster said that she was an unusual child. A few minutes after the guild leader opened the dungeon, he told the intruder that the girl might seem calm. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to finish speaking when he suddenly received a very strong blow from the young lady. At that very moment he flew off very far away with a roar. The young girl, her eyes burning with anger, said that she would kill him immediately. Aiden looked intently at the man who had received a very strong blow, but at the same moment he turned his gaze to the young lady, since she was quite good-looking. But moments later, the demon lord told his comrade that the girl was heading towards him. The young man was a little surprised as she struck him with fury. The demon lord noticed that she was using an interesting power. She was using the power of a very annoying guy. At the same time, the young man was dodging her. He understood that it didn't matter, and it wasn't his business at all, because his goal was to save her and return her to Joseph. The young lady screamed furiously that they must take her back to her father, as she was very eager to return to him. At the same moment, the young man, in a calm manner, said that they would go to her father. The young lady was taken aback and froze in place in surprise. She asked the young savior if he would really take her to her father. Aiden looked at the young lady with a smile and said that her father asked him to save her, so they would return home immediately. She froze for a moment and, trembling, asked if she could really go to her father. He said with a smile that, of course, they would go to him now. At that very moment, her young lady could not bear it and joyfully embraced her savior. A moment later, emotions came over her and she started crying because she was very scared and she missed her father. Aiden sighed heavily and said that the girl was left alone in such a situation and she was probably very scared, but he said that now everything was okay and they would really go home. At that very moment, the demon lord watched the young man closely. He didn't think that there was any ability left in his head, unfortunately. It seemed to him that the young man was different in his past life. Sometime later, the young ladies ran joyfully to their father. The moment the young lady saw her father, she quickly jumped into his arms. Alice burst into tears because she was so happy to see her father. Joseph sighed heavily and said that he was very sorry that everything turned out this way. In turn, the young master watched the family reunion closely. Sometime later, the young lady was sleeping quietly. Joseph in turn thanked the young man for this, but he immediately said that this was not the end. Aiden looked at the man with a fierce grin and informed him that now it was time for the most important part. Joseph smiled and said that of course he should pay him compensation. He asked the young man how much he wanted to receive. But at that very moment, the young man, with a fierce grin, asked how much he thought his daughter's life was worth. Joseph was taken aback and said that for him, the life of his own daughter was more precious than his own. He said that if it was about money, he would spend his whole life to repay the young man. Aiden sighed heavily and said casually that he had a lot of money. He asked the man if he had anything in mind that he could offer him. Aiden looked at the man intently and said with a grin that he could use his alchemical skills. At that moment, the man was taken aback. A moment later, he angrily asked if the young man was referring to his alchemy. The young master sighed heavily and said that it was true, because that was what he needed now, because he was looking for an alchemist with similar skills. Joseph sighed heavily and told the young man that he understood everything, and he helped him because he knew about his alchemy skills. A moment later, Joseph presented the young man with a small pill. He informed the young man that the highest grade elixir he had was in front of him and asked the young master to try it, as he had done something similar with his skill. Aiden looked at the small pill with shining eyes and asked if he could drink something like that. Joseph smiled and said that, of course, he could do it. After all, it was part of his payment. At that moment, the demon lord told his comrade to drool, as it was a disgusting sight. The young man told him that he was saying such things because he did not know the full value of the potion. But after he took the potion, they were both taken aback. Aiden was amazed, as he had doubled his mana reserves with just one elixir. Aiden looked at the man with a happy smile and said that this elixir was excellent, without a doubt. The man smiled and said that as compensation, he would continue to make these elixirs. Aiden looked at Joseph with a smile and said that instead of doing something like that, he could join the Duke's family. He told the man that if he agreed, they would protect him and his daughter. Joseph was taken aback at that moment, as he had not expected to hear anything like that. But at the same moment, he asked the young man who he really was. Aiden. With a smile, he apologized for such a late introduction. He said with a smile that he was the eldest son of the Rems family, and his name was Aiden Remus. Joseph was shocked by what he heard. He asked the young man if he wasn't the troll prince you had been talking about all over town lately. The young man was puzzled, as he was again being called the Prince of Trolls. At that moment, the demon lord burst into wild laughter, as he noticed that the young man had a bad reputation. Joseph was taken aback and asked what brought the young gentleman to such a modest place. Aiden smiled and said that he needed his help. Aiden told the man that if he helped him resolve this issue, their ducal house would protect his family for the rest of their lives. He said with a smile that this was a very good and profitable offer. The man backed away and said that the offer was indeed tempting, but he didn't know what exactly he needed to decide. He said that they could start by solving the urgent issue. Sometime later, they visited the Kessie research lab. Joseph looked closely at the girl and said that he had just seen the most severe cases of mana deficiency syndrome. He noted that she would have died long ago if not for the exceptional strength of the beast race. At that very moment, he said that they could cure her if they made the medicine according to the method he showed, but the problem was to get the ingredients needed to prepare it. Aiden said that the anime could take the ingredients from their house. The man was confused, as he knew that these were not simple ingredients at all, and they could not be obtained so easily. At that very moment, he read a certain document that stated that mana deficiency syndrome was a disease in which the mana channels were clogged, and according to this treatment method, mana with an extreme fire attribute was needed to heal the channels. Aiden looked at the man intently and asked how they would obtain fire attribute mana. At the same time, the young lady said that it could be obtained from things like the heart of a fire dragon or a phoenix feather, but she didn't know how to find the legendary creatures. She said that nothing could be done about the like, but she was still grateful for their help. Aiden immediately reached into his pocket. And a moment later, he said with a smile that he did have something, since he had recently managed to get a phoenix feather. Everyone present was genuinely shocked. They didn't know where the young master got the phoenix pie from. They didn't understand where he got such a thing from, because they had all only heard of such things in legends. Aiden looked at them in bewilderment and said that Phoenix dropped a feather, and he caught it. Joseph immediately said with a joyful smile that this feather would be enough for him, and they should give him a few days, and he would do everything. They engaged in casual conversation for a while the young lady watched them. A moment later, Philip entered the room and called the young master. He said that the Duke was looking for him. Aden was a little puzzled because he disappeared and didn't say anything to his father. Sometime later, the young man finally visited his father's office. The Duke, looking at his son, said that he heard that he had gone to the city. Aden sighed heavily and said that this was so, but he had business there. He asked his father for forgiveness, because he should have informed him before leaving. The Duke sighed heavily and told his son that he had not called him to scold him. The young man was taken aback, since he did not raise why he had called him then. At the same moment he asked about the reason why his father had called him. The Duke smiled and said that they had received an invitation to an imperial banquet in honor of the Crown Prince's upcoming birthday, and so he wanted his son to go to the event. Aden was taken aback by this, and asked if it was not his younger brother who attended such events, representing their glorious family. He was puzzled, as he had a lot of things to do and did not want to go to such an event. The Duke smiled and said that it was all so, but Charles refused, citing that he had to take care of the knights. At the same moment, the Duke, with a smile, told his son that there were many people who wanted to see him. Aden sighed heavily and said that he was also busy. The Duke sighed heavily and, looking at us, said that this was a very important banquet, and he must be present at it, no matter how unpleasant it might be for him. At that very moment, the young man's expression changed, and he said with a smile that he would go to this event, since he remembered what year it was now. The Duke was momentarily puzzled, since he did not understand why his son had suddenly changed. Aden smiled and told his father that since his younger brother was busy, he would go to the event since he had no choice. The Duke looked at his son with a joyful smile, as he had made the right decision, but he still asked his son to be careful on the trip. At the same time, the Demon Lord asked the young man what the real reason was for him agreeing to visit the Imperial Palace. Aden reported that a very important event will occur at the Imperial Banquet this year, namely, an attack by black magicians on the Imperial Banquet. And at the center of it all will be the Queen of Black Magicians, the Silver Witch. He knew that he had to get the woman on his side, but the Demon Lord was puzzled and didn't understand why the young man was trying to make an ally out of the one he hated. He said that unlike the radical heretical black magic group, she is the leader of a moderate faction. Although in his past life he finished with her. This time he understood that everything could end differently. Then, in her last minutes of life, she told the mercenary with a smile that they could have become close people if they had met differently. In the last minutes of her life, she regretted that she could not fix the corrupted black magic and could not restore Florence's will. Some time later, the young master went to the imperial banquet with a large retinue. He was puzzled by the number of people who went with him. Lu informed the master that the number of people symbolized the Duke's power. At that very moment, the knight asked the master why they had taken a detour. He wanted to know if there was any special reason why they had to go to the village, leaving the shortcut behind. Aden sighed heavily and said that he simply wanted to take a more leisurely route. But what he really wanted was to get more first-class elixirs, but he knew there was one problem. In fact, Joseph would have liked to make a high-class elixir, but he couldn't, because they needed the tears of the ENTE, which came from the spirits of the trees, and they were now in danger of extinction. Aden, unfortunately, had never heard of such an ingredient in his lives, but he knew one person who knew about the ingredients. Sometime later they made a stop, and the young man was leisurely strolling through the forest. At that very moment, the ruler asked if there was a man in the mountains whom he intended to meet. But at that very moment, the young man smiled and said that it was not about a person, and he himself could not even understand what his master was thinking about. The demon lord thought for a moment, and after a few minutes, looking at the stone, he noticed that it was very artificial. Aden knew that this was a gift that his mentor had personally prepared for the student who would one day come to the cave. The master noticed that it was a very strange gift, but he thought the stone was unusual. Aden said with a smile that his master loved to pack things, but this time he intended to take that price for himself. A moment later he cut the stone in half. The demon lord was puzzled, as the young man had previously said that it was a gift from his master, but he had said that it was only the outer layer. For a few minutes they saw the entrance to the cave. The Lord was a little puzzled. The young man knew perfectly well that his mentor had always been an eccentric person. Therefore, he prepared a difficult dungeon for his student. At that very moment, the ruler asked if the young man had not gotten along with his mentor of selective life. In his previous life, when he entered the cave, he thought that his master wanted to kill him, but in this life, he simply couldn't help but be grateful to him. Aiden clearly saw a mass of monsters in front of him, but he was glad that he opened the prepared gift. At that very moment, the Lord informed the young man that in front of him was a lich, a stupid creature that was once a black magician, but turned itself into undead. Aiden knew full well that this was one of the most difficult opponents if you didn't know how to deal with him. The lich looked with fury at the foolish man who entered them without fear. He shouted that they would turn him into undead like everyone else. But at that very moment, the young man rushed towards his opponent without a moment's hesitation. Lich was taken aback, as he had not expected anything like this. Aiden knew who, if he destroyed the main enemy, then the rest, not for which he called, would disappear. He understood that he could deal with the monster with ease. Aiden pounced on his opponent and dealt him a very strong blow. A moment later, the monster was perplexed, as he was unable to see the revival of the kingdom of black magicians, and at the same time, he, along with the rest of the undead, gradually disappeared. Aiden looked with bewilderment at the nondescript shiny thing that was hanging from the monster. The Lord asked the young man if this pendant was a gift from his master, which he had spoken of earlier. Aiden was taken aback, as he had never seen anything like it. But upon closer inspection, he realized that the pattern on the pendant seemed strangely familiar to him, so he wanted to keep the pendant for himself. At that very moment, the Lord told the young man that he too must collect the lich's bone dust. The young man was taken aback, as he did not understand what he needed to do. The Overlord asked if he hadn't said he was going to look for the Ents, since the lich's bone dust was what they were going crazy about. Aiden didn't want to follow the Demon Lord's words at all, but he knew little about the Ents, so he knew that he had to obey and do as the Lord said. At that very moment, the Demon Lord told the young man that a few minutes ago he was skeptical, and now he was collecting a lot of dust, but the young man was sure that useful things needed to be kept. Sometime later, the young man was leisurely strolling through the hidden dungeon. He knew that no matter how crazy his mentor was, he would not simply leave him alone in the dungeon with the monster. But the Demon Lord noted that throwing the terrible beast into the cave was already crazy enough. A moment later, the Demon Lord was stunned by what he saw. The young man asked him if he had really seen something like this in his past life. The Demon Lord was puzzled, as he knew that if it weren't for this, he would never have lost their battle. Aiden sighed heavily, as he had not seen the Tower Spirit Shield for a long time. The item was imbued with the spirit of the Mad Tower, and this madness darkened the user himself, so he had a hard time in his past life. But he raised the idea that in this life it would be easier for him to cope with madness. And one of the reasons he liked this shield was that it could be worn like a bracelet, unlike most equipment, and it could be taken out when needed, which was very convenient. Aiden guessed that because the item was familiar to him, it reminded him of the time when he was the Dragon Slayer King. At that very moment, he turned around and said that he wanted to make a deal and asked if he could show himself to him. Rabbits appeared at that very moment and greeted with a smile the dear client who wanted to make a deal with him. He introduced himself and also said that he was a perfume merchant and from a friendly perfume market. He told the young man that if he needed anything, he could just say some words and he would appear right away. The spirits of trade had strong desires for money. The spirit market was created when the spirits of trade gathered together, and the central figure became the Hatter. Usually, when someone cleared a dungeon, the market would send a spirit to exchange for secondary items from that dungeon. Rabbits looked closely at the young man and asked if he was going to exchange the tower shield at the market. He said that he could buy it for a good price. But at that very moment, the young master firmly said that he did not intend to sell it. Rabbits was taken aback. He did not understand how he wanted to make a deal with him. Aiden said that he wanted to get some information because he wanted to know where the Ents' dwellings were in the Western continent. Rabbits looked at the young man with a fierce grin. At that very moment, he told his dear client that this information was worth a lot, and even if it was about the location of a small village, he would have to pay a good price in gold. But at that very moment, the young man doubled the amount. Rabbits was shocked by what he heard, but at the same time happy. The demon lord was puzzled. He did not understand why the young man suddenly increased the price. He asked if he owed money to the spirit from his past life. But at that very moment, the young man said that he was just doing what he was taught. The demon lord was a little puzzled, but the young man knew that he had to fool the spirit as the master taught him. A moment later, he told the spirit to give him the location of the dwelling and 4,000 gold pieces. Rabbits looked at the young man with bewilderment, since he did not ask for information for a certain amount, but asked for information and an amount of gold. He asked the buyer if he had really gone crazy. But the young man with a fierce grin said that this was not so, and he was offering an exchange because he wanted to sell him what he had behind his back. Rabbits was taken aback and looked at the young man with fury. But the young master looked at him with a fierce grin and said that if he didn't need it, then he could just say so, because he could always destroy him. Aiden asked his mentor in surprise if he really meant to say that he was going to sell something to spirit traders. The man smiled and said that it was exactly like that, because it was his secret money-making scheme that no one knew about. After all, the real reason they came to the dungeon was the dungeon core. Aiden understood that this thing was useless, and no one would take it even if it was given for free. He did not understand why they wanted to get their hands on the core. His mentor said that he also didn't know the reason, but in any case, when he conquered a dungeon, everything in it became his, including the core, which meant he could sell it. The young man looked at his mentor in bewilderment and asked, what if they didn't want to buy it? When the mentor said that he could easily destroy it, Aiden said with a smirk that if the spirit did not want to buy it, then he would simply destroy it. At that moment, Rabbits froze in place from shock and rage. The young man hurried the spirit. As he didn't have much time, Rabbits was furious and didn't understand how the man even knew about the dungeon cores. He knew that everyone else was just throwing them away because they knew the true value. Rabbits was puzzled and wondered what would happen if he told his elders that he had bought the dungeon core with money. He didn't know what kind of insults they would throw at him, but if he didn't return it, he would be fired. A moment later, the young man turned around and told the merchant that if he didn't want the core, he would simply destroy it. Rabbits was taken aback and screamed. Rabbits shouted to the young man that he would buy the core. At that very moment, the young master was delighted. Demonov said with a grin that now he was interested in where he would extort money from next. Aiden looked at the rabbit with a happy smile, as this was a very good deal for him. As he left, he smiled and told the rabbit that they might meet again someday, but he only cried out with tears in his eyes that he hoped they would never meet again. Rabbits, in turn, watched the young man with a fierce grin, because he understood that he would not get away with something like this. He knew that he would not be able to find the village, much less return from there, since no one had ever succeeded in anything like this before. At the same time, the young man looked at his honestly earned money with a fierce grin and was glad that he had managed to obtain this information. Aiden walked slowly towards his faithful knight, who was waiting for him near the carriage. The young man was a little puzzled, as he knew that half a day had already passed since the young master left. He didn't know whether he should go looking for him. But after some time he saw a young gentleman who was happily returning to them. Lu looked at the gentleman and said that he was very worried because he had been gone for a long time. Aiden looked at his comrade with a puzzled expression, as sometimes he wished he could communicate with him, like in his past life. At that very moment he turned around and shouted to everyone that they must immediately go to the imperial capital. That same night, at the entrance to the dungeon of the Tower Spirit, it was quiet and calm until the young lady visited this place. Entering the depths of the dungeon, she was taken aback as she saw that someone had defeated the monster. She was puzzled because she knew that her treasure should have been in a prominent place, but unfortunately she could not find anything. The next day, the young man arrived in the capital. As he stepped out of the carriage, a man greeted him and informed him that he would take him to the guest room in the imperial palace where he would be staying during his visit. The man looked at the young man with anger because he thought that the young master Karl would arrive, but instead his brother appeared. He was puzzled, for he knew that he, the young master, had a bad reputation even in the imperial capital, but he knew that they should not offend him. After some time, the young master was already resting in his room in the palace. He knew that black magicians would cause chaos tonight, and unfortunately, in his past life, many people were injured and killed in this incident. At that very moment, the demon lord asked the young man why he didn't go and warn them. He knew that this was a good opportunity, and he couldn't let it slip away so easily, so he had already come up with a plan. That same evening, there was a reception. Everyone was happy and had casual conversations with each other. But a few minutes later, Aiden entered the room, and the situation changed dramatically. He felt the eyes on him, as he was called the villain prince, and everyone heard that he had caught the troll, but they assumed that he had simply stolen someone's achievement. Aiden was puzzled, as he realized that it had been a long time since he had been treated like this. But now he realized the fact that people were the same everywhere, be they mercenaries or nobles. He knew he had no business with anyone else, but he had a few people he needed to meet with immediately. At the same time, the young man was hurriedly drinking his drink. Auden slowly approached the magician Gustav Dora and greeted him with a smile. The man looked at the young man in bewilderment and asked if he really knew him. Aiden said with a smile that of course he knew him because he was a magician from Angus, the strange magic tower, and at the same time he was one of the best. The man turned away from the young man and said that if he was trying to gain favor with the land of the magic tower, then he had come to the wrong place. He was not at all good at dealing with high-ranking officials. Aiden looked at the man intently and said that he had read the book he had written, The Possibilities of Magical Engineering, and that he had found it quite interesting. At that moment, the man was taken aback. He asked the young man in surprise if he had really read the book and if it had seemed interesting to him. Auden said with a smile that he could not help but be interested in the presentation of the new direction, which he had never seen before. Gustav looked closely at the young man and with a joyful smile and embarrassment said that he recognized him as a great master of engineering, and it seems that he has excellent insight, unlike the others. Aiden said with a smile that he had never seen such a useful and excellent field of knowledge. He would have said so if he had not fallen asleep every time he tried to read the book. He never even turned the starting page once. At that very moment, the man began to talk with admiration about his book and about each page. Even the demon lord himself asked the young man to shut the man up. Aiden smiled and told the demon lord that he should just pretend he had no ears. The Overlord was puzzled and did not understand why they needed someone obsessed with magical engineering, which was not even magic. Magical engineering may have been rejected and considered useless now, but later it will become an immutable technology for everyone. Aiden knew very well that the man would soon be very famous. He also became the cause of an unprecedented and grandiose event in history. He was the mad terrorist from the magic tower. Auden assumed that the man would cause an accident during the experiment. His mana would be sealed, and he himself would be exiled from the country. Then he would attack the magic tower with its weapon, which he created himself. This is how one man almost destroyed the country of the magic tower. Of course, he was stopped because in the country of the magic tower there was a great magician, Shara. Aiden knew full well that thanks to that incident, magic engineering received recognition. The man happily told the young gentleman everything. He was very happy, as he knew that this was the first in-depth conversation about magical engineering, and he hoped that he had not said too much to his opponent, as he was very excited. Auden said with a smile that it was a great conversation, and that it had broadened his horizons, and that the next time they met, he would like them to talk about such things more. At that very moment, the young man was taken aback and turned around as he heard someone calling him angrily. He looked closely at the young man, as the face seemed familiar to him, but he could not place it. The young man shouted angrily at Aiden, "He is a thief who dared to steal their family heirloom." He shouted angrily that he would not forgive such a thing, Aiden looked at the young man in bewilderment and asked who he was. Gustav looked at the young man in surprise and asked if something had happened between him and Master Tian. Aiden was taken aback and said that it was not so, because he saw him for the first time. At that very moment he froze in place, because looking at the young man, another person came to his mind. At that very moment he realized that it was not at all surprising, since the young man seemed very familiar to him. He saw Tian in front of him. Cetus, the eldest son of the Margrave. Aiden looked at the young man with a smile and said that he was very glad to meet him, because he had always wondered where he had seen him before. But now he realized that he was very similar to his father. At that very moment, the young man could not stand it and shouted at Aiden to shut up, but at the same time he called him a swindler. He did not understand how he dared to deceive his father and steal their family heirloom. For a moment, everyone was taken aback and began to whisper. They realized that he had not defeated the troll himself, and at the same time remained a simple fraudster. Aiden smiled and said that it seemed like there was some misunderstanding, because he had won the sword fairly in a bet. The young man looked at him with anger, as he had heard that he had been acting unusually lately. He asked the young master if he really thought that he would believe that someone like him could withstand his father's sword and win the bet. Aiden looked at the young man with a suppressed smile and said that he was going too far. At the same moment, the ruler grinned and told the young man that it seemed like he did know what patience was after all. Tian looked at the young man with fury and asked why he didn't prove that it wasn't a fraud on his part. Tian approached the young man with anger and said that if he won the duel against him, he would kneel and apologize, but if he lost, he would return the relic and apologize, but he would kneel. Aiden looked at his opponent with fury, as it seemed to him that he was becoming even more rude. Did the young man really want to arrange a duel at the banquet in honor of the Crown Prince's birthday? A moment later, everyone was taken aback as the Crown Prince himself entered the hall. The young people looked at the prince in bewilderment, but at the same time, everyone bowed and greeted the small sons of the empire. The young man was furious, because he knew that the Crown Prince had arrived at the wrong time. The Crown Prince smiled and said that he had heard their interesting conversation. Tian was taken aback and asked for forgiveness. He said that they would certainly accept any punishment for causing trouble. Aiden in turn bowed and asked for forgiveness. The Crown Prince smiled and said that they did not need to apologize. He looked at them with a smile. But at that very moment he said that he would like to see their duel. He asked if they would like to fight in the banquet hall. The young people were taken aback, as they had not expected anything like this at all. The Crown Prince smiled and said that young Master Tian was known for his exceptional fighting skills, and young Master Aden had recently made a lot of noise with his exploits, so if they showed off their skills, it would be the best gift for his birthday. Aiden knew that the Crown Prince was considered the best candidate for the post of Emperor, but he had one drawback, and that was that he was just a fighting maniac. But he could not refuse the offer and did not know what to do now. Tian accepted the Crown Prince's offer at that very moment, because he knew that his father did not recognize him as a master, but he easily recognized Aiden, so he wanted to deal with him. Tian looked at his opponent with a predatory grin. He didn't know where his confidence was, which was on his face a few minutes ago, because now he was trembling like a coward. At that very moment, the young man said with a fierce grin that he did not like to fight, but since he had ordered it, he could not refuse. He sympathized with the Margrave, but he had no other choice. He wanted to accept the offer given to her and teach the young man good manners. Sometime later, the young men stood opposite each other, preparing for a duel. The Crown Prince told the young men with a smile that, for safety reasons, the use of sword aura and artifacts was prohibited. He was looking forward to seeing what kind of fight the two of them would show everyone. At that very moment, the young man bowed and said that he promised a fair duel. He said with a grin that right then and there, he would prove that all the rumors about his opponent were simply unfounded. Aiden, at that very moment, he yawned casually and asked if they could start already. His opponent became too angry with his behavior. A moment later, the young man rushed towards his opponent. Tian was furious because he saw that a simple amateur managed to defeat his father, and this was just absurd. He wanted to end the fight quickly and quietly. But at that very moment, to his surprise, he received a blow to the head from a sword. The Crown Prince looked at the young man in surprise as he won with ease. Aiden sighed heavily and said that he was very surprised and slipped at one point, and his opponent happened to be nearby, while he stated that he was just lucky. Aiden said with a smile that it was difficult for A to judge skill from the outside, since he had made a mistake, so he suggested that this round be considered invalid. The Crown Prince smiled and agreed with the young man, and he also said that they should be more focused. Tian agreed with the Crown Prince with fury, but he knew he had let his guard down. But in turn he was puzzled, since he did not understand what had happened at all and what kind of disgusting expression he had seen in front of him a few minutes ago. Tian looked at his opponent with fury and said that this time he would give it his all. Aiden sighed heavily and casually told the young man that they could begin now and he could attack. Tian glared at his opponent, wondering if he thought he would fall for his ridiculous taunts. But in turn, he could not bear it, and, using all his rage, he headed towards his opponent. He struck him several times, but Aiden still managed to dodge them with ease. Aiden looked at the young man intently, as his sword was as honest and truthful as he was. But at that very moment he parried the young man's blow and said that compared to the Margrave's, his sword seemed too light. Tian, in turn, became angry after the young man's words. Aiden looked at his opponent intently and said that his father's sword was heavy and precise, but the young master now looked like he was simply imitating his father. At that very moment, the young man flared up with rage and anger. Aiden said that he was now talking about the sword with which he fought the Margrave. Aiden looked intently at the young man and said that he would now show him everything, and a moment later he rushed towards his opponent in order to deal him a crushing blow. Tian was shocked and confused as he saw that his opponent was very fast, but he was already able to block his blow. Tian was a little puzzled as he assumed that his father could be defeated by such a sword, but he knew that it was foolish, but at the same moment he was taken aback as he saw that his opponent's sword was bent. At the same moment he received another very strong blow to the head. Tian was confused and didn't understand what had happened because he knew for sure that he had blocked his opponent's attack. At that very moment, the Demon Lord told the young man that he thought he would go easier on the Margrave's son since they did have a connection. Aiden said that such a stubborn knight would not stop until he was knocked out. Aiden knew that if he didn't knock his opponent unconscious, he could bet he would keep attacking him until he died. But moments later, he saw that his opponent had withstood the blow. Tian was burning with anger and fury, as he knew that he was the eldest son who was destined to lead the great family, so he could not simply give up. But at that very moment the young man used his royal mercenary skill. And a moment later the knight was defeated. Tian fell with a crash, but the young man managed to praise his friend who had created problems in his absence. Aiden looked at the young man and said that nothing terrible had happened since he was already feeling a little awkward. Aiden turned around and saw the young man he intended to find. He was looking for the younger brother of the traitor knight, Silbet Sias. Dire Sias looked at the young gentleman with a smile and introduced himself. The sword that guards the northern continent is the ruff of the Sias Duchy. It was known to be the strongest knightly family, and it was said that there was no one who inherited this blood who would not become a swordmaster. They were famous for choosing their lord solely based on his fighting skills. Aiden knew perfectly well that if he had not been reborn into a new family, he would have long ago become a master of the sword. Looking at the young man, he knew that he was called a genius, who was born once in 100 years in such a family. Aiden, in turn, stood quietly and watched the young man closely. He knew that the time would come and he would meet him. But at that very moment he turned around and looked at everyone present with bewilderment, as he felt someone's gazes were directed at him. A moment later, the young men pounced on the young master, as they were impressed by his fighting skills and wanted to get to know him. They all called him because they wanted to talk, but the young master was puzzled by this. He did not expect anything like this at all. Some time later, the young man stood quietly on the terrace. He hoped that no one would come for him. At the same time, the demon lord asked the young man if he was disgusted by the nobles, since they looked down on him. Aiden assured him that all people are the same. He knew that this was how people were made, and they clung to a person when they needed him and discarded him when he had exhausted his usefulness. Aiden told the Lord not to trust him too much because he was also a human, but the demon lord said that he trusted him. The young man was shocked by this. He told the young man to look more like a troll than a human, so he trusts him. Aiden was shocked and shouted that in return he would drink several bottles of holy earth. A moment later, the young man was taken aback as he heard the voice of a beautiful lady who asked with a smile whether they had recently witnessed the swordplay of the king of mercenaries. Aiden was taken aback and wondered if the young lady had recognized his master's swordsmanship, but at that very moment he felt a familiar energy. He understood that this was the last person he needed to meet. Aiden sighed heavily and asked if she had seen such skill before. She smiled and said that she had not seen it, but had heard about it. The young lady said with a smile that the mercenary king's skill could make useless any defense, and if he were a knight, he would undoubtedly deserve great honor. Aiden knew perfectly well that his mentor would never have become a knight, as he was too greedy for money. Aiden sighed heavily and asked the young lady if this banquet was too boring, as he hated formal events very much. He understood that it didn't matter how much she changed her appearance. He couldn't forget about her presence after hundreds of fights with her. Aiden looked sideways at the young lady with a fierce grin and called her true name. Niseta Florence immediately changed her appearance and said that she would like to ask him something since he already knew who she really was. Niseta looked closely at the young man and asked how he managed to awaken the sword. He smiled and said that a friend helped him with this. Niseta, burning with anger and fury, said that he seemed to be trying to evade. Then she would ask again. At that very moment, her expression changed, and she angrily asked where the demonic energy that was flowing out of his body came from. Aiden was taken aback at the same moment as he felt a huge murderous aura. He realized that it was not his energy, and most likely it was the demon lord that was feeling it now. He knew they could discuss it later, but at that moment he said he was on her side now. She looked at him in surprise, as she did not understand what he was talking about, because he spoke such words as if he knew everything about her. Aiden said that she was the leader of the moderate faction of black magicians, and at the same time she was a silver witch, a representative of the last line of the kingdom of black magicians, and she was also the head of the intelligence organization White Moon. The young lady was furious. She didn't know how much he knew about her. At that moment, he felt that her murderous aura had weakened, but he said that they didn't have much time because something was about to start. The young lady was furious. She told him to stop evading and answer her question, but at that very moment she was taken aback as she felt something. At that very moment they saw black magic for summoning the undead in front of them. Niseta was taken aback and said that she didn't expect them to escalate the situation so much. He sighed and said that those guys always follow the same obvious pattern. He smiled and asked if black magic would not end until it died with its invocation. He knew that she had many questions for him, but he first wanted to deal with the pressing problem. Aiden smiled and told his companion that she had come to the event to capture the Chaos Black Magicians legal group. She was shocked because he knew such information. She did not understand who he really was. At that very moment, she said that they could continue the conversation later. A moment later, the young lady vanished into thin air. Aiden looked into the distance. He knew that he could let this situation go, since she would figure it out on her own. Looking at the undead, he understood that he would deal with them. At that very moment, chaos reigned inside the banquet hall. Tian, in turn, rushed with lightning speed towards the undead, who were advancing on ordinary people. Tian shouted to everyone present not to be afraid to see that this was just a weak undead. Aiden looked at the young man closely, because he knew that at such an age, he had already reached the sword aura, and he was very strong, but he chose the wrong opponent. At that moment, Everyone was taken aback as they saw the undead troll. The knights were furious. They did not know when reinforcements would arrive. They all understood that this enemy was very dangerous, but at that very moment the young man rushed towards the terrible beast. He punched a hole through his opponent with ease. At that very moment, the demon lord told his comrade that the young man was one step away from becoming a swordmaster. Aiden looked closely at the young man as he knew that he was strong enough, but his closest friend was his rival. At that very moment, the demon lord asked the young man why he was not helping them, but simply lazing around. He knew that they could handle this themselves. After all, he needed to confirm something. Tyan screamed and informed his friend that he felt an incredibly dense, demonic energy coming from somewhere. At the same time, a very strong enemy was approaching them. He looked at everyone present with fury. But a moment later, he headed towards the young people and, burning with anger and fury, attacked his opponents. At that very moment, the young man explained how Aiden protected him and covered him with his body, but at the same time he activated his shield. Aiden looked at the formidable monster with fury, since he was the one who ruined the banquet in his past life. In front of him was the strongest of the undead, namely, the Death Knight. He assumed that something was wrong because, looking at his opponent, he understood that the young man should have been able to cope with the undead, but still, in his past life, he lost. Aiden knew that the Death Knight was enhanced by dark magic and possessed strength superior to that of a half-master. He himself would not have been able to block his attack if not for the Tower Spirit Shield. Now he understood why the young man lost. At that moment, the Death Knight growled Dyer's name, and the young master was taken aback. At that moment, the Death Knight shouted that he did not need any more beetles, and with that, he struck the young man with fury. Aiden, in turn, continued to block the blows, but he knew that these blows were very strong, and now he realized that something was wrong. He scolded himself as he knew he should have noticed that the undead were moving not to attack, but to separate Dyer from the rest of the soldiers. He was furious because he realized that everything was planned to kill the young man. Aiden was puzzled as the Death Knight attacked him with unprecedented fury. He understood that the Death Knight was also a half-master, and he was being heavily oppressed, and he had no choice but to block his opponent's attacks. However, at that very moment, he shouted to the young master to direct all his power at the enemy. Moments later, the young master struck the Death Knight. The Death Knight parried his blow with ease. Aiden informed the young man that, looking at the Death Knight, he felt that he was at least a half-master. Aiden was puzzled and did not understand why the Death Knight was hunting the young master. At that moment, he was taken aback and realized who would benefit if the young man disappeared. He could not believe that his own brother was targeting his younger brother. Aiden was furious because he knew that despite the fact that the young man was the eldest son in the family, ultimately only a knighthood in the main duchy awaited him, since the head of the family was chosen only on merit. Aiden previously, he thought that the young man was just lucky and became the king of knights, but now he understood how exactly he became the king of knights. He was furious because the young man was in secret collusion with the dark magicians. Moreover, the more Aiden looked, the more rotten everything seemed to him. Dyer looked at the Death Knight with fury. He did not understand how they should deal with him. At that moment, the young man said that he knew how they should deal with the enemy. Dyer was taken aback and asked his new acquaintance if he really meant to say that he was capable of dealing with such a monster of theirs. Aiden told the young man that this tactic could have been used to defeat much stronger opponents. He said that he had come up with it himself. Dyer. At that very moment, with their burning eyes, looked at Aiden and asked what technique they were talking about. The young man said with a grin that he was talking about provocative tactics. Dyer was taken aback and looked at the young man in bewilderment. He did not understand what kind of tactic this was, but he knew that they simply had no other choice, and they had to try at least something for Togo to fight the monster. At that very moment, the demon lord asked the young man when was the last time he had not provoked his opponent. He said with a grin that this tactic always worked. A moment later, the knight growled, looking at the young master as he intended to kill him. A few seconds later, he rushed towards the young man, as he wanted to deal with him as quickly as possible. Dyer, in turn, froze in place in shock, but a moment later, Aiden came to his aid, using his shield to protect the young master. Aiden looked at his enemy with a predatory grin, as he understood that once again the treacherous nature of his enemy from his past life was revealed, but he knew that this time everything would be his way. At that moment, the Death Knight looked at the young man with fury and anger and told him to go away, while he swung his sword as he intended to deliver a crushing blow. But a moment later, Dyer delivered a very powerful blow to his opponent. Aiden looked at the young man with a smile, as he knew that he was still a half-master, but it was surprising to him how strongly the young man attacked. Aiden understood that if the young man had struck correctly, even the Death Knight would have been finished. At that moment, the young master was taken aback, as he did not feel any energy coming from the spear. He turned around and was taken aback as he saw the Death Knight urinating on him. Moments later, the Death Knight struck a very powerful blow, but he froze with rage and anger because he realized that he had lost the young man. Aiden looked at the Death Knight with a sneer, and at the same moment he informed him that he had parried his attack again. Sneering, he said that it was too easy. The Death Knight looked at the young man with fury and shouted that he would kill him first and then deal with the real target. A moment later, the Death Knight was furiously striking the young men blow after blow while blocking their attacks. Aiden looked at his enemy with a fierce grin as they wore him down. After some time, the Death Knight was already exhausted, but he was still burning with anger and fury. Dyer sighed heavily, looked intently at the young man, and said that they were able to parry all of their enemies' attacks, but their blows were also unsuccessful. He did not understand why there was not a single scratch on the knight. Dyer looked at young Mr. Aiden with bewilderment. At that moment, the Demon Lord looked at the young man in bewilderment and asked what was wrong with him. He turned his gaze to the sword and asked if it had really taken possession of the master, but he said that he had done nothing of the sort. Aiden, with a fierce grin, said that they didn't need to worry as he was fine and was just waiting for the right moment. He said that with his current abilities, he wouldn't even be able to scratch him, so he needed the shield's power. He informed his comrades that he had previously told them that the more the shield was used, the more insane it would become, and that eventually its owner would also be overcome with insanity. But at the same time, he would become very strong. The Death Knight froze for a moment, looking at the young man who was advancing towards him. A moment later, Aiden, with a fierce grin, was overcome by madness and dealt a very powerful blow to his opponent. Aiden was very happy with his current situation as he was approaching the semi-master level. Dyer was shocked by what he saw and wondered if the young man had been hiding his strength all this time. He knew Aiden was strong, but he couldn't imagine that he had reached the level of a semi-master. Dyer was very angry because he realized that this was not just some half-master in front of him. Dyer knew the young man was strong enough to surpass even a Death Knight. Aiden was a little confused, as the rage had thrown him off balance a little, but at that very moment, the Demon Lord informed him that one of his artifacts, including the sword, was not in order. Aiden understood that the better the artifact, the greater the chance that it had flaws. He supposed it was probably because he hadn't used it in a long time, and he also knew that rabies was very difficult to control, so he needed to end it quickly. At that very moment, he activated the speed ring, but moments later he noticed that a Death Knight was already urinating on him. The Death Knight struck, but moments later he realized his enemy had vanished. He was burning with anger and fury because he wanted the young man to die quickly. But a moment later, he screamed in pain and rage as the young man struck him with a very strong blow. The Death Knight was angry because he was hit without being able to see where his opponent was. Aiden looked at his opponent with a fierce grin and at the same moment dealt him another powerful blow. Dyer was shocked as he saw that the young man had become even stronger. He understood that his comrade was very strong, and at the same time he would only hinder him if he rushed into battle. Aiden looked at his opponent with a fierce grin and said that he should burn in hell, and he also said that soon his master, the Night King, would go after him, because he intended to take care of this. At that moment, the Death Knight roared in rage and pain. He screamed that he couldn't just die because if he died, the mission would not be completed. Gathering his strength, he rushed towards the young master, as he intended to fulfill his mission. Dyer was taken aback because his opponent was very fast, and he was not sure he could defend himself. Dyer was frozen in place with shock, but he could not move, as his body was paralyzed with fear. The Death Knight glared at his target, knowing that the mission had to be completed. Aiden, in turn, looked at the retrospective of death with rage, as he knew that it was time to put an end to this fight. At that very moment he was taken aback, as he saw that his opponent had darted to the side. He was puzzled, and did not understand why he suddenly changed his direction. But moments later, Aiden saw the Death Knight heading towards the young master. He screamed and burned with anger, and at the same time the Death Knight kept calling out the young man's name. At that moment, Aiden was taken aback as he felt the side effect of the speed ring. He was very angry, because he understood that at this rate everything would go exactly according to Silbetta's plan. He saw the Death Knight raise his sword over the young man, but at that very moment, Tion rushed into battle with his sword, intending to protect his friend. He was angry as he knew he could never defeat such a powerful opponent in his life, but he couldn't let the knight kill his best friend and rival. At that moment, Tion remembered Aiden's words about his sword and his father's sword. He quickly came to his senses and, gathering his strength, dealt a very powerful blow to the Death Knight. At that moment, the Death Knight growled in rage as he realized that the mission had failed. Moments later, everyone present saw the Death Knight disappear into thin air. All the knights present began to rejoice as they saw that all the undead were gradually disappearing. The knights looked at the young master in surprise, as he had defeated the Death Knight with just one swing of his sword. Moments later, they began to rejoice and shout with joy, but at the same time, they began to lead the young master. A moment later, Dyer approached his comrade with a joyful smile on his face. He looked closely at his friend and said with a smile that he had become a half-master and had even saved his life. Dyer looked at his friend and said that he now understood what it was like to be surpassed, but one day he would still repay him for such kindness. At that very moment, they shook hands, and all the knights present rejoiced and rejoiced at the victory. Dyer said with a smile that they shouldn't forget about the other person. He looked into the distance as he wanted to thank young Mr. Aiden, but at that very moment he was taken aback because he did not understand where he had gone. Tion, for his part, was not at all happy and wondered if he had really defeated the Death Knight, since he could not tell from the blow that it was him. At the same time, the young man slowly left. He understood that he couldn't abuse the enhancement so often. He knew that since everything was over, he needed to rest as soon as possible. At that very moment, the Demon Lord asked the young man if he could at least enjoy his victory for a little while. Aiden knew that it was too early to celebrate. He knew perfectly well that this was only the first step towards achieving his revenge. He could not even imagine that the Night King of Silbetta himself would start to associate with black magicians. The Demon Lord told the young man that his timing was perfect, because in an instant everything could go exactly according to the Night King's plan. At that very moment the young man bought and left, because he saw a young lady in front of him. He saw that she had dealt with all her opponents. Aden promised, as he knew she was incredibly strong. He was glad that she dealt with all the black mages, and thanks to this, the spell was lifted, so the Death Knight disappeared. He knew that a little more, and they would all be dead. A moment later, the young man was taken aback as he heard someone calling him. Lo looked at his master with confusion and asked if he was okay. He did not understand where the dead people came from and started attacking them. Aiden looked at his knight in bewilderment and asked where he had been all this time, since he looked exhausted. Lo asked for forgiveness, since he had been fighting the dead all this time. Sometime later, Aiden was enjoying rest in his new room in the palace. After some time, he finally woke up, but was puzzled, since he had fallen asleep as soon as he got into bed. Nisetta sighed heavily and told the young man that he was a real sleepyhead. Aiden was taken aback and cried out, as he had not expected to see her at all. She looked at him intently and said that no one would come, even if he broke the ligament, because she had set up a sound barrier. Aiden was taken aback, but did not answer. He was puzzled, because he understood that he would not get out of it, but he could not even imagine that she would come to him the next day. Aiden looked at her in bewilderment and asked how she even got into his room. Nisida said, mockingly, that it was easier than wringing a goblin's neck. At that very moment, she looked at the young man and said that he must now answer her questions. She quickly changed their faces and asked with fury how he knew about her. Aiden was puzzled. Nisida looked at him intently and said with fury that if he did anything, he would die that very moment. Aiden, looking at the young lady, said that he just wanted to maintain friendly relations with her. After all, they had the same goal. Nisida looked at him with distrust and asked if he, a nobleman of the empire, really had common goals with her. She asked if he even knew about her goals, but at that moment Aiden said with a smile that he simply despised dark magicians. He looked at her with a smile for a while, and she was burning with anger and fury. But at that very moment the young man was taken aback because he saw that she was not joking with him. He was frightened when she suddenly flared up. Nisida looked at the young man with fury and told him to repeat the words about black magicians. Aiden sighed heavily and said that it felt like dark magicians had forgotten their principles in their day. She was taken aback in a way she hadn't expected to hear. He said that black magic was originally created to cleanse the land that was tainted by the vile mana and to fight the monsters of the underworld. Aiden said that the current dark magicians had gone down the wrong path, so they needed to be shown the true path. He said that just like her, he hated them. At that very moment, he extended his hand to her and asked if that was enough to start their friendship. Nisida froze in shock as she saw that the imperial nobleman not only understood the essence of black magic, but also despised dark magicians himself. She wondered if he was telling the truth or just trying to get out of it. Aiden smiled and said that she could think about it as much as she needed, but in return he would offer her some pretty useful information. Nisida looked at him in bewilderment and asked if he really thought there was anything she didn't know, since she was the head of the intelligence organization. Aiden said with a smile that there were things that only he knew about, because they had not happened yet. At that very moment, he leaned closer to her, because he wanted to give her information. But at that very moment, Lo entered the room, greeted the young master with a joyful smile, and announced that a visitor had come to see him. Tian looked at the young master and said that he would like to talk to him. But at that very moment he froze in shock when he saw that the young master was not alone, but with a young lady. After a few seconds, they quickly closed the door to the room and, apologizing, left. Aiden was shocked. He shouted at the young people that they should stop because everyone had misunderstood. Sometime later, the young people finally met, but there was an awkward atmosphere between them. Tian, in turn, looked away from the young gentleman with embarrassment and asked if he was finished with the young lady. Aiden was taken aback and said that nothing like that had happened between them, just a small dialogue. Aiden looked at the young man with bewilderment, as it was clear from his face that he had already imagined a lot. He knew that the girl had simply said what she had to and left. Nisida had looked at the young man earlier and asked with disbelief if he really thought she would believe such tales. She had said that the so-called Land of Bounty, Valkan Estate, the agricultural center of the empire, had never before suffered the drought of its very foundation, but he was now saying that something similar would happen there. Aiden shouted that she should take his word for it, because it would happen in a few months. He shouted that he had to catch up with the young man now, so that he wouldn't spread more rumors. Nisida was a little puzzled and said that he didn't need to worry about such a look. He was already the Duke's spoiled son. Aiden hurriedly escorted her out and shouted that they would talk later. Nisida looked at the young man with fury and said that she really hoped that he was not lying, because she would find him even if he tried to escape. One knew perfectly well that there would be a drought, but he did not understand why he was so nervous. He knew that as soon as something like this happened, the girl would believe him. Aiden looked intently at the young man and asked why he had come to him. Tian hesitated, not knowing what to answer. At that very moment, Aiden looked at him intently and asked if he had really come for another duel. Tian said with fury that it was not easy for him to speak of such things, but he recognized him as the rightful owner of the sword, and as his father said, he had rightfully earned it. Aiden looked at the young man with bewilderment, as he did not understand what had happened to him. He asked him if this was really why he had come. At that moment, Aiden was taken aback, as the young man suddenly bowed and thanked him. Aiden was in shock. He didn't understand what had happened, as he knew that the young man was very stubborn. Tian said that if it weren't for him, he would have lost a close friend, so he was sincerely grateful to the young master. Tian. That people said that he had slain the Death Knight and protected the imperial family. Yet he told Aiden that he must have known that the dead man was gone before he could strike. Tian said that at that moment, he finally realized how to go beyond the ordinary and reach the level of a sword master that Aiden had previously shown him. Aiden looked at the young man with a smirk, as he had previously thought that he was the same as his father, since his last attack was quite reminiscent of his father's. Tian sighed heavily and told the young master that he acknowledged him as his rival. Aiden was taken aback and froze in shock as he spoke such words with a beaming smile. Tian looked at the young man and said with a smile that he was another person after his friend whom he recognized as his rival, so he could be proud of such a thing. Tian immediately said, with a joyful smile, that he would definitely defeat him one day and return the family heirloom, so he should not relax. Aiden was taken aback. He realized that he should take his words back, since he saw that the young man was a copy of his father, but he still wished the young man good luck. Tian said with a smile that in that case they could move on to a less formal conversation. A few days later they set out on their journey, with Lo looking at the gentleman and informing him that they would soon arrive at the Rem's estate. Aiden looked closely at the knight and asked how his wounds were. The young man was taken aback and said that thanks to the holy potion that the Lord had given him, everything was fine with him, and therefore he was sincerely grateful to the Lord for his care. Aiden looked at his knight with a satisfied smile and said that he should express his gratitude to him more often. Aiden was very pleased, as he saw that the imperial family was very generous, since he was rewarded with a lot of gold, and with such a sum it would be possible to build several mansions. Therefore, thanks to this reward, he was able to buy several useful things. He also bought gifts for his parents and subordinates. Aiden knew that he bought gifts for everyone, but he was not sure that Ellis would like the gift, even though it was for children, but he still hoped that she would like this gift. Sometime later they finally arrived at the duchy. The people greeted the young master with joy, as he had protected them not only from the troll, but also protected the entire empire from the dead. The young man was puzzled, as rumors had already spread. But still, no matter how much he saw these welcoming ceremonies, he would never be able to get used to them. But at that very moment he was taken aback and shouted out of the carriage window in bewilderment when he saw such a sight. Taking a closer look, the demon lord said with a grin that he had seen a similar face somewhere. Aiden was shocked by what he saw. Lo, in turn, told the young gentleman with a smile that the Duke had secretly prepared something similar to celebrate the arrival of his son. Aiden was shocked by this. He asked the knight if this sculpture had been prepared because of his father's words. Lo said with a smile that it was a work of art and a real beauty. The demon lord looked at this piece of art and screamed that it was ugly, and he could not hold back the urge to vomit. Aiden was furious and screamed at the lord not to dare vomit on him. Sometime later they finally arrived at the estate. Aiden said that he was heading to the Duke's chambers, so the knight had to deliver the gifts. Aiden was furious because his father did not consult him and presented him with a monstrosity made of gold. At that very moment, he was taken aback as the servant greeted him. He was puzzled because he didn't understand what was going on at all, because everyone in the house was very depressed. He wondered if it was all because of him coming back. Aiden was furious because he knew it was all because of the statue, and because of it, a bad image of him could arise in people's minds. At that very moment he approached his room. He entered the room and greeted his father, and also said that he saw the statue of his village, but at that very moment he heard words of apology from his father. Aiden was taken aback, because such sincere apologies made him feel uneasy. And at the same moment he said with a smile that the statue was excellent. The Duke sighed heavily and told his son that he had brought them, and he had tried with all his might to resist, but still could not do anything. Aiden looked at his father in bewilderment and asked what he was even talking about. The Duke sighed heavily and said that the father and daughter he had brought to the estate had been taken away by the inquisitors of the Church of the Holy Fire. Aiden froze in shock as he realized who they were talking about. The Duke sighed heavily and said that the inquisitors reported that they had escaped from the church. He told his son that they were his people, so he refused to hand them over to the church. But the Duke still informed his son that Joseph himself had agreed to go with them, and since he had agreed, they could no longer resist. At that moment, Aiden looked at his father with anger and asked if he was sure that they had been taken to the Church of the Holy Fire. The Duke said he was sure, and at that very moment he saw his son leaving. He shouted and called for his son, but all was in vain. The Duke shouted to his son that he himself knew perfectly well that the churches were untouchable, and in the worst case, not only he, but their entire family would face punishment. Aiden smiled and told his father that he didn't need to worry as he was just saying goodbye. The Duke was taken aback and told his son to be careful. For some time after, he silently watched his son go. At that very moment, the Demon Lord denied the young man that what was on the outside and inside was strikingly different. Aiden understood that if he had told the truth to his father, he would have been seized that very moment. Aiden was burning with anger and fury. He did not understand how they dared to take his people without his permission. He knew that they should pray that nothing happened to them. There were 3 main religions on the continent, namely the cult of the Holy Fire, the cult of Divine Law, the cult of Divine Slaughter. Each of them had their own churches that represented and symbolized their gods. Therefore, even the Empire cannot simply interfere in their affairs. The saint is a person chosen by God, who symbolizes religion. The saints represented God on earth. Fulfilling his will and power, they were intermediaries between the deity and humanity. Auden knew that at the moment in the Church of the Holy Fire everything was different. Unlike other churches, they have not had a saint for several decades. A religion without its symbol of a saint is as if it does not exist, so the Church of the Holy Fire has been losing its symbols all these years, and has ultimately become only a tiny part of its former self. Sometime later, the young people arrived at the place. Aiden looked at the small cart with a smile, because when he was a mercenary, he always rode in similar ones. He was glad that he went this way, because pleasant memories came flooding back. Aiden looked at the man with a smile and thanked him for the fast road. The man smiled and said that it was nothing for such a valuable client. Such were expected along the merchant's shortcut. They reached their destination several times faster, which is why he did business with the same merchant after selling the troll carcass. But in turn, Aiden was a little puzzled by the condition of his knight. But still, the young man asked the master not to pay attention to him, since soon everything would be fine with him. Aiden glanced sideways into the distance. He knew that although it was weakened, it was still one of the 3 main churches. He looked intently into the distance, as he saw that she was still just as huge. At that very moment he sighed heavily, and looking away, told the merchant that he had been right after all. Pauber informed the young gentleman that at the moment the church had closed its gates and it was impossible to get inside, but he had brought them because they insisted. At that very moment they saw a man who asked the knights to cure his son, as he was in very bad health, but the holy knights told the man that the church was now closed, and he should turn to another church. Aiden, in turn, knew that by all rights at this time of year, the church should have been open and filled with people so that believers could receive healing. But he saw that the church was closed at the moment when his people were taken away. He understood that everything was somehow connected. Paubrey looked at the young gentleman with bewilderment and asked how he planned to get inside. Aiden smiled and said that he had a couple of ideas. At that very moment, he looked at the church with a predatory and fierce grin. Paubrey looked at the young gentleman with bewilderment, since he did not know what he was up to. At the same time, the knights of the Holy Church were keeping guard at the main gate of the church. At that moment, the knight was taken aback as he saw the young man. Aiden, in turn, looked at them with a smile and introduced himself, and also said that he had come on business, and therefore would like to pass. The knight looked at the young gentleman intently and asked for forgiveness, and also informed him that the church was closed and whoever he was would not be able to pass. Aiden was insistent and said that he would come in, but the knight said that it was simply impossible. Aiden said that they must open the gate immediately. The knight tried to stop him. At that very moment, the knight was taken aback as the young man grabbed him and threw him to the ground. His companion was furious because he did not understand how he dared to attack the holy knight. He shouted that even though the young man came from a ducal family, he would not get away with such a thing. Before he could finish speaking, he himself received a strong blow. Paubrey looked at the young gentleman and everything that was happening with bewilderment as he realized that an old dog could not be tamed to a chain. At that moment, the young man asked the demon lord to gather his will into a fist and hold on to the last. The demon lord was shocked because he did not expect that the young master would take care of him. Aiden said that they would soon cross the threshold and stumble upon a place that was teeming with holy energy. The Lord sighed heavily and said that he understood, and that they would soon be in a disgusting place. He opened the gate and the knights were taken aback as they realized that it was time for them to change. But at that very moment, they were taken aback because they saw a young man. Aiden looked around and realized that the church was even bigger from the inside. At that very moment, the holy knights rushed at the young man as they knew they had to stop him. Aiden looked at everyone present with a fierce grin as he knew that he needed to easily pass through them and ring the crying bell, so he decided to activate the speed ring. After activation, he rushed towards the bell with lightning speed. The demon lord was puzzled as he did not understand what was being discussed. Aiden smiled and said that this was one of the canonical laws in the Church of the Holy Fire. After all, if someone is suffering from grave injustice or death from a disease for which there is no cure, he can ring the bell to meet the high priest without interference. However, later people began to ring it without reason, so in order to stop this, they decided to move it to the top of the building. He understood that they couldn't just get rid of him, so despite everything, he rushed to the bell. Aiden was puzzled because he saw that the bell was further away than he thought, so he needed to use the ring again. At that very moment, he saw that he had almost reached his goal. Aiden understood that if he only called it, all his troubles would evaporate. But a moment later, he felt someone's presence. Aiden, in turn, managed to twist and avoid being hit directly. The man looked at the young intruder with a fierce grin and said that he had managed to get through the other knights, but he would not be able to get through him since he intended to block his path. Bali introduced himself, and with a fierce grin said that he was the highest-ranking knight of the Church and the Holy Fire. Aiden was a little puzzled, since it was the first time he met such a huge person. Aiden was very angry, as he had already used up the daily limit of using the ring, but he understood that he simply had no choice, and he had to fight to the end. At that very moment he drew his sword from its sheath, and looking at the knight, said that since he stood in his way, he would have to kill him. Bali looked at the young man with a smirk as he dared to threaten him. He guessed that the young intruder had reached the advanced stage of the sword aura. Bali looked at the young man with a grin and thanked him, because after a long time, he finally had some fun. At that very moment, he struck his first blow. Aiden was shocked as he felt a monstrous power. He did not understand how the man could deliver such furious blows without using mana. He saw that the man's physical strength even surpassed that of the Margrave. Aiden knew that in his life he had never met such a man. Bali laughed wildly and shouted at him. No one in the church had ever withstood even one of his attacks, but he noticed that the young intruder was still strong. At that very moment, the demon lord asked in bewilderment whether it was really normal for people to lose their heads from the power they had acquired. Aiden was taken aback and said that it was not so. It was just that the Lord had only met such people. At that moment he threw all his thoughts away as the man with the smirk was heading towards him to strike. Aiden activated his shield with lightning speed because he planned to block his attack and then strike back. But at that very moment the young man was taken aback as his shield was completely broken. Aiden was shocked. He didn't expect anything like this. But because the blow was so strong, he was thrown back. Bali looked at the young offender with a sneer, as he thought that he would amuse him a little longer. Coming closer to him, he said that he had generally endured so much. He looked at the young man with anger and said that he would soon be sent to his father's, but at that very moment he was taken aback. As the sword passed by his face, he was taken aback, as he realized that a little more, and it would have wounded him. He saw that the young man initially hid in the smoke, and then threw the sword filled with aura. Bali looked at the young offender with a fierce grin and said that he did try, but unfortunately his attempt was not successful. He looked at the young man with rage and shouted that he had lost his sword, and therefore only death was due to him. Bali froze for a moment and looked at the young intruder with bewilderment as he was smiling a predatory grin. He wondered if the intruder had gone crazy from despair. But moments later he turned around and froze in shock as the young man's sword was in the bell. He was shocked because he saw what actually happened. He said with a grin that he understood everything, because the young man had initially been rushing towards the bell. Aiden looked at the man with a satisfied grin as he heard the bell ringing. He said that now they must bring the high priest to him. To his regret, he collapsed to the ground at that very moment. The man looked at the young man with anger, as he knew that this time he had won. Some time later, Aiden was already on his feet, and it was all thanks to the treatment of the church. He was glad of such treatment, since his fatigue disappeared as if by magic. But at that very moment the demon lord yelled at him. Aiden was puzzled because he did not understand why he was yelling. The Lord was furious. He shouted that for the sake of healing the young man they simply fired into the stellar energy. While he was unconscious, the Lord experienced torture. Worse than death. Aiden with a grin told him that he got what he deserved, since into the forest in his body. A moment later he cast all his thoughts aside as the deputy high priest of the Holy Flame Church came into his room. Aiden looked closely at the man and introduced himself, seeing that the man looked kinder than he expected. At that moment, the demon lord asked the young man if he also knew the man. Aiden said that of course he did, since the man was the successor to the current high priest and the last of the worst high priests that had ever been in the church, since he had led it to destruction due to corruption. Aiden saw that the man was truly unique, as he had buried an entire religion in just a few days. He had always wondered what he looked like, as he had imagined him to be less strange. Aiden smiled and apologized for the intrusion. Hakal smilingly told the young man that he did not need to worry, as he had rung the bell and was now their guest. Hakal said with a smile that the priest wanted to see him. At the same moment, Bali said with a grin that he was very glad to see him again. Aiden was taken aback as he saw his opponent again. Hiding his emotions, he said that he was also glad to meet him again. Bali smiled and said that he was very sorry that he had destroyed the young man's shield. He told the young gentleman that he could take any shield he liked from their church. Aiden smiled and said that nothing terrible had happened because his shield was special, and it could restore itself. The man was taken aback as he noticed that it was a very interesting artifact. Aiden knew that his shield came from the spirit realm, so it could recover. He knew that his shield wouldn't break from one hit, but most likely this happened because it hadn't fully recovered from the previous battle. He knew that it would take him about 4 days to fully recover, and until then he had to be careful. At that very moment, Aiden said that since he had rung the bell, he would like to meet their high priest. He knew that he needed to talk to him in order to get his people back. Hakal smiled and said that according to their canon law, he had every right to meet with the high priest, but unfortunately, it would be problematic to do so now, and instead, the highest-ranking official in the church would meet with him on his behalf. Aiden was puzzled and wondered if he would not be able to meet the high priest. He was puzzled and wary, as he knew that they had originally closed the gates and were now ignoring the bell rule. Sometime later, they walked slowly down the corridor. Aiden was puzzled, as he thought he would be able to talk to the current high priest of the cartel. At that very moment, the demon lord asked the young man if he knew the high priest. Aiden sighed, for he knew that he owed him a great deal when his life was at stake in the past, but he knew that he could never understand him. Then the high priest asked the young man with a smile why they should demand anything for saving another life, since they were helping those who needed the holy fire. They slowly approached the main room, but the young man was arguing with the demon lord. At that very moment the man turned around and, looking at the young man, said that they had come to the highest-ranking person in their church. Aiden was a little puzzled. He didn't know who would appear before him. He was interested to see the trusted high priest, but at the same time higher than his deputy. He understood that whoever he was, he had to get his people back no matter the cost. At that very moment the man bowed and said with a smile that they had brought the one who rang the paying bell. In turn, Aiden froze in shock when he saw such a picture. Joseph was shocked. He looked at the gentleman with bewilderment and asked what he was doing in such a place. Alice happily shouted and greeted the young gentleman. At that very moment they bowed and greeted the holiness, namely the Virgin of the Holy Fire, the Messenger of God, Saint Alice. Aiden was shocked and could not believe that the young lady was a holy virgin. Some time later, Aiden and Joseph were sitting in a separate room. Aiden looked at Joseph with bewilderment and anger and told him not to explain what was going on. The man was taken aback and said that he would, of course, tell everyone everything, but first he wanted to introduce himself again. At that moment, Joseph smiled and said that he was a former member of the Seven-Star Brotherhood, serving the Master of the Holy Fire. Joseph was taken aback, as he had not expected anything like this at all. He knew that the Brotherhood was a unique union that only the 7 best archipelagos of the Church of the Holy Fire could join. The Church of the Holy Fire, the monopoly of alchemy throughout the continent, those who were good enough to be members of the Brotherhood were second in power only to the high priest and his deputy. Aiden looked at the man in surprise and asked how, with such a rank, he and his daughter ended up in such a slum. Joseph sighed heavily, as he did not know where to start. He reported that every 40 years, a saint or saintess was born in their church and elevated to the rank of high priest, and that they performed their duty throughout their entire life. After their expiration, the status of a saint is returned and immediately transferred to the newborn candidate for sainthood who received the brand. However, 10 years ago, the candidates began to be killed one after another, and they killed everyone from adults to 1-year-old babies. Joseph sighed heavily and said that his daughter was also a branded candidate, and as a parent, he could not watch his daughter die. He sighed heavily and said that for this reason they had fled so far that even the church could not find them. Joseph sighed heavily and told the young gentleman that he had recently been to church, and something as terrible as the murder of candidates had happened. Aiden was taken aback, and looking at the man in surprise, asked what such a terrible thing was being discussed. He knew that in his past life, nothing like this had happened in the Church of the Holy Fire. He did not know what could have happened in the church. A few days ago, the priests came to the Duke's mansion, but the knight said that no one was allowed to touch the Duke's guests without his permission. The priest looked at the knight with fury. He did not understand how he dared to interfere with the work of the inquisitors of the Church of the Holy Fire. They stood outside the door for a while, arguing, as each wanted to emerge victorious from this situation. But at that very moment Joseph came out to them, and they turned all their attention to him. Joseph looked closely at the knight and asked if they could speak to the priest. He knew he couldn't cause trouble for the young master. Joseph looked at the priest with surprise and confusion and asked how he knew where he was now. He looked at the priest with anger and asked if he had known earlier where he was and why he hadn't come earlier. The man sighed heavily and said that after his escape, he thought that he was dead, or he realized that he was mistaken, because for a long time the new owner of the brand did not appear. Sandstone said that he learned of their location thanks to the destruction of the Cerberus Guild, which is why he came all this way to take him and his daughter to the church. Joseph was puzzled, as he did not understand the purpose of such a violent method. He said that there might still be people at the church gates who were targeting the branded ones, and he could not allow his daughter to remain in such a dangerous place. The man shouted that they simply had no other choice, and he simply had to return them to the church at any cost, because there was a good reason for it. In turn, Aden shouted in surprise and asked if the high priest had really lost consciousness due to illness. Joseph sighed heavily and said that it was true, and it seemed that even the church's sacred rites and the best research techniques were unable to cure him. Due to the deterioration of the church's reputation and the illness of the high priest, a cloud of crisis had arisen over them all. This situation was capable of extinguishing the flame of the holy fire and destroying the history of their religion, which is why, in a few days, they will make his daughter a saint with the help of the awakening ceremony, after which they intend to heal the first priest with the help of her amazing powers. Joseph apologized to the young master, as he was sorry for causing him so much trouble and for not explaining anything. Joseph looked closely at the young master and wondered if he was angry. Aden was furious. He didn't understand what was going on at all. He knew that the old man should still be running around and healing everyone. He knew that the high priest should have gotten sick only in a few years. He didn't understand why everything happened earlier. Aden was furious and wondered if everything was happening this way because he had changed the future. Sometime later, he followed the priest slowly. He knew that now that he had permission from Joseph, he would remain in the church. He knew he needed to quickly find out at what point the future began to change. At the same time, the demon lord was shouting and asking the young man if he really wanted to leave him in such a hell. Aden knew there had to be a reason why the past had changed. He wanted to quickly get it all sorted out and leave. At that very moment, the man looked closely at the young man and showed him the room where the high priest lived. He also said that, as he had mentioned earlier, the visiting time was limited. Entering the room, the young man was taken aback as he smelled a foul odor. He looked into the distance and saw the high priest in his bed. He walked closer to the man and noticed that he looked absolutely terrible. Aden knew that in his past life the old man died before he could repay him, so he was going to repay the man in this life. But a moment later, he was taken aback as he noticed something strange. Looking closer, he saw that the high priest was wrapped in ominous energy. This energy turned out to be very familiar to him. At that very moment, the demon lord asked the young man if he hadn't seen enough of this in his past life. Aden was puzzled, as he didn't understand what he was talking about. The demon lord told the young man that this is exactly what a curse looks like. Aden was taken aback, as he did not expect to hear such a thing. The demon lord said with a fierce grin that normally people were not able to see them, but thanks to him, he could see something like this. The Lord said that this curse was created cleverly and carefully, and the exquisite curse accumulated over a long period of time, causing the destruction of the body from within. Aden was burning with anger and fury as he realized that the high priest had become the target of the dark magician who was hiding inside the church. But now he realized that in his past life he also did not die because of illness. He was furious. Because he wanted to know how to remove this curse, the Lord said that the curse had already practically merged with his body, to such an extent that it was almost impossible for even the caster to remove it. The Lord said that if there is a way to achieve the top, it is a dark magician who knows the structure of the curse, or a huge amount of holy energy poured in at once. Aden realized that the young lady was a threat to the one who cast the curse. He understood that even if the old man was healed, the efforts of the man who cursed him would go down the drain. He knew that someone was targeting the young lady, so he knew he needed to quickly discuss everything with Joseph, as the girl's security needed to be strengthened. But at that very moment he was taken aback and turned around as he heard some noise. He was filled with anger and fury because he realized that the young lady was in danger. He quickly rushed to the exit, wondering in his haste whether the man had already begun to act. A moment later, he saw a crowd of people. Aiden rushed into the crowd wanting to know if his girl was okay. He looked around as he realized that it did not at all look like someone had broken in or attempted to kill him. At that very moment, he saw Joseph, who was next to his daughter. Aiden immediately asked the priest what had happened. She was taken aback and said that she had done nothing of the sort. She said she blew out the candles to replace them, and then the girl started screaming. Aiden looked closely at the young lady, for he knew that in his house she always slept with the light on. But he understood that most likely she had not yet recovered from the long time she had been kept in an underground prison. Aiden approached his new acquaintance and asked him to take everyone out. Joseph was taken aback, but agreed. The young lady, in turn, burst into tears, as she was very scared. She mentally called for someone to help, because she didn't want to die. At that very moment, Aiden looked at the girl with a gentle smile and said that no one would harm her now. She was taken aback when she heard his voice. He immediately extended his hand to her and said that no one would dare touch his people, not even the ruler himself, so she did not need to worry. Alice looked at the young gentleman with tears in her eyes. But at that very moment, she rushed towards him and hugged him tightly. Aiden was a little puzzled, as he did not expect such a thing. After some time, the young lady calmed down and came to her senses. Aiden looked closely at the girl and asked with a smile if she was feeling better. She sighed heavily and said that she was feeling better. He looked at her closely and asked if she really wanted to say something. Alice sighed heavily and asked if she was really fit to be a saint. Alice sighed heavily and said that all the saints she had seen in fairy tales were strong, brave, and beautiful. She didn't know how such a coward I was, how she could be a saint. Alice said that she was not beautiful or special at all, although she just wanted to go back to her master's house and play there. At that very moment, to her sorrow, she received a slap on the forehead from the young gentleman, and at the same time she screamed. At that very moment, she looked at the young gentleman with tears in her eyes. Aiden looked at her closely and said that she was thinking too much about it, because she did not see the whole picture, but only small grains, and she did not know anything about how to be a saint. Alice looked at him in bewilderment and asked if he knew what it was like to be a saint. He smiled and said that of course he knew everything. He said with a smile that in the past he and the saint had been, but at that very moment he froze without finishing his sentence. He remembered how the saint asked for forgiveness. At that moment, Alice looked at the young gentleman and asked if they were a couple. Aiden looked at the young lady with a smile and said that a saint should not be kind or brave. He looked at her intently and with a gentle smile said that after all, they were all people, and if she wanted to be angry, she should be angry. If she wanted to cry, she could cry. He looked at her with a smile and said that whenever she wanted to return, she could always return home. At that moment, the young lady looked tenderly at the young gentleman, as she was glad to hear about the house. After a long conversation with the young lady, he finally left her room. Aiden was puzzled. He understood that this was all very troublesome, and this conversation had exhausted him more than the training. The demon lord said that he was just listening, but it seemed to him as if you were pouring a holy potion into him. At that very moment, Joseph saw the young man and asked if everything was okay with his daughter. Aiden sighed heavily and said that she was okay, and he also asked the man to sit with her for a while. Joseph smiled and thanked the young master and said that he would go immediately to his daughter. At that moment, Aiden looked at the man with bewilderment and asked why he was in such a place. Hakal said with a smile that he heard that a small problem had arisen, but now he saw that the young master had dealt with it well. He was glad that he had saved the saint here, because she was the future of their religion. Aiden smiled and said he just did what he had to. But at the moment of their handshake, the demon lord was taken aback. Aiden was taken aback, as the demon lord, for reasons unknown to him, suddenly called him by his old name. At that very moment, the demon lord told the young man that the man was a dark magician. Aiden looked at the man with cold fury as he saw his gaze. Some time later, in the dungeon of the Church of the Holy Fire, in the hideout of dark magicians, a man raged with rage and anger. Hakal was burning with anger and fury as the young master had thwarted his plan. He was very golden, as he knew that he should have killed the branded fugitives as soon as he learned of them. At that very moment, the priest asked the deputy high priest to calm down, but he was furious and did not know how to calm down after everything that had happened. He was burning with anger and shouted that the church would be his no matter what it cost him. He knew that the church would not go to anyone else. At that very moment, he turned around and, looking at the priest, asked when they would arrive. The priest sighed heavily and said that they would be there soon. Hakal said with a grin that there was no point in fussing over her saint, because if she was killed, everything would be over. He knew that in a few days, during the awakening ceremony, she would be killed by her followers. At that very moment, he burst into wild laughter and shouted that then he would become omnipotent over the entire Church of the Holy Fire. At the same time, the young man was closely watching the priests. He, of course, assumed that dark magicians were hiding somewhere in the church, but he did not expect that it would be the deputy high priest, and moreover, not just one. The demon lord said with a grin that he had said before that such a thing would not escape his eyes, because he could sense the ominous mana even when they shook hands, and besides, he was very strong. Aiden was sure that the church was full of dark magicians besides men, but he knew that something was wrong with this situation. He still didn't understand why Hakal had suddenly decided to worsen the high priest's condition faster than in his previous life. He wondered if he had any impact on the church other than saving Alice. That same evening, outside the Church of the Holy Fire on the outskirts of the city, there was complete silence, and only a man, under the cover of night, made his way through the dark streets. At that very moment he saw the man and told him to follow him, for he intended to take him to the church. He looked at the young man with fury and said that they were on the verge of something great, and they had screwed up, because they couldn't even get their own house in order. The young man was taken aback and shouted that they had to speed up because of him. At the same time, Aiden was watching the men closely, as he realized who had caused them to speed up and change their plans. But at that same moment, he realized that he had already heard a familiar voice somewhere. The young man shouted that they should not argue, since they had common goals, because if the deputy became the high priest, then his head would also benefit. But to his regret, at that very moment he received a rebuff. The man looked at the young man with anger and asked who he was threatening. He was burning with anger and shouted that for such words he would tear out his tongue. At that very moment he threw the young man away, and he fell to the ground with a crash. The man looked at the young man with anger and told him to watch his words next time, otherwise the punishment would be severe. Aiden looked into the distance as he wanted to see the man's face. But at that very moment, he was taken aback and froze in shock, as he saw the Crimson Knight Beniger in front of him. Kaima. The ruler asked the young man if he was also some celebrity from a past life. Aiden, burning with anger and fury, said that he was very familiar to him. Because the young man was Silbeta's faithful dog, Aiden was very angry because he now understood everything. In his past life, Silbet said that dark magicians had filled the entire world, so he intended to devote himself entirely to their extermination, for the currents were the charter of their great duchy. Aiden was very angry, for he realized that chivalry had been rotten from the very beginning, and that today many vile faces had taken off their masks of pretense. The ruler was puzzled and did not understand why they were helping the man become the high priest. Aiden assumed that the young man wanted to gain an advantage in the struggle for the inheritance. After all, becoming the head of a powerful family required not only fighting skills, but also the support of influential people. The young man's original plan was to gain power after his brother was seriously injured in an attack on the palace, but everything changed when he saved the young man. And Den was furious, because he now understood how rotten his comrade from the past life was. He understood that the young man was a traitor. At that very moment, Aiden was taken aback as he felt someone's presence. He turned around and froze for a moment as he realized who was approaching him. Beniger Heim looked at the young man with a fierce grin, as he sensed the presence of the sneaky rat. Without wasting a minute, he rushed towards the young man, as he wanted to deal with the spy as quickly as possible. Aiden, in turn, was not going to give up so easily. He easily used all his strength and dodged the blow. Aiden looked closely at the young man, as he saw the same aggressive fighting style. He was curious whether the young man had noticed him from the very beginning or only at the end of the conversation. At that very moment, the young man rushed towards him and shouted that if he made such noise in the middle of the night, they would be exposed and he would not be able to do anything. Benegaraheim looked at the young man with fury and told him to shut his mouth since he had not felt the tale from the very beginning. He shouted that since he could not help, he should not interfere in such a thing. The young man was taken aback and froze in place from shock, but at the same time he was overcome with anger. Benegaraheim looked after the young man with fury. He knew that if it weren't for his master's order, he would have killed him long ago. Benegaraheim looked at Aden with cold fury and said that since he managed to dodge his blow, it meant he was strong. He did not understand what the young man was doing in such a place. Aden looked at his opponent with fury and asked why he suddenly had to answer the question posed. Benegaraheim looked at the young man with a grin and said that he was very funny. Aden understood that it would be difficult for him to deal with the enemy now, and therefore he needed to run away immediately. He turned around and saw his opponent rushing after him. A moment later, Aden was taken aback as he saw his opponent in front of him, who was looking at him with a fierce grin. Benegaraheim looked at his opponent intently and said that those who give everything away at once are completely boring. He said that he was interested in how long it would take to break him. Without wasting a minute, he rushed into battle, delivering blow after blow, but his opponent easily blocked all attacks. Benegaraheim, in turn, was delighted by this. He gave in to his emotions and laughed wildly. Aden looked at the young man intently, for he saw that of all the people he had met, he was the most insane. Aden understood that it was very bad, because he was at least at the level of the aura of the Supreme Sword, and Eicht's shield had not yet been fully restored, and he could not use it. Aden understood that he always had a way out, and his opponent had already noticed this. Aden looked at the young man intently, and at the same time with a fierce grin he called him by name. Benegaraheim froze for a moment in surprise. Benegaraheim was puzzled and surprised. He did not understand where the young man came from, what his name was. He understood that it was simply impossible. At that very moment he burst out laughing and said that he understood everything, and he should have guessed it when he saw this technique. Benegaraheim looked at his opponent with fury and said that he was a strange bug from the Daira faction. Aden was glad that the young man had fallen into his net, but at the same time, he mentally asked the young master for forgiveness. At the same moment, he asked his opponent if he and his master really thought that they could get away with involving dark magicians in their affairs. Benegaraheim, in turn, had no intention of listening to the young man. He immediately drew his sword and struck, but Aden managed to dodge the blow. Aden looked closely at the young man, as he could see that he had become even more angry when he learned that he was one of Dyer's henchmen. Aden looked closely at the young man, as he assumed that he had problems due to his difficult character. He knew that the more excited a person became, the less rational his decisions became. Benegaraheim, with a fierce smile, shouted at his opponent that he must understand that he would never be able to cope with him. But at that very moment he froze in place in surprise. The young man was puzzled. He saw blood on his face and was taken aback, because he did not understand what had happened. But a moment later he came to his senses, because unexpectedly for him he was attacked. Benegaraheim was stunned, because he realized that he was losing his balance. He did not understand what his opponent did to him. Aden, in turn, looked at the young man with a fierce grin, since he had not noticed what was happening for too long, because he had used his personal resonance skill. With each clash of swords, a wave of mana was created that destroyed the enemy's internal flow of mana. The wave was so weak and imperceptible that at first it seemed like just an illusion and nothing more. But due to the cumulative effect, she turned into a potent poison. He understood that if an ordinary knight had put his boots in front of him, he would have fallen long ago, but he saw that the young man was still standing on his feet. Benegeraheim looked at his enemy with fury and asked, "Did you really think that you could defeat him with your dirty tricks?" Aiden looked casually at the young man and said that he did not want to attack. He told his opponent that he could attack himself if that was what he wanted. Benegeraheim shouted angrily at his enemy. Aiden looked at the young man with a grin and asked him to shut his mouth, because at night dogs should be silent. At the same time, he called out the name of his master. The young man became angry after such words, since he did not understand how he dared to call out the name of his master with his dirty mouth. Benegeraheim, with rage that he would kill the young man. At that very moment he rushed at him, putting all his strength into the blade. Aiden said mockingly that he was very scared after what he saw, and it seemed like he had no choice. At that very moment the young gentleman started to send his opponent away. Benegeraheim managed to block what was flying straight at his head, but he was furious because his enemy had used a dirty trick. But a moment later this little bottle shattered, and all that was left before the young man was a mere speck of smoke. Benegeraheim was furious and shouted at the young man to calm down and fight him. But at that very moment he was taken aback and looked around, as the answer was silence. The young man was furious because he realized that his ravine had simply run away. He shouted and swore obscenely at the young man after him. At the same time, Aiden ran further away from his opponent. The Overlord was a little puzzled. He did not understand why the young man did not finish off his enemy, but simply ran away. Aiden said that with his current level, without a shield, he would not be able to cope with the young man. He knew the best solution was to run away, but he was also happy and wanted to thank the young lady for making him the smoke grenade. But at the same time, the young man knew that he could not allow the dark magician to leave. For this reason, he rushed to search for the magician. He looked at the young man with fury, as he knew that he and his group were always causing trouble. The next morning, silence reigned in the dungeon of the Church of the Holy Fire. But after some time, the man could not stand it any longer and shouted angrily. He did not understand what was going on at all. He did not know why the messenger had not returned yet. He knew that he was supposed to bring a night with the owl. Hakal wondered with rage whether he had betrayed him or whether someone had attacked him. He knew that he had to interfere with the ceremony of awakening the saint. At that moment he was taken aback and looked into the distance with a grin, because he knew that he still had the perfect trump card. On the day of the saint's awakening ceremony, near the entrance to the altar of the Church of the Holy Fire, Joseph hugged his daughter tightly, as he was very worried about her. He shouted with tears in his eyes that his daughter was becoming a saint today, and this simply could not be. Alice sighed heavily and asked her father to let her go, as he was embarrassing her. At that moment, Aiden looked at the young lady with a smile and asked if she remembered what he had told her earlier. She smiled and said that she remembered everything. Alice, with a joyful smile, shouted that she would take full responsibility for all the troubles she had to endure by the will of God. Joseph looked at the young gentleman with bewilderment and asked what he had taught his daughter. Aiden was taken aback and said that one must live without concessions and losses, but they should not dwell on these words and should already move forward. At that very moment, the priest looked at everyone present with a smile and told the saint that she could go inside. Joseph reached for his daughter, but was held back, as she had to go alone. Joseph, bursting into tears and shouting to his daughter that she must return alive and well, Aiden sighed heavily, as his comrade spoke such words as if he thought that he would never see her again. Hakal looked closely at the young gentleman and asked with a smile if he could spare him a few minutes. Aiden followed the priest, but a moment later, in bewilderment, he asked him what had happened that was so important that he had to leave. The man smiled and said that nothing of the sort had happened. He simply wanted to give a small gift as a token of his gratitude. Hakal smiled and presented a beautiful high-grade pill, saying with a grin that it was an extremely rare and valuable item that was very difficult to produce. He told the young master that if he handed him this pill formally, everyone in the church would go crazy, so he decided to secretly hand it over personally. Aiden, with a joyful smile, asked the man if he was sure he could accept such an expensive gift. The man, with a smile, said that it was indeed so, because thanks to him the church could continue to exist. At that very moment, Aiden looked at the beautiful pill with a smile. A moment later he swallowed the pill, and in that very moment he changed. Hakal looked at the young man with a fierce grin, as he was glad that he had bought into his friend's scheme. He knew that one pill contained the curse of submission and brainwashing, and even a sword master would have to obey. Hakal looked at the young master with a fierce grin and said that he would now give him an order. Hakal looked closely at the young man and said that someone had to come out the back door and kill the child who was currently undergoing the Holy Awakening ceremony. At the same time, the young lady walked slowly along the spacious corridor, and she saw a beautiful, bright light. Alice was enchanted by the light that enveloped her. A moment later she came to the altar. She learned that she had to pass through the flames to see God. In this they all said that the flames were not hot at all, but she was afraid. At that very moment, memories of the young master surfaced in her head. These memories gave her hope. She knew that the young master was right, and she should not be afraid. She rushed to the altar because she knew that it was time to pay the bills. At the same time, the young man stared at the young lady with a predatory gaze. At that moment, Joseph and all the other priests were eagerly awaiting the result. Hakal was very pleased with himself, because he knew that the intruder had recklessly invaded the church and killed his own. He knew that this was a wonderful story for posterity. Hakal was glad that everything was going according to his plan, as he knew that he would soon become a high priest. But at that very moment everyone was taken aback and turned around as they heard a noise. Bali looked closely at everyone present and shouted for everyone to remain in their seats. Hakal rushed toward the knights, as the sky was not small. Why were the illuminated knights in such a place at such a late hour, in battle dress? Hakal rushed to the priest and asked if he didn't know that the awakening ceremony was currently taking place. He didn't understand how they all dared to appear in armor. Bali looked closely at the man and said that he knew, but he came because it was important business. At that very moment, he shouted that among those present, there was a heretic who was in conspiracy with darkness. Therefore, he was an inquisitor and had come for initiation, despite the consequences. Hakal froze in shock on the spot. He didn't understand how they found out about him. At that very moment, everyone present began to whisper. Hakal was incredulous at giving up so easily. He shouted angrily and asked the man how he dared to claim that one of them could turn to the darkness. At that very moment, the high priest said that it was he who had called the priest. Hakal was taken aback and froze in shock. He couldn't believe his eyes. At that very moment, everyone present cried out in surprise, as they believed that the high priest himself was standing before them. They were all in shock, since the high priest himself had previously been very ill. Hakal was shocked. He did not understand how the high priest managed to get rid of the curse that he had been working on for years. He wondered if anyone, that is, had as much holy energy as the saint. At that very moment, the high priest looked intently at his deputy and said that the end had come for him. The man, in turn, froze with rage and anger, since everything did not go according to his plan. Everyone present looked at the deputy high priest in surprise. They simply could not believe that he was involved in something like this. Hakal, in turn, was not going to give up. He shouted that the high priest must not have fully recovered yet. He shouted that it seemed his mentor had forgotten how he had looked after him for a long time. Hakal's voice shouted that there had been some misunderstanding, because the real dark magician was Aiden, and he had heard how the young man was plotting to kill the saint. Hakal shouted that they all needed to stop the young man immediately. At that very moment, the man turned around because he saw that the young man had come out of the hall where the ceremony was taking place, and he immediately shouted and asked what he had done with the saint. Aiden smiled and said that the saint was now undergoing her rite of awakening. The man was taken aback and wondered if the young man had been able to lift the curse. He did not understand when he had been able to do something like that. The night before the battle with the Crimson Knight, the young man was deep in thought. He looked closely at the owl, and with a heavy sigh said that he knew that Nisita was watching him. He said that she could talk. At that very moment, the owl flew closer to him, and Nikita asked what his plan was. He sighed heavily and said that he thought she knew about it herself, but Chaos was trying to cause trouble. He smiled and said that this was their common enemy, but he would deal with them, and she should do him a small favor. He looked at her with a fierce grin and asked for permission, and also said that she should lend it to him. She looked at him in bewilderment and asked why he suddenly needed an artifact to remove the curse. Niseta asked if he was really going to fight the house. Aiden smiled and said that it was not so. He needed him to help the high priest. His whole body was paralyzed, although his consciousness was not yet affected, and now he understood whose side the deputy high priest was on. Adenaz said that if the high priest woke up, he would easily deal with all the black magicians. At that moment she thought about it and said that his words sounded reasonable, but a moment later she suggested something else to him. Nisita looked at the young man intently and informed him that she was giving him an anti-allergy ring that she had created herself, and if he gave it to the high priest, the curse would be lifted. But at that very moment, she said that he should be careful, since, apparently, Chaos had already brainwashed most of the church, and perhaps they would try to do the same to him. At that very moment, the young man said with a satisfied smile that she need not worry about that. He smiled and said that he already had one curse hanging over him, and others would do nothing to him. Aiden looked at the man with a satisfied grin and said that he seemed to be in deep trouble. The man looked at the young man with anger, as he did not expect anything like this. At that very moment, everyone started to turn to their father, as they simply could not believe that the deputy was really a dark magician. The high priest looked hard at his deputy and said that he must surrender. Hakal shouted with rage and gathered strength from the high priest, asking if he knew what it was like when the church did not choose him. He lived his whole life in the hope of becoming a saint, but it was all in vain. The high priest sighed heavily and asked the man to calm down, but he lost his temper and shouted that they would all soon turn into dead men, and then they would bow before him and become his followers. Bali immediately shouted to the high priest and asked for permission to act, because it was necessary to deal with the traitor right now. Hakal screamed with rage that they would not be able to stop him. At the same moment he called his dark blood comrades, as he wanted them to help him. A moment later, everyone saw who the traitor really was. The priest shouted to his comrades not to panic, as they always had the holy fire with them. But after a moment, their ardor died down and they turned to the dark side with the help of black magic. They immediately submitted to the will of the deputy high priest, and at that very moment, they attacked their brothers. Bali looked at everyone present with anger, as he saw that they were all heretics. He wanted to deal with them immediately as quickly as possible. But at that very moment, the high priest shouted and stopped the man. Bali looked at the high priest in surprise, as he did not understand what was wrong. The high priest looked at his deputy with anger, as he did not expect him to fall so low. Hakal looked at his mentor with a fierce grin and shouted that he was extremely smart, because he just wanted to see how they all killed each other. He said that he had placed a curse of submission on each of them. The high priest looked at the man with fury. Hakal, with a satisfied grin, shouted that now they had no choice. He shouted that they had to surrender. At that very moment, Aiden looked closely at everyone present and counted the numbers. Hakal looked at the young man in bewilderment. Aiden, in turn, was not going to give up and immediately dealt with the heretics with ease. He turned around and with a satisfied grin said that he had dealt with several, and there were fewer of them. Hakal was burning with anger and fury. He did not understand how he managed to do something like that. He shouted that he would kill them all if he did anything. Aiden, with a satisfied grin, shouted that he didn't care about them, and he could kill them all. Hakal shouted with rage that he would do just that, and everyone would die. Aiden said with a grin that it was not his problem, and he could do whatever he wanted, since he was not even a member of the church. Aiden looked at the Chaos members with a satisfied smirk and said that he just wanted to beat them up. At that moment, the man was taken aback. He did not understand how the young man knew about chaos. He wondered if the young master had known from the very beginning and had come to the church for him. At that very moment, the man angrily shouted to all his subordinates to go after the young man and kill him. The demon lord asked the young man in bewilderment if he was seriously planning to kill everyone. He sighed heavily and said that, of course, he would not do anything like that. He knew that individually chaos was weak. They were only capable of maintaining the curse of submission, and therefore, by reducing their numbers, he would also destroy the curse. At that very moment, he rushed to the side towards his opponents. He threw small bombs at his opponents with a satisfied grin, and a moment later, he saw how the bombs went off. The man looked at the young man with anger, as he did not understand what he was trying to do. He did not calm down and shouted at his subordinates to kill him immediately. Hakal was taken aback, as he did not understand what was happening at all. He was shocked because he felt how the number of dark magicians was decreasing. He was furious because he had worked for many years for this moment, but now everything was not going according to his plans. He knew that now he had no choice. At the same time, the priest ran in a hurry and prayed for help. But Aiden wasn't going to let anyone go so easily. He easily dealt with all the black magicians. He looked into the distance with a grin, because he knew that no matter how they hid in the smoke of dark Mayot, they would be carried away a kilometer away. At that very moment, he counted how many opponents he had left. But after a moment, he began to look around in bewilderment, because he did not understand what was going wrong, because the number of his opponents was decreasing. He wondered if one of his supporters had been drinking and had joined the battle. At that very moment, the demon lord informed the young man that they had not disappeared at all. He was puzzled and did not understand what was being discussed, but the master said that all the dark mana was simply gathering in one place. At that very moment, the priest shouted to his deputy and asked him for mercy. But it was all in vain, because he had no intention of giving up. Hakal, in turn, wanted to take revenge on them all for such injustice, so he immediately offered the black magicians half of his life, and he also appealed to the barons of the underworld. Aiden froze in shock as he realized the man was doing something very terrible and irreparable. At that very moment, the priests were taken aback and stood frozen in shock, as they had never seen anything like it before. The high priest trembled with fear and wondered if the end had already come for them. Everyone was shocked as they saw the approach of dark magic and something never seen before. At that very moment, the other priests woke up from their trance as the curse had lifted. At that very moment, Bali shouted to his comrades to get ready, as the real battle was still ahead. He froze in shock, as he had never experienced or seen anything like this before. Everyone was shocked by what was happening, as at that very moment, a loud explosion thundered. The explosion was very powerful and thus threw back all the priests. The man froze in shock. He didn't understand what was happening at all, since everyone was thrown back by the blast wave and they were standing on their feet. He looked at the young master in surprise, since he managed to protect them. Aiden immediately asked the priest to make sure that the high priest would be in a safe place. He asked him to take the high priest as far away as possible. A moment later, he saw a ghostly silhouette in the smoke. The terrible beast was enjoying the fresh air, as it had been a long time since he had been in the human world. Aiden looked at the beast with fury, as he knew that it would bring a lot of trouble. At that very moment, the demon lord, looking at the beast, said that he did not expect to see him at all. The beast looked with rage at everyone present and asked who had summoned him. Hakal looked at Talos with a fierce grin and shouted that he was his master and that it was he who gave his life to summon him. Hakal, in turn, was very pleased that he had managed to summon the powerful beast. He immediately shouted for him to listen to his order. But a moment later he himself crashed. Talos, in turn, easily dealt with the summoning, because he knew that the soul being summoned would be incredibly tasty. Aiden looked at the monster with fury, since in his past life he led the world to destruction, and judging by his intelligence, he was a high-ranking beast. Aiden understood that it would be difficult for a worthy swordmaster to fight like this. He understood that before he would have finished him off with one blow, but now that was not the case. At that very moment, He looked at everyone present with bewilderment, because he did not understand why they were just lying on the ground. He was puzzled and did not understand what was going on at all. At that very moment, the demon lord said that this was a special technique of the beast, the fog of dreams, and any living creature that breathed in the fog would fall into its own nightmare, and the person would gradually lose vitality. The ruler told the young man that this would not happen to him, since he was next to him. At that very moment, Aiden asked the ruler if he knew who was in front of him. The Overlord said that Talos was very cunning and crafty, and he even tried to deceive him in the past. The Lord said with a satisfied grin that he had eventually repaired his soul and made him his slave. Aiden was surprised that he had tried to deceive the Lord himself. At that very moment, the young man was taken aback, as the monster was right in front of him and with a fierce grin was telling the young man that he was very strange. Aiden was in shock. He did not notice his enemy and was now trapped. Talos looked at the young man with a fierce grin and said that the fog seemed to be of no concern to him, so he was very interested in what his soul tasted like. Aiden looked at the beast intently. Even standing in front of it was scary for him. The demon lord told the young man not to be so afraid, since the beast had not reached its final form. Talos looked at the young man with a fierce grin and said that he would be the first. But Aiden only looked at him mockingly and called him by his name. The beast was furious that some insignificant person knew his true name. Aiden said mockingly that even on the surface many know his name, and he is just a cur. After all, the ruler dragged him along with him. Talos was filled with rage and malice after hearing such words. He did not understand how a lowly man could speak such words to the highest-ranking Talos. At that very moment he rushed towards the young man as he wanted to deal him a crushing blow, but Aiden easily jumped back and hung above the monster. Talos screamed with rage that he had slept on and would not let him feel all the pain of a torn soul that he had once felt himself. Aiden was taken aback as he did not understand what he was talking about. At that very moment he asked the ruler if he had hidden something from him. The Overlord was taken aback and said that he had not tried to hide it at all. Hesitating, he said that he had used Mephisto to experiment on souls. He wanted to know if the beast could retain its essence even after its soul had been severed multiple times. Aiden was taken aback as he forgot for a few seconds who he was dealing with. He shouted that the ruler was just crazy. Aiden realized that there were too many people nearby and they needed to be taken somewhere immediately. Talos looked at the young man with anger and asked where he was going. He went straight to the young man as he wanted to deal with him quickly. A moment later, he unleashed all his fury and dealt a very powerful blow to his opponent. Aiden was shocked and wondered if it was only half of his power. He angrily asked the Overlord if he had done anything wrong. But a moment later he threw all his thoughts away as he was attacked again. Talos dealt a very strong blow to the young man, and Thoth flew into the wall with a crash. Aiden was puzzled because the blow was very strong. Talos looked at his opponent with mockery, since he saw that he was still alive. He said that, apparently, this was not an ordinary person in front of him. Aiden was furious because he knew that the tower's shield was still being restored, and he shouldn't count on it. He understood that he still had one way to defeat the enemy. He didn't like him at all, but he had no choice. Aiden knew that thanks to the high-grade pill, all of his abilities had increased by a level. He knew he had to thank him later. At that moment, the beast was taken aback as he saw a very evil aura. Aiden knew that the power of his sword's gluttony had grown, and now he could summon the absorbed souls as ghosts, and at that very moment he used the skill of subjugating spirits. Talos was taken aback when he saw this. He could not believe what he saw, as he knew that only dark magicians were capable of such things. At that very moment, the spirit of the troll appeared before him. Aiden immediately looked at his opponent with a fierce grin, because he knew that now everything would begin for real. Talos was furious, shouting at his enemy to send him to the very depths of hell. At the same time, the young lady looked around in bewilderment, as she did not understand where she had ended up. She was very surprised because she saw a wonderful, beautiful place in front of her. At that very moment, the Lord of Holy Fire came out to meet her. Looking at the girl, he said with a puzzled expression that he had not met a person for a long time, and he would like to quickly return to sleep so she should quickly take the holy power and leave. Alice looked at him in surprise and asked if he was a god. Lord was puzzled as she pointed her finger at him. Alice smiled and asked the Lord if he knew how much she had suffered because of him. She immediately said that she was demanding compensation with interest. The Lord looked at her with bewilderment, as he saw that she had no shortage of impudence, since she demanded payment from God. He did not understand what could have happened to her, and suggested that someone could have tarnished her. The Lord was bored anyway, so he wanted to have some fun. He smiled and said that he would repay her for this and her past life. Alice looked at him in bewilderment, as she did not understand what past life he was talking about. He looked at her closely and said that she was a child whose fate had been changed by the one who had lost his own, but he hoped that this time everything would be different. He smiled and said that he would look forward to it. At the same time, everyone heard the eerie roar of a ghostly troll. Talos, in turn, flew away from his enemy in a hurry. He looked at the ghostly troll with bewilderment as it glared at him. He was furious and infuriated by his opponent, and he also did not understand why he was using fire magic, although he knew that it was no match for his magic. But at that very moment he was taken aback as he felt a young man behind him. Aiden looked at his opponent with a fierce grin and said that he was constantly distracted by the simple high troll, but he still called him Experiment Number 1. Talos was furious, as he had completely forgotten about his main opponent. At that very moment he growled menacingly, as he had received a very strong blow. A moment later he fell to the ground with a crash. At the same time the young swordsman landed on the ground with ease. Aiden looked at his enemy with a fierce grin and asked if he really thought he could be ignored if he fought a higher troll. Talos looked at his enemy with fury. He did not understand how he dared to destroy his beautiful wing and arm. He screamed that he would never forgive him for this. Aiden looked at the enemy with a satisfied sneer and asked why he didn't ask the master for a pair of new wings and arms. He said that he could give him a pair of angel wings. At that very moment, Aiden said with a fierce grin that it didn't matter, because he would soon be crushed. Mocking him, he said that his end would soon come. Talos, burning with anger and fury, shouted that such a thing would not happen. At that very moment, the young swordsman saw a powerful explosion. Aiden looked at everything that had happened with a grin, but at the same time he asked the ruler for forgiveness, since he understood that he would have to find a new guinea pig. The Lord told the young man that he should worry about himself, as his rabbit was not so simple as to die easily. At that moment, the young man was taken aback, as he saw that his opponent was recovering. Aiden was shocked, because he knew that his opponent was high-ranking, but he did not understand how he managed to grow limbs so quickly. The Overlord said that unlike the others, the main reason he became a high-ranking person was because he was the most resilient. The ruler informed the young man that even fire had no effect on his opponent. Aiden was puzzled because he didn't understand what that frightened scene was about. The Lord of Puzzlement said that it was all because he somehow increased his resistance to fire, and at the same time he placed him in the hottest hellfire and kept him there for quite a long time. Aiden realized that now the monster was injured. But now he saw that his enemy, enveloped in fire, was recovering with the speed of lightning. Talos looked at his opponent with a fierce grin and said that his pathetic friend had failed, and now he should understand the difference between them. At that very moment, the ruler asked the young man if he had any other ideas. Aiden was puzzled, as he knew he could not betray the people. At that very moment, they both rushed towards each other, each intending to deliver his strongest blow. A moment later, a very strong explosion thundered. After this explosion, the young man was thrown to the ground, and unfortunately, he was not in the best shape. Talos approached his enemy and mockingly said that he was certainly stronger than ordinary people, but he still couldn't reach him. Aiden was puzzled because he knew that everything happened just like last time. He couldn't concentrate and he felt sleepy. Aiden wondered if this was how his life would end again. He really wanted to pay back his traitors in the same coin. He really wanted to thank those people who brought light into his life. He knew that he still had those people who were dear to him and whom he wanted to protect. Aiden knew that he was able to become stronger in this life than in the last. At that very moment, the monster looked at his opponent with a fierce grin and shouted that he could consider death at his hand an honor. Aiden sighed heavily as he realized that he was going to die again. A moment later, he closed his eyes as he knew that this was truly his end. He understood that the last thing he would see was the face of the Demon Lord. At that moment, the Demon Lord told the young man through gritted teeth that he was too arrogant and ignorant, but no matter what, he could use his power. A moment later, Talos froze in place and a terrible tremor ran through his entire body. At the same time, Aiden was awakening the powers of the Demon Lord. Talos was shocked and scared. He did not understand the ominous aura around his enemy. Aiden rose up and, without looking at his opponent, menacingly told him to immediately kneel. Gritting his teeth, his enemy obeyed him, and at that very moment, trembling with rage and malice, he knelt down. Talos was taken aback and froze for a moment, as a long-forgotten fear ran through his veins. At that moment, he said that he did not know who was in front of him. Bowing even lower, he said that it was a great honor for him to meet the ruler. The power of the ruler is a force that is so familiar and natural to the ruler. The one who was chosen to rule was granted absolute power. All the Talos that dwelled in the lower world favored its ruler, and it was by this power that he ruled. Now Aiden could see something similar. In turn, he looked at his enemy with a grin, because he saw that this force was much more powerful than he assumed. At that moment, the Demon Lord sheepishly told his comrade that he finally realized how insignificant he was, since the whole world admired him. But at that very moment, he sighed heavily, because despite everything, he was not at the same level now. Aiden knew that no one asked him to invade his, but now he wanted to be a little generous. So with a smile, he said to the master that he was simply amazing. The ruler shouted at the young man in confusion that he was speaking the truth, and that he should continue to speak like this. Watching everything that was happening, Talos called out to his master with bewilderment. Aiden looked at his new charge with a fierce grin, as he had completely forgotten about him. He said that he was very angry right now, so he needed to let off some steam. Talos was taken aback at that moment, as he realized that his end would soon come. At the same time, the young lady was slowly returning back to her. But a moment later, she heard a familiar voice and happily ran to the young master. But when she ran out into the street, she stopped. She looked around in bewilderment and asked the young gentleman what had happened. Aiden smiled and said that it seemed like the awakening ceremony had gone off with a bang. Aiden smiled and asked the young lady if she had taken a good look at her god. Alice smiled and said that she had taken a good look at him. But that strange uncle had given her nothing. He just glowed and then disappeared, and she returned with nothing. But after a moment she looked around in bewilderment and called the young master. She asked the young gentleman what the huge bat was behind him, as he seemed very ill. Aiden smiled and said with a puzzled expression that it was his friend's pet. He smiled and said that everything was exactly like that, and they had lost a little, and that was why he was tired and was resting. The Demon Lord asked the young man in confusion if he was seriously calling such attempts a game. Aiden smiled and said that it was better not to know the whole truth from the young lady. Alice looked closely at the poor mouse, as she realized that he had had a hard time. At that very moment she touched Talos and used her power. Talos was shocked, he screamed, because his whole body was burning. He begged for mercy and asked for forgiveness. Aiden froze in shock as he saw the holy power and realized that the young lady had truly awakened. At that very moment, the Demon Lord called out to the young man menacingly. He sighed heavily and said that he understood everything. Aiden approached the young lady and asked her to close her eyes for a few minutes. Aiden looked intently at Talos and said goodbye to him at that very moment. He commanded his sword to devour the beast, and it obediently obeyed. Talos was taken aback and froze in shock on the spot. He could not believe that even Beelzebub, the monarch of gluttony, was in this world. At that very moment, the young man, with the help of his faithful sword, swallowed up his opponent. He sighed heavily, as he realized that it was finally all over, but at the same time, he felt weak and unwell. A few days after all this happened, the Church of the Holy Fire began to intensively hunt for heretics, and as a result of a large-scale purge of the church, countless numbers of them were caught. The priest, who was sleeping under the influence of the fog, briefly explained to the dreams that Aiden helped the saint defeat the dark magician. Aiden paused for a moment and became lost in his thoughts, as this situation made him realize that he was still too weak. He knew that those who betrayed him even now would easily deal with the great Telosos, but he was not even close to ready for something like that. Aiden understood that he needed to become stronger and faster. At that very moment he turned around, because he heard the voice of the high priest, who, with a smile, asked the young man what he was thinking about. Aiden turned around and asked the man in bewilderment what had brought him there. He realized that thanks to Alice's power, the man had completely recovered. The high priest looked at the young man with a smile and said that he had exposed the heretics in the church and they were able to quickly carry out a purge. Adan smiled and said that he was glad that he could help. He said with a smile that he simply felt a good sense of the dark mana. At that moment, the high priest looked at the young man with a smile and said that he was late. With a speech of thanks, he bowed and said that on behalf of the entire church, he wanted to express his gratitude. The man sighed heavily and said that without the young man, he would not have survived, and the missing saint would never have been found, and the church would most likely have collapsed in the end. He looked closely at the young man and said with a smile that he was their savior. Aiden smiled and said that he was in debt to a man from the church, so they could assume that he was simply paying back his debt. The high priest asked in surprise who he was in debt to. Aiden looked at the man with a smile and said that he owed the stranger, and at the same time he was a very curious man who said that no reason was needed to help others. The high priest beamed with happiness and said with a smile that he was very glad that one of their members had such wonderful beliefs. Aiden looked at the man with a smile, as he had repaid him for the service he had rendered him in his past life, and now he could say that he had repaid him even with interest. Now they were even. At that moment, the high priest looked at the young man and said that he would like to discuss something. He sighed heavily and told the young man that he had been told why he had come. He said that the saint was the future of their church, so she should be in this church and receive the education she had been deprived of all this time. But given the riot that had happened many years ago and the recent incident, their church had failed to fulfill its duty, and he was convinced that it was pointless to focus on one future for the church and keep the saint. Aiden froze for a moment, waiting for the high priest to speak further. Eventually, the high priest suggested opening a church in the territory of Remes, so that her young lady could train while still being under the care of his family. Moreover, such a department would be a great advantage for his family, as they were usually built in powerful and influential cities, so such a building would symbolize the strength of his family, and all attempts to save his people would lead to a wonderful coincidence. At the same time, the terrible men were talking to each other, standing in the deep forest. The man sighed heavily and said that he guessed that the Crimson Knight would fail because he was too emotional and clumsy. But he argued that they couldn't afford to fail. He knew they had to be on their guard and make sure Lord Silbetta became the next Archduke. At the same time, young people were slowly moving towards their true goal. Aiden looked at his faithful knight in bewilderment and asked why he felt like he was having it harder. The young man was taken aback and said that this was not true and that it was not difficult for him at all. Aiden was furious because he told his comrade to lie low and catch all the Chaos members. As a result, he received the curse of aging. As a result, they caught everyone, but they had to ask Alice for help. Aiden immediately said that as soon as they returned, he would be assigned to intense training. Lo was shocked by this statement. Then he asked his master where he had put all the treasures that the church had given him before leaving, because there were many of them. Aiden smiled and showed an inconspicuous bag, saying that everything was there. Lo was taken aback and asked if he really saw a spatial pocket in front of him. He told his master that it was a very rare artifact that could prevent the damage of any item that was placed there. He was shocked that his master was given something so valuable. Aiden smiled and said that besides this, he had been given many other good things. At that very moment, he pulled out a small egg and asked his knight what it was. Lo thought for a moment and said that it looked like an ostrich, although considering how much mana was in it, the ostrich had nothing to do with it. Aiden said that it was in some strange room, along with a strange book, so he took it. Lo immediately said that most likely there was at least some kind of clue in the book. Aiden also thought so, but the book was written in a language unknown to him. At that very moment, the knight looked intently at the master and asked if he had stolen it and not found it in the room. Aiden looked away, his faithful friend's response, and said that it was not that he stole. He just saw a room that, judging by how it looked, no one had entered, and besides, it emitted a strange aura. Lo was shocked by what he heard. He shouted to the Lord that it was not possible to just take or steal something from the church. Sometime later, the young people finally arrived at their destination and were taken aback by the cold. They arrived in Hamert, the capital of the Margraviate of Cetus. Lo looked at the master with puzzlement and asked why they had come to such a place, since they were going home. Aiden looked at him in bewilderment and said that he didn't say that they were going back. He was taken aback and said that the gentleman had said earlier that upon his return he would have to train a lot. Aiden was a little surprised and said that the young man seemed to be eager for hellish training. He sighed heavily and said that it was not so. But still the young man did not understand why they were in such a place. He asked the gentleman if he had come to such a place to meet the Margrave. Aiden said that this was true, but that was not his main goal, because he had business in the Forest of Death. He said that someone told him that Ents lived in this forest, and they were needed for the highest class elixir. At that very moment he came closer to the gate, but his way was blocked by very formidable guards. The man looked at the young man closely and told him to stop, as they had entered their territory, and the Lord was currently absent, so entry was prohibited to outsiders. He said that if they did not have an appointment, then he should leave this area. Lo could not stand it and shouted to the guards that they were now talking with the eldest son of Duke Remus. He shouted that they had come to them to meet the Margrave, and they must let them pass immediately. At that very moment, the knight looked at the young man with fury when he heard his name. Aiden looked at the knights in bewilderment, as he did not understand why they suddenly became even more angry. The demon lord told his comrade that to them he was nothing more than a thief who had stolen the Cetus family heirloom, and he was a complete scoundrel who had beaten their lord's son right at the royal banquet. Aiden was taken aback, as he had completely forgotten about such a thing, but he knew that at this rate he would certainly be able to get inside, the Lord decided, since he did not know what the young man was up to again, and this made him afraid. Aiden immediately asked with a grin if they would let him in if he showed the sword, since it belonged to one of the locals. At that very moment, the knight became angry because he saw a familiar sword. The knight looked at the young master with anger, searching that their master was currently absent, so he should come another time. Aiden asked if Tian was there. The knight, restraining his anger, said that the young master was busy now, and if he had not arranged a meeting, then he needed to leave, otherwise they would have to use force. Lo looked at the knights with fury, as he did not understand how they dared to speak like that to his master. Aiden calmed his comrade and said that they understood everything. At that very moment he turned around and said that there was nothing they could do here. The knight looked after the young man with a fierce grin, as he understood that he should have left from the very beginning. After some time, the young man stopped, as he thought he had gone far enough. Lo looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked what he was up to. Aiden, with a fierce grin, said that if he needed to arrange a meeting, he would do it right now. The knights looked at each other in bewilderment. They did not understand what the young man had in mind, but they assumed that he wanted to make a scene because they had not let him in. At that very moment, the young gentleman took a deep breath, and a moment later he shouted and asked Tian how his head was, after he had knocked all the nonsense out of it. Until this moment, the castle stood quietly and inviolably. But after the young master asked his new comrade a question, the castle shook, and at that very moment everyone clearly heard the cry of young Tian. At that very moment, Aiden said with a satisfied grin that he now had an appointment with the young gentleman. When the knights turned around, they clearly saw the silhouette of a young lord who was rushing towards them. Tian rushed with lightning speed and shouted to his new acquaintance. Aden smiled and told the young man that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, but Tian immediately grabbed his friend and enemy by the collar of his clothes and asked how he dared to say such a thing on their territory. He didn't understand what the young man was even thinking about. Adan smiled and said that the knights said that otherwise they would not let him in, so he simply had no choice. Tian looked at the knights with fury. The young men were taken aback and said that this was not so. At that very moment, Aden, with a satisfied smile, asked the young man if they could talk inside. He clearly saw how Tian was burning with rage and anger. Some time later, the young people were in the mansion, namely in the guest room. Aiden was enjoying the wonderful atmosphere. At that very moment he looked away from the room and asked if the Margrave was not there, since he had previously heard that he was away. Tian said that his father went to the Tower of Execution, all because something strange began to happen in the wasteland of death, and these lands were theirs, and he suspected that the High Troll from the Highlands came from there. Aiden was taken aback because he remembered that around this time something strange began to happen in his past life. He knew that disaster-level monsters, including the Berserker Dragon, would soon appear. In his past life, he was mired in eliminating everything that he completely forgot to know the reasons for its origin. But now he knew much more, so he understood that he needed to become much stronger and find the cause in order to be able to prevent all the disasters. Tian looked at the young man and asked why he had come to them. Aiden calmly said that he simply needed to go to the Forest of Death. Tian looked at the young man with bewilderment and asked if he knew something about this place, because the entire forest was covered in poison, so it was teeming with undead, poisonous plants and monsters. Aiden said with a grin that this was the reason he wanted to go there, because he needed a rarely poisonous plant that only grew there. The young man sighed heavily and said that he knew he was crazy, but this was even stranger. Tian looked closely at the young man and said that, unfortunately, he was out of luck here, because now it was not possible to enter the Forest of Death. As the name suggests, the Forest of Death was filled with death, and yet it was located on the territory of the Margraviate. It was filled with ferocious monsters and deadly plants. But despite all this, even in such a god-forsaken place, people continued to live. Criminals and the poor, who could not pay taxes, were forced to hide in such a place. There, people lived together in a small village, burning down forests and growing crops on this land. Tian sighed heavily and said that recently a gang of bandits appeared in the Forest of Death, and based on the information he knew about them, they decided to rob the village. He sighed heavily and said that since their arrival in the Margraviate, people have been disappearing, so they are convinced that they are somehow connected to such an incident. Tian said that now they were planning to send the knights into the forest to deal with the bandits. Even though it was a small village, their people were there, and they couldn't just watch something like this. Aiden looked away from his comrade for a moment and said that it didn't sound very good. Tian knew the young man was a complete scoundrel, but he could see that he cared about the people in their village. He wondered if there was any humanity left in the young man. Aiden, in turn, restrained himself with all his might. He was worried that the bandits might stumble upon the Ents first. He knew that if they were discovered, they would soon be caught and sold. He was furious because he knew he simply had no choice, and he couldn't let anyone take the elixir away from him. But he also knew he had to save the people. The Overlord told the young man that he saw his intentions. Aiden looked intently at the young gentleman and called him. At that very moment, his expression changed, and with a joyful smile, he said that he would help them so they could deal with the bandits together. Sometime later, the young people stood quietly at the gates of the fortress. Aiden looked closely at his knight and told him to warm up well before leaving. The knights, in turn, looked at the young people with fury, as they did not expect such a thing. At that very moment, the knight looked at the young gentleman and said that he would like to talk to him. He looked at the young gentleman with bewilderment and asked if he was seriously planning to take the unexpected guests with them, but he did not express himself very politely. Tian looked at the knight with fury and asked what he had just said. The knight told the young gentleman to take a look at the clumsy weaklings himself. He claimed that they would only get in their way. He said that Aiden had humiliated him and the Lord. He did not understand how the knights could follow him, because they could not come to terms with such humiliation. Tian looked at the knight intently and asked if his honor as a knight was more important to him than the suffering of their people. Tian did not understand how he dared to treat the young master who risked his life for them as a nuisance. Tian looked at the knight with fury and said that his recklessness was a disgrace to the name of Cetus. Tian looked at the knight with fury and said that he could assure him that he and his father had already recognized the young man's strength. So they know how strong he is, even though it might seem from the outside that he was a little out of his mind. Tian came closer to the young master and thanked him for everything. He also said that this mission would be extremely dangerous. Aiden smiled and said that everything was fine because he liked to help other people. But at that very moment, he looked skeptically at everyone present and asked if one small detachment would be enough for such a mission, because the bandits were calmly rioting in the Forest of Death, and there must have been quite a lot of them. Tian sighed heavily and looked at the young man with indignation, and also asked, "Did you really think that he didn't know, after all, this is exactly why they hired one mercenary?" At that very moment, the young man turned around and said with a smile that her young lady had already approached them. Aiden froze in shock when he saw the young lady. He saw her for the first time, but he could tell with certainty where she was from. He asked the master if he couldn't feel her aura. At that moment, the demon lord realized who was really in front of him. The young lady introduced herself with a smile and also said that she was a servant of the god of slaughter. Lo asked in surprise if the young man had hired a priestess from the divine slaughter cult. Aiden smiled and told the young man that he had chosen a rather interesting place to hire a mercenary. Tian smiled and said that the girl was the same as in the rumors, because they said that she was quite aggressive, but if you look closely, she was a soft and gentle girl. At that very moment, Aiden said that he also thought at first Lo looked at his master in bewilderment. Aiden told his knight that he would soon understand what was going on. Lunya approached the young man with a smile and said that she had heard about him. Aiden smiled and said that he was very glad to meet her. He introduced himself and also said that he had not worked with the priest of the divine slaughter cult for a long time. She smiled and asked if he knew her brothers and sisters. The young man said with a smile, but with restrained anger, that this was so, and he had worked with a similar representative for a very long time, and at the same time, the girl was a quiet and withdrawn person. She smiled and said that all their priests usually worked as mercenaries during the pilgrimage, so she thought they might have met them a few times. At that very moment she shouted and said that most likely it was fate, so they should all try together and punish evil. Aiden knew that the cult of divine slaughter was one of the 3 sacred religions whose power was focused on battles. He knew that since she was the priestess of this cult, she would not have problems with their bandits. Tian immediately looked closely at everyone present and shouted that it was time for them to move into the forest. Sometime later, they all followed heartlessly into the Forest of Death. At the same time, a dead silence reigned in the forest. The young people walked slowly along the path. Aiden looked around and informed everyone present that the forest was not much different from usual. Tian said that the villagers had cleared a path to make it safe to move around. But Aiden was a little puzzled as he felt a strange aura. He asked the demon lord if he felt anything. The demon lord said that he had noticed something a long time ago. He reported that it felt like an ominous energy was rising from underground, like in the underworld, and he hadn't felt anything like it for a long time, so he thought the forest lived up to its name. He was surprised that the forest emitted evil and poisonous energy, but it made him think how amazing the people who lived in such a place were. He wondered if the rabbit had sent him to such a dangerous place on purpose. He was furious because he wanted to teach him a lesson next time. Aiden looked at his comrade closely and asked if everything would be okay. Tian looked at him with bewilderment and asked what he was talking about. Aiden said that as far as he knew, his father hated mercenaries. Aiden said that the young lady was a pilgrim of the Divine Slaughter cult, but she was still a mercenary. He wanted to know if this would definitely not cause problems. He asked the young man if he would get it. Tian thought for a moment and said that if his father found out, he would get into trouble, but it didn't matter at all. He knew that now was not the time to be picky. You know the topics, after all. Their people were suffering and waiting for help, and besides, mercenaries were more experienced in skirmishes with bandits than knights. And if you think about it in this way, everything becomes obvious. Aiden looked at the young man in surprise and noticed that he was quite smart. He understood that the young man was not as thick-headed as his father. With his words, Aiden fanned the flames of anger in the young man, and they began to quarrel. After a short journey, the young man informed everyone that they were approaching the first village. But when he saw what awaited them ahead, he froze with rage and shock. Everyone present was shocked by what they saw, and the young league began to pray. Aiden was shocked because he realized that, unfortunately, they were late. There were 5 villages in total in the Forest of Death, and when they entered the first village on their way, they noticed only ruins. All the buildings were burned to the ground, and no one survived. They were alarmed, so they quickly went to the next village, and then to the third. In utter despair, they reached the 4th village. The previous villages were not very different from each other. They walked slowly through the ruins, but at the same time they saw that there were no living people. Aiden was furious because he knew that even such farmers should have guards. He did not understand how such a massacre could be carried out. He understood that such criminals could not be called ordinary bandits. Moments later, he threw all his thoughts away as he heard that the knight had found survivors. Tian shouted angrily and asked if there were any survivors. Sometime later, the knight was hurriedly lifting the debris, and at that very moment, they noticed the children who had managed to hide from the fire under the debris. Tian looked closely at the children and said with a gentle smile that they were knights and had come to protect them, and that everything would be fine now. The boy looked at the young man with tears in his eyes and asked if they were knights and had come to protect them. At that moment, the young lady rushed towards the young man with tears in her eyes. Tian sighed heavily and asked for forgiveness for the fact that they were late. The boy shouted that since they were truly knights, their parents should save them. Tian sighed heavily and, asking for forgiveness, said that their parents had probably gone to a better world. But at that very moment, the boy shouted that this was not so, because the bandits had dragged their parents and other residents somewhere. He was sure that they were definitely alive. At that very moment, the young man changed into the street and angrily asked the boy if they had really laughed at taking his people. Sometime later, they all walked further into the forest. Aiden was a little puzzled and worried. He didn't understand why the bandits took the people. He knew they had some scraps of information, and he thought that thanks to the last village, they would at least find out something. Making their way through the thickets of the dense forest, the young people turned around in a hurry because they heard something. They realized that someone was following them. Tian was furious because he realized that one of the bandits was following them. At that very moment, all those present drew their trusty blades. A moment later, Tian shouted to everyone present to stop. Tian looked at the unexpected guests with a satisfied smile and informed his comrades that they were not bandits at all. Marcus looked at the young gentleman in surprise and asked what he was doing in such a place. He asked the gentleman if he had really come to their aid. Aiden looked at his comrade in surprise and asked if they knew each other. Tian said with a smile that many years ago the man was a member of their knightly order, but he retired due to a serious injury. He smiled and said that he did not expect to see him in such a place. Tian looked at Marcus closely and asked if he was cold or not, and if he had eaten. He was meeting his master. The man was taken aback and asked for forgiveness, since the bandits had been giving them no peace lately. He looked closely at the young gentleman and said that he had changed very much, and that he did not recognize him even if he looked for him. Tian sighed as he looked at the man, as he was glad that he was safe. Marcus was taken aback, and at that very moment he asked the young gentleman if all the other villages had already been destroyed. Tian said, puzzled, that they had all been attacked, so that almost nothing was left, and there were almost no survivors. He was glad that at least the last village was still holding out. Marcus sighed heavily and told the young master that it was already late, so he would take them back to my village first. Some time later, the young people visited the last village and froze in place with rage and shock. They saw the commotion that was going on in the village. Tian looked closely at the man and asked if they were also attacked. Marcus sighed heavily and said that it was true, but thanks to the fact that most of them were knights, they were somehow able to repel the attack. But he also said that one of them had a country of power. Everyone looked at him in bewilderment. Then he said that one man was a magician who could resurrect the dead. At that very moment, the young people's faces changed. They were very angry, because they realized that there was a dark magician on their way. Aiden was furious because he now understood everything. He understood how they had managed to wipe out the villages, but he did not understand why they had taken the people with them. A moment later, anger filled his entire space, as he realized that they needed the inhabitants in order to sacrifice them. But in turn, he was puzzled by the fact that he did not know about the large mass sacrifice. At that very moment, he looked away in my direction and saw a man with a very serious wound. He came closer to them and informed them that such a wound could not be healed with an ordinary potion. Without hesitation, he handed them the holy potion. The man was taken aback, as the young master had given them such a valuable potion, but without losing his composure, he immediately accepted the valuable gift and thanked the master. Aiden looked at everyone present and informed everyone that everyone whose wounds emitted dark light were attacked with demonic energy, so normal potions would not help, and they should come to him so that he could give them a holy potion. A moment later, he handed each person a holy potion, and they thanked him. Aiden was glad that he had a huge supply of this potion. At that moment, the Lord said that he thought money was more important to him than human lives, but in this situation, it amazed him. Aiden understood that this was not just like that, and his comrade would pay him back for everything with interest, and he still would not let the people of chaos stand in his way. At that very moment, the ruler recognized him as old and kind. The man anxiously asked the young gentleman if the potion would work on the child. Aiden said that it was so, but a moment later he was taken aback, because in front of him was not just a child, but an ent. At the same time, near the village of Marcus, young people were slowly moving towards their goal. They were furious because they knew that the losers had been driven out of the city, but they still fought back fiercely. A moment later, the young man approached the magician and said that he had not used his power before. He asked why he didn't go all out now. He said with a grin that they were now in a mutual aid relationship, so they would take all the food, clothes, and money, and the people themselves could take it. The magician sighed heavily and said that they were still ignorant, because they only had brute force, and in addition to it, a chatty tongue. He said that they should take the people away, his place, which he told them about. The man was furious because things did not go according to his plan. He stared after the man, knowing that once he was done with everything, he would use the bandits too. He knew that in this case he would have enough people for research. Some time later, the child was lying quietly in one of the houses. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes and did not understand where he was. Aiden looked closely at the little child and asked if he was okay. The child was taken aback and with tears in his eyes asked the young man not to kill him. Trembling with fear and bursting into tears, he said that it was not tasty at all and asked the man not to eat it. Aiden sighed heavily and said that he had no intention of eating it. The demon lord sighed heavily and asked the young man, how should he believe him when his expression spoke for itself? Aiden, with a fierce grin, said that he would not eat him, but still, he whispered to the child that he was his elixir. He, bursting into tears, shouted that it was poisonous, and if a person ate it, he would immediately be poisoned. At that very moment, Aiden opened a small bag and told his new acquaintance to eat something and calm down. He looked at the young gentleman in surprise and asked if he could eat it. Aiden smiled and said that he could eat everything as he didn't need the bone powder anyway. At that very moment, he was enjoying the meal with a joyful smile. Aiden was surprised that the remains of the lich were to his taste, but at the same moment, he was glad about it. The Lord smiled, since he had previously told the young man that this powder would be very useful to him. Aiden looked closely at the young man and asked how he ended up in such a place unconscious and wounded. At that moment, the boy was taken aback and asked where the people who had fled with him were. Aiden said that those who brought him told them that he was lying unconscious in the forest, and they did not see anyone else there. He was taken aback, as he did not know how such things were possible. Aiden asked if he knew what happened in the forest. He told the boy that if he told the truth, he could help him. He hesitated in his parents' veto. They told him not to trust people. At that very moment, the young man turned around because he heard some noise in the distance. He realized that the bandits had returned again. Looking at the child, he said that if he remained silent, he would not be able to do anything, but for now he should hide in the house. Bursting into tears, he asked the man if he could really save their forest. He shouted that the man was different from the others. At that moment, there was chaos in the street, as bandits were attacking people. They intended to kill everyone. At that very moment, the knight shouted to his comrades to protect the village and not be afraid of the bandits. The magician looked into the distance in surprise, as he knew that there had been no knights before. He wondered if he really saw the knights of these lands in front of him. He knew that there would be even more victims, and that was not a bad thing. At that very moment, he used his magic, as he intended to resurrect the dead. The knights were taken aback as they saw the dead crawling out from under the ground. They were excited and frightened, as they had never been able to fight such evil spirits before. At that very moment, the young lady came closer to them, as she now understood what kind of sinner was behind such a chaos. The knight was in shock. He shouted to the priestess that she was going straight to danger. They said that they would deal with the bandits themselves, so she should deal with the dead. At that moment, Tian looked intently at the knights and said that they should calm down and leave everything to her. The knights were surprised, as they saw that there were many opponents. Tian sighed heavily and said that they might not be aware, but there was no one more suitable for this situation than the young priestess. He knew that the priestess certainly looked like an angel, but she was a warrior of slaughter who brought death in the name of a god, and that was exactly what the priests of the divine slaughter cult were like. Lunya rushed to meet her enemies with a fierce grin. She wanted to bring death to all who had tarnished their karma. At that very moment, everyone saw a terrible roar and explosion. The magician, burning with rage and malice, wondered where the young lady had come from in their vicinity. At that very moment, the young lady, with a grin, prayed to the great god of death and carnage as she wanted to release her power in his name. Without a moment's hesitation, she struck furiously at her opponents and scattered them in all directions. The man was furious, as he saw that just a fragile girl had destroyed his entire battalion of the dead. At that very moment, he concentrated and directed all his strength at the defenseless girl. But the young lady was not going to give up so easily. She clearly saw a stream of dark power rushing towards her. At that very moment, she disappeared from everyone's sight. The man was taken aback, as his young opponent simply disappeared. Lunya Vo had no intention of giving up so easily. She immediately rushed at her enemy. The man was taken aback and turned around, but it was too late, because he saw in front of him only the young girl's weapon, and moments later he no longer saw anything in front of him, because he received a very strong blow. Sometime after the massacre, the knight reported to his master that they had surrounded the remaining bandits. Tian looked closely at the knight and asked if the bandits had told him what they had done with the captured villagers. The knight was taken aback and said that it turned out that the bandits themselves were not fully aware of what was happening. The young man was taken aback, as he did not understand what he was talking about. The knight said that the bandits said that they took only valuables and left the people where the archipelago told them to. The young man was burning with anger and fury as he understood that they could not save the residents. At that very moment, Aiden came closer to his comrade and said that there was one option. Tian looked at the young gentleman with bewilderment, as he did not understand where he had been all this time. Aiden came closer to his friend and said that there was one option, but they didn't have much time. He looked at his comrade with fury and said that they needed to hurry quickly. A few minutes ago, the young man learned that the dark mages had captured all the Ents. The boy sighed heavily and said that it was so, and only he managed to escape, but not only were his fellow tribesmen there were also people in captivity. Aiden thought for a moment, as he didn't understand why they had gathered the humans and Ents in one place. He wondered if they were preparing for a major summoning ritual, or if they wanted to turn everyone into the dead. He was filled with anger and fury because he knew that he could not allow something like this to happen. He was very angry and could not understand how they dared to encroach on his elixir. Tian was furious. He did not understand what the dark magicians were up to. Aiden sighed heavily and said that the boy did not know this. Tian looked closely at his comrade and asked how they could find them. Aiden said that one of the escapees told where their hideout was, and he was going to go there and keep an eye on everything. Tian told his comrade to leave everything to them, since this was happening on their territory and they should be responsible for such things. At that very moment, Aiden said that he couldn't just leave them in the most dangerous place. He said that he would definitely go with them. Tian looked at his comrade with tears in his eyes, as he simply could not believe that he was a wonderful person, while he was telling the young master that he was wrong. Aiden looked at his new comrade with confusion. Season didn't understand why he was crying. But Aiden, in turn, understood that chaos was not a problem. Time in the forest of death inside the crater of a dormant volcano. The man slowly approached the dark mage. He looked at him closely and asked how far he had progressed in his research. The magician immediately said that he had finished with the main circuit, and now to complete it, he only needed to melt the essence from the sacrifices in it and let it be absorbed. He looked at the young man in surprise and asked if that detachment had not yet returned from the village. The young man said that they had not yet, but they should show up soon. At that very moment, the dark poppy burst out laughing as he knew that everything was going according to his plan. He understood that as soon as they returned, he would be able to add some more to his creation. He knew that with the completion of the ruby, his lord would be one step closer to his goal. The young man sighed heavily and said that, of course, this was so, because he had no other reason to do something like this. He hoped that his lord would wait a little longer, as he intended to pave the way for his lord to become a great archduke. Sometime later, the young man wondered if dark magicians had captured the Ent village hidden inside the extinct volcano. The lord was puzzled and could not think that the Night King was behind all this. Some time ago, the young man told Aiden who exactly captured them and what his name was. Aiden was shocked, as he did not expect to hear anything like that. When the young man heard the name, he said that the man and the dark magicians had attacked their village, cut down their guard tree, and locked them all up. Aiden was furious, because he understood that, like the Crimson Knight, Dara's was one of Silbeta's 3 dogs. And you understood that he needed to check everything thoroughly and make sure that it was definitely him. He wanted to take the boy quietly with him on a reconnaissance mission. He was puzzled that his new acquaintance insisted on going with them, since this was his territory. But he was still angry because there was still a young mercenary next to them. At that very moment, all his thoughts flew away as he heard the roar of the monsters. Lunya rushed at the monsters with a fierce grin, as she was glad to see us cute spiders in her path. She easily scattered everyone in her path and cleared the way for them. Everyone present froze in stupor, and Aiden, in turn, realized that the girl was simply bored. Aiden immediately asked his comrade if she had already destroyed all the bandits and magicians. The young man was taken aback and said that it was so. But Aiden already understood that everything that was happening looked very strange. The demon lord was not small, and no one in their right mind would consider such a crazy young lady normal. Auden was a little puzzled as he saw that she was too obedient. At the same moment, the ruler asked the young man in bewilderment if he was in his right mind to say such things. He was puzzled and did not understand in what way she was obedient, since he saw her from the outside. Aiden told him that he didn't understand anything, because the priests of the divine slaughter cult, people who are only capable of indulging in senseless violence, he also saw that she was strong for an ordinary priestess. Aiden noticed that she single-handedly dealt with the bandits and the mage who had destroyed several villages, and she also dealt with the monsters that had been empowered by demonic energy. He knew she was most likely a high-level priestess, but he suspected that something still didn't add up. After all, another one was supposed to appear soon, namely the iron-blooded saint. Aiden knew he should keep an eye on her. At that very moment, he saw her radiant smile, while the young lady was saying that it was time for them to continue their journey. A moment later, they saw the crater inside the extinct volcano, where the Ent village was. Aiden asked the boy in surprise if they had really just seen his village. The boy trembled with rage and said that everything was exactly like that, and that there should be a tree in the center, but they cut it down. He was very saddened by this fact, because he knew that this tree was the source of the spirit's power, and they cut it down to weaken his brothers. Aiden knew that for dark magicians, fairies were much more valuable than people. He did not understand why they needed people and Ents, but a moment later he was taken aback as he saw a familiar young man with a sword. He was worried that his new acquaintance was mistaken, but now he was sure, but at the same time he was furious, because he met the Dark Knight again. Tyan rushed forward at that very moment as he wanted to get even with the man, but Aiden stopped him. Tyan looked at the young man with anger and asked why his friend had stopped him. He said that the man had attacked his territory, taken his people, and taken him captive for sacrifice. He did not seem particularly strong to him, and he could deal with him. Aiden looked closely at his comrade and asked him to calm down and also look around. Aiden informed his comrade that their enemy was not alone, but that there were 7 more dark mages with him. Aiden said that this was no ordinary knight in front of them. He was well aware of his level of strength. Therefore, Aiden assumed that the young man was now about half a master, but he still had plenty of strength, and if judging purely by his abilities, he was much higher than all those whom Aiden had met in this life. He understood that even if they attacked in a crowd, victory was not guaranteed, but if they involved the residents, they would not avoid losses. Aiden knew there was another way, but at that moment he looked at the demon lord and asked what he was doing. The Overlord said that ever since they entered the forest, he had felt some kind of disturbing presence. Aiden sighed heavily and said that for now only his rear view was disturbing him, so he should get away from his face. The Overlord was furious. The ruler said with a fierce grin that an ordinary person would never feel this, but he recognized it all with ease. Aiden looked casually at the ruler and asked what he had learned. At that very moment, the ruler, with a fierce grin, told the young man not to be too surprised. A moment later, the demon lord told the young man everything, and he was taken aback. He was burning with anger and fury because now he understood the whole picture. He knew that there were many oddities, but now everything was intertwined into a single picture. A moment later, he realized that he could turn everything to his advantage. In turn, he told everyone present that he had come up with something. Tian asked the young man in surprise if he really knew how to resolve this situation. Aiden looked at the boy and asked if he really knew everything in this forest. The boy was taken aback and said that of course he knew. Aiden looked at his comrade and asked if he wanted to help his people. The young man said angrily that of course he wanted to do so. He said that he was even ready to fight to the death for them. At that very moment, Aiden asked with a fierce grin if this was really so, since it would be impossible to take back those words. At that very moment, the young man was taken aback and turned pale, as he suddenly felt terrified by his comrade's smile. Aiden also told the priestess to help them, as it would be very exciting, and she immediately agreed. A little later, there was a commotion on the left side of the crater, and in this commotion the young man was not at all excited and calm. He ran in a hurry and cursed his comrade, since the similar one wanted to kill him. There was also a turmoil on the right side of the crater. The monsters were tormented in horror wherever their eyes looked, as they saw a terrible man behind them, but at the same time the young lady was catching up with them with a joyful grin. She screamed that they should not let her catch up with them, otherwise they would die. The ogres screamed and ran away from her, as even the monsters were scary. The young man looked at the young man in surprise and asked if he really wanted to unleash a wave of monsters on them to scare the dark magicians. Adam sighed heavily and said that he was almost close to solving the plan. At that very moment, he said that he wanted to use them to awaken a real monster that would fight them. He was sure that the snakes were quite starved after hundreds of years without food. The young man saw that his new acquaintance was shaking. He asked the boy if he was really afraid. Without raising his eyes, he, trembling with fear, said that he was not afraid. He just felt anger and shame. He was furious, as if they were so strong, then nothing like this would have happened. Aiden told the boy that he did not need to worry, because they would pay for everything that they had to go through. Aiden smiled, looking at the boy, and said that he didn't even know his name. The boy was taken aback and said that his name was Iz. At that very moment, Aiden released his power and asked the boy if Iz remembered what he had told him in the village. Some time ago, Aiden asked the boy what he would get if he risked himself for them. He hesitated for a moment, but after a few minutes he said without hesitation that the young man would receive as many tears as he wanted, because he had heard that their tears were highly valued among people. At that very moment, the young man's expression changed, and he said with a grin that they had come to an agreement. So from now on, he could worry more about himself than about his family. The boy was taken aback, as he did not understand what the young man's words meant. Some time later, the young master finally released his power and summoned his new protege. Aiden was a little confused as he didn't have enough strength to summon it fully yet, but he knew that this should be enough. He looked at Mephisto as he was about to give him an order. Aiden said that there are poisonous lizards at the bottom of the forest, so he must take them to the volcano crater in the center of the forest. At that very moment, Mephisto bowed and obediently accepted his master's order. Moments later, he flew off into the distance with lightning speed. Aiden watched him go with a smile, as he liked having an assistant who had a high rank and also listened to his every order. He wanted to become much stronger in order to quickly reveal his full potential. At that very moment, he looked at the boy and said that they were already moving the apparatus. He asked the young man in surprise where they were heading. Aiden smiled and said that they must now fulfill his promises that he had given him earlier, which is why he wanted to go on the road since they needed to save his family. At the same time, silence reigned inside the crater of the extinguished volcano. Dares, in turn, was a little worried. He didn't know why there had been no news from the detachment in the village yet. He wondered if they had been killed, but he understood that this simply couldn't be the case. But moments later he cast all his thoughts aside and was taken aback as he saw waves in a still body of water. He didn't like it at all because he felt that something was coming, so he immediately reached for his trusty sword. But a moment later he turned around because he saw a man and wondered if it was one of the gang of thieves without a pity for him. But at that very moment he promised as he saw a young man not from the gang, and at the same time he was very angry and excited. A moment later he saw the full picture and was horrified, but at the same time he shouted to his comrades to protect the laboratory as monsters were rushing towards them. At the same time Tian, with tears in his eyes and with rage, shouted to his comrade that he would kill him as soon as he saw him. Dares was shocked by what he saw. He understood that there were a lot of monsters, but he knew that they would definitely cope with them. At that very moment he was taken aback and turned around as he heard a noise behind him. He was shocked to see that on the other side, monsters were also tormenting him. But he was even more surprised when he saw a young lady who was driving the monsters towards him with a grin. Dares was puzzled and didn't understand what was going on. He hadn't expected to see poisonous ogres. He knew this wasn't the center of the forest, and he didn't understand why they were running toward him. But a moment later he turned around and froze in shock when he saw the lizards running in a hurry. At the same time, Mephisto, with a satisfied grin, shouted to the lizards that if he caught them, he would tear them to pieces. Dares was shocked by what he saw and was furious. At the same time, he shouted to his comrades to immediately start stopping the monsters as they were rushing straight towards the laboratory. At that very moment, the young man came out of his hiding place and told everyone to focus on stopping the monsters. Aiden saw that the young people had come out of their hiding places and hurried his new acquaintance. At that very moment, the boy obediently entered the hut. A moment later, he told the young man that everyone was in the hut. Iz was momentarily taken aback when he saw his comrades behind bars. At that very moment, he shouted to his comrades that he had come for them. They were taken aback and rushed towards him, as they were surprised, but at the same time happy. They asked if he had really come to save them. He smiled and said that he told them he would come back. But at the same moment, he looked at them in surprise and asked why they were the only ones who had not forgotten. He wanted to know where the others were. His fellow tribesmen said that they were the only ones left because the bandits said that the others would be sacrificed and dragged everyone away. At that very moment, the young man drooped and sighing heavily, I said that he was late. Aiden looked at the young man sharply and said that it wasn't his fault and that it only proved how angry they were. At that very moment, he asked her young man to move away a little and press himself against the wall, and a moment later he cut the bars. Everyone looked at the man who saved them in fear. Aiden looked at everyone present and said that he understood that now was not the best time, but he wanted to know something. He asked if they knew where they had taken the others. He knew that if he got there, he would understand what they were up to. And at the same time, a serious fight was going on in the street. The man furiously hacked at his opponents. Meanwhile, a battle was going on above, and a snake was sleeping under the quiet lake. But after some time, the snake felt the blood of monsters, after which he woke up, and an unprecedented hunger spread through his veins. At that very moment, the man was taken aback, as he felt some kind of trembling. Aiden looked into the distance with a grin, as he was glad that he, the snake, had finally woken up. At that very moment, everyone clearly saw in front of them the king of snakes, who was furious. Dares, in turn, was taken aback and froze for a moment in shock, since he did not expect to see anything like this. Some time ago, the Lord informed the young man that they were right next to the basilisk's nest. He said that the Snake King had such a powerful poison that he could mortally wound a swordmaster with one move. He was sure that the snakes went into hibernation because they were weak, and he thought that the forest of death was born from the poison that he had been exuding for centuries. Aiden raised the question that this was all strange, because basilisks usually live in the southern forests, but not in the northern ones. He knew that they loved warmth, but he did not understand what he was doing in such a place. The Lord told the young man that the basilisk had been starving for hundreds of years, and that was why he was now furious. Dares was taken aback, as he did not understand why exactly the basilisk had crossed his path. But he knew that this did not mean anything yet. He understood that no one could destroy the plans of his master. At that very moment, he rushed towards the enemy. At the same time, the black magician sat and worked on his work of art. He knew that the monster wave was a very good thing, since he could use the monsters and people that would die during the war, and at the same time, he would finish the ruby even faster than he planned. The man knew that in this case he would finally recognize him. At that moment, Aiden came closer to the man and looked closely at the stone until he noticed that it did not look like an ordinary stone. The man was taken aback, as he did not expect to see anyone like that, but at that very moment he received a very strong blow to the head. Some time ago, the youth told the young master that they were all used to create one stone, but now the young master saw before him the ruby that he had heard about earlier. He didn't understand what such a stone was needed for, but he still wanted to take a closer look at it and therefore touch it. But at that very moment, he saw a bright glow and was taken aback, as he did not understand what was happening at all. At that very moment, he saw a notification that he had received the conditions for a hidden item. He had acquired an unfinished ruby, which had been absorbed by the user. Aiden was puzzled. He did not understand what he had acquired and why he needed this stone. At that moment he was taken aback, but realized that as if nothing had changed, but he did not understand what the stone was needed for. He learned from the system that the stone was not finished. He was puzzled because he did not understand what kind of stone it was and how to get it out of his body. Aiden sighed heavily, as he knew that this would be just another piece of luggage. At that moment, the Demon Lord became furious as the young man dared to call him luggage. The addressee said that he didn't remember anything like that, and changing the subject, he simply said that they needed to finish everything quickly, but the ruler was furious and shouted at the young man not to change the subject. At the same time, a serious struggle for life was going on above, as the basilisk destroyed everything in its path. Dares was furious, as he saw that he could not move because of the poisonous fog. He understood that his master would have dealt with the monster with one blow. But he was now one-on-one with the monster, and at the same time he understood that his opponent was very strong. Dares was puzzled, because he understood that if he could become his master even for a moment, he would certainly defeat the monster. At that very moment he gathered all his strength and rushed into battle. Fortunately, he managed to deal a crushing blow to his opponent. He sighed heavily and sat down on the ground as he saw that he had succeeded, but he still wondered if he was one step closer to his master's skill. At that very moment, Aiden congratulated the young man on becoming a master of the sword, but at that very moment, he also said goodbye to him. Dares was taken aback and turned around, as he had not heard the voice before, but he was unable to do anything and received a blow from the sword. It was a very strong blow, and Dares only trembled as he was overcome by terrible pain. He did not understand who was in front of him now, but Aiden only looked at the young man with anger and said that he was the one whom his master called comrade. At that very moment, Aiden ordered his faithful sword to absorb the enemy. His faithful companion carried out his master's order, and at that very moment, a terrible cry from his enemy was heard. In the last minutes of his life, the young man shouted that he needed to report to the master that he had just become useful to him, but after a few minutes, he simply quarreled in the air. Aiden looked with contempt in the direction where the young man had recently been, since even on the threshold of death, he thought about his master more than about himself. He understood that his enemy was lucky with his subordinates. He looked closely at the basilisk, which was already dead, but at the same time he was very surprised, since he could not think that the young man could cope with such a monster. Aiden had planned to kill the monster himself, but now he realized that the outcome was the same, and it made no difference to him who killed the monster. At that very moment, the Demon Lord asked the young man what was so fortuitous about the monster. The young man looked at his new prey with a satisfied grin. He understood that he could not miss such a chance. He asked his comrade if he knew how much useful stuff the basilisk had. He knew that the fangs could be used for weapons and the skin for armor. And the most important thing is its poison. It is so strong that by using it as a poisonous herb, you can make your body completely immune to all poisons. Aiden smiled and said that since he had taken everything, it was time for them to return. At that very moment, the Demon Lord told the young man to look at the roof of his mouth, as such a pathetic laugh should not have one. Aiden was a little puzzled, as he did not understand who the ruler called pathetic. But at that very moment he ran away, because he himself saw the demonic soul stone. The demonic soul stone was a protruding vessel for dark energy. Now he understood why the monsters around were so strong, but he didn't understand why the vessel was in the basilisk. A moment later, the young man was taken aback as he saw that the pendant had simply flown out of his secret pocket. He remembered the gift his teacher had left him in this dungeon. At that very moment he felt the demonic stone react, and a moment later he saw that the stone had simply stuck to the pendant. Aiden looked at the pendant in surprise and wondered if the stone had been part of it from the very beginning. At that very moment, he saw a notice about the pendant, which increased magic and darkness. This item was connected to the soul. It could not be taken away while the owner was alive. Aiden was taken aback, as he realized that he had in his hands an artifact of dark magicians, since it was still connected to his soul. At that very moment, the young man asked for the pendant to be taken away, since he had not even asked for anything like that. But a moment later, the pendant was on his chest. He was shocked and did not understand why it had a mind of its own. For some time, Aiden tried furiously to remove the pendant from his chest, not noticing anything around him. A moment later, Rabbit suddenly appeared in front of his new customer with a joyful smile and congratulations on clearing the dungeon. But at that very moment he was taken aback, as he saw a young man who was burning with rage and anger. Rabbits was very frightened and excited, as he did not expect to see the young man again. Aiden looked at the merchant in surprise and asked if he had just said that he had cleared the dungeon. Rabbits looked away and said that it turned out he was wrong. Aiden shouted angrily at the merchant, asking where his core was. He shouted that he would go and destroy it right now, but the rabbit, with tears in his eyes, asked the young man to calm down. Niseta was watching everything that was happening. She thought for a moment as she saw a familiar pendant. Some time later, the merchant was on his knees with tears in his eyes. He was furious, because he could not believe that he had again come across a person he knew. Aiden looked at the merchant in surprise and asked if he really wanted to say that the entire Forest of Death was a dungeon. Rabbits was taken aback and said that it was exactly like that. Aiden had heard that if the power of a powerful being affected an area for a long time, it could turn into a dungeon, so he assumed that this was the case. At that very moment his face changed, and with a grin he told the merchant that he had deliberately told him about the village, knowing that it was located in such a dangerous place. He asked angrily how he dared to pull such a dirty trick on his precious client. Rabbits was taken aback, as he did not understand how the young man guessed, but he said that there was some misunderstanding. Aiden immediately said that if it was not so, then that was good, but still he thought that he should report to the chief trader that one rabbit had behaved badly. Rabbits was taken aback, since he did not know how the young man knew about the chief trader. Aiden looked at the rabbit with a fierce grin and asked if he wanted to play roulette and find out if he would be kept in his position after something like this. Rabbits immediately bowed low and asked the young man for forgiveness for daring to deceive him. He told the young man that he would do anything to make amends. Aiden looked at him intently and said that for the first time he would forgive him, but on one condition. Rabbits asked what he was talking about. Aiden, with a fierce grin, told the merchant to sign an exclusive contract with him, then he would be forgiven. The merchant was taken aback, as he did not expect to hear anything like that. During their lifetime, merchants can sign an exclusive contract with only one person. After signing it, the person is obligated to sell all items from the dungeons to their merchant. In return, the merchant is obligated to ensure the client's complete confidentiality and fulfill any of his whims. Such a contract is based on unconditional trust, so merchants must approach it with extreme caution. Rabbits was furious and could not understand how he could have entered into such a contract with a deceiver. But at that very moment he saw the young man's fierce grin and realized that he couldn't get out of it. Sometime later, a young gentleman with a gray hair and a grin walked through the forest, as he had concluded a very profitable contract. He knew the merchant had made a mistake in sending him to such a dangerous place, and now he intended to make sure he squeezed every last penny out of him. At that very moment he turned around because he heard someone calling him. A moment later he saw his comrade rushing towards him and he was too angry. Aiden smiled and, laying on the young man, said that he was probably very surprised. The Overlord asked the young man in surprise if he really thought that a smile would work after how he literally threw his comrade into a horde of monsters. But a moment later he was taken aback and froze in shock as the young man thanked him. Tian looked closely at his comrade and said that without his incredibly cunning plan, it would have been impossible to save the people who were released, and most likely, he would have lost his loyal knights. Aiden was a little puzzled and held back his anger as his plan was described as incredibly devious. But moments later, the young man gave his comrade a sign of their family's loyalty, and this sign symbolized complete readiness to come to the rescue at the first call. Aiden was surprised and amazed, as he understood that he could now manipulate the Margrave and his family as he pleased. At that very moment, he sighed heavily and asked the young man if he was sure that he could give him this sign, since the Margrave would not be delighted with such a thing. Tian smiled and said that it didn't matter at all, since the young man had saved them all. At that moment, Aiden asked Tian what he planned to do with the rest. The young men stared at the Entav group. Tian sighed heavily and said that after all, they were not their people, so he did not plan to do anything with them. He told Aiden that if Togo had any ideas, then he could decide their fate himself. At that very moment, he said that he would also take off the child of Ent. Aiden looked at his comrade in surprise, as he understood everything. Tian looked at him in bewilderment and asked if he really thought that he would not distinguish a person from Ent. Aiden sighed heavily, as he intended to solve the problem himself by putting him to sleep. A moment later, he approached the boy and asked why they were standing near the felled tree. Iz sighed heavily and said that they were protecting whatever was left of the fairy tree. The fairy tree is a sacred being that grew from a branch of the world tree that their ancestors planted in their homeland. He sighed heavily and said that it contained the history of their people. Moreover, he was their guardian and protector of the village, as well as a friend with whom they grew up. He sighed heavily, because he knew that in front of him was a friend with whom they would now have to say goodbye. Aiden sighed heavily, as it was all very sad, but he knew that he had worthy friends who were saying goodbye to him. To his regret, he couldn't even believe that he envied some tree. A moment after he touched the tree, he was taken aback as the tree spoke to him and asked for help. The tree said that only he could hear it, and all thanks to the little sad fairy that was dozing on his left hand. He was taken aback as he realized that they were talking about the shield tower. He remembered that she was also a spirit. The tree said that he would soon fall into eternal sleep, but he did not want to sadden his friends, so he asked for help. Aiden understood that he was a mercenary, and if it was not profitable for him, he would not help anyone, but he understood that he was hired to go all the way, and another little fairy had asked him to save the village even before him. He smiled and told the tree that it should not worry and should rest in peace. At that very moment, the spirit thanked the young man for his help and also blessed him. A moment later, the young man was taken aback, as he saw some kind of aura that was incomprehensible to him. Everyone present was shocked as they saw that the fairy tree had blessed the man. At that very moment, the young man was taken aback, as he was holding something incomprehensible in his arms. At that very moment, the boy smiled and told his new acquaintance that he was holding the seed of a tree in his hands, and now they could grow it and restore it again. Aiden was taken aback at that moment, as he had not expected anything like that. But a moment later, he looked at everyone present with bewilderment, as he saw their enchanted gazes. He did not understand why they were looking at him so intently. When he said that the one who receives the tree's blessing becomes the leader of the tribe, Aiden was taken aback, as he did not expect anything like that. At that very moment, everyone present cried out and greeted the new leader, shouting that they would certainly follow him. Aiden was furious, as he had not wanted anything like this at all. He understood that the contract with the rabbit did not even cover half of such costs. At that very moment, the Demon Lord called out to his comrade in a menacing voice. The Demon Lord thought for a moment and realized that perhaps the young man was the one who could fulfill the will of his pendant. A few days later, the young man returned home, and his father was taken aback, but still told his son that he was glad that he had returned home safe. He told his son, puzzled, that he had the feeling that with each of his returns, they were gaining more and more subjects. Aiden smiled and said that he didn't expect anything like that either. He was simply deceived. The tree deceived him, and he ended up being the leader of the tribe, so they came to settle on his territory, even though he grumbled. but getting an endless source of tears was like winning a surefire lottery. He was taken aback and looked into the distance in bewilderment. He didn't understand how they got such a big dog on their estate. Bursting into tears, he ran away from the dog and asked the leader for help. But at the same time, the young saint joyfully drove the dog forward. The Duke was taken aback and, sighing heavily, said that this search dog was getting bigger every day. Aiden looked at his father in surprise, as he did not understand what they were talking about. The Duke sighed heavily and said that a couple of months ago everyone noticed her, and she followed commands perfectly and ate everything that was given to her, which is why they fed her so much. They saw that I was advising her. She listened very well, so they decided to let her go for a while, and in the end she turned into such a giant. Aiden looked at the dog in bewilderment. He didn't understand how something like this was impossible, because he simply couldn't believe it. At that very moment, the demon lord told his comrade that the root cause was in him. Aiden asked in bewilderment what he had done. The Lord asked the young man if he had forgotten how he had gone on a campaign to the goblin village for his brother, since it was then that he had given one dog his potion, and now they were reaping the benefits of the result. He said that apparently thanks to that potion, she was able to find plants that helped with the activation of mana, which is why she grew big. At that very moment, the young man was taken aback, as he remembered everything, but still this situation frightened him. Sometime later, the young master was resting in his room. He sighed heavily, as he had not been home for a long time, but he understood that nothing could replace his own bed. But his rest did not last long, since he knew that he could not relax now, because he still had a lot of things to do. At that very moment, the ruler asked the young man what he meant. A moment later, he unconditionally took out the basilisk venom. He intended to drink it to become immune to all poisons. The demon lord was taken aback and told the young man that sometimes it seemed to him that he simply did not want to live. Aiden smiled and said that everything would be fine, because he had eaten a lot of poisonous plants, so a drop of poison would not harm him. A moment later, he began to drink the poison, but at that very moment, an unexpected guest entered his room and announced that they had guests. Carl looked at his brother in bewilderment and asked what he was drinking, because this potion looked ominous, and he had never seen anything like it before. Aiden looked at his brother in bewilderment and, in his calm manner, said that he had taken basilisk poison. For a while, they just looked at each other in silence. But at that very moment, the young man attacked his brother and began to shout at him to spit it all out immediately, since his life was precious. Aiden shouted that he would not die and that his brother should leave him alone. At that very moment, he was taken aback. As the poisonous energy was approaching, Carl was very agitated. As he saw that his brother had turned completely green, he shouted for his brother to immediately stop the experiment. But moments later, he was informed that he had become immune to all poisons. But Carl did not calm down and wanted to make his brother spit out all the contents. At that very moment, a young lady entered their room and, looking at the young people, said that they seemed to have a delightful relationship. Sometime later, they moved to another room, and looking at the unexpected guest, Aiden asked why such an unexpected visit on her part. Nisata sighed heavily and said that she would like to greet him properly. He was surprised that she had come such a long way for this. But at that very moment, he was taken aback because she called him master. He knew that in their past lives, they had been at each other's throats at any moment. He wondered if she had wanted to send him off on his final journey properly, and that was why she had been so polite to him. At that very moment, he saw that she stood up and began to shout that he had done nothing wrong and that he was very sorry. A moment later, her young lady bowed and said that she would like to formally introduce herself. He looked at her with confusion, as if he did not understand what was happening. Nisata said that she was the head of the Darkfire Mage forces, Florence and the White Moon Information Guild, and she was also the last of the Florence line. She said that it was a long journey in darkness and loneliness, but she was finally able to greet the Lord of the Underworld. Aiden was taken aback. He didn't understand which ruler she was talking about. He wondered if she was really talking about the Demon Lord now. She sighed heavily and said that she had seen everything, so he could not hide the truth from her. He asked in bewilderment what she was talking about. She said that you are the Church of the Holy Fire. She saw how the summoned Talos bowed before him and called him the Lord of the Underworld. Aiden was taken aback as he realized what she was talking about. At that very moment, she pointed out the pendant to him. Aiden looked at it in bewilderment, as he did not understand what was wrong with it. Niseta said that this was no simple ornament, because in front of him was Barak, and he was the lost treasure of her family. And at the same time, Barak was a sacred relic that responded only to those in whom their blood flowed, and if he was not part of their lineage, then it was simply impossible to put it on. Aiden thought for a moment as he realized that her family came from the underworld. He wondered if the pendant reacted to him because of the Demon Lord. Aiden was furious because the Overlord didn't even inform him of this fact. The Demon Lord smirked and told the young man that he didn't even ask. The lady, in turn, was puzzled. She did not even believe that she did not recognize such a person, and at the same time she was so impolite next to him. She sighed heavily and said that she did not know why such a great being had decided not to enter the Middle Kingdom in such a guise, but apparently he had his own reasons. She bowed and said that he could give her orders, calling him the great master and lord of the underworld. She said that she would immediately follow any of his will, whatever it might be. Aiden looked at the young league with bewilderment, as he could see that there was definitely something wrong with her head, but he understood that there was definitely some truth in her words. At that very moment, he realized that she was now his subordinate, and the White Moon Information Guild was now at his complete disposal. He understood that such a chance could not be missed. At that very moment, his face changed, and with a predatory grin, he said that she had recognized him after all, and that she was very observant. He greeted his child and said that he was the ruler and lord of the underworld. But some time later, the Demon Lord shouted angrily at the young man, as he did not understand how he dared to make such a ridiculous parody of him. He shouted that he should have exuded dignity and grandeur. Aiden, in turn, was a little puzzled, as he understood that there was a lot he didn't know about you in your past life. He hadn't planned anything like that at all, but he knew that with the help of the Information Guild, he would be able to track the actions and movements of the traitors. But he knew it was still a bit strange, because he was the hero who had defeated the Overlord in his past life, and now he was parodying him. He thought it was a very funny turn of events. The next day, the young man was walking through his territory in the forest near the Mountain of Monsters. He received from his new comrades with a smile. He greeted the chief with a smile, and also said that all of his comrades liked the forest that the chief had given them. Aiden was taken aback and said with a smile that he was glad to hear this. He was a little confused since he had just given them a random piece of their territory, but if they liked it, that was fine. At that very moment, he looked at the new fairy tree with surprise, as he assumed that it would not be different from the usual ones. But he didn't understand how the tree could grow so quickly, in just a few days. The boy smiled and said with admiration that it was all thanks to the power of the saint. He said with a smile that yesterday she poured divine energy into the tree sprout, after which the tree began to grow rapidly. Aiden was surprised that the girl's power stimulated the tree's growth so much. He realized that she was much more capable than he could have imagined. At that very moment, the boy looked at the young man and said that his deputies asked him to tell him that they had done everything he had ordered. Aiden was surprised that they had dealt with everything so quickly. Sometime later, the young man visited the house of the deputy chief of the tribe. Aden asked Echad if he really believed that this egg was from the spirit beast. Echad said that this was so, and the energy of the spirit was clearly felt from him. The young man assumed that this egg from the Holy Fire Church might belong to the fairy race, so he asked them to find out. But he didn't expect that there would be a spiritual beast there. It was the first time in several lifetimes that he had encountered such a rarity. Echad said that usually it grows by absorbing energy from the environment, but it seemed to him that the spirit beast was sleeping, so nothing happened. Aiden asked in surprise if it really wouldn't be able to hatch. Echad said that if energy was poured into it, for example, an aura or divine power, the process would start again. Echad knew that they shouldn't act rashly. Depending on the type of energy he absorbed while in the egg, the spirit beast could take on different forms and entities. For example, a dragon-like spirit beast that absorbed water energy became a water dragon, and if it absorbed fire energy, it became a fire dragon. Echad informed the young leader that, in addition to this, the spirit beast considers a person with the same energy as its home. Therefore, if you constantly pour energy into it, it will be easier to tame it. At that very moment, the young man realized that he could decide for himself what kind of beast he would become. Echad said a moment later that he had also translated the text. Aden thanked him for such actions and also asked if he was familiar with the language. Echad said that it was used by fairies in ancient times, and the text told of techniques for cultivating mana for humans who could use it. Aden sighed heavily, as he had hoped that the book would contain something more rare. Echad, giving the book back, said that he was not very knowledgeable about such things, so he could not help him in any other way. As he was leaving, the young man thanked him and said with a smile that next time he would definitely bring him some bone powder. Echad thanked the chief with a smile. Sometime later, the young man was sitting in his room reading the translated text. Aden was a little puzzled because he read but didn't understand anything, and assumed that the author was from another continent. But he understood that the cult of the holy fire came from another continent, so everything was quite logical. The Overlord looked at the young man in bewilderment and asked why he was even reading such a book, since he already had a mana cultivation technique, but he was simply interested in this book since it was from another continent. But a moment later, he became seriously angry because he realized that this book was simply nonsense. But at that very moment, he was taken aback as he noticed something interesting. The demon lord asked the young man what he had found, but he asked him to remain silent. Aden realized that there were quite a lot of new words in the book, so he didn't really understand their meaning at first, but now he was beginning to figure it out. He understood that this mana cultivation technique was very similar to the technique that his teacher, the Mercenary king, had taught him, and that he was currently using. He realized that, in fact, the book described an improved version of his technique. Aden knew he could work with something like this and work through all his problems, but now he wanted to know who wrote this book. Although he understood that this, in essence, did not matter, because now he had a way to become much stronger. Some time later, the young master visited his personal training ground. After a few minutes of concentration, he followed the instructions in the book and began to release his power. A few minutes later, his training room was illuminated by a bright light. But after a few minutes, the bright light that had enveloped him disappeared, and the demon lord stared intently at the young man. He asked his comrade if he was okay. Aden was shocked by this. He simply could not foresee anything like this. He was informed that he had acquired a new mana cultivation technique, but he could not even believe that the circulation of mana could be like this. He felt it spreading and moving throughout his body, but when he turned his gaze to the demon lord, he was taken aback. He looked at him in bewilderment and asked why it seemed to him that he had become bigger. Aden was puzzled, because the ruler had been smaller before, but for some reason now he had grown at an astonishing speed. He looked away, because for some reason he felt disgusted. He told the ruler that he used to look nice. The ruler looked at the young man with anger and asked if he knew that he could read his thoughts. At that very moment, the ruler told the young man that he had stopped more because of him, because the stronger he became, the stronger he was. For this reason, his true form was returning to him. Aden was furious and shouted at the ruler that he would simply defeat him, since he was killing himself and trying to become stronger, and he received all the laurels. Otel was furious at such accusations. He shouted that without him, the young man would have been eaten by rats long ago. Some time later, the young gentleman visited his room and was studying the book intently. He couldn't believe at all that he had gotten his hands on such technology. He understood that it was most likely fate. Before, the book had been useless to him, but now he understood most of it, although not everything came so easily to him. Aiden assumed that when he understood the next words, he would move on to the next stage. At the same time, the man was leisurely wandering through the slums of the Empire. In turn, he was very angry with the members from the Magic Tower. They mocked him and said that all his efforts were simply absurd, since he intended to combine magic with technology, but the young man did not give up and continued his experiments. He was furious because he knew he was close to the discovery, and he knew that if he was given a little more time, everyone would recognize his magical engineering. He was furious because he didn't understand how they dared to throw him out like garbage. He understood that he needed money, but he didn't know who could help him. At that very moment, the man was taken aback as he remembered his recent acquaintance, who, in turn, was very interested in magical engineering. At that moment, he was taken aback because he realized that Aiden understood the full magnificence of his research. He knew that such a person would definitely support him. He wanted to find him immediately. Sometime later, the young knight was training hard on the training field. He sighed heavily after each strong blow. He was very angry because he remembered that his young master had said that it would be better for him to leave him alone, since he would only get in the way. Lu was furious because he had sworn to protect his master from everything, but so far he had only been a nuisance. He was angry with himself because he was too weak. He understood that he would never become as strong as his master, but he knew that he would definitely not get in his way. Some time later, the young gentleman met Joseph and asked him in surprise if he really meant to say that the saint should go on a pilgrimage. Joseph smiled and said that this is so, because these are the laws of the Church of the Holy Fire. He smiled and said that the saints, after the awakening ceremony, were obliged to begin a pilgrimage across the continent in the same year, and since each of her predecessors had done something similar, she should too. But he was still very worried about his daughter, because she went through the ceremony at a much earlier age than everyone else. Aiden looked at his companion in surprise and asked if it was possible to postpone the pilgrimage until she grew up. Joseph said that he also asked the church about this, but they said that the saint should choose for herself. Then he asked his daughter what she wanted, but she happily declared that she would definitely go on a pilgrimage. Joseph told his daughter that she should think carefully about everything, because she would have to go around the entire continent, and no one knew what could happen to her, but she said with a smile that everything would be fine. Alice smiled and said that the other saints went and returned, and if she broke the main rule, then they would have problems. She had no intention of running away from difficulties and dangers. Joseph sighed heavily and said that his daughter had decided to go on a journey, but the high priest had set a condition. Aiden looked at the man in surprise and asked what he was talking about. Joseph sighed heavily and said that the strongest among the Reams family should become the protector of the saint and accompany her throughout her entire journey. At that moment, Aiden was taken aback by rage and indignation. He was very angry because he realized that the high priest was just a manipulator. Joseph sighed heavily and said that whatever the case, he did not wish to waste the young master's time so recklessly, and if he refused, he would find another way. At that very moment, the young man with a fierce grin said that he was ready. The demon lord asked the young man in surprise if he was sure of his choice, as he had a lot of work to do. Aiden knew that this would only benefit him, as he would finally be able to travel the continent freely. He knew that the time had come for his revenge, and first he wanted to deal with their king of knights. The ruler asked the young man in surprise if he was ready to make his move, but he did not understand why he had chosen the king of knights. Aiden sighed heavily and said that according to custom, the second prince of the empire becomes the head of the Ouroboros Tower, the Tower of Alchemists. Chalcis must study alchemy. Shaura became the youngest archipelago, and from this it followed that even now she could rightfully be called a monster. Spica Je, most likely, is under the protection of the cult of divine battle, not as the next saint. The ruler asked the young man in bewilderment if he had chosen the king of knights because he was simply an easy target. Aiden was taken aback and asked him to remain silent. He thought for a moment, as he knew that the title of king of knights did not come to the young man without reason. He understood that although he had become stronger than me thanks to the new mana cultivation technique, he still needed some preparation. At that very moment, all his thoughts vanished as Philip came to him. Philip sighed heavily and told the gentleman that there was a beggar standing on the street asking for an audience. While the man was rowdy and said that he was the chief magician of Angus, he also claimed that they had seen each other at a banquet in honor of the prince's birthday. Aiden thought for a moment, as he did not understand who they were talking about, but after a moment, he understood everything. A few minutes later, he finally managed to meet the man. He was greedily devouring food, and the young man asked him not to hurry. Gustav Dora sighed heavily and asked the young gentleman for forgiveness, as he knew perfectly well that he looked simply disgusting. Aiden thought for a moment, because he knew that the man at the banquet was quite good, but now he realized that he had to go through a lot of hardships. Gustav Dora sighed heavily and said that the young gentleman was also familiar with the sorrows and loneliness of a genius. He knew that the young gentleman would understand him. But at the same time, Aiden could barely contain his laughter, as the man's expression did not give him peace. Aiden sighed heavily and came to his senses, as he knew that he was not allowed to laugh. But at that very moment he looked at his companion and could not resist. He turned away and burst out laughing. Gustav Dora, in turn, looked at the young gentleman with a smile, because he knew that he would understand him. He was glad that he had found the right person. Gustav Dora said at that very moment that his research was almost complete, but he needed a little help to continue it. Looking at the young gentleman, he asked for 1,000 gold coins. Aiden thought for a moment. At that very moment, the man's expression changed and he lowered his price. He wondered if he was really asking for that much. He guessed that no one would give that kind of money to a freak who had been kicked out of the tower. A moment later, the young gentleman said that he would give 50,000 gold for the research. The man, in turn, froze in shock when he heard the funding price. Aiden said that if the given amount was not enough, he would add more. The man asked in surprise if the young gentleman really supported his research. Aiden said that it was so, but on one condition. Gustav Dora looked at the young gentleman in surprise and asked what they were talking about. He hoped that they would not make him a slave to the ducal family. Aiden said that the people from the magic tower were as proud as the knights, which is why he despised them, and he would like to see their dissatisfied faces at least once. Aiden looked at the man closely and said with a grin that he really hoped his research would amaze them, and he wanted to make them regret that, because of their narrow-mindedness, they had lost such a talent. Gustav was taken aback and asked the young gentleman if this was all true. Aiden smiled and said that this would be the only condition. If he agreed, he would not only provide him with funds, but also grant him the title of Baron, along with the land that was taken from him by the magic tower. Gustav was taken aback and asked the young master if he not only wanted to help him with money, but also wanted to make him his vassal. He was shocked and did not understand why the young master would need such manipulations. Aiden smiled and told the man that he could just call it intuition, because he felt that the man would achieve something incredible. Gustav was pleasantly touched by such words, since for the first time someone recognized magical engineering, and for the first time someone recognized him. At the same moment, he shouted that he would try his best to make everyone from the magic tower regret their decision. Aiden looked at the man with a satisfied smile and turned away at the same moment. He understood perfectly well that he had to restrain himself and not pay attention to the man's appearance. But still, it was hard for him to control his emotions. Gustav was taken aback because he saw that the gentleman was again moved by him. He saw that the young man was very noble, and now he wanted to be devoted only to him. After the man left, Aiden breathed a sigh of relief, as he could now calm down and release his emotions, because he almost died while holding back his laughter. The Lord asked the young man in surprise if magical engineering was really so amazing that he wanted to throw away a lot of money. Aiden asked in surprise if he really didn't know anything about it. Aiden informed the ruler that one of the reasons for the defeat of his army in the last war was precisely the magical weapon. If it were not for it, regardless of the scale of the damage, they would have lost the war. Moreover, the first-generation magical engineering weapon that Gustav created for the tower was simply incredible, and all because it was Shaula who brought it to life. This terrible incident happened in his past life, when he was a completely different person. Then a serious massacre took place. The young lady was surprised and amazed, as she did not expect the monster to withstand her attack. She informed Gustav that his creation was quite intriguing. Gustav laughed with a fierce grin and shouted that they would now all be able to witness the power of magical engineering, which they had always looked down on. She looked at his creation in surprise and realized that it was capable of resisting magic. However, at that very moment, she gathered all her strength together. She knew that soon they would all see how long he could last. Gustav, with a fierce grin, shouted that she could step on them, but at the same time he did not restrain himself in obscene expressions. After some time, everyone in the capital learned that during the attack on the magic tower, the Archmage had difficulty handling the weapon created by Gustav. Only after this incident did people begin to recognize magical engineering. Aiden knew that several months had passed since the man had started work. He saw that the man had not left his workshop until the pilgrimage creating something, and they were planning to leave tomorrow morning, so he wondered if he had expected too much from the man. At that very moment, he was distracted from all his thoughts as his faithful comrade approached him. Lo looked at his master closely and said that he had heard that he would follow the saint on a pilgrimage. He told his master that he could not let him go alone on such a dangerous journey, and therefore he wanted to join. Aden looked at the young man with bewilderment, as he did not understand why he wanted to protect him, since he was stronger. But at that very moment, the young man said that he would like to show his abilities. Lo said that although their skills were not equal, he had changed and could prove it right now. Aiden looked at his faithful knight in surprise, as he had not expected anything like this. But he knew that he had been training at the training ground all this time, so he wondered if he had achieved a new insight. After a moment, he finally agreed, and they prepared for the duel. Aiden knew that in his past life, the young man had declared that he could easily become a master of the sword and could equip both his hands, but now he wanted to see what the young man had achieved. The young man looked intently at his master, and at that very moment said that he was advancing. An instant later, he rushed with lightning speed towards his master, intending to deal him a crushing blow. But Aiden, without flinching, parried his opponent's blow. Aiden noticed that the movements of his sword remained much sharper and stronger. But he also saw that the young man had become too open, and that he had become too focused on attack, completely forgetting about defense. He was looking forward to this day, but he saw that it was a complete failure on his part. Aiden understood that there was no point in continuing such a duel, so he used his strength and struck the young man. Lu, in turn, froze for a moment when he saw the sharp swords right in front of his face, but all his indignation instantly dissipated, and at that very moment, he defended himself. Aiden was taken aback and froze for a moment in shock when he saw his sword shatter into pieces. At that very moment, he saw that his comrade had changed his body shape. Lo didn't waste a minute and rushed into battle. Aiden managed to dodge his opponent's attack, but he was shocked that he broke the wooden sword with his bare hand. A moment later, he approached the young man and asked how he had managed to do something like that, since he knew that under the aura, the sword was as strong as iron. Lo said he thought a lot during training about what he could do differently than others, and so, over time, he came to the conclusion that he healed the hand of the narrowed vessels with mana. He said that he thought about how he could use his injured hand to defend himself. So he played over in his head the sensations he experienced during his illness and gathered mana into it. And as they could see, he was now able to turn his hand into stone at any moment. Aiden was taken aback, as he realized that the young man had deliberately opened himself up to lure him in. At that very moment, the ruler said that he had never seen a disease turned into a weapon. The young man said that he was raising that, compared to the master's martial skill, this was just a small trick on his part, but he was determined to keep up with the master, so he asked him to take him along. The young man froze for a moment as his master walked past him with a cold expression on his face. At that very moment, he wondered if even such skills were not enough for the master to recognize him. But after a few minutes, he was taken aback, because the young gentleman said that they were leaving tomorrow, so he had to run and collect all his things. Lo turned around joyfully and asked the gentleman if he would really take him with him. Aiden looked at him closely and said that having an excellent shield was not a bad option at all. The young man bowed low in joy and thanked his master, but Aiden was glad of this, since he knew that the young man in this and his past life was a natural-born genius. Aiden assumed that the young man in his past life had been right. The next day they were all ready and watched as Joseph said goodbye to his daughter, bursting into bitter tears. Joseph cried and asked his daughter to come back safe and sound. Alice sighed heavily and said that she understood everything, but she still asked him to let her go because she felt awkward because everyone was looking at them. At that very moment, the Duke, looking at them, asked his son for forgiveness, since he was still far from such a level, and fatherhood. Aiden told his father not to worry, since everything suited him. But at that very moment he was taken aback and called his father in bewilderment. He asked his father if he had already prepared such a strange carriage. The Duke said that it was not he, and that this was the first time he had seen something like this. At that very moment, Gustav appeared unexpectedly for everyone and said with a satisfied smile that he even thought that no one would ask about the carriage. Aden screamed in a way he had not expected. Gustav proudly presented his new successful creation to everyone. He said that he had to hurry to keep his promise. He quickly began to talk about his magnificent creation. Aiden looked at the man with puzzlement and thanked him for his excellent work. At that moment, the Demon Lord said that the nickname Maniac suited him better than ever. Gustav also provided the young master with instructions in case they got into trouble. But he asked the gentleman to use this instruction only in extreme cases, otherwise they would find themselves in much more trouble. Aiden was shocked because he did not know what he had built into the carriage. At that moment, he turned his gaze to the young lady and asked if she was sure she wanted to go with them. Cassie said with a smile that everything would be fine and that they would need an alchemist on the way, because they could get sick or hurt, and besides, she had already spent a lot of time sitting in the mansion, so she missed the fresh air. Aiden sighed heavily and said that he was glad to have a new addition on board. At that very moment, Bali appeared in front of him and said with a smile that they had not seen each other for a long time, and also said that they had a long way to go, but he got dressed, that they would get along. Aiden was puzzled that the man was acting as an export from the cult, but he understood that he had no choice. He knew that since this was a pilgrimage of the cult of the Holy Fire, it would be logical to send the strongest of them. But that didn't help him come to terms with the idea of living next to a gorilla. He looked closely at everyone present, as he realized that everyone was already assembled. At that very moment he said with a satisfied smile that it was time for them to hit the road. He knew that the time had already come to begin his revenge. Aden was puzzled, and he did not understand at all why his comrades suddenly treated him in such a way. He saw in his nightmare his former comrades, namely Calcis, who mocked them and said goodbye. Aiden was burning with rage, for he knew that he would never forgive them, but at the same moment he woke up from his horror. The ruler asked the young man if he had just had another nightmare. Aiden didn't answer, he only cursed. At that very moment he saw his comrades, who were wondering if he was awake. Aiden looked at the young ladies in surprise and asked how they had slept. At that moment he looked at Chaco with bewilderment, as he was a little smaller. He was puzzled because I wanted to take the dog with me, but he forbade me to take a big dog because they couldn't stand out, but he understood him and shrank to a similar size. He didn't understand what he ate to become like that. Alice smiled and said that she was just talking to her father. She asked Aiden if he wanted to talk to her father, and they all heard Joseph burst into tears. Aiden sighed heavily and said that he would talk to him later. He realized that when it came to his daughter, he became very sentimental. The protective bracelet that Ent gave him intrigued him every time. He saw that this bracelet was made from the bark of a fairy tree, blessed by the spirit of the wind. That was all he knew. But thanks to this bracelet, they could communicate despite the great distances, and this made him happy. But at that very moment he was taken aback, because after this dream he became anxious. He did not know whether he could trust his companions. At that very moment Bali smiled and said that they would soon reach Khartan. Aiden knew that he simply didn't have time for useless thoughts, and thoughts about the past only hurt him, so he made the decision to trust his new comrades. Some time later they arrived at a small town. Alice was delighted with the atmosphere in the town, and she also noticed a lot of armed people. Aiden smiled and said that the given town is known as a mercenary town. This city was surrounded by more than 100 dungeons. Smarties from all over the continent gathered in the city to clear the dungeon. The city itself had a unique structure. It was ruled by a mercenary guild. At that very moment he was taken aback and said that he had read about it in a book. He remembered that in this life he had been in such a place for the first time and had just almost given himself away. The young knight said angrily that he would give it to her, but the place was teeming with mercenaries, and it was very disgusting. He was furious, since the reckless Emke clearly ruled the city. He knew how issues were resolved here. At that very moment he received a very strong blow and fell to the ground with a crash. Bali looked at the young man in surprise and asked if they had spoken seriously about everything recently. Aiden sighed heavily and said that he was sure of his words. He knew that the group that attacked the holy fire was also up to something in the city, and he was sure it was something bad. While clearing out the Chaos Lab in the Forest of Death, he found records that indicated that they were also conducting investigations in the city. He was very angry, because he knew that if they were going to document everything anyway, they should have indicated the exact coordinates. After a minute, the man's expression changed, and with a satisfied grin he said that this was very good, because he was very angry because he was sleeping and could not do anything, and now he would take advantage of this opportunity and let off steam. Aiden was taken aback, as he was glad that they were not opponents. At that moment, Bali looked at the young man and asked what their plan was. Aiden said that he had already thought about it. Mercenaries are wanderers by nature, collecting stories from all over the continent, and for mercenaries, the whole world is their home. He understood that in such a place, the most diverse information was stored. And now they were heading to the Mercenary Guild, which practically controlled this city. He intended to visit India Medela and find out what was going on there. At that very moment, the Lord asked the young man if there was another guild in the city, since the more of them the better. Aiden realized that he was talking about the Ambra Guild, but he knew that they had a dubious reputation, so he doubted that they would get reliable information there. The Overlord looked at the young man in surprise and said that since he was so skeptical of the guilds, he could use the White Moon Intelligence Network. Aiden intended to ask them as well, but he knew that the locals knew the most. Sometime later, they entered the Mercenary Guild. Aiden looked at everyone present with a gentle smile, as he had not felt something like this for a long time, and for a moment he even experienced a feeling of déjà vu. He walked up to the young lady, and she greeted them with a smile and asked what brought them there. Aiden said that they came to register as a mercenary group. After filling out the form, the young lady informed them that their mercenary registration was complete, and since this was their first registration, they would be starting with an E-rank bronze token. She asked them to be careful with them and not lose them. Aiden froze for a moment, looking at their new badges, as he remembered how he started his path as a mercenary. The Overlord was confused and did not understand why he registered, since he could have gone to the guild leader. Aiden knew about the guildmaster, Marcus Medell. He was a high-ranking mercenary, also known as the Lightning Blade. He was very cautious and was almost impossible to encounter. Odin knew that if a newcomer started to rise in rank quickly, even someone so cautious would not be able to resist. At that very moment, the young lady happily congratulated them on joining the guild, and also wished them good luck. Sometime later, their group went to the Rabbit's Lair dungeon. Bali looked back with a satisfied smile and said that he was a little nervous about going through a dungeon for the first time. Aiden said that she was given a low-ranking dungeon and there was nothing to worry about. But he understood that the rank was low, but a dungeon is a dungeon, so he left Cassie and Choco in the tavern just in case. At that very moment, the ruler asked the young man if this was really the only way. He knew that they simply had no choice, since the saint needed to gain experience in real combat. He knew that she had to learn to defend herself, and low-ranking monsters were perfect for that. He understood that he was still the best, unlike his mentor, who abandoned him, and the hidden dungeon, and simply disappeared. At that very moment, the young lady shouted with a joyful smile and called everyone as she saw the lovely rabbit. But a moment later she was taken aback and froze in shock. The young lady was really excited because she saw the monster rabbits. At this, the rabbit screamed and bared his teeth in anger. Aiden sighed heavily and told the priest to leave only one monster and tie up the rest. The man agreed with a fierce grin. At that very moment he approached the rabbits and looked at them intently. One of the rabbits rushed into battle, but the man quickly dealt with it and crushed it in that very moment. All the monsters present were taken aback by shock, as they did not expect anything like this. Bali looked at everyone present with a fierce grin and asked if anyone else wanted to attack him. Aiden knew that even monsters retreated when they felt their opponent was much stronger. He knew it was logical, because he himself almost died from a mace strike. At that very moment, the priest looked at one rabbit and said that he would come immediately. The rabbit was taken aback and trembled with fear on the spot when he saw the intense and angry gazes of his opponents. He retreated because he knew that his opponents were stronger than him. But at that very moment he looked away and his face changed, because he saw a defenseless young girl next to them. At that very moment his face changed and he hissed with fury in his eyes, looking at the girl. But a moment later he received a very strong blow from the saint. She screamed with rage that she was not Carrot and he should not look at her like that. Bali looked at the young lady with a puzzled expression, as she had already repeatedly poured her strength into her fist and dealt blow after blow. He had never seen anything like it and asked Aiden if he had taught her this. Aiden said that it was so, since he had told her to try using mana in battle, but he did not expect that she would be so strong. He knew that originally, priests used sacred spells only to strengthen weapons or their bodies during close combat. Holy spells were just a type of enhancement and nothing more. But right now, the saint was directing mana directly into the body and using it to fight. He knew that usually holy power and mana did not mix because it was simply impossible. But he assumed that it was all because she had been taking high-class elixirs since childhood, and when she became a holy power, it naturally flowed into the mana channel that was already open, so unlike other priests, she could use holy power as well as mana. He understood that he would never forget the kick in the pants she had given him on the day of their first meeting. He realized that her abilities were close to her skills, so he taught Alice her fighting style. The ruler asked the young man in surprise who he was talking about. He said he was talking about Spica, an iron-blooded saint, because she was a monster. And at the same time, her strength reached the point of absurdity, and she wielded the power of a saint, combining this with the martial art of the cult of bloody slaughter. At that very moment, the young man was taken aback, as he realized that he had created a monster. After some time, all the rabbits were defeated. And at the same time, the young lady happily ran up to the treasure chest. Aiden smiled and said that she had cleared the dungeon almost single-handedly, so she could take the entire reward for herself. Alice asked in surprise if she could really take everything. She opened the chest and was stunned when she saw how much treasure was in there. At that very moment, she said that there was a beautiful bracelet, as well as armor and many other ornaments. But at that very moment, she was taken aback, as she saw a hat that was floating in the air. At that very moment, the rabbit greeted them with joy and announced that he was their friendly merchant spirit. But, to his misfortune, at that very moment he received a strong blow from the young saint. She was furious and shouted that he was an evil rabbit. Rabbits was furious and did not understand how the girl dared to beat him. Alice was angry. Anna shouted at him to come down immediately, while she called him an evil rabbit. Rabbits was outraged by this and shouted that he was a good rabbit, but she shouted at him to come down immediately. A few days later, the guild was all about clearing the northern dungeon. The mercenaries said that the young people had cleared every dungeon they had visited. The young man said that he had seen their leader with one eye and now understood what was going on. At that very moment, the men turned around as the young people entered the guild. The man pointed at the group leader, who had a huge body and also carried an ominous mace, yet they were confused and did not understand why they were clearing the dungeon. At that very moment, the young lady greeted the girl with a smile. The girl looked at the young people with a smile and said that the news had reached her, so she congratulated them on clearing the 10th pommel. She smiled and announced that their rank had been raised due to their achievements. But at that very moment, a man approached the young lady. He quietly whispered something in the girl's ear. She sighed heavily and said that she understood everything. At that moment, she looked at Aiden and asked them all to follow her. Aiden asked in surprise if something was wrong. But the girl said that the head of the guild would like to meet with them. Aiden beamed with joy, as he had finally achieved his goal. A few minutes later, the young lady led the young people to the guildmaster. Marcus Medella thanked the girl and looked closely at the young mercenaries. Aiden looked closely at the man, as his face was still covered with scars, just like in his past life. He knew that he called them out of curiosity, as he had heard rumors. At that very moment, the man approached the saint and greeted her, and bowed low. Everyone present was shocked by what they saw. Alice was surprised, because she didn't expect that they already knew you in such a place. At that very moment, the man greeted Mr. Aiden. Aiden was taken aback and said that he knew that Marcus had heard about them, but he did not think that their meeting would happen so quickly. Marcus said that he knew everything that was going on in this city, and besides, they themselves really wanted to see each other, since he noticed that they stood out a lot. Aiden looked closely at the man and said that it seemed like he had some business with them. Marcus sighed heavily and told the young man that he was smart, but at that very moment he said that he needed help specifically from Mrs. Alice. The young lady looked at the man in bewilderment, as she did not expect anything like this. Marcus sighed heavily and said that he had a daughter, but before he could finish speaking, a man burst into the room and said that they had an emergency. The man shouted that the young lady's condition had worsened and she had a fever again. Marcus was taken aback, as he had not expected anything like this. Aiden looked at the man in surprise, as he did not expect him to have a daughter, as he had never heard of anything like that before. Some time later, everyone moved into the young lady's room. They saw that she was feverish. Marcus sighed heavily and said that his daughter had been suffering from a mysterious illness for a long time, and no medicine had helped. He said angrily that their only hope was the saint. He hoped that she would heal his daughter, for he intended to pay her as much as he could. Aiden looked at the man closely, as he knew that this was a great opportunity, as he intended to make him an ally. At that very moment, he looked at the young lady and asked if she could do what was there for the girl. She said she would try. A moment later, the young saint approached the girl and used her mighty power. She used force and did not forget to pray for the girl. After 10 continuous minutes of healing, nothing happened. Alice wasn't going to give up. She wanted to try again. But Marcus sighed heavily and thanked her for trying. He also said that she didn't need to try anymore. A moment later, he walked over to his daughter and handed her her pills. At that very moment, they saw that she felt a little better. Aiden asked the man in surprise if he really had medicine. Marcus said that this medicine would only stabilize her condition for a short time. He managed to get the medicine from the Umbra Guild, but they set a cosmic price for it. He thought that the power of the saint could cure her, but nothing helped. He understood that at this rate, he would have to sell the guild to afford the medicine. Aiden thought for a moment, as he realized that there were too many oddities in this situation. He knew that if the girl was suffering from an illness or a curse, the power of the saint should have helped her. Moreover, the girl's magic did not alleviate the symptoms at all. However, he saw that the medicine from the guild somehow dealt with something like this. He was puzzled and did not understand what was going on at all. But at that very moment, the ruler said that he seemed to know the answer. Aiden asked in surprise if he really knew the reason. The Lord told the young man to summon the tower's armor. He said that the tower's armor also helps the incomprehensible people see the world. Aiden was surprised, because he didn't know that the shield was capable of such a thing. At that very moment he told the master that if he was lying, he would order the saint to stun him with holy power. But moments later he saw that the master was right. Marcus froze in shock, not understanding what he saw. At that very moment Aiden said that they see the souls of the dead and wandering souls. They, like parasites, tried to suck the life out of the person to whom they secretly clung. He was a little puzzled, because even having used the tower armor in his past life, he didn't know that it was capable of such a thing. But overall, he understood that it was logical, because Banshee died and part of his dead soul remained in the armor. Usually one or more souls would become attached to a person, but this was the first time he had seen so many souls attached to one person. At that very moment, the ruler said with a fierce grin that it was all because the girl had an innate high closeness to the spiritual. Aiden was surprised by what he heard. The Lord said that spiritual closeness is the ability to attract spirits and communicate with them, and the higher it is, the more spirits he can see, and if a person makes a contract with them, he can become a spiritual sorcerer. But he noticed that the girl's spiritual affinity was much higher than that of an ordinary spiritual sorcerer, and this power made her easy prey for lost souls, so at this rate, they could simply suck out all the life force and kill her. At that very moment, the young man understood why the saint's power had no effect on her, because the loss of her entire soul instantly sucked out her strength. He was very angry because he saw that they were very loud, so he asked the Lord to get rid of them. At that very moment, the ruler said with a grin that he would certainly carry out the order. He quickly used his power, and the souls gradually began to disappear. Marcus was shocked as the lost souls were gone, but at the same time he was glad that his daughter was okay. He looked at the young gentleman in surprise as he quickly got rid of the souls. Aiden smiled and said that it was not that difficult. But he knew that this was only a temporary solution, and they had to immediately figure out how to fix the problem permanently. At that very moment the ruler said that this was very strange. Aiden was confused, as he did not understand what he was talking about. The Lord said that a person with such a high spiritual affinity should have already found a high-ranking spirit to protect him. However, he saw that there were no such souls with the girl, and only empty ghosts. Aiden was surprised that she had not yet made a contract with the spirit. The Lord said that this was not so, and if the soul had been the issue, they would have already killed it. He said that the spirit that was supposed to protect her according to the contract had disappeared somewhere. Aiden was shocked. He did not understand how such things were possible, and how the spirit dared to leave its owner and go away. The Lord said that if the past spirit died, she could make a contract with a new one, and it would protect her. Aiden was puzzled. He didn't know how to find the spirit. The Lord said that they just need to ask another, because in the spirit world everyone is connected, and they can find out where and what the other spirit was doing. At that very moment, the young man contacted his friend and asked if he could speak. He greeted the chief with a smile and asked how his trip was going. One said he was fine, and also asked if he could find the other spirit and find out what he was doing now. One said he couldn't do it, but his girlfriend should help. The boy smiled and said that he had a friend, the wind spirit SSY, with whom he had a contract, and she would be able to find the spirit they needed. Aiden told the boy to do him a favor and find the ghost associated with the young girl. At that very moment, the boy transmitted the message to his spirit. After some time, he said that they had found the spirit that matched the description, and everyone was happy with this information. He said that his name was the Plague, and that he was the spirit of the epidemic. Aiden was taken aback by the shock. The boy smiled and said that the Plague's spiritual friend had bragged about him, saying that they were very good friends and that they had eaten delicious spiritual stone together, and he also said that he had become worried when the Plague had disappeared a month ago. Aiden was shocked, as he knew that this stone was like lich bone powder for the Ents. He did not understand why he shared it with his friend. He assumed that the spirit of the epidemic was deliberately contacting other spirits. He said that what hurt the Plague so much was that all the people believed that he was a spirit of bad omen, so he was afraid of people. Aiden understood that the very word plague already instilled fear in any person. At that very moment, he thanked his comrade for the information. Marcus trembled as he looked at his daughter. He had heard earlier that his wife's grandfather was a spiritual sorcerer. He saw that she was just like him with spiritual affinity, and after the disappearance of her guardian spirit, she became an easy target. Aiden told the man not to blame himself, because they first needed to figure out where her spirit had gone, so he intended to gather all the clues he could. Lo looked at the gentleman intently and asked if he found it all very strange. He said that she was definitely sick because the lost souls were sucking the strength out of her. He asked what medicine was temporarily slowing down the process of her suffering. Marcus said he didn't quite trust those guys, but the pills still worked, but he didn't know what they were made of. At that very moment, the lady informed Marcus that it was poison. The man was taken aback, as he did not expect anything like that. At that very moment, he shouted angrily that this simply couldn't be true, because his daughter was feeling better after the drug. Cassie sighed heavily and said that it was just a trick, and they all thought that the pills were helping. Cassie said that she was forcibly distorting the patient's mana, weakening the life force, and with the life force weakened, the soul lost. It began to seem like she was dead, and they left her. If he continued to give her drugs, then his daughter would actually die. At that moment, the man backed away and asked if they really meant to say that he had been feeding her poison all this time. Aiden looked at the man closely and asked how the guild managed to make such a medicine. He felt as if they knew the cause of her illness. At that very moment, he looked at his new acquaintance in surprise. As he left, Marcus said that he would deal with everything himself, and he also thanked the young master for what he had done. Marcus was seething with rage and anger. He knew he would soon deal with Umbra, who had provided him with the pills. At that very moment, the young master stopped the man and told him to be patient. Marcus was furious. He didn't know how he could tolerate this, since the head of the guild did this to his daughter. Aiden told the man that if he broke in on them, they would just pretend they didn't know anything. They were very cunning. He sighed heavily and said that he needed to stay calm because he knew what to do. The man only growled in anger in response, as he did not like all of this. Sometime later, they were sitting in the office of the head of India and sorting through documents. Marcus provided all the information about the guild. The documents contained everything about the areas of the guild leader Umbra, as well as their vaults throughout the country. Aiden saw that there was a lot of information, but it was superficial, and he couldn't find anything useful. At that moment, the Lord asked the young man if he was interested in someone, and that was why he was studying the members of the enemy guild. Aiden said that he was looking for someone who could be useful. A moment later, the Overlord informed the young man that he had seen one of the guys from the guild. Aiden was a little puzzled, as he did not remember anything like that. He looked closely at the man's file, as he had not heard of him before, but after a moment he realized who they were talking about. At that very moment, his face changed, and with a grin, he told the master that he was right, and that he was beginning to remember him. At the same time, the city tavern was in turmoil. The men looked at the guild members with fury. At that very moment, one of the guild members approached the visitor and asked angrily if he really had any problems. The man was taken aback and said that this was not the case at all. Armand looked closely at his companion and asked what he was doing. He told him to leave the visitor and join them, as the drink was very tasty. Armand was in high spirits. He knew that life definitely has its ups and downs. Previously, he was the head of the Cerberus Guild. Then, it was as if failure was absent from his vocabulary, as well as fear in general. His life was quite good. Until one madman came and ruined everything, causing his guild to disband and its members to betray him. He was angry because Joseph's daughter had become a saint of the Holy Fire cult. He knew that as soon as it became known that he was alive, the cult would immediately execute him. So he had to change his name, appearance, and start a new life in another guild. He knew that all the cults would not be able to find him in such a place. At that very moment, everyone's expression changed, as some unexpected guest entered the tavern and dared to call the man by his name, and carelessly at that. Armand looked at the guest with fury and asked how he dared to spoil his misfortune. But at that very moment he turned pale and froze in place in a daze. Because he saw the man who had ruined his life, he did not understand how he had managed to find him. Aiden looked at the man with a fierce grin and said that they needed to go out and talk. A moment later, one of his group members received the punishment he deserved. A few minutes later, the man was trembling with fear when he saw such a sight. Aiden looked at the man with a grin and said that he had changed a lot, and at first he didn't even understand who was in front of him. Armand, trembling with fear, told the gentleman that it was a great honor for him that he recognized him, but in turn he was puzzled and did not understand how the young gentleman managed to find him. He wondered if he had come to bring him back to the cult of the holy fire. He trembled as he understood that everything would end now. Armand, in turn, knew that he had to somehow save his life. At that very moment he fell to his knees and, with tears in his eyes, told the young gentleman that he would do anything, only he must spare him. He shouted that he would tell everything he knew. Aiden glared at the man, as he had planned to tease him a lot before dragging him off to the guild, but he knew it was even better this way. At the same time, dead silence reigned in Marcus's guild. He was thinking about everything he heard. But at that very moment he looked at the man intently and with anger and asked if the guild was really conducting experiments on people. Armand immediately said that it was so. He smiled puzzledly and said that since Carton was the center of the dungeons, people often disappeared there and no one paid attention to it. It was the perfect place to conduct experiments without raising suspicion. Aiden was shocked by what he heard. He didn't imagine that something like this was possible, and wondered if the members of the Chaos Group were really involved in something like this. At that very moment, he looked at the man and asked where they were conducting their experiments. He was taken aback and said that he did not know their exact location, but he had heard that they were conducting experiments somewhere in a dungeon near the city. Aiden was shocked. He did not expect that they carried out such actions in the dungeon. The Overlord asked the young man in surprise what was so surprising about this. Aiden said that it was just nonsense. He knew that the dungeon was the official trading area of the spirit merchants, and when the dungeon was cleared, the merchants would exchange the loot, extract the cores, and then the dungeon would disappear. But he knew that if he stayed in the dungeon or experimented on people, things would take a completely different turn. He knew that the merchants would not tolerate anyone opening a store on their territory. Although they were bound by rules against harming people in such unusual situations, it could be considered an attack, so the merchants had the right to use force. They also possessed absolute power within the dungeon, and even a novice merchant could destroy a half-master in a matter of seconds. The Lord asked in surprise why they were still there. Aiden knew that there was only one way to stay in the dungeon. After all, a person could offer such a profitable deal that the merchants turned a blind eye to the rules. In this case, they would not report the concrete to the merchant immediately and would allow the use of the dungeon. Marcus looked at the man with fury and said that for one guild this was a bit much. He wanted to know who was covering for them. At that very moment, Aiden approached the man and with a fierce grin said that if he did not answer the question posed, he would send him to the cult. The man was taken aback and, bursting into tears, said that he would immediately tell everything. Trembling with fear, he said that the Grand Duchy of Cius had helped them with this. The young people were taken aback and filled with anger at what they heard. Aiden was furious, as the name of his sworn enemy was again mentioned. Marcus was shocked. He did not understand why the Great Northern Duchy would cooperate with such a guild. Armand said that they were not the only ones involved in this, and there were several other organizations that were involved in this. Marcus was furious because he realized that things were much more serious than he had imagined, so he knew he couldn't act rashly. Aiden was furious, as he assumed that his former comrade was involved in something like this. He said furiously that they must defeat them. Marcus sighed heavily and told the young master that their enemy was not simple. Aiden asked the man if he was really just going to let go of the people who were involved in harming his daughter. He shouted with rage that they must be destroyed because they dared to touch his family. He shouted that he would help him overthrow them. The Lord asked the young man in bewilderment if he was not pursuing his own revenge. Marcus was shocked by what he heard, as he saw that the young man was very compassionate, even when it came to someone else's family. He sighed heavily and thanked the young master, but he couldn't even imagine how he could do something like this. He didn't know where to start. At that very moment, Aiden announced that he had an idea. Aiden, holding back his anger, said that of course he had a plan. After all, destroying trash like them was his specialty. At the same time, silence and peace reigned in the perfume trading company. Rabbits looked at the core with a smile, because he knew that people did not suspect that in fact the core of the dungeon was a mana stone with a high content of it, which is why they were so valued among the spirits and served as the main source of income. Rabbits. He was very upset that he had gotten involved with the young man because now he had to pay for the stones, and in essence, he worked for the young man as a slave. At that very moment, the middle spirit merchant Pest came up to him and called him. Rabbits was taken aback and asked the Lord what brought him to him. Pest angrily asked the novice merchant why his efficiency had dropped so much. He noted that his income was terrible. Rabbits was taken aback and asked for forgiveness, since it was all due to his incompetence. Pest sighed heavily and said that of course he was too stupid to advance further than a novice merchant. Rabbits was angry when he heard such words, but he knew that he could not speak out against his elder, and so he thanked him for his understanding, while holding back his anger. Pest looked at the newcomer with a fierce grin and said that he expected the best results from him. Rabbits was taken aback and began to mutter something. Pest looked at him with fury and asked if he really dared to argue with an average merchant. Rabbits, holding back his anger, said that he did not intend to argue and that he could take everything. He looked at the merchant with a grin and said that it would be better this way. At that very moment he absorbed his earned goods. Pest looked at the empty package with annoyance. He was puzzled that it brought so little. But as he was leaving, he looked at the merchant with a grin and said that he really hoped that next week he would please him with a big income. Rabbit sighed heavily and said that he would try to do it, but still in his heart he scolded the dirty rat because he knew that one day he would pay for his behavior. That evening, the men at the back entrance of the Umbra Guild were on guard. They were taken aback when an unknown person approached them and told him to stop and introduce himself. But at that very moment, the unknown person looked at them with anger and told them to get out of the way. The man looked at the unexpected guest with anger and asked if he had really lost his mind. The man tried to drive away the unexpected visitor. But at that very moment, the young man shouted at him angrily and asked if he knew who she was talking to. He asked the guards if they didn't recognize the armor and the sword. The man was taken aback, as they did not understand what he was talking about. But at that very moment, his comrade asked him to stop. They saw that in front of them was a knight of large build, dressed in black armor with a huge sword. At that moment, the unexpected guest said that he was Dares Clyman, the Dark Knight of Lord Silbetta. He angrily told them to immediately call the head of the guild. A few hours ago, in the dormitory, the Overlord asked the young man in surprise if he was really going to deal with everything alone this time. He asked the young man if he would really storm into the guild again. Aiden smiled and told the master that he really knew him well, and in general everything in his words was correct, but they would not storm in madly. The ruler asked in surprise if he really wanted to knock politely on their door rather than break it down. Aiden smiled and said that everything was correct, and also praised the ruler since he knew him well. The ruler was taken aback and asked if he was really being mocked here. Adam sighed heavily and asked his comrade if he remembered that the Duchy of Sias covered the guild, which meant that they just needed to show up with a knight from the duchy, then they would be let in. The Overlord asked if he really wanted to ask his sworn enemy for help. Adam smiled a predatory grin and said that it seemed that the master had forgotten about the knight who had fallen into Beelzebub's trap, since he had intended to use him. Some time later, they finally managed to get into the guild leader's office. The man looked intently at the young people and said that it was a great honor for him to meet the Dark Knight. Aiden looked at the man closely, as most likely no one even suspected that the Dark Knight was already dead. He knew that only an idiot would tell people that they had lost an important person from their army. Talon sighed heavily and said that he regretted that the guards did not recognize him right away, and that no one warned them about his arrival in advance. But at that very moment he looked at the knight and asked who had arrived with him. The knight said that this was his subordinate magician, and they should not touch him. The man took his words into account at that very moment, but he still wondered what brought the knight to them. He asked if this was an unexpected test. At that very moment the knight told the man that he was very clever, because he needed to make sure of everything, and therefore he wanted to be taken to the dungeon immediately. A moment later, they visited the guild's secret dungeon. He knew it wasn't surprising that they couldn't find the dungeon, since it was located right below their guild. But a moment later he was taken aback as he saw the scale of it all. He was shocked when he saw the monsters behind bars. He was puzzled and wondered what kind of experiments they were conducting, because there were a lot of monsters. At that very moment, the man told the knight with a grin that he had visited them just in time, because their research had finally made a breakthrough. He happily pointed to the knights and announced that they were their new achievement. A moment later he ordered the knights to stand, and they obeyed. He looked closely at the men, as at first glance they looked no different from ordinary people. Talon said with a satisfied smile that, as they had requested, they had given them the abilities of monsters without changing their appearance. They had the regenerative power of trolls and the monstrous strength of ogres, but that was far from all. At that very moment, he told them that he would now demonstrate the skills of the young people. Aiden froze in shock when he saw that the subjects were wielding the sword's aura, but he was taken aback when he saw the color of this aura. Talon said with a satisfied smile that they had managed to raise their sword skill to the high-ranking aura sword. Combined with their monstrous strength and regeneration, their mind control was perfect, so they were absolutely loyal and could not rebel. He shouted with a satisfied grin that soon they would be mass-producing them, and then the young master would be able to acquire an entire army. He joyfully shouted that soon they would have an entire immortal army. He happily showed them the Blood Knights. Aiden was furious because he knew too much about them. The Overlord asked the young man if he had seen them before in his past life. The Blood Knights were an elite order of the duchy, led by Silbeth when he rose to power. They performed many great feats during the catastrophic Tyr monster waves, and even in the Great War with the Talos. At that time, their insane devotion and courage in the face of death immortalized Silbetu, thus earning him the nickname of the King of Knights. Aiden was furious as he realized that the Blood Knights were monsters. He was shocked as he realized that there was a lot of dirt behind his former comrade. Talon asked the knight with a smile if he remembered what he had said earlier about how weak the human body was to withstand the essence of a monster. He smiled and said that they had finally found a way out. At that very moment, the knight looked intently at the man and asked what exit he was talking about. Aiden looked at the man intently, as he couldn't even imagine what was behind the door. Talon smiled with a predatory grin and said that it was he who helped solve the problem. At that very moment, Aiden understood everything, and now he saw where he had been hidden all this time. He was puzzled because he saw before him the spirit of the epidemic, which was imprisoned in a damp dungeon. The man smiled and said with a satisfied grin that the spirit of the epidemic was in front of them, and they sealed it. He said that they extracted one of his abilities, namely the lycanthrope curse, and injected it into the test subjects. He said that the lycanthrope curse is, simply put, the curse of a werewolf. Talon reported that after learning about the curse, he searched everywhere for the spirit, but one merchant told him about it just in time, and by the will of fate, this spirit made a contract with Marcus's daughter. He was glad that the gods were on his side. He said with a satisfied grin that Marcus wouldn't even understand when it would all be over for him, and the guild would be his. At that moment, Aiden said that they had heard enough. The man looked at the young man with anger because he did not understand how he dared to interrupt him. He shouted that he was not his equal at all. At that very moment, Aiden looked intently at the man and ordered his loyal subject to kill him. Talon was taken aback, as he did not understand what he meant. But a moment later he said goodbye to his life very unexpectedly, as the faithful knight carried out his master's orders. A moment later, Aiden said that it was time for them to free the spirit and deal with the guild, as well as the dungeon. But a moment later the faithful knight was wounded. Aiden turned around at that very moment, as he heard some noise behind him. Aiden was shocked when he saw this, because he knew that a man could not have stabbed his knight. He was shocked because some kind of monster appeared in front of him, but at that very moment, the monster with their predatory grin asked the young man who he was. Without a moment's hesitation, he attacked the young man, and Aiden was not going to give up so easily. Using his strength, he repelled his enemy's blow. But at that very moment, he looked at his enemy in shock, as he saw that the wound he had inflicted had healed, and very quickly. The monster immediately swung his blade at that very moment and dealt another blow to his opponent. Aiden managed to deflect the monster's attack, but he was still puzzled as he saw the red aura and regeneration. He looked at the monster in bewilderment and asked if he had also turned himself into a blood knight. Talon, in turn, said with a satisfied grin that it was not stupid at all, but stupidity was wasting such power in vain, because thanks to it he was finally able to move from the half-master stage, where he had been for a long time. Talon told the young man that his control over the Dark Knight's soul and his courage to challenge him were respectable. He noted that the young man was no ordinary person at all, so he had no intention of asking who sent him. At that very moment, he looked at the young man with a fierce grin and offered him to work for him because he could give him this power and could even make him the guild leader. Aiden, in turn, casually said that the offer sounded tempting, but looking at the man, he said that he was not sure that the guild would remain with him at all. He looked at the young man in bewilderment, as he did not understand what he was talking about. At that very moment, a man burst in and shouted to his boss that they had a big problem. The man was taken aback and asked what had happened. At that very moment, the man reported that the Medela Guild was capturing their guild. Talon was truly shocked by what he heard. The man said that they were led by Marcus, and unfortunately, they couldn't stand against them, so they needed someone's help. Talon was furious because he did not expect anything like this. Aiden looked at the man with a smirk and asked if he didn't like his little surprise. At that very moment, the man looked at his opponent with rage and shouted that he would immediately finish him off on the spot. Without wasting a minute, he rushed into battle. But the young man easily dodged his opponent's attack. Talon was overcome with anger. He knew that he needed to quickly deal with his enemy and get out to help his people, but he realized that if he lingered below, his guild would be in danger. He wanted to deal with his enemy as quickly as possible, so he dealt blow after blow. Aiden looked closely at his opponent, and since he saw that his strength was great, he felt a threat with every swing. But he understood that this was all. He saw that his regeneration was incredibly strong, but at the same time, his sword itself began to crumble. And he had the feeling that a strong giant was furiously raging with a blade. He wanted to break through the Demi-Master's barrier, so he was determined to show him what it felt like to be thrown. At that very moment, the man was taken aback, as he did not understand what was happening at all. The young man said with a satisfied grin that he had created this sword technique to cut through the scales of a dragon, and only the berserker dragon slayer could master it. The man backed away, as he had never seen anything like this before. He immediately began to tremble with fear, as his opponent was stronger than anyone he had ever met before. Aiden, in turn, without hesitation, applied his enormous strength and dealt a crushing blow to his opponent. At that very moment, the man fell to the ground with a crash, as the blow was very strong. He was shocked and very angry because his wound did not heal. It seemed to him as if he was burning from the inside. Aiden stared at his enemy and asked if he thought that was all he could do. He informed the man that ideally his entire body would be on fire, but nevertheless, thanks to the new cultivation technique, he was able to use it, even though it was at the level of a sword master. He knew that this was a clear victory, so he informed his enemy that his wounds were burning and they would not heal, so he should surrender. At that moment, the man could not bear it any longer and called upon the spirit of the merchant, since he understood that he could not give up so easily. Aiden was taken aback, as he did not expect anything like this. But at that very moment, a spirit merchant appeared before them. He asked the man what had happened. Aiden looked closely at the merchant, because at that very moment he realized who had secretly sold the dungeon, stolen the spirit of the epidemic, and hidden it from the main merchant. Pest looked at the man with bewilderment, since he even took advantage of the chance of urgent conscription that he gave him. He assumed that Togo was in serious trouble. The man shouted that it was so and he needed his help. He begged the merchant to help him deal with the enemy. Pest looked at the man intently and said that he needed additional compensation to interfere with the dungeon's affairs. The man shouted that he would give him whatever he wanted, but he had to kill the young man right now. At that moment, Pest's face changed, and with a predatory grin, he said that they had come to an agreement. At this, the demon lord was taken aback, but now he saw the true strength of the merchant's spirit. While he was as strong as a sword master, Aiden noticed that he was even stronger, and ordinary people could not cope with him. At that very moment, he shouted that he was sure that the spirit of the merchants was forbidden to interfere with their affairs in the dungeon. He asked the merchant if they really thought that he could get away with something like that. Pest looked at the young man with a fierce grin and said that he was well aware of how they conducted their affairs. He said that if he was not caught, he would not be punished. Pest looked at the young man with a fierce grin and, asking for forgiveness, said that it was time for him to say goodbye to them, but at the same time, he should not worry about it too much. Aiden looked at the merchant with a fierce grin and said that such words were usually spoken by those who were caught. He looked at the young man with bewilderment, since he did not understand what kind of nonsense he was talking. Aiden knew that it was impossible to defeat the SI merchant with full power inside the dungeon, but he had one trump card. Pest was taken aback at that very moment, as he heard a familiar voice. Aiden knew that his familiar comrade was telling the truth, and he only needed to call a merchant who would be of a higher rank than the current one. At that very moment, Pest bowed his head and greeted his superiors. Everyone present saw the president of the Spirit Association, the chief merchant, in front of them. The president looked intently at the merchant and said angrily that it was time for them to talk too. The president of the Spirit Association, she was the head of the association, and all spirits revered her. Ascended beings like the Spirit King and the chief merchant had no gender, but for convenience, he used her, and she could only appear in the human realm for a few reasons. In order to warn others about major changes in the dungeons, or to resolve major issues related to the spirit merchants, so a few hours before everything happened, he contacted his spirit and said that he would like it to call the head merchant. Aiden reported that the guild traded with the spirit, but this was prohibited by their rules. He told his comrade that he should have known that such a thing was impossible in the dungeon. Aiden said with a smile that he would like him to explain everything to the chief merchant and call her. He was shocked and shouted that the president was very busy. At the same time, the president thanked her trusted subject for telling her everything. Aiden looked at his comrade with a smile because he knew that he had done everything as he had planned. Talon looked at them with fury, as he did not understand what was going on at all. Pest was taken aback, and trembling with fear, asked the president how she ended up in such a place. He shouted that she should listen to him because there was a misunderstanding. She looked at him furiously and asked if he really thought she didn't know anything. He was immediately taken aback and asked what she was even talking about. She said she always knew he cheated for his own sake. She said she hoped he would straighten himself out, but now that was all over. They watched the whole thing closely, expecting her to quickly put him in his place. Pest was shocked by what was happening and shouted at the president to stop so he could explain everything. But at that very moment, she said that he was fired, and using her power, she made him disappear immediately. For some time, the young man watched everything that was happening intently. Moments later, Aiden saw only a small rat on the president's hand. She looked closely at the young man and said that she had been told everything and about the faces of the entire association. She apologized for the inconvenience. She said that words alone were not enough. He gave everything less looked at her, because he did not understand what was going on at all. At that very moment she used her power and gave the young man several useful things for his future travels. Aiden was taken aback, but thanked her for this. He was not at all prepared for this. He knew that a gift from the chief merchant was something incredible. At that very moment she smiled and said goodbye, that it was time for her to leave, but the young man asked her to wait and asked if he could ask her a question. At that very moment, the young man took courage and asked how he could save the spirit of the epidemic. She said that the spirit was in deep sleep, and unfortunately it would not return even if all the seals were broken. She said that the only way to awaken him was through an official contract. She said that they could have also gone a completely different route, and she thought it would be better for the subject. At that moment he realized that she meant the disappearance of the spirit. She bowed and said that if that was all, then she had to go. Aiden looked after her intently and thanked her. She also wished him all the best in his adventures. But at the same time she called him by name. But at that moment he heard a name from his past life. At that very moment he was taken aback and hastily asked how she knew his former name. But to his regret, he did not hear a single answer, as the president simply disappeared before his eyes, and he froze in a daze. At that very moment the ruler asked in surprise if she had really called him by his old name. Aiden left his question unanswered, but he wondered how she knew his name. He wondered if this meant that some creatures were not touched by his reincarnation. He was puzzled and wondered if he was missing something. At that very moment he turned around, having completely forgotten that there was someone else in the dungeon. The man was taken aback because he thought that everything would be different. He understood that his end would soon come. The next day, everyone heard that the Medela Guild had stormed the Umbra Guild, and then all the residents learned about the kidnapping of people and the experiments. At the same time, in the guild leader's office, a young man was tirelessly reading the newspaper and with a joyful smile informed his new acquaintance that he had now become a local hero. The man looked intently at the young man and said that it was all thanks to him, because otherwise he would have lost the guild and his daughter. But at the same moment he asked the young man if he really thought he could be trusted. The man immediately shouted that he would devote himself entirely to the guild. Aiden said that it would be better to have a front man for now, since the man had already been the head of the guild before, so he would not hand them over now, since he knew what would happen to him in that case. Aiden looked at the man with a fierce grin and said that if he dared to betray them, he would haunt him for the rest of his insignificant life. At that very moment the man shouted in a hurry, without thinking that he would never do something like that. The ruler asked the young man if he would tell him about chaos and the duchy. Adam sighed heavily and said that there was no need to say such things yet. He knew that even if Sias's involvement were made public now, Silbeta, with her current power, would easily hush everything up. He understood that something more serious would be needed to bury him. He knew he had to wait for the right moment. At that very moment he turned around and called the man. He asked Marcus if he had decided what he would do with the spirit. Marcus sighed heavily and said that there were several ways to save his daughter, and the official one was a contract with the spirit of the epidemic. Or they could simply destroy the stone and make the spirit disappear, and then find a new spirit to contract with. Aiden knew that the girl did not have much time left, and so the choice was his. Marcus thought for a moment and said that the spirit was essentially good and that he had done nothing wrong at all. He knew that the brand placed on the spirits of the epidemic had remained in force ever since the sin-plague alchemist had turned the southern continent into hell. He didn't want his daughter to be branded because of the contract with the spirit. He knew it was wrong, but his opinion was unchanged. At that very moment, he approached the spirit and asked for forgiveness, but at the same time he raised his sword, preparing to strike. But at that very moment a young lady burst into their room with tears in her eyes and tried to stop her father. The man was shocked. He did not expect to see his daughter. Bursting into tears, she screamed at him not to dare touch her friend. At that very moment, the young lady blocked the stone with her body and told him not to touch it. Marcus was taken aback. He saw that his daughter was right in front of him, alive and well. Aiden looked closely at the girl because he knew that they didn't tell her anything. Because they thought it would be too big a blow, he didn't know how she found out. At that very moment, Alice appeared before them and said that it was she who told the girl everything. She said it was her spirit, and while the choice was difficult, she made it herself. Marcus looked at his daughter intently and shouted for her to move away immediately, as the spirit was dangerous, but she shouted that he knew nothing about it. Charles, with tears in her eyes, screamed that the spirit had always protected her. She knew it was now her turn to protect the spirit. At 5, but for the first time she realized that there was someone nearby, even though a few years ago a monster had been waiting for her in the alley. The young lady was very frightened, as a huge beast was grinning at her. A moment later he pounced on her and she screamed, but at that very moment she unconsciously used magic and thus protected herself. At that very moment the dog ran away from the alley with lightning speed as it was very scared. Charles was puzzled because she could not understand at all what had happened, but then for the first time she felt that someone was protecting her. Even when her mother disappeared, when she was sad and lonely, she felt someone's presence. When she cried about her skinned knee, someone was there with her and comforted her. Charles, looking at her father, said that the saint told her that she had become ill because of dead souls, and only because of the spirit she remained alive. She asked her father, shedding bitter tears, if everyone who had protected her had to die. She wondered if her friend's spirit had to go too, just like her mother. At that moment, the man was taken aback and told his daughter that she did not understand anything at all, but she did not want to hear any excuses and said that her father had to answer one of her questions. She looked at her father intently and asked if she made a contract with this spirit, would he hate her too? Marcus was shocked by such a question. He shouted without thinking that she herself knew that such a thing would not happen. At that moment, she said that that was all she was interested in, because she didn't care about the opinions of others at all. She told her father that she only needed him and her friend. Charles looked at her father intently and said that she would never let her friend die for her, so she asked her father to accept him into the family as his protector instead of his mom and dad. The man stood frozen in place, not knowing what to answer. At that very moment, he threw away his sword and told his daughter that the most important thing was that she would be happy and healthy, and that he didn't care about anything else. He came up to her and hugged her tightly and also asked for forgiveness. Some time later, the young people were sitting in the office, and Marcus thanked the young gentleman for everything he had done for them, because he would remember everything that had happened for the rest of his life. Aiden sighed heavily and said that there was nothing to thank him for, since it was part of the deal. But at the same time, he asked the man if he was really sure that his daughter could make a deal with the spirit of the epidemic. Marcus sighed heavily and said that he didn't particularly like it, and that it was obvious that she would have a much harder time now. But since she was happy, he didn't need anything else. All he had to do was raise her so that she wouldn't hurt herself and would realize her full potential. Therefore, he accepted the spirit not as an evil creature, but as a blessing. After all, he was now a part of her. Aiden sighed heavily and told the man that he had a proposition for him. He said that he could write him a letter of recommendation so that his daughter could go to study in his house. The man was taken aback with surprise. He did not expect anything like this. He said that he was sure he was familiar with the infamous rumors about Rhodacer, so they all knew very well that the powers of the spirit of the epidemic were incredibly dangerous, and now the girls needed to learn spirit witchcraft to control the will of the spirit. He said that spirits lived in their estate, and if she studied with them, she could grow into a wonderful spiritualist. The man was taken aback, as this was a very big favor. He did not understand why the young man needed all this. Aiden smiled and said that it was just part of the deal. Marcus looked at him with confusion, as he did not understand what he was talking about. He looked at the man with a smile and said that the condition would be that they would help when he needed his daughter's help, and he promised that he would not abuse her power. At that very moment, the man shouted that they would be ready to help at any moment, and he could count not only on his daughter, but on their entire guild. Aiden knew that once the young lady learned to control the spirit of the epidemic, she would become incredibly useful, and he also understood that it would be very profitable to attract the man to his side. At the same time, in the north of the continent, in frozen lands with unprecedented frosts, a young man informed his master that the guild was in trouble. Unfortunately, things were only getting worse. At that very moment, the young man looked intently at the mountain of monsters that had been defeated by his master. He sighed heavily and asked my lord for forgiveness for bringing him bad news. At that very moment, he turned around and asked his subordinate if he recognized the one who was involved in something like this. The young man said that, according to the Crimson Knight, his sword was similar to the master's sword, so there was a high chance that Dyer had intervened this time. He reported that the house told him that it had suffered heavy losses, so their research was delayed. The young man was seriously angry, since this news had upset him greatly, and he had unknowingly released all his power. But unfortunately, after this, he became very ill. At that very moment, the young man ran up to his master and asked him to take the potion quickly. He asked the gentleman to calm down. Silbert was furious and understood that this was a humiliation, since he had to rely on potions. Silbert was very angry, as he knew that if he hadn't damaged his mana core all those years ago, nothing like this would have happened during the monster wave, although he knew that perhaps he should thank fate that he wasn't going into a rage due to the explosion of his mana core. He shouted furiously that he didn't need the Blood Knights or the Holy Fire cult. He only needed a stone that could replace his mana core, and then he could become a Grand Master. Silbert shouted furiously that he had to become the next Grand Duke no matter what. At the same time, Aiden looked at the small stone with bewilderment, since he had no idea what was in front of him. He knew it had been given to him by the chief merchant, so it was clearly something special, but he had no idea what it was. At that very moment, the ruler informed the young man that in front of him was a contract stone. He was surprised, as he had never heard of anything like this before. The Overlord said that the contract stone helps in making contracts with spirits or spirit beasts and the spirit realm. Even with low affinity, it is able to summon high-ranking spirits, and it is quite a valuable and rare item that is very difficult to find in the human world. At that very moment, the ruler told the young man to try to pour his mana into him. A moment later, the young man did as the demon lord said. The lord looked at the stone with a satisfied grin, as he assumed that something incredible would happen soon. At that very moment, they saw a raging fire in front of them. This fire engulfed the entire room. Aiden was shocked. He didn't expect anything like this, so he gave in to his emotions and screamed as he saw that his hand was on fire. But after a moment, he finally got a grip on his emotions and looked at the stone with bewilderment. He didn't feel any fire at all, and he didn't feel hot. But at that very moment, he heard the spirit's voice. The spirit, in turn, was furious. He couldn't understand how he dared summon a being like himself into such a small space. The ruler looked at the young man in bewilderment and asked with a grin whom he had summoned. At that very moment, a mythical rank spiritual beast appeared before them in all its glory. Aden, in turn, had seen several times people who had made contracts with spiritual beasts, but most of them were low-ranked, and literally a few middle-ranked. He was shocked and did not understand how he managed to summon a beast of mythical rank with the help of some stone, because there was simply nothing like it in his past life. Taken aback, he asked the beast in surprise if he really summoned it. At that very moment, the spirit announced that it was he who had found the call to the hotel. The spirit said that she was the queen of the immortal birds, and one of her children said that she owed her life to him. Aiden froze for a moment, not understanding what was being said. But at that very moment he remembered everything. She said that he saved her child from the hands of an evil troll who wanted to eat him, so she, as his mother and queen, wanted to thank him. But in turn, she was surprised that he looked exactly like that. She looked closely at the young man, as she saw the resurrection, poison, dark demonic energy, and even the tower's shield. She couldn't believe that an ordinary person possessed everything, and she also said that she could see the vile curse on his shoulder to the point of will. The young man could not resist and burst into wild laughter after her words. The demon lord was furious, since no one had ever insulted him in this way. Aiden looked at the queen in surprise and asked if she really wanted to make a contract with him. She smiled and said that a normal person would never be able to withstand her power, but given the strange stone in his body, he could do something similar. Aiden was taken aback for a moment, as he did not understand what stone she was talking about, but at the same moment he wondered if she was talking about the mysterious stone that was in the forest and which he had absorbed. Aiden asked if the queen knew anything about him. She sighed heavily and said that she was very sorry, since she could not tell him anything specific. She reported that in ancient times there were creatures with similar stones, and even they could not do anything similar to her, and they could not resist them. She said that his vessel was much smaller and weaker than theirs, but she was confident that he could handle her. At that very moment she looked at him intently and asked in all seriousness if he was ready to sign a contract with her. Aiden understood perfectly well that he should not miss such a chance. At that very moment he agreed with her with a satisfied smile. The Pyranus looked intently at the young man, and at that very moment she spoke her name, and also said that as a child of the first flame of the purifier of all, she intended to make a contract with him, and she also asked him to speak his name. At that very moment Aiden said his name, but she froze for a moment. She asked if he had another name. He was taken aback, as he did not expect such a question. But at that very moment he named the name from his past life, and the contract was concluded. A few days later, they were on their way to the northern gate. The young lady was puzzled, as they had only just gotten along and already had to go somewhere else. Cassie looked at the saint with a smile and said that she could see her friend again as soon as her pilgrimage was over. Lo smiled and said that he would make sure that Joseph allowed visits to the city. At that very moment the young knight looked intently at the door of his master's room, since he was still sleeping. Aiden looked closely at the mercenary badge, high rank, as he hadn't held it in his hands for a long time. Each of them received a mercenary badge, but each had his own, and yet they all knew which badge each had. The young knight looked closely at his master and asked what kind of badge he had. They were shocked because they saw that he had a white gold badge of the highest rank, but they did not expect anything else from the gentleman. Marcus said that a mercenary's rank was determined by his skills and exploits. He informed everyone present that over time they would be able to become stronger and increase their rank, so they didn't need to worry about it. Marcus looked closely at the young man and asked where they were heading now. Aiden sighed heavily and said that they were going to the lands of Ceus, since he had some business there. Marcus asked the young gentleman if he could ask him a question. At that very moment, he asked the young gentleman if he really thought that a man from the duchy was behind all this. Marcus said it was hard not to notice how angry he became when this name was mentioned. His reaction made it seem as if he already knew whose doing this was. He said with fury that after what had happened to his daughter, no words would be enough to describe all his anger towards these people, but now he was powerless. Marcus looked at the young gentleman intently and said that for this reason he would like to ask him for a favor, and even if it was impudence, he managed to do so on his part. He said that if he was as angry as he was, then he should make them pay for everything. Marcus said that in that case, he would follow the young master. Aiden was pleased with everything he heard. He said, "Sir," with a joyful grin, that there is nothing stronger than an alliance against a common enemy, so he intended to make them pay for all their sins. Aiden sighed heavily when he heard from the coachman that they would arrive at their destination soon. Sometime later they were in the center of the Grand Duchy. Cassie looked around in confusion as she saw that there were many people around them, nobles and knights from all over the world. Aiden said that everything was correct because the martial arts fight festival would soon begin. This festival was held every winter because the tournament was in honor of Jaeger Sias, who sealed the creature of death, the Queen of Winter, and founded the Great Duchy. Considering the constant monster attacks in winter, which did not cause much excitement among the townspeople, this event is like a ritual for a safe winter. There weren't many festivals like this on the continent, so all sorts of people came to the city, to the point where people in the duchy would quit their jobs and just enjoy the tournament. Aiden looked closely at his comrades and said with a satisfied smile that he was going to take part in it. Bali smiled and said that it sounded very funny, but not everyone shared the same opinion, with the young master's faithful knight saying that at this rate he would be putting himself in danger. The Lord of the Demon Judges looked at the young man with a phenomenon, as he thought that he had come for revenge. Aiden sighed heavily and said that this was exactly how it was. He knew very well that for a victory he could get any item from the Duke's vault, including the elixir. He needed this elixir to reach the level of Grand Master like in his past life. He knew that the most important part would be after the tournament. The Overlord asked in surprise what they were talking about. Aiden said that once it ends, the Winter Queen who was sealed by the founder will awaken. The Winter Queen was a disaster that led legions of death across the frozen land. The near lands turned into ice caves, and everything on the northern continent, including Sias, was destroyed. The northern peoples sent 6 noble knights, including the Archduke and their strongest fighters, to stop her. But unfortunately, they were completely destroyed, and those who miraculously survived fled. Only the Storm Knights of Silbet survived and saved the northern continent. They defeated the Winter Queen, and the young man became the new Grand Duke, with the people leading him. He showed himself to be a noble man, and at the same time he was surrounded with honor, and thus he was awarded the title of the King's Knight. Aiden was furious, because he knew that the young man in his past life had not been distinguished by either decency or nobility. He first won the tournament because he had fought the Winter Queen and defeated her. He intended to deal with the young man who was exhausted from fighting the Queen. The saint looked closely at the young man and asked if he did not like the food, as he had a strange expression on his face. He smiled and said that this was not so. At that moment, the priest noticed that there were too many people in the tavern, and he assumed that this was the best place on the continent. He saw that everyone was drinking and engaging in casual conversation. Aiden noticed that everyone looked happy. At that very moment, young people approached them and asked for forgiveness, since there were no more free tables, and therefore they wanted to join them. The young man smiled, looking at everyone present. A few minutes later, they were all sitting at the same table. The young man smiled and said that he was very glad to meet them, and it seemed that it was just fate, so he intended to get to know his companions better. He introduced himself with a smile and said that his name was Lao, he was a mercenary. Aiden looked closely at the young man and introduced himself, and also said that his entire team was at the table, and they were just traveling. He asked the young man if his partner was really next to him. Lao smiled and said that next to him was his younger brother, Radel, and he was a little shy. Aiden looked at the man next to them with bewilderment as he wanted to know about him. At that moment, the young lady glanced sideways at the man, as she did not think that she would meet him in such a place. Lo looked at her in surprise and asked what she was talking about. The man looked at the young lady with a fierce grin and said that he had not met anyone from her tribe for a long time. At the same moment, he said that his name was Balok. Aiden smiled as he looked at the man, as he knew that he was from a tribe of wanderers, and they rarely met anyone on the way. The man noticed that there was clearly someone in their team who loved cats. At that very moment, the saint looked at them with a smile and said that she had wanted to ask them about something for a long time. She looked at the young man with a smile and asked what he had in his hands. He was taken aback, as he did not expect such a question. But at that very moment he smiled and said that they could see in front of them a traditional instrument from his hometown. He was a little embarrassed, but he admitted that he was a bard. At that very moment, the young lady said with delight that she would like to hear his music. He was surprised and asked if she really wanted him to play right then. Young Alice looked at the young man with her beautiful eyes. He sighed heavily and asked sheepishly if she really wanted to listen, since he was a little behind in this creative work, but she shouted that she wanted to hear. At that very moment, everyone present turned around as they heard beautiful music. They looked around hastily because they did not know who was playing. At that very moment, the ruler looked at the young man with a satisfied smile, since the ability to put mana into music is an amazing ability. Everyone looked intently at the young man and listened to his beautiful music. At that very moment, he finished his part and, sighing heavily, said embarrassedly that this is exactly how this instrument sounds. But a moment later, he was taken aback as he heard the joyful shouts of everyone present. They were delighted with his amazing performance. At that very moment, the young lady said with her smile that the young gentleman had done a great job. It was the first time they had heard such a touching performance. At that very moment, the saint, with a joyful smile, told the young man that it was the best performance she had ever heard. Lao looked at his younger brother with a smile and said that he had new fans. The man was confused by everything that was happening. After their meal together, the young man said with a smile that he would like to chat with them some more, but they had little time, and Anusa said that since they had a busy schedule, there was nothing they could do about it. Lao smiled and said that preparing for the tournament was much more difficult than he thought. Aiden looked at the young man in surprise and asked if he was really participating in the tournament. He said that it was a very interesting coincidence. But at that very moment he looked intently at the young man and asked his name. Aiden approached the young man and said with a smile that the next time they met, they would be rivals, because he was also going to participate in the martial arts tournament. Lao looked at the young man with a fierce grin and said that he understood everything, but he would not make any concessions to him. As he left, he smiled and said goodbye to them. At that very moment, the demon lord asked the young man what had happened, and Adam asked in surprise what he was talking about. The ruler told the young man that he had just met a new comrade, but for some reason he already wanted to kill him. Aiden sighed heavily, because it was all because he knew who the young man really was. The Lord asked if he really knew him from his past life. Aiden had never seen him, but had heard of him. The young man was a swordsman who walked with companions, an old man and a tribe of vagabonds, and a musical genius. He was also the winner of the martial arts tournament. Everyone called him the demon of the evil sword. The Lord asked the young man in surprise if he really wanted to say that the guy had won the tournament in his past life, but he understood that it was more important why he was called the demon of the evil sword. Aiden knew that the young man had won the tournament and received a reward, a special elixir. He drank it and disappeared, and he had not even taken part in the expedition against the Queen of Winter. Then he appeared in the Grand Duchy a few years later, and he became a mad killer. Sometime later, the young people saw a beautiful mansion. Alice smiled and asked if Aiden's friend would really let them into this mansion for free, Adamov's nose, and said that of course it was. Bali sighed heavily and told the young man that now was not the time to show off his wealth, since the original purpose of the pilgrimage was to hide his identity, while making new acquaintances and understanding ordinary people. But before he had backed down and said that everything was fine, he also asked if people in this world really lived without friendships. He said with a smile that it would be a wonderful experience for the young saint, which would help her understand how important connections are. He said that it was the perfect pilgrimage. The man sighed heavily and said that he was probably right. Sometime later, Nisita greeted everyone present. Aiden looked closely at the young lady and asked how things were currently going in the guild. She sighed heavily and said that thanks to the information they received from him, they managed to deal with several branches of chaos. She also reported that the other chaos branches were now gradually retreating, and it seemed that there were growing differences between them and the Thunder Knights. Aiden knew that the terror in the Imperial Palace, the incident with the fire cult, the experiments in the Forest of Death on the Blood Knights, everything they had planned had gone wrong. He looked at her closely and asked if she thought they knew he did it. She sighed heavily and said that the likelihood of that was extremely slim. Niseta looked at the young man with a smile and said that, as she thought, the Lord was going to personally kill the heretics, and she expected nothing else from the noble master of the dungeon. The young man was taken aback and wondered if she had just blushed. He knew that, in a past life, there was a guy who tried to embarrass her, but he immediately forgot about his intentions. He smiled and asked what about his request. She reported that everything was right in front of his eyes. She looked closely at the young man and opened a small suitcase. It was also reported that in front of him now were 7 ingots of stellanium, which he had previously wanted to get. Aiden looked closely at the ingots, as he had managed to obtain a mysterious stone. It was very durable, conducted magic, and had explosive power, and it was comparable to adamantium. It was very difficult to obtain, and 1 stone could buy 10 houses. He thanked the young lady with a smile for providing him with the precious material, Nisita. She said that there was nothing to thank her for, and also asked what he would do with it. Aiden smiled and said that he was going to make armor from this stone, since he already had a shield and a sword. He wanted to find decent armor for himself. She sighed heavily, and said that he must know that this mineral is the most difficult of minerals to process. She asked if he had a blacksmith who could process it properly. At that very moment, Aiden said with a grin that he had a blacksmith who could make him the armor he wanted. Some time later, he visited an alley in the city, and he was looking for someone, but he could not find them. The ruler looked at the young man skeptically and asked if he knew at least 1 blacksmith. Aiden calmly said that, of course, from a blacksmith. He said that the exact blacksmith he needed was not easy to find, and they just had to look hard enough. But a moment later he found the door to the forge. The Lord looked at the door in surprise, and he smiled at Don and said that an ordinary person sees only a simple door. At that very moment he pulled out platinum, as it was the key to the door. A moment later the door glowed with a bright light, and at that very moment the young man opened it and entered the forge. He sighed heavily, as he had not been in this place for a long time. The one he was looking for was from the blessed race. And from the moment of birth, they had a space under them, which they called a workshop. They could set the conditions for entering it, and the main condition for entry was the presence of a platinum badge of a high-ranking mercenary. At that very moment, the young man greeted the blacksmith with a smile and also asked him to make armor. Hetos looked at the young man with bewilderment, as he did not expect this. The Lord looked at the dwarf blacksmith with disdain and told the young man that he was truly annoying, but Aiden assured him that the dwarf's skills were truly unique. After all, the armor he wore in his past life was made by him. The Lord sighed heavily and said that this was not very good information for him. At that moment, the blacksmith approached the young man and looked at him skeptically, since he looked too weak for a high-ranking mercenary. Aiden smiled and told the man that he was mistaken, because he had a platinum badge. Hetos sighed heavily and said that it seemed like the human world had gone completely mad. He didn't understand how anyone could give such a weakling a high-ranking badge. He knew they should have raised the requirements. He waved the young man off and told him to leave immediately, as he had no intention of carrying out the order. He said that there were many other blacksmiths in the area. At that very moment, Aiden said with a grin that he didn't know what opportunity he was turning down. He smiled a predatory grin and said that he thought they could chat while enjoying the white dragon's tears. He knew that it was an incredibly rare, premium white wine from the kingdom of Drathir. He said that he would go to another blacksmith. The man was taken aback at that very moment and asked the young man if he was really talking about the tears of the white dragon now. As he left, Aiden said with a grin that he would find another blacksmith, but the man tried to stop him. He looked longingly at the small bottle of wine and said that they could talk. After some time, the man said with a satisfied smile that people are incredibly good at producing alcohol. At that very moment he looked at the young man, and with a satisfied smile asked what his name was. Aiden introduced himself again. Hetos sighed heavily and said that the wine tasted good, and the last time he drank such wine was many years ago when Balkan gave it to him. At that very moment, Aiden remembered their first meeting in his past life. Then he stole the sword from the dwarf, after which he received it from him. Several years later, they sat together and drank alcohol while having a heart-to-heart talk. Aiden looked at the man closely, as he assumed that in this life without him and the master, The man was completely lonely. At that very moment, he looked at him with a smile and asked if he could stop drinking and listen to his request. Hetos looked at the young man with a smile and said that since he brought him such good alcohol, he could speak like there was no weapon that he could not make. At the same time, a dead silence reigned in the glacial mountains. But after some time, the winter witch opened her cold eyes. Aiden walked back slowly, Yu Estate. He was pleased to meet his friend after a long time. He was pleased that the daggers and armor he had ordered would only take a few days to be made. He knew that there was still about a week left before the Winter Queen would awaken, so everything would be fine. He also received a key that would lead him to the forge from anywhere in the world. He was pleased with this gift, as he knew that he could use it to good advantage and benefit himself. He knew he could only wait a few days. But at that very moment he looked at everyone present with bewilderment, as he did not understand what was going on at all. He was puzzled as he saw the priests who were joyfully praising their saint. At the same time, Alice greeted everyone with a joyful smile. Everyone was shocked and amazed by her beauty. Aiden and the Demon Lord stared at the young lady as they felt like she was enjoying everything that was happening. Sometime later, they crossed the threshold of the Seonghwa Church in Sayusa. Varkas bowed low and greeted the young people with a smile, and also introduced himself, as he was the high priest of the church. Aiden and the Demon Lord looked closely at the priest, as they thought he looked more like a cook or a cleaner. The priest looked at the young men with a satisfied smile and said that it was a great honor for him to meet the benefactor of their school. Aiden greeted the man with a smile and also introduced himself. At that very moment, he said with a smile that the young saint had been received more warmly than they had expected, and he had not even known that she was so popular. The man looked into the distance and said with a smile that originally a sacred fire was supposed to burn on this altar. But many years ago, it went out because there was no suitable person who could maintain it. He looked intently at the young saint and announced that now the temple would again be warmed by the Holy Spirit and the hearts of the believers would flare up again. Aiden smiled and asked his friend if she could do something similar. She smiled and said that of course she would do anything. Alice said with a smile that she wasn't afraid because she had done something similar once before. Aiden looked at the young saint with a tender smile as he saw that she had grown a lot. At that very moment, the young lady slowly approached the altar. She looked closely at her hands, hoping to use divine power. At that very moment, she released her fire. The young lady was delighted because she had succeeded. But moments later, they all saw a bright fire. All those present were shocked and also very happy as the flame of the Holy Spirit was once again blazing in the altar. The priest looked at the young lady with great admiration, for he never thought he would see the holy fire again. He looked at Aiden intently because he knew that this was just a miracle. At that very moment he called him, but the young man did not hear anyone at all. He was taken aback because he didn't understand what he felt, but at the same time he was informed that a new method of mana conservation had been found, in which the loss of mana was reduced and the efficiency and speed of absorption was increased. He was taken aback and wondered if this was the method he learned from the old book from the Church of the Holy Fire. He was shocked because this method itself controlled his body. He felt that he could absorb the fire. At that moment, he reached out to the fire and it obediently followed the young man. The priest froze in shock, but at that very moment he rushed towards the young man as he knew that such manipulations were dangerous. But to his regret, he was unable to help the young man, as the fire did not allow them all to get closer to Aiden. The young men were excited and made their way through the fire to their comrade. At that very moment, Bali reported that the fire of the Holy Spirit was burning everyone who was not its master. He was shocked because he could not believe that the fire had fallen on their comrade. He could not understand what was happening at all. But at that very moment, the young gentleman, looking at everyone else, felt warmth and peace. At that very moment, he was informed, as a successor, that they would help him see the truth, since any lie would lose its power before him. A moment later, the fire died down, and the young people ran in haste to their master, as they were very worried about him. They looked at him from all sides, because they wanted to know for sure if everything was okay with him. The priest was shocked. He understood that something like this simply could not have happened. He could not understand how the young man could be alive when the flames fell upon him. At that very moment, Bali said with a satisfied smile that the young man was not an ordinary person. Varker looked at him in surprise and asked what his words meant. Bali smiled a predatory grin and asked the man if he had forgotten about the prophecy, because long ago, before the Lord of the Blessed Fire ascended to heaven, he told his followers that the Chosen One would come and become an apostle, and the one who would fulfill the will and intentions of the teacher. At that moment, Bali smiled and asked if Aiden was not a true apostle of the Holy Spirit. A moment later, Aiden looked up from his task and looked at everyone present in surprise as they were all staring at him. He looked at them in bewilderment as he saw their piercing and shining eyes, and at that very moment, all the priests greeted the apostle of the Holy Fire with admiration because they knew that he would protect them. Aiden looked at them in bewilderment as he did not understand which apostle of the Holy Fire they were talking about. He wanted to find out for himself who he was. But at that very moment he was taken aback as he saw that all those present had bowed their knees before him. The priest bowed low and greeted the apostle of the Holy Fire. Aiden looked at everyone present in bewilderment and asked in confusion if something had gone wrong, since he hadn't done anything wrong. But at that very moment, they were all taken aback, because unexpectedly for everyone present, an earthquake began. Aiden, in turn, was perfectly aware that it was not an earthquake at all, because he felt that something else was happening. At the same time, the Queen of Winter was slowly approaching them. At that very moment, Aiden was taken aback and dumbfounded as he felt and heard the cry of the Queen of Winter. He was shocked and wondered if she had already risen from the depths of ice. At that very moment, not only in the temple did people hear the furious cry, but in the city everyone clearly heard the omens of the Queen of Winter. All the residents were shocked by this. They covered their ears because they could not hear such a scream. But at that very moment the man was taken aback because he heard something different. A moment later, everyone saw some kind of silhouette in front of them. At that very moment, the man informed all the residents that he was very grateful that they had all gathered, and he also said that he was the hatter of the owner of the liquor store. All the residents looked at him in bewilderment, as they did not understand why he was there. The hatter immediately announced that he had come today to tell them special news. He said that the legendary nest of the Winter Queen would be created in this city. All the residents present froze for a moment, not understanding what was happening at all. But a moment later, the man, trembling with fear, asked if the Queen of Winter had really risen again. A moment later, a revelation dawned on them, and they realized what was happening. At that very moment, all the inhabitants began to run away, because they knew that the Queen of Winter could destroy them all. They understood that if they wanted to live, they needed to run as far as possible. At the same time, in the church, the young man wondered why the Queen of Winter had awakened a week earlier. Moreover, he saw that there was complete chaos all around, and it was all because of her rising. But most of all, the young man burned with anger and fury as the ghosts spoke to him and demanded that he protect the city. At that very moment he looked closely at his sword, as he wanted the knight's ghost to return immediately. But a moment later he was taken aback, as Dareth Clayman, who was previously a knight of Silbetta, appeared in front of him. The young man sighed heavily and said that his mana could never return to its previous state, and, unfortunately, even his position was taken away from him. And at that very moment he turned around and, looking at the Black Knight, asked him to bring the black magicians who had come before Togo, and he should inform them that he agreed to their proposal. Some time later, he was given a beautiful stone, and he wondered if this stone could replace his mana organ. He was glad of this opportunity, as he knew that afterward he would regain his position as a duke. Aiden was taken aback, as he had just seen the memories of the Black Knight. He was shocked by what he saw. But he realized that this was his new ability that he had obtained from chaos. and the system claimed that this was one of the divine powers. At that very moment, the demon lord said that they had finally solved the mystery of the red stone that the young man had swallowed. Aiden agreed with him, because ever since he had swallowed the stone, it had become easier for him to control mana. In turn, Aiden was surprised, and even a little glad, as he realized that his sworn enemy had little time left, and he understood that his sworn enemy was again trying to create a replacement for the mana organ. At that very moment, the ruler asked the young man in bewilderment whether he had not heard the chapter, since the King of Knights was not currently on good terms with the house. He did not understand where he could find a replacement. Auden asked the ruler if he knew how the Sayas families were becoming strong, but the ruler was taken aback and timidly asked if it was really thanks to Suvorov's conditions. Aiden sighed heavily and said that it was all thanks to the first Archduke, because he defeated the Queen of Winter and absorbed her essence. It contained energy of such power that it could not even be compared to anything. He understood that his former comrade was now definitely hunting for the Queen's essence. But at that very moment he wondered whether he should let his plan come to fruition. A moment later, the young man looked back and threw all his thoughts away as someone unexpectedly greeted him. He turned around and saw Dyer. Dyer looked at him with a smile and said that he tried to come up and greet him properly, but as a result, they saw each other like this. Aiden looked at him in surprise and asked if he knew that he was in such a place. Dyer said with a smile that he had heard that Aiden had become the saint's guardian and had accompanied her on pilgrimages. Aiden was taken aback and wondered if the pilgrimage was supposed to be secret. At that moment, the ruler said with a grin that it was impossible to keep secrets in this world. Aiden looked at the young man and asked if he was in such a place because of the Winter Queen. Dyer said that everything was correct, and the church also needed a person to participate in the emergency meeting. At that very moment, he looked at his old acquaintance with a grin and asked if the man really had to be one of the high-ranking people in the Church of the Holy Spirit. The young man was taken aback and said that perhaps it was so. At that very moment, he looked at his companion with a predatory grin and said that in that case, the ideal option would be the Apostle of the Holy Spirit himself. The young man was taken aback and said that perhaps that was so. Aiden turned around and said with a smile that in that case they also needed to go as soon as possible. Aiden smiled and said that he was the Apostle of Fire that the young man had been searching for so persistently so they could already go to his father. The ruler looked at the young man with bewilderment and asked if he had a plan of action. Aenus said that, of course, he had a plan, since he had originally planned to meet the Duke only once. At the same time, at the residence, the young man learned disappointing news. But still, he was glad that the Queen of Winter was resurrected, because he had been waiting for such a moment for a long time. He looked at his comrades intently and said with a grin that people still did not believe that the first Archduke Sayas had killed the Winter Queen. Bulka said at the same time that this statement was only half true. He reported that his predecessor had defeated her, but was unable to destroy her, and after her defeat, the essence of the Winter Queen had shattered into pieces and was scattered across different parts of the north. These fragments plunged the entire northern continent into eternal winter. They also possessed monsters and made them stronger. He immediately looked at everyone present with a grin and announced that one of the fragments had penetrated the Archduke, and thanks to just one fragment, his family was blessed with strong deeds. Silbet said with fury that after many years, the Queen of Winter had once again gathered her powers and was resurrected, and therefore he could catch the Queen and absorb her essence, and if he did something like that, he would become the strongest in the world. He looked closely at his subordinates and told them to prepare for the march, because he intended to kill her and obtain the essence. The young men bowed obediently to their master. But at that very moment, the butler burst into the young master's office and announced that they had big problems. He, breathing heavily, informed the young gentleman that he had just learned that the Archduke had entrusted the task of subduing the Winter Queen to a third party, and not to the knights. Silbet was taken aback by the shock. He could not believe that his father could do such a thing. He shouted with rage, that he had clearly told his father that he could handle such a threat himself. He did not understand why his father had entrusted this matter to an outsider. At that very moment, the butler was taken aback, as all eyes were directed at him, but the young people wanted to know who the stranger was. The man looked closely at everyone present and announced that the matter had been passed on to someone from the Church of the Holy Fire. At that very moment, the Red Knight shuddered. Silbet was filled with rage when he heard this, because the church novices always irritated him. The butler looked closely at the young master and said that he had heard that the leader of the expedition was now quite famous. The young master looked at the butler in surprise and asked his name. At that very moment, the butler said that the leader's name was Aden Remes. Silbet, in turn, was very angry. He understood that the young man was confusing all his plans. He understood that they would see each other soon. Some time later, the young people were in audience after the Hatter appeared. The Archduke looked closely at the young man after hearing him. He asked Aden if he was ready to defeat the Queen of Winter. Aden smiled and said that, more precisely, he was offering him a deal now. The man was surprised by such words, but at the same moment he said that he was listening to him attentively. Aden looked closely at the Duke and said that, as he already knew, the Winter Queen was a powerful monster that even several sword masters could not cope with, and even if elite knights went to battle, the losses would certainly be enormous. He said with a smile that instead his friends and the Order of the Holy Flame would go and pacify the Queen of Winter. The man listened attentively to the young man, but at the same moment asked Aden what he wanted in return. Aden looked at the Duke with a fierce grin and said that he should give him everything he had, from the land to the resources that were on the land. The young man he came as did not expect that his comrade would say something like that. At that very moment, he looked at his comrade and asked if he was asking too many questions, since he knew that his father would definitely not agree. At that very moment, Aden said that he wanted something else. The Duke was taken aback for a moment, and menacingly asked the young man what else he wanted. Dyer looked at his father with confusion, as he could see that he was angry. At that moment, the Archduke looked intently at the young man and said that he really did not believe his words. The Archduke immediately drew his son's sword from its sheath. A moment later, he dealt a very strong blow to the young man. Aden was taken aback, as he saw that his opponent was a high-level sword master, yet he had only swung his sword, and his arm had already gone numb. Dyer shouted to his father that the young man had saved him, and therefore he should not kill him. At that very moment, the man threw away the sword and, looking at the young man, said that he was not an empty talker. The Duke asked the young man what his last demand was. Aden looked at the man with a smirk as he fell for his words. At that very moment, he said his last condition. Some time later, the young man sat quietly in his room. He was pleased that he had managed to obtain something very useful, because his last condition was the elixir, which was originally intended for winning the martial arts competition. As he had thought earlier, it was a huge concentration of mana. After absorbing this elixir, he felt as if the elixir was destroying its limits. He felt the cold mana pouring into his body like a huge stream. He was puzzled because there was a lot of it, and his body could not contain it all. But he was furious, because he understood that he could not lose even a drop of the precious mana, because it was all his. The Lord looked at the young man with bewilderment and shouted that his mana could get out of control at any moment and he had to stop. But Aden didn't want to stop and lose her. He knew perfectly well that just a little more and everything would work out for him. He felt his wall crumbling. Some time later, the Demon Lord looked at the young man with a satisfied grin, as the more his strength returned to him, the more his appearance returned to him. At that very moment, the young man struck his comrade. The Lord looked at him in bewilderment and asked what he was doing. Adam sighed heavily, and looking away from the Overlord, casually said that he hoped that he could hit him if he became a sword master. The Overlord was very angry, as he did not expect such a thing. At that very moment, he heard someone enter. The young lady looked at him intently and said that she was ready. Aden smiled and said that in that case they could start already. Some time later, the young people visited the lands of the Queen of Winter. They were a little puzzled, because while climbing the mountain, they noticed that a snowstorm began to gradually envelop them, which was not an easy one. Aiden agreed with the young lady, as he knew that it was quite a nasty spell, because he knew that the reason for the destruction of the elite night squad was the Banshee Blizzard. This spell drove people crazy by reminding them of their greatest sufferings and sorrows. But this had no effect on the young man at all. At that very moment, he looked into the distance with a fierce grin, because he knew another reason why the knights had failed. He stared at the massive army of undead that was slowly approaching them. He was well aware that he didn't need to deal with them himself. He asked his companion if she could deal with them. The young lady sighed heavily and looked into the distance, saying that because of the strong snowstorm, she could hardly see anything, but she could clearly feel them, and at the same time, she could hear the cry of the undead, crying with sorrow, praying for salvation, full of fear. She saw that the undead wandered the world, trapped in their own memories of life, unable to rest, because they experienced the pain of death again and again, so they cried out for salvation. She clearly felt the essence of black magic, because they saved the dead by bestowing the blessing of death on ghosts who were writhing in pain. The three principal religious orders were priests who blessed the living, but the priests of the Florentine kingdom always ministered to the dead. The last, a descendant of the royal family and the high priestess of the dead, she was simply carrying out the mission assigned to her. Niseta stared into the distance and at the same time used her magic on the undead. She shared their fire with them, and at the same time asked them to leave their hatred for her and go away. She wanted them to stop and sleep peacefully. At the same time, the Queen of Winter sat in her castle while everything went according to her plan. But after a few minutes, she looked into the distance with fury, as she realized that someone had managed to get around her. A moment later, Aiden looked at the beautiful castle in the distance with a grin, as he felt that the queen was very angry because all her servants disappeared at the same hour, but now he wanted to go and check how much stronger he had become. At the same time, the young saint sat quietly at the altar and prayed to the Lord to help them overcome the entire journey. She prayed and asked that the Lord would help and that her comrade would return safely after the battle with the Queen of Winter. Some time later, the young people finally reached the gates in the courtyard with the Queen of Winter. Aiden made his way through the cold and storm. He noticed that it was very cold in the castle, and at the same time, he realized that an ordinary person would not be able to withstand such cold. He was very pleased that his comrade had managed to make him armor in time from a beautiful and strong material, namely from phoenix feathers, because they were not only durable, but also retained heat, so he was able to overcome such blizzards. He knew that the piercing cold was also one of the reasons why the knights lost the battle. Sometime later, he put all his thoughts aside as he visited a beautiful palace. Aiden was a little puzzled, because he knew that no matter how hard he prepared, there was a very strong monster in front of him, but he was aware of the fact that he had to try his best. At that very moment, the Queen of Winter looked at the young man with fury. She did not understand how he dared to destroy all her minions. She screamed that she would not spare him without wasting a minute, and she used her power against him. She screamed furiously that he had betrayed their master, who loved him so much, and they did not need a world full of traitors. Aiden was taken aback and wondered if she was talking about the master she had made a contract with last time. He knew that banshees were spirits at first, when emotions like sadness, hatred, and regret became hatred. He noticed at the same moment that the armor was gradually giving in to the cold. But of course he thought everything through in advance, and at that very moment he called his comrade. The Pyrenees woke up from a short sleep and asked the young man if he had really called her. At that very moment, all the coldness went away. Aiden noticed that his spirit was so strong that it could only show 100th of its power, and now he was grateful to her for the bits of her power. The Pyrenees looked at the queen with bewilderment. As she did not understand how a spirit that had ascended high could be so corrupted, Aiden asked her if they could defeat the queen. The Pyrenees said with fury and burning eyes that she was the ruler of all flames. She intended, together with her comrades, to send the poor child into oblivion as quickly as possible. At that very moment, the young man immediately entered into battle with the queen, but at the same time asked his girlfriend to cover him. The queen used her power and resurrected her subordinates. They immediately rushed towards the young man, intending to engage in a fierce fight with him. Aiden looked closely at the queen as he clearly saw all of her weaknesses. He immediately dealt a strong blow to the monster that was heading towards him. He looked at the queen with a fierce grin, because now he clearly felt that he had reached the level of a master. He immediately dealt with her henchman. The Pyroness wasn't going to sit idle either. She quickly directed her fire at the second monster. At that very moment, the monster began to melt before her eyes. She looked at the monster with fury, since she could not allow him to touch her master. The queen looked at the young men with fury, as they had destroyed her beloved minions. With tears in her eyes, she shouted to the young man that she would definitely deal with him herself. She was overcome with anger, and at that very moment she used her power and fired ice arrows at her enemy. But the young man was not going to give up so easily. He easily used his strength and dodged all the arrows that were aimed at him. He was well aware of the fact that he needed to remain calm in a situation like this. But a moment later he was taken aback, as he had not expected such a thing. Unexpectedly for him, the queen used her power and blocked himself with a wall of ice. He was a little puzzled and angry at the same time, as he didn't understand how she could continue to use such magic. He really wanted to know where she got the mana from. He saw that the queen was consumed by her rage. Without wasting a minute, the queen poured out all her anger and rage on him. He was a little puzzled, as she had again used a technique that infuriated him, but he was calm, as he understood that his faithful comrade could help him with something like this. But at that very moment, he heard her asking for forgiveness. He turned around and froze in shock, as he did not understand why she looked like that. Pyroness Osato sighed in confusion, and informed the young man that the room was too cold, and he had too little mana to support her summoning, and all she could do for now was warm him up a little. Aiden was furious because he knew that spirits were greatly affected by their surroundings, and he was currently in the permafrost and cold, which was the worst environment for phoenixes. He was angry with himself because he realized that he had treated the Winter Queen too frivolously. He also knew that in his past life he had barely managed to destroy her. He realized that in this life she was unlikely to cooperate with him. Aiden was slowly freezing as she used very strong force against him, but at the same time he wondered if there was no other way for him to defeat her. But a moment later he woke up and was taken aback, as he was enveloped in warmth from head to toe. He was surprised and puzzled as he felt a familiar power. At the same time, the demon lord screamed. He could not believe and could not understand where the divine power came from. He screamed that he needed to run away, as he could not bear it. At that moment, Aiden looked all over in bewilderment as he heard his friend's voice. He was surprised and wondered if Alice was praying for him. Pyroness immediately said that she didn't know what had happened at all, but her mana had suddenly increased, and it should now be enough. But right now she could only use a portion of her power. When she used her power, the queen's castle began to melt away with lightning speed. Aiden looked at his friend in surprise as the queen's castle began to melt from her fire. He was shocked that this was only a fraction of her power. At that very moment, the queen became furious. She was puzzled and did not understand what kind of light she saw in front of her. The Pyroness looked at the queen with fury and said that she could now say goodbye to her master. At that very hour she released her power and directed it at the queen. The queen immediately screamed, and tears streamed down her cheeks, while the young man and the ruler watched her closely. The demon lord looked at the queen intently and asked for forgiveness for keeping her waiting. He asked her to rest in peace. The queen was enveloped in sacred fire and was gradually dissolving in it, but still had a happy smile on her face and thanked the Lord one last time. At the same time, everyone in the duchy froze in bewilderment. As the residents saw that the snow had stopped falling, It had become warmer outside, and their souls also warmed up. They did not understand what had happened at all, and why even in the mountains the snow had begun to melt. At that very moment, the Hatter looked closely at everyone present and announced that the Spirit Guild was officially making this announcement. All residents were informed that from that moment on, the legendary dungeon, the nest of the Winter Queen, was conquered by Aiden. Everyone present was stunned by what they heard. They wondered if the Winter Queen had been defeated, and that same dissolute air was their savior. They did not know if this was true, and did this mean that they had nothing more to fear. At that very moment, the people could not bear it and shouted with joy. They glorified the name of the young savior. The young gentleman's comrades were glad that everything ended well. Even the Duke himself breathed a sigh of relief as he realized that everyone was saved. But unfortunately, not everyone was happy with this news. Silbet was burning with anger at the same time, and with fury he destroyed everything that came his way, because he understood that it was he who had to defeat the Queen of Winter. He was very angry because he knew that if it were not for the young man, he would have easily regained his power. He screamed that he would kill him, but at that very moment he felt ill. Silbet was angry because he knew that the young man had saved his brother at the reception, and he had also helped the Holy Church. He understood that all this could not be a simple coincidence, and he understood that the young man was deliberately interfering with his plans. At that very moment, he angrily told the White Knight to bring the experimental sample. The young man was taken aback, as he did not expect such a thing. He, trembling with fear, told his master that this sample was a prototype, created not from a human, but from a monster, and its power was unstable and could cause side effects. Silbet turned around and looked at the young man with unprecedented fury, and at the same moment asked if he really dared to contradict him. The young man was taken aback and told his master that he understood everything and would immediately carry out his order. Silbet said with fury that Aiden managed to destroy the Queen of Winter, which meant he had reached the level of a sword master, and in order to confront him, he needed to at least temporarily restore his strength. He shouted in anger with a fierce grin that he would then use the essence of the Queen of Winter and thus be able to complete the creation of the crystal. He understood that if he had to kill the young man, then he would obey and do everything as quickly as possible. At the same time, Aiden was leisurely strolling through the church order's branch. The demon lord looked at the young man with a smirk and said that it was very funny to see him being celebrated as a hero, that he was not a hero at all, but he was simply following his path of revenge. Although he could not hide that this was pleasant for him, he noticed that he had received a very decent cloak. He was glad that he had received a frozen winter cloak, and this cloak instantly froze the space within a radius of several meters. But moments later he was taken aback as the young saint joyfully threw herself into his arms. Alice looked at him intently, and with a contented smile said that she had prayed to God to let him return alive, and it seemed that he had heard her prayer. Aiden looked at his friend with a gentle smile as he agreed with her, because her prayer really helped him. He looked at her with a smile and said that thanks to her he returned alive. At that moment, everyone else approached them. Bali said with a smile that he would never have thought that a monster of catastrophic level could be defeated so easily. He noticed that the young man turned out to be even stronger than he had previously imagined. Aiden smiled and told the man that he was flattering him, but he also said that he had not done it alone. But at that very moment he was taken aback and looked into the distance in bewilderment. He was puzzled and did not understand what kind of wolf was showing off in front of them. Alice smiled and said that it was just Choco in front of them. Aiden was taken aback, as he could not believe what he saw. He asked if this was the same dog he knew. The saint said that he had been looking bad for the last few days, had not eaten and had been sleeping almost all the time, and then suddenly new fur began to grow on him and he changed. The young master was puzzled, as he did not understand why the dog had suddenly changed so much. The Overlord said that it seemed that he had overcome the boundaries inherent in him and had evolved into a new form. The Lord immediately said that the same thing happens to people, because the young man himself had overcome his limits and reached the level of a sword master. He smiled and said that the beast had also crossed its boundary and gained new strength, and it could be said that he was now a sword master in the dog world. Aiden was puzzled because he had overcome his limit with difficulty, and the dog did it just like that. At that very moment, the priest ran up to the young man and announced that they had excellent news, as they had just received a personal invitation from the ducal house, and they wanted to express their gratitude to him and invite him to a dinner party. The priest smiled and said that the invitation was sent from the ice fortress by Silbet himself. Aiden was immediately taken aback and looked at the priest with fury. The Lord told the young man that the young master had invited them to a meeting, and it was not without reason. Aiden was furious and understood that it was very dangerous. He knew he wouldn't be able to contain his anger when he saw his face. A few hours later, Aiden finally decided to visit the ice fortress. But a moment later he froze and shuddered as he heard the voice of his old comrade. He looked intently into the distance as he saw that someone was heading towards him. Silbet looked at the young man with a fierce grin and said that he had heard a lot about him and that he was also his brother's savior, and he also helped the church. Aiden, holding back his anger, said that all this turned out to be a conspiracy of vile warlocks. Aden looked at the young man with anger, saying that they were the real scum of humanity. Just like him, Silbet looked at the young man with anger because he realized that he knew about everything. Looking at him with a predatory grin, he asked if it was his brother who sent him, or if it was one of those who harbored a grudge against him. Aiden looked closely at the young man and said that in a sense he was right. Aiden looked at him with fury and, drawing his sword, said that he had been asked by a mercenary who had once considered him a comrade, and he wanted Silbet to feel the same pain that he had experienced. Silbet looked at the young man with a fierce grin, since he never hung out with scum. He did not understand what his opponent was talking about because he could not call mercenaries his comrades. Adams looked at his sworn enemy with fury and said that this was his true nature, but now he understood that in his past life their friendship was one big lie. He remembered how Silbet, with a friendly smile, told Aiden that he was the one he could trust with his back. But still, Aiden remembered how his comrade, looking into his eyes, said that he had to act in this way, but at the same time he did not ask for forgiveness. Aiden looked at the young man closely and said that, at least in the end, he was honest. Aiden was furious because he knew that the long-standing feud had come to an end. Silbet looked at the young man with a fierce grin and said something like, "He really managed to reach the level of a sword master, but when he heard that the young man managed to defeat the queen, he already suspected something." At that moment he looked at his opponent with fury and said that for this reason he also prepared a little. Aiden was taken aback, as he saw that his old comrade had changed. He was shocked when he saw such a sight, because he had turned into a real monster. But in turn, he wondered if the young man had also broken through the swordmaster's wall. But he also saw that his opponent had an alien and vile aura. At that moment, the Lord informed his comrade that the young man had overcome the limit, having absorbed a power similar to that which Sane had absorbed. For them, the method was similar, but the contents of the jewels seemed to be completely different. He saw that now. An inhuman aura was flowing through the body of the King of Knights, and the aura of a monster. He saw that the young man looked like a completed version of those very blood knights that they had seen earlier. Aiden noticed that the insane power was eventually destroying even himself, and it was a pitiful sight to look at. Silbet in turn grinned and said that he didn't care, because if he had the thing he stole, then getting rid of the polluted aura would not be difficult. At that moment, he looked at the young man with anger and asked where he had hidden the essence of the Queen of Winter. He said that if the young man gave it to him, he would at least spare his comrades. Aiden looked at the young man in bewilderment. At that very moment, he told Aiden that he was as stupid as he looked. He said that they were now alone in the palace, but his knights had gone elsewhere. He reported that most likely his knights had already beheaded his companions, including the saint. Silbet, with a fierce grin, said that if the young man did not believe his words, then he would now demonstrate everything to him, since his comrades had most likely already become hostages. But at that very moment, the young man was taken aback, since he did not hear an answer from his faithful knight. At the same time, there was a commotion in the department of the Holy Order. The young man was taken aback, since he, according to his master, knew that his opponents were simply insignificant people. But when he saw something like this, he was taken aback, because he saw that his opponents were not simple at all. He saw how the priests dealt with all the enemies in their path with lightning speed. Bali looked at everyone with a fierce grin and asked if this was all they were capable of. He cursed them furiously and shouted that they were not capable of anything. The Red Knight, in turn, shouted to his subordinates not to be afraid and to fight to the end for their master. But at that very moment he was taken aback, as a young knight pounced on him. Lo was furious and did not understand how they dared to attack his master as well as his comrades. He shouted furiously that they would pay for everything with their lives. The young man quickly applied all his strength and directed his powerful blow at his enemy. The Red Knight, with a fierce grin, shouted that their attacks were all weak points, while they were like moths flying into a flame. He shouted furiously that if they wanted to die so much he would fulfill their wishes. But at that very moment the young man was taken aback and froze for a moment in surprise, as his trusty sword was easily broken. He trembled and turned pale on the spot, as his sword shattered into pieces and the young enemy's body was covered in stone. Lo looked closely at his opponent and said that he didn't even leave a scratch on his body. At that very moment, he released all of his aura and dealt a crushing blow to his enemy. The young man knew that he could no longer remain a burden to the young master. The White Knight froze in shock when he saw such a sight. But at that very moment his face changed and he looked at the enemy with fury, because he knew that there was only one way left. At that very moment, he shouted to his subordinates to immediately seize the saint, because they only needed her. Alice was taken aback, as she did not expect such a thing. At that very moment she screamed, as she saw that a whole order of knights was directed at her. The knights, in turn, screamed with fury as they intended to seize her. Cassie sighed heavily and said that it was not at all good for the knights to do this to their saint, but at that very moment the knights were taken aback, as they saw a dash flying towards them. The young man was surprised, as he saw a small bottle that was glowing. He covered himself, but the contents of the bottle still spilled on him. He looked at the green liquid with anger, not understanding what had happened at all. At that very moment, everyone started screaming, as they were unable to move due to the strange, green, sticky liquid. The knights hastily tried to get rid of it, but it was all in vain. Cassie looked at everyone present with a satisfied smile, as she threw the sticky slime that was made of slime at them. Now they could just leave them and go away. At that very moment, she called out with a contented smile, their beloved pet, and the knights were taken aback, as they suddenly saw a huge monster. Choco intended to get even with the knights who attempted to take the lives of his family. He growled with fury, and at that very moment the knights turned pale and were dumbfounded. The young saint joyfully shouted and praised her faithful pet. She wanted him to deal with them immediately. But at that very moment, she felt someone approaching her from behind. The White Knight knew that he simply had no choice and would have to deal with the saint alone. She turned around at that very moment as she felt him approaching. But the young lady was not going to give up so easily. She immediately directed all her strength into her small fist. The knight was taken aback and looked at the saint in bewilderment, as he did not understand why her fist suddenly began to glow. But he was unable to do anything, as he received a very strong blow from the young saint. She easily dealt with the knight and directed all her power at him. Silbet looked at the cracked communication ball with bewilderment. He did not understand what had happened, as he knew that his enemies did not have great power, but they still managed to deal with his people. He did not understand how such a thing was possible. Aiden looked at the young man with a grin and said that, unlike his previous comrades, this time he had gathered some really good friends. Silbet said angrily that the pawns could always be replaced, since he no longer needed the hostages. Without wasting time on words, he rushed towards his opponent, since he intended to deal with him quickly. At that moment, he dealt a very strong blow to the young man, but Aiden managed to parry it at the same moment. Silbet, in turn, shouted that if he could take the essence from him, then everything would be resolved. Aiden looked at his sworn enemy intently, as he was not ready to give him what he wanted. The young men fought for some time, using their best blows and sparing no effort. They destroyed everything around them. Aiden looked at the young man in bewilderment and asked if he really didn't care whether the royal palace was destroyed or not. Silbet looked at his opponent with fury and said that he didn't care, because if they destroyed the castle, they could rebuild it. He shouted at his opponent that he had no idea what a burden he was carrying on his shoulders. He furiously asked Aiden if he knew what the freezing cold of the north was like. He asked Aiden if he knew how fierce the monsters of the icy lands were. He shouted at the young man that he knew nothing at all. At that moment, Aiden was taken aback, as he saw what kind of skill his enemy had used. Silbet shouted that he was a knight of thunder and lightning, and at the same time, he was the ruler of the ice fortress, and the heir to the title of duke. He shouted furiously that he had to become stronger in order to protect the duchy. He asked furiously at Aiden if he knew what it was like to have such a duty. Aiden, in turn, did not answer the questions posed, but moments later he angrily asked the young man how he dared tell him that he did not know what a sense of duty was. Based on his past life, he was well aware of what a true hero was, because such a person was the hope of the people. He sacrificed his life for the good of everyone else. Aiden looked at the young man with anger and said that the sense of duty is not an empty game, with the words of which he tries to hide behind and cover up his dirty deeds. He asked Silbeta if he could imagine how many people died because of his greed. Silbet said with fury that it was an inevitable sacrifice. Aiden looked closely at his opponent and said that he understood everything because he listened carefully to his words. He also thanked him for helping him cool down, because when he saw his face, rage overwhelmed him, and for a moment he forgot about his purpose. Silbet today looked at the young man with skill. Since he did not understand what he was talking about, Aiden said with fury that he had forgotten his promise to rip out their hearts and trample them. At that very moment, throwing in unnecessary words, he used his power. He glared at his opponent, who in turn flinched at the force. Silbet was shocked by this because nothing like this had ever happened to him. He did not understand that the young man had used such a force that he froze in a daze. Master Fear was an ability that everyone who had reached the level of Superman possessed, but only one thing determined its strength. The blood shed on the way to completion tempered the true thirst for death, the essence of masterful fear. Silbet was shocked because he did not expect to feel this from his opponent. Silbet. He understood that such a thing was simply impossible, but now he saw the opposite. He was furious, as he knew that only he had to be that strong, and without wasting any time, he rushed towards his opponent, drawing his sword. At that very moment, the young men clashed in battle. But after a few seconds, the young man was taken aback and froze for a moment. He looked at his opponent in surprise and wondered what was going on as he saw his reflection. He couldn't believe what he saw. Silbet angrily shouted at his opponent that he had used a pathetic and cheap trick. Aiden looked at him in bewilderment and said that he was simply spitting in the wind. Aiden looked at the young man with a smirk and asked if this wasn't the same fighting style he had taught him. Silbet looked at his opponent in surprise, as he did not understand what he was talking about since they were meeting for the first time. Aiden looked at him with a fierce grin and said that if he didn't believe it, he should take another closer look at the technique he taught him. Silbet was very angry, but he saw that the young man was right since he saw his own technique. But Aiden was not going to waste time on empty chatter. He immediately swung his blade in a rage, intending to quickly deal with his opponent. At that very moment, he struck a very strong blow and the young man was thrown back. At that moment, the young man looked at his opponent with anger, as he had just confirmed that this fighting style belonged to his family. But he was puzzled and did not understand how this was possible, since it was the first time he saw the young man. At that moment, he became convinced that his enemy was indeed one of his brother's dogs. but he understood that everyone who stood in his way would die. Moments later, Aiden covered his face as his opponent released a crushing aura. He sighed heavily as he realized that this was what was going on. Silbet, burning with anger and fury, looked at the young man and said that death awaited him soon. Aiden looked at him intently as he saw that his mana was going out of control, and at the same time the young man was completely succumbing to its destructive power. He was puzzled, as his old comrade now resembled a wild animal. But the young man thought differently. He shouted angrily that he would soon become the king of the knights, so everyone should obey him. At that very moment he swung his blade and shouted to his opponent that he would certainly defeat him. At that very moment he rushed towards his enemy and struck him, but Aiden not only blocked his blow, he also managed to jump back, and thus the enemy's blade did not touch him. These manipulations only angered the young man, and he furiously shouted at Aiden that he must die. Aiden glared at the young man with fury, knowing he had to deal with him quickly. Silbet, in turn, was consumed by anger and fury. He dealt blow after blow to his opponent, and at the same time destroyed everything in his path. At that very moment he burst into laughter as he felt himself becoming stronger. Aiden was puzzled, knowing that his endless attacks left him with no chance to counterattack, but he knew that simply waiting for his madness to end was not an option for him either. At that very moment, a young man approached them. He was puzzled and did not understand what was happening at all as he saw devastation. Silbet was taken aback when he heard his brother's voice. The young man turned pale and stood frozen in a daze as he saw his brother in a similar form, and he also saw the corrupted aura that he was enveloped in. Silbet looked angrily in the direction where his brother was, and at that very moment he rushed towards him as he intended to eliminate the threat. The young man was puzzled. He shouted to his brother to stop. Silbet, with fury and burning eyes, shouted to his brother that if it were not for him, his life would not have turned out this way. He shouted that if his brother had died in the palace, nothing like this would have happened. The young man froze in shock and rage. He did not understand what his brother was saying. At that very moment, he asked his brother if those black magicians in the palace were really his doing. Dyer shouted at his brother to answer the question posed, but his brother had no intention of answering the beggar. He only rushed towards him, holding his trusty sword at the ready. But Aiden had no intention of watching the fratricide. He immediately stepped between them and blocked the blow. At that very moment, he told the young man that this monster was no longer his brother because the magical rage had already begun. He looked closely at the monster, who was looking at them with a fierce grin, and said that Silbet no longer exists. The young man was taken aback, as he was not prepared to hear something like this, but Aiden immediately said that although he had resorted to such black magic, he had reached the level of the highest warriors. Aiden knew that if he left things as they were, he would destroy everything that belonged to their family. Aiden immediately said that they must stop him here and now, so he asked the young man to help him do something like this. Dyer was very angry. He did not want to do something like this, because he hoped that his brother was still alive, but he understood that if he did not do this, then his brother could harm many people. Silbet, in turn, rushed at the young people with fury. He shouted that if anyone stood in his way, he would destroy them all. But at that very moment he was taken aback, as his brother dealt him a crushing blow. The young man looked at his brother with anger and asked for forgiveness, as he knew that he did everything to save the duchy. Silbet screamed with rage and called his brother. He was not ready to give up so easily, and at that moment he released all his strength and dealt a crushing blow. But Aiden managed to block such a blow with the help of his trusty shield. At that moment, he asked the young man if he remembered that ball in the palace. Dyer said that he could not forget it, because they then fought with the most powerful monster. Aiden told his comrade to remember that fight, because it would be easier for him to adapt to his style, since they had already fought together once against a monster who wielded a great sword. A moment later, Aiden gave a signal to his comrade, and together they rushed towards their enemy. The monster immediately growled with rage and malice. But moments later they clashed in battle. They struck blow after blow with fury. Moments later, Aiden shouted and signaled to his comrade. The young man did not hesitate, and at that very moment pointed his spear at his brother. But his brother still managed to dodge. Aiden did not waste a minute, and at that very moment he rushed towards the monster in order to strike him. Silbet had no intention of giving up so easily. He immediately released his power and protected himself. Aiden saw that due to the magical rage he had lost his mind and was squeezing his muscles to the limit. He understood that this made his attack stronger. But Aiden saw that after the blow, his body could not withstand the load, and he would not be able to fight anymore. A moment later, Aiden pounced on his opponent, quickly landing blow after blow. Such manipulations only angered his opponent. Silbet dealt a very strong blow to the young man with rage. But at that very moment, he was taken aback, as he saw that his opponent had disappeared with ease. But he was more puzzled by the fact that his body did not move. Aiden wasn't going to give up so easily. He easily used the winter cloak that he got from the Winter Queen at that very moment. Aiden looked intently at the young man, and at that very moment he said goodbye to him. The young man closed his eyes as he did not intend to watch his comrade kill his brother. Aiden looked at his comrade for the last time and rushed towards him as he wanted to carry out his revenge. The young man was taken aback because he did not expect to see the king's sword. At that very moment, Aiden used all his strength and dealt a crushing blow to his former comrade. He sighed heavily and did not turn around when he heard his comrade fall to the ground with a crash. But after a few minutes he still dared to look at the corpse of his former comrade. The demon lord sighed heavily and told the young man that he had finally achieved his long-awaited revenge. Aiden did not answer. The lord asked why his wife had no joy on her face, since he had dedicated his entire life to revenge. Aiden sighed heavily because he understood that this was the goal of his whole life, his dream, his will, and now he had achieved his revenge. But for some reason, he felt a strange devastation instead of joy. The next day, the Grand Duchy was in turmoil as people learned the truth from the newspapers that the young master was dead. The townspeople said that the young master had reached the highest level of power but had fallen into magical madness and died. They pitied him because he was a good man. Aiden, in turn, was immersed in his thoughts, looking at the ducal residence. At that very moment, he turned around and threw all his thoughts away as he heard that someone had come to him. The young man walked slowly into the room and told Aiden that he had come to ask him a question. Aiden looked at him closely and asked if everything had gone smoothly. Dyer, looking at the young gentleman, sighed heavily and said that thanks to the information they had received from him, they had managed to arrest everyone who had helped his older brother. He bowed to her and thanked the young man, as he had managed to help them save the honor of his family. But he still wanted to know something. He looked closely at Aiden and asked if he had known from the very beginning that his brother was behind everything. Dyer said that from the incident at the palace banquet to the events in the church and the experiments in the forest of death, he wanted to know how Aiden managed to know and predict things that even his father had not guessed. Aiden calmly stated that he had heard about it from the Mercenary and that he could not tell him anything more. Dyer was puzzled because he did not understand how the Mercenary had learned such information. He sighed heavily and said that his father would like this all to remain a secret, and in return their family would compensate him as much as possible. At that very moment, Aiden looked at the young man with a satisfied grin as he was pleased with what he heard. Some time later, the young lady visited the familiar lands with a young man. She looked into the distance and reported that everything happened in a similar place. Niseta was surprised because she did not expect to see so many mana stones. She knew that even to an experienced eye they looked beautiful, and even a small stone would be worth several hundred gold. Aiden sighed heavily and said that since the Duke had given money for the construction of the mine as compensation, there would be no problems. He also said that this was a very important place for him, so he hoped that she would save it. Aiden knew that he would now have to fight those who were protected by a force far more powerful than the Silbeths. He understood that he too needed to become stronger in order to resist his enemies. Aiden knew that one of the most important things to become powerful was money, and by using these stones, he would become stronger. At that very moment, the young lady bowed and said that she would do everything to fulfill his order. He smiled and said that he wanted to ask something. He wondered if the kingdom that had already fallen could be restored. The young lady was taken aback, as she had not expected such a question, but at the same time she smiled and said that he should just rely on her. After some time, the young man looked into his friend's workshop. The man looked at the young man in surprise, as he did not expect him to visit him again. Aiden looked at his old friend with a smile, since they had not seen each other for a long time. At that very moment, the man asked the young man with a grin if he really had in his hands what he was thinking about. After some time, the old man became considerably more cheerful and joyfully shouted that people knew a lot about alcohol. He smiled and asked his young comrade if he had tried the weapon he had made for him. Aiden smiled and said that he had of course tried it, and thanks to it, he was able to easily pass the dungeon. Heto said with a smile that the young man had even cleared the legendary dungeon. He said with a satisfied smile that he had not been mistaken in the young man, and now he understood what the Balkan successor meant. Aiden was taken aback and froze in shock because he did not expect to hear anything like this. He looked at the old man tremblingly and asked if he really knew. The man sighed heavily and said that he simply couldn't help but know. He said that he was the one who made weapons for the kings of all times, so he understood everything at once. Heto said that he had doubts at first, and he had not even imagined that the Balkan would take a nobleman as his apprentice. Heto sighed heavily and said that he was very sorry that the man had not told him that he had taken on an apprentice before he left. Hetos looked closely at the young man and said that it seemed he had managed to save something after all. At that very moment he asked the young man if he had found him. Adam sighed heavily and said that he had not found him yet. Unfortunately, he didn't know how many years had passed since he last saw him. Of course, he was already old, but it was unlikely that he could be killed so easily. At that very moment the man burst out laughing as he agreed with his words. He also noticed that the young man knew a lot about him. Aiden looked at the man with a smile and said that he had one request for him. Hetos asked with a smirk if he really wanted him to make any other weapon. He said that he would make any weapon without any problem, because there was no weapon that he could not make. But at that very moment the young man said with a grin that he would like to visit Stonheim. Hetos froze in shock as he didn't expect to hear anything like that. Stonheim is a kingdom of dwarves located deep underground, and no one knew where it was exactly. There was only one way to get there, and that was through the blacksmith's workshop. The man sighed heavily and said that many years had passed since his last visit. He looked at the young man in bewilderment and asked what he needed in the city. Aiden sighed heavily and said that there were many mana stones hidden in his lands, and he wanted to make a deal with the dwarves to develop the location of the mana stones. At that very moment the man said that he would open the way for him, but he should not expect much from this, since the dwarves are a race that has suffered greatly from people. At that very moment they entered the city. Aiden looked around in bewilderment. He understood that dwarves had lived there since the moment he entered the city, but he was puzzled because he did not understand why there were swords scattered everywhere. At that very moment they heard a scream and saw a massacre. Hetos was taken aback, as he did not understand what was happening around him. He could not believe what he saw, as there were living boulders all around. But the young man was not going to just stand and watch everything that happened. He quickly pulled out one of the swords stuck in the ground and rushed into battle. At the same time, the dwarves were fighting with the animated boulders. The man shouted angrily at his comrades to destroy the golems immediately. But at that very moment he was taken aback, like everyone else, as they saw that one of the monsters had been cut in half. They were puzzled because they saw the man who fought on their side. At the same time, the young gentleman easily dealt with everyone in his path. Everyone present froze in shock and looked at the young man as he managed to destroy all the goblins with one blow. But they were more depressed and did not understand how a living person managed to get into the city. Hetos looked closely at his comrades and announced that it was he who had brought the young man. Everyone present was taken aback, as they saw the best blacksmith in front of them They said that he had not left his workshop for several decades. They did not understand what brought such a person to them. He sighed heavily and said that before he could answer, they had to explain what was going on, because the city he knew had always been a peaceful city, but now everything had changed. Sometime later, the dwarves walked around the golems and inspected all the damage caused. Hethos looked closely at his comrades and asked if golems had been emerging from the ancient dungeons for several months now and attacking the city. At the same moment, they sighed and said that everything was correct. The man said that they had already gotten rid of them several times, but they continued to appear. Unfortunately for them, their city had already lost half of its army, and they understood that if this continued, the city would be destroyed. The ruler looked at the young man in surprise and asked if he already knew about this. The young man said that he did not know about this, and even in his past life he did not think about visiting such a place. At that moment, a man with glowing eyes looked at them and asked his comrade if he had really brought a glorious warrior to save their city. Hethos sighed heavily and was puzzled, but said that this was not so because he simply wanted to meet his younger brother. He was informed that His Majesty was in the castle and that they would be escorted soon. Sometime later, they visited the castle. The dwarf king turned around and shouted at his brother as he finally returned. The king was furious. He asked his brother what he was doing since he had not appeared in the city for many years. Hethos was taken aback and asked his brother for forgiveness since he was focused on his work. The king angrily asked his brother if he could imagine how much trouble he had when the one who was supposed to ascend the throne fled to the people. He shouted that since he had done something like that, he should not come to him even once. The ruler looked at them in bewilderment and asked the young man if his friend was really supposed to become the king of the dwarves, since he thought that his friend was just an alcoholic dwarf. The young man himself was taken aback, since he knew that it was difficult to find such a skilled dwarf. The dwarves had a tradition. The most skilled blacksmith became the next king. Hethos was supposed to become the king. He silently ran away to the forge to the people. His younger brother, who was second to him in skill, became the king. Hethos looked at his brother with bewilderment and asked what was going on in the city. He wanted to know why he hadn't been informed about everything that was happening, since everything was so serious. Hephaestus, in turn, could not stand it and shouted to his brother that he had left without leaving any clue about his whereabouts, stating that everyone was interfering with his work. He was very angry, since he simply could not contact their brother. He was taken aback and asked for forgiveness. Hephaestus glanced sideways at the young man, for the city had survived thanks to him, but he was still puzzled, for he did not understand what the man needed in such a place. Aiden looked at them intently, and a moment later, looking at his friend, he said that he would like to speak with the king alone. The man was taken aback and agreed with him. A moment later, the king asked the young man in surprise what he wanted to talk about. Aiden sighed heavily and said that he actually asked his friend to bring him to such a place because he wanted to discuss something with him, but it seemed that the situation in the kingdom was not good enough to talk about such a thing. The king sighed heavily as he understood the seriousness of the situation, and if it were not for the young man, their kingdom would have already fallen. At that very moment, the king told the young man that he would like to ask him for one favor. Aiden looked at him in surprise, as he did not understand what he was talking about. The king said that he had seen the young man fight with his opponents, and from the way he handled his blade, he could tell that the young man had already achieved perfection. The king asked the glorious hero if he could lend them his strength to save the kingdom, as their kingdom needed his help. The king was well aware of the fact that this was their last chance to save the kingdom, and the young man was the one who could help them. But at that very moment he looked at the young man with bewilderment, as he simply looked at him carelessly. At that very moment, Aiden casually said that he refused such a thing. The king was shocked, because he did not expect such a thing. He could not stand it any longer, and angrily asked the young man why he was refusing. Aiden sighed heavily and said that it was all because he had absolutely no reason to help them. Hephaestus shouted to the young man that if he wanted to receive some kind of reward, he could just say so, and if he wanted to strike gold, they could find a gold mine. and if he wanted weapons, he would personally make the best weapons in the world. The king shouted with rage that they would give him any reward if he defeated the monsters. At that very moment, the young man looked intently at the king and asked if that would be enough. The king was taken aback and looked at the young man in bewilderment, as he did not understand what he was talking about. Aiden sighed heavily and said that he could destroy the dungeon from which the golems appeared, but at the same moment, he asked whether the city and the entire kingdom would then be safe. The king looked at the young man in bewilderment and said that then the kingdom would be safe. Aiden sighed heavily and said that the reason the city was in danger now was not because of the Shins, but because their kingdom was simply weak. He sighed heavily and said that even if they were lucky this time, he didn't know what they would do if something like this happened again. The king sighed heavily and told the young man that he was right, because now they were too weak. At that very moment, the young man's expression changed, and with a fierce grin, he told the king that there was a way out, and he knew a way to strengthen the power of the dwarf kingdom. The king was shocked by his words, and at that very moment he asked what method he was talking about. The young man looked at the king with a satisfied smile and said that he would tell him everything. After some time they came to the laboratory. Aiden sighed heavily and said with a smile that, as he thought, the dwarf workshop was convenient in that it could be moved anywhere. Hitos was puzzled by such words of the young man, and at the same moment he said that they used the workshop as a means of transportation. The king looked at the young man closely and asked if he really knew the real way to protect the kingdom. Aiden sighed heavily and said that it was not so much a method as a technology they had never even heard of. At that very moment, the gnomes could not stand it and angrily asked what technology they were talking about. They shouted that no one could keep up with them when it came to technology. They were shocked by what they heard. They angrily asked the king how he could trust some swindler, but at that very moment, the king angrily told them to shut up immediately. The king sighed heavily and said that if his brother trusted the young man, then he trusted him too. Looking at his young companion, he said that they were ready to see what he would show them. Aiden sighed heavily and looked at everyone present with a smile, as he understood that he could consider himself simply lucky. After all, he didn't know if he could have established trade with their dwarves using only alcohol. At that very moment, Gustav came out to them and greeted everyone present with a smile. Everyone present was taken aback, as they saw some kind of crazy person. Aiden looked at the man closely and greeted him, but he was still puzzled by his appearance. Hitos asked the young man in confusion if he was really his crazy scientist. The man looked intently at everyone present and said with a smile that thanks to their support, everything worked out for him. At that very moment, he announced that he had created a weapon that contained magic, namely, a magic pistol. Everyone present was taken aback when they saw the pistol. The gnomes, in turn, were skeptical about this new weapon, as it seemed to them that this pistol simply looked like a construction pole. The king sighed heavily and asked the man if he really meant to say that with the help of this thing, they could protect their kingdom. At that very moment, the man said with a satisfied smile that they would not believe it until they saw the gun in action. He shouted that they had to see everything with their own eyes. Sometime later, the young man led his companions into the forest, as he intended to show them the weapon in action. Moments later, the dwarves saw the straw man. They were puzzled, as they knew that their opponents were on a different level, and therefore understood that the golem could not be defeated with such a thing. At that very moment, the man said with his fierce grin that they should just see everything with their own eyes. Aiden sighed heavily and advised everyone to cover their ears. Hitos looked at the young man in bewilderment, as he did not understand why they all needed to cover their ears. Aiden looked into the distance, as he had seen this weapon in his past life. He told the man that otherwise they might go deaf. At that very moment, the man opened fire and everyone present was taken aback. The king was shocked. He screamed so loudly that his eardrums almost burst. But a moment later, everyone froze in shock as they saw the powerful weapon in action. Gustav Diko burst out laughing and asked those present with a smile how they felt about the effect. he asked if such a destructive force could protect their kingdom. The king looked at the man with admiration because he knew that such power would help them in the confrontation. He understood that this weapon would protect them all. A few days later, the golems headed towards the kingdom. But the inhabitants of the kingdom were completely armed and greeted the unexpected guests with satisfied smiles. They easily directed the full force of their weapons towards the enemy, and thus they defeated them. The dwarves rejoiced at this and praised the fine weapons, as their opponents were easily turned to dust. They shouted with delight that magical engineering was a true art, and therefore their opponents should immediately say goodbye to life. The demon lord and Aden looked at the kingdom's inhabitants with puzzlement, as they understood that the madmen were contagious. Aden knew that the professor had been trying to explain magical engineering to the dwarves for the past few days, and now they could see what had come of it. A moment later, the king approached the young man and called him his savior. The king looked at his inhabitants with a satisfied smile, since he had not remembered them looking so bright for a long time. At that very moment he turned his gaze to the young man and bowed low, and also thanked him for everything. Aden smiled and told the king that instead of gratitude, he could help him with the Mana Stone mine, as it was very important to him. At that moment the king smiled and asked the young man if he wanted to go with him to the meeting, as he wanted to present him with something. Aden looked at the king intently and asked what exactly he wanted to give him. He wondered if the king wanted to give him the perfect weapon or a precious stone. But a moment later he was taken aback when he saw the king's gift. He was puzzled because he saw an apple, but the king assured the young man that it was not an ordinary apple. The king looked at the young man intently and said in all seriousness that he wanted to give him one life. The young man reached for the king's gift, but asked in bewilderment what he was talking about. The moment he touched the apple with light, the entire room was filled with light. Aden was puzzled. He did not understand what had happened at all, because he felt a powerful and strong magic, and he realized that it could well compete with the dragon's mana. The king told the young savior that this was the raft of the world tree, and the tree bore fruit only once every 1,000 years. A huge amount of mana was concentrated inside, and it was said that this fruit could revive even the dead. The king looked at the young man intently and said that he was a benefactor who had prevented the destruction of their kingdom, so he should accept his gift. Aden, in turn, accepted the gift with a fierce grin, because he could not refuse something like that. After everything that happened, the dwarves built the footshafts in just a few days. Gustav realized that he could communicate normally with the dwarves and began to conduct joint research with them in magical engineering. At the same time, the young gentleman was in the training center in the church, but he was not alone, but with his egg. He was puzzled, because he knew that he had received this egg in the Church of the Holy Fire. The Lord sighed heavily and said that he had not received it, but had simply taken it, but that before reaching the state of transcendence, nothing had happened. But now everything was different. At that very moment he touched the egg and began to fill it with his power. Aden was full of confidence that this time he would succeed, but at that very moment he promised, because he saw that the egg was absorbing dark magic. A few seconds later he heard the crack of an egg, and at that very moment the room was filled with bright light. The young man was puzzled, because he did not understand what was happening at all. But a moment later he saw a cute dragon in front of him. The Lord informed the young man that it was not a dragon but a dragon spirit. He said that in front of the young man now was a spirit with the power of a dragon, and at the same time it was a very rare creature, because in his entire long life he had seen only a few such creatures. Alain was puzzled, because he understood that even if it was a dragon, he no longer liked it, because he was a dragon slayer. He did not understand how he could raise their tribe. At that very moment he looked at the cute dragon with bewilderment and asked why he was looking at him so intently. But at that very moment the dragon made a long sound. The Lord looked closely at the little dragon and told the young man that he wanted him to give him a name, because for a spirit, a name symbolizes its very existence. Aden was a little puzzled, as nothing even came to his mind. At that very moment he looked closely at his new comrade and asked if he liked the name Drakosha or Kangi. But at that very moment the dragon screamed. Because he didn't like the given names, Aiden sighed heavily because he realized that he needed to choose another name. He was puzzled because he had never come up with names before, so it was difficult for him to decide which one would suit him. A moment later, he asked the dragon if he liked the name Leo. At that very moment, the dragon wagged its tail with a joyful smile and took off. Hell was surprised that it already knew how to fly. A moment later, the young man saw a notification that the spirit dragon Leo and he had entered into a contract. The Overlord looked closely at the dragon. As he saw that the young man had chosen a suitable name, Aiden smiled and said that he had taken the letters from his own name. The Overlord was surprised. Aiden said with a smile that he had chosen this name for his pet from his old name, so that every time the picky Leo would remember why he was in the new world. But at that very moment his dragon screamed. Aiden was taken aback, as he did not understand what was happening to him and the dragon. He was shocked, because he felt that something had gone into the stone that he had absorbed before. The young man was puzzled as he realized that he was still not stable. At that moment, he saw a notification that the incomplete blood gem had changed to a complete blood gem. For mana, it is like a source, because usually there was only one organ that created mana. For example, the heart, it accumulated mana and was the center of the flow. But now the young man went beyond the usual ideas, and at that very moment he was informed that the full blood gem worked as an organ of mana. Aiden was shocked because he didn't expect anything like this. The Lord looked at the young man in surprise as he saw that he had several mana organs. He said that he had seen a lot in his life, but this was the first time he had seen this. Aiden was taken aback as he understood that this was not just a mana organ, because Leo's mana seemed to be filling his body. The dragon race ruled the earth. They had a virtually endless supply of mana. He was surprised and could not imagine that he could receive an almost endless flow of mana from such a creature. Odin understood that perhaps he would reach a level that he had never even dared to think about. Sometime later, he was sitting in the company office. At that very moment, the postman flew to him and greeted him. Aiden, without looking up from the documents, asked if he had found out what he had asked for earlier. He said that he had found out everything and had flown in to report on the people he had ordered to be kept an eye on. But at that very moment, he looked at the dragon with puzzlement and asked the young gentleman if it was really a dragon, since the dash looked very bloodthirsty. Aiden smiled and about the task, but said that everything was correct, and he picked him up in the forest. But still he asked the messenger if he had noticed something strange about him. Aiden knew that events that happened in the past in this reality were changing, and he thought that his actions could influence them. The messenger said that he wanted to tell about Calces, the second prince of the empire, first of all because he was now in Ouroboros, the alchemist's tower. However, it was well guarded, and he did not leave the tower, so he was unable to find out what the prince was doing now. Aiden knew that initially in the empire, the first prince always inherited the crown, and the second prince usually studied alchemy and became the ruler of the tower. At that moment, he asked, "What about Shara?" The messenger said that he had also found out about her, and she was a great woman. A year ago, when she had just turned 21, she had received a family star and became the youngest high-ranking sorceress, and now she was in the Anguis Tower. Also told the young gentleman that the conflict between the towers had now escalated, and that the conflict had been going on for a long time, but now the situation had become especially tense. Aiden sighed heavily and said that he understood everything, but he also knew that they had not gotten along from the very beginning. Southern Great Forest Alliance, the forests south of Anguis, were home to numerous primitive tribes. They united to form an alliance under the leadership of the great chieftain of the most powerful creature in the forest. They tried to strengthen their civilization and magic by drawing power from nature. But to the magical nations of Anguis's tower, they were nothing more than savages who lagged behind progress. Aiden knew that the alliance would hardly be friendly in return. He understood that this would go beyond ordinary disagreements and lead to war. And the result of this war will be the fire demon Shora, because she will single-handedly destroy the alliance. He knew very well that the Southern Alliance was not weak, because if it were not for the girl, his tribes would have defeated the magical nation. At that very moment, he asked the messenger what about Spica. Aiden knew that she was now to be a candidate for the cult's chosen slaughter. In a few years, the current chosen one would die, and the young lady would become the most powerful chosen one in the history of the cult. At that very moment, the messenger informed her that she had become the chosen one of the slaughter cult. The young man consoled her, as he had not expected such a thing. He reported that she had already received the title. After all, they said that she killed the previous one, the one chosen by her own hands. At the same time, in the northern glacier, there was confusion, since everyone knew that the Queen of Winter was no longer there. But still, Ukurak shouted to his comrades that they must avenge her and his father. His comrades supported him. Ukurak shouted at them that they must attack the people immediately. The Ice Lord is an ogre who once conquered the northern glacier, but he too fell to Silbita's sword. And his son swore to take revenge on the people. For this, he created a huge army of monsters. But they did not know what was happening in the duchy, and they could not even rearrange who would come to them. Lunya approached the monsters with a satisfied smile, as she had been wandering through the glaciers for several weeks, but finally she found someone to ask for directions. At that moment, the monsters were taken aback, as they did not expect to see a person. Ukurak looked at the lady with a fierce grin and said that she was human and must die. Lunya looked at the monster with a satisfied smile, since he even knew how to speak. That same day, the monsters learned what despair was when they saw the young lady in all her beauty. At the same time, here are the training grounds the young man was practicing with his comrades. The young saint, in turn, directed all her power at the young coach. Aiden looked closely at the young lady and noticed that she had become much more in control of her abilities, but he still easily dodged her blows, and he had another opponent. Aiden noticed that the young man had a pretty strong punch, but he had always lacked speed. He dodged the young men with ease, and he didn't even break a sweat. Aiden was lost in his thoughts after hearing everything. He knew that Spica was almost impossible to understand, as she simply killed monsters without any expression on her face. Of course, unlike other cults, only the strongest could become the chosen one in the slaughter, and this is how they achieved recognition of their power. However, never before had anyone within the sect attacked the chosen one, because the gap between the current one, the chosen one, who had already been blessed by the god of carnage, and the candidates was enormous. Moreover, the previous chosen one was just a monster who gave up her sight in exchange for talent and strength. If she fought Duke Sias himself, a top-level swordmaster, it would be impossible to predict who would win. Aiden thought that the young lady simply couldn't defeat her, and it seemed that something out of the ordinary had happened. Aiden wondered if it was because he had changed the future that all this had happened. He wondered if it was because of his actions that the young lady had killed the previous chosen one and usurped power. At that very moment, a priest approached them and informed the young master that a guest had arrived. Bali sighed heavily and said that he could not get to them. He asked the young man if he could come to him personally. Aiden asked in surprise if the goose couldn't get inside. At the same time, at the main gate of the ice castle, everyone was trembling with fear. Aiden was a little puzzled, because he couldn't even imagine what kind of guest couldn't get in. But a moment later he was taken aback, because he realized what they were talking about. He saw a young lady. She happily greeted them, and said that she had difficulty finding them. He looked at her in confusion and asked why she was riding an ice ogre. She smiled and said that he was just showing her the way. Lunya said with a satisfied smile that she was able to get to them thanks to a friend who showed her the way, although she had to kill several friends because they suddenly attacked her on the road. Aiden looked at her with confusion, as he could imagine what had actually happened. At that very moment, he invited her to go inside. A moment later, the young lady was greedily devouring the food. At the same time, her friend was drooling and saying that he would also like to have some food. Aiden smiled and told the young lady that there was a lot of food, so she could eat more slowly. Lunya smiled with her mouth full and said that she simply could not stop because she had been wandering in the mountains without food for several weeks, but at the same time she apologized for her sloppiness. Aiden looked closely at the young priestess he had recently met in the Forest of Death. He wondered if she was from the cult of slaughter, but he was puzzled and did not understand why she had come all the way to them. But at that same moment he turned his gaze to the ogre. He saw the amount of mana in his body, so Aiden guessed that he was looking at a royal monster with superhuman abilities. But he was still puzzled and wondered how a simple pilgrim could defeat him. At the same moment he looked at her intently and called out. She smiled. He asked in all seriousness if she was not a simple pilgrim. At that very moment, the young lady stopped. Lunya was taken aback and looked intently at the young man, as she had not expected such a question at all. But after some time, Aiden shouted at her in bewilderment. He was shocked by everything he heard, and at that very moment, he asked if she was really a candidate for the chosen ones of the cult of slaughter. She smiled and said that everything was correct. He looked at her in bewilderment, as he knew that there was already a candidate there, namely, Spica. She smiled and said that not everyone knew this. Even in the cult tower, not many brothers knew about her true nature, because she was the second apprentice, secretly raised by the blind chosen one, Merida. Aiden looked at her in surprise and asked why she was keeping such a secret from him. She smiled and said that it was tradition, because in the slaughterhouse tower, everyone except the first candidate for the chosen one went on a pilgrimage. Lunya said with a radiant smile that now that the master was dead, the ban had been lifted. He looked at her in bewilderment because he didn't understand why she was so happy, but he understood that everyone from her cult was simply crazy. Aiden was alarmed because he didn't understand what was going on at all. He remembered the overwhelming power in the Forest of Death and guessed that someone might be controlling the top-tier monster. At that very moment, he looked at her and said that he would now ask her the most important question. Aiden asked why she had come to him. The young lady smiled and said that their cult was in danger of extinction. At the same time, it was quiet in the slaughterhouse tower. All the tower's servants lined up in a row. The young lady looked closely at the daughters of the great god of slaughter and informed them that they were all servants who judged the villains who committed murder. She reported that they had been so intoxicated with the world that they had forgotten the essence of their cult, so she was going to correct that. At that very moment, she asked if they themselves couldn't see it, because even now, very close by, there was a group that was demanding their judgment, namely, the Legion, the Grey Undead. At that very moment, everyone present was taken aback. Spica said that they cannot just sit and watch who should be judged, and now is the time to act. She said that in a month they will start a holy war, and they will kill the undead and sprinkle the gray earth with blood. Everyone present looked at the young lady in surprise. But at that very moment, their expressions changed, and they looked at their mentor with fierce grins. They shouted and praised her, for they knew that it had been a long time since they had seen blood. Spica looked closely at everyone present, as everything was going according to her plan. The Overlord looked at the young lady in surprise and asked his comrade if when she spoke of the Legion of Grey Undead, she really meant the trolls that lived in the wastelands of death. Aiden sighed heavily and said that everything was correct. He knew that the troll that had recently entered their territory was one of them. He was puzzled, as he knew that the Legion was constantly being replenished with trolls. And the place where they lived was called the Grey Land. There were many trolls there, and even the most powerful saints could not defeat them, and all they could do was hold back the trolls in the Grey Land. Aiden looked closely at the young lady and stated that even great cults cannot be defeated by Legion, and therefore he assumed that the cult of slaughter had simply decided to commit suicide. At that very moment, June, Religion said with a smile that this was the reason she came to ask for help, because her mentor had left a prophecy. Aiden looked at her in surprise and asked what she was talking about. The beast, tormented by thorns, who has long remained silent, will seize power from her daughters, pretending to be her daughter. The unfortunate usurper will desire only destruction. Therefore they must find the one who on the coldest day killed winter and brought spring, for he will be the savior who was chosen by the saints. The ancient king, pierced by the black spear, will awaken and rise from the dead. On that day the tower will collapse, and they will be saved. The young man looked at the young lady in surprise, and asked if the previous chosen one already knew about her death, but he was puzzled and could not understand the words about the usurper who only thirsts for destruction. He asked if it was possible that she was going to unleash a holy war to destroy the cult. The young lady smiled and said that no one knew, but as soon as she received the prophecy, she set out to search, because the prophecy spoke of the one who killed winter on the coldest day and brought spring. She said that he was also chosen by the saints. The Lord smiled and said that she was talking about him. Aden thought for a moment, because he knew that things weren't that bad, and maybe this was the only chance to get revenge on Spica, but he wasn't going to help them just like that. At that very moment, he said with a sly grin that it seemed she thought that you were talking about him in the prophecy. She smiled and said that he was the most suitable for this role. Aden looked at her closely and asked why he should help her too. It wasn't that he needed the money, but he still wanted to get his reward. Lunya smiled and said that she understood everything. Evening has to pay for everything in this world. He looked at her with a fierce grin and said that since she understood everything, it meant she was ready to offer him something. Lunya said with a smile that in the message her mentor told her to convey something to the savior, and then the savior will definitely do as intended. The young man looked at his companion with burning eyes, as he did not know what they had prepared for him. At that moment, the young lady said with a grin that the king of mercenaries was alive, and that was true. At that moment, the young man's face twisted. He looked at his young companion with fury and anger and asked what she was talking about. Sometime later, Aden sat in his office and thought everything over. The Lord looked closely at his comrade and said that he had been chosen by the god of carnage. Aden was furious, because he understood that if he had met this god on my way, he would have punched him in the face. The Overlord asked his comrade if there was a way to stop the madmen. Aden was puzzled, as he knew that the prophecy had sounded differently before. For the man had to awaken the ancient king, who was pierced by a black spear, and then he would rise from the dead. On that same day, the tower would collapse, and everyone would be saved. Aden sighed heavily and said that in order for the plan to be successful, several conditions must be met. The Lord looked at him in bewilderment, as he did not understand what he was talking about. He understood that they needed Count Tirid to cooperate with them, and most importantly, they needed to gather as many troops as possible. Aden understood that by cooperating with him, it would be easier to do something like this, since both Sedis and the Slaughter Tower bordered the wasteland of death, and because of the clash between the trolls and the cult, it would be the lands of Sedis that would suffer. He understood that if the Count refused to cooperate, he would have to use the promise sign his comrade had given him. Aden sighed heavily and said that they also needed to get into the tower. He knew that there were secret passages that led to the basement of the tower, but he was also aware that it was full of all sorts of traps that would be difficult for even the strongest warrior to overcome. But he knew the only one who could get into such a place. At the same time, there was turmoil in the north of the empire. The man was shocked because he could not understand how this could happen. He shouted furiously to his knights that he had ordered the guard to be strengthened because the young man had sent him a warning that he would raid his supplies today. He shouted furiously and asked if no one had noticed how the warehouse was being robbed. He was very angry and shouted to his knights to immediately catch the thief. At the same time, the thief said goodbye to the man with a joyful smile and delighted him with new discoveries. From afar, he saw and heard all the commotion. The young man looked into the distance with a fierce grin, because he knew that it was he and no one else who could steal anything and disappear unnoticed. Sometime later, the young man and his knight visited the Viscount's lands. Aiden looked closely at the man because he understood that he did not need money. The Viscount greeted the young man with joy, as they had been waiting for them for a long time. Aiden looked closely at the man and, bowing, introduced himself. The Viscount looked at the young man with joy and said that he had heard about him because at such a young age he had already reached superhuman heights. Aiden decided to throw out all formalities and said that they could get straight to the point, so he asked the man to present a message from that guy. At that very moment, the Viscount became angry and told the young man that he would immediately show him everything. He said that other nobles had received a similar warning before they were robbed by him. At that very moment, the young man saw a note that said that on Saturday, while the full moon was shining, the young man would steal a heavenly tear. Aiden looked intently at the Viscount and said that if he meant Saturday night, then it was exactly tonight. The Viscount angrily told the young man that he was right, but he was still angry. But at that very moment his face changed, and with a fierce grin, he said that today his song would be sung, because even if he was a good thief, he would not be able to escape from Mr. Aiden, who had reached the level of a Superman. The Viscount smiled and informed the young people that he would immediately take them to the treasury. After some time, the young people were in the treasury. Aiden looked closely at him and realized that the man was indeed very rich. At that very moment he saw a heavenly tear in front of him. Aiden looked closely at this treasure as he realized that he had tried to steal it with it. He also saw a protective spell. The Viscount reported that it was installed by a very experienced magician whom he invited to the estate. At that very moment, he said with a fierce grin that even Anonymous would have a hard time breaking through such magic. Aiden looked closely at the Viscount because he knew that he was wrong, and for the anonymous person, it was easy peasy, because in his past life it was not difficult for him to break through the barrier created by Shara. But he was excited and did not know how to grab the young man. At that very moment, the ruler with a smile told the young man to look at something interesting. At that very moment, Aiden, with a fierce grin, told the Viscount that he should understand that everything had to be paid for. The Viscount was taken aback and said that of course he was aware of this. He told Aiden that if he needed anything, he simply had to say so. At that very moment, the young man said that he would like to take this dagger for himself. The Viscount looked casually at the young man and asked if he really only wanted a dagger. The Viscount said that it was just junk that he simply felt sorry to throw away. Aiden smiled and said that everything was fine and that the daggers would indeed be enough for him. Aiden knew that anything could be trash for someone who did not know its true value. He understood that thanks to this dagger, he would be able to catch something that others would not even suspect. For some time after, the young people continuously guarded this relic. Lo asked his master if the thief would definitely come to them, since they were guarding the relic. He understood that the thief was definitely not an idiot who would run into trouble. Aiden sighed heavily and said that the thief would definitely come, and after all, he appeared everywhere he sent a warning. At that very moment they heard a loud roar. The knights were shocked. They did not understand what was happening at all, as they heard an explosion of powerful force. At that very moment, the demon lord announced that it was approaching them. Aiden sighed heavily, as he knew that everything would be like this. At that very moment, the Viscount burst into their treasury and shouted to the young man that they had big problems, because his jewel had disappeared. Aiden looked at the Viscount in bewilderment, as he did not understand what value they were talking about, since the tear was right next to them. The Viscount was shocked and shouted that the thief had invaded where the real tears of heaven were. Aiden looked at the treasure with bewilderment and asked the Viscount what he had forced them to guard then. The Viscount, with tears in his eyes, said that in front of them was just a fake, because he did not think that she would guess that they were guarding a fake. He shouted that the real stone was hidden in his secret safe. Aiden sighed heavily and said that he understood everything, and he also told his knight that it was time for them to go. At that very moment they rushed after the thief. The knight looked closely at his master and asked if everything was all right with him. But at that very moment a loud explosion thundered in the room. The knights were in shock. They did not understand what had happened. But a moment later, the knights fell to the ground one after another with a crash. The young man looked at this valuable item with a smirk, as he simply could not believe that the young people had fallen for his deception. At that moment, he looked closely at the relic, as he saw that it was protected by magic of a good level. But he understood that there was nothing complicated in the defense. At the same moment, he called Serena because he wanted to give him an opportunity to work. At that very moment, he pointed his trusty sword towards the relic, and after some time he saw the defense serve. A moment later, he looked at the most valuable treasures with a joyful grin. He was glad that everything went smoothly, since he knew that because of the security, his case almost fell through, and he was also glad that he had the best partner in the world. At that very moment, Aiden burst into the room and called out to the young man with fury. At that moment, the young man turned around because he did not understand why his rival was in such a place. Aiden looked at the young man with fury and asked if he really thought he could fool him with such a stupid trick. He said that this time everything was different. The young man was taken aback, as he did not remember them meeting anywhere before. Aiden looked at the young man with a fierce grin and told him to take a closer look, because he had been through a lot because of him. The young man was furious and shouted at Aiden to take him more seriously, as he had a very difficult sword in his arsenal. At that very moment, his sword told him that he had to run, since they would not be able to cope with the enemy. The young man was taken aback, since he did not expect such a thing, because they had just arrived. He wanted to know why his faithful comrade was so afraid of the young man. At that very moment, his sword told him to run away first, and then he would explain everything. A moment later, Aiden looked after the young man with bewilderment, and he too simply ran away, but he was still glad that he had taken the dagger with him. After some time, the young man found himself in a distant place, near the forest. He immediately rushed to his trembling sword, as he wanted to know what the reason for their escape was, since he had previously thought that his comrade could deal with anyone. Seren, trembling with fear, reported that the young man was very strong, but it was not about him, because the spirit that was next to him was much more terrible. At that very moment, Aiden looked closely at the young man and asked if this was really his spirit. The young man was taken aback, as he did not expect that a tail would follow him. Aiden looked closely at the young man and said that the anonymous man could break any barrier, and thanks to his demonic sword, he was able to escape like a rat. The young man was puzzled and did not understand how Aiden had tracked him down, because he knew that this would not have been possible with the help of ordinary magic. At that very moment, Aiden used his power and with a fierce grin said that they were the same. He looked closely at the young man and said that our greed is far from him. Aiden looked closely at the young man and said that now the demonic sword spoke to him directly. Of course, he couldn't just follow him like that. Aiden looked at the young man with a fierce grin and said that he had just recently been given a new magic sword, but the sword was trembling and crying out for help. At the same time, the monster sat quietly locked up, but at that very moment, he felt human blood. He was glad that someone had called him. He was the one who had once raised the world serpent of evil. Andromalius wanted to know who woke him from his sleep. At that moment, Aiden casually said that the first sentence was quite frightening. Andromalius was angry at such a statement. He furiously asked what kind of boy dared to wake him up. But at that very moment he was taken aback and froze in place. He couldn't understand why the gentleman was in front of him. Andromalius with cold fury and told him to be obedient and not to struggle, then he would not devour him on the spot. At that very moment, Andromalius trembled with fear and despair. He realized that he had gotten himself into an unpleasant situation. At the same time, Aiden looked at the young man with a satisfied smile. Seren informed his comrade that they were facing a strong enemy and that they could not escape from him. The young man was shocked by such a statement. Seren reported that Andromalius had the ability to track. The owner of the magic sword could track the location of anyone, no matter where they were. He sighed heavily and told his comrade that no matter how they ran away, he would still be able to find them. The young man consoled him, as he did not know what to do now. At that very moment, Aiden looked at the young man with a fierce grin and said that all he could do was die. He said that the number of nobles he had robbed had already exceeded 10, and the reward for his head was very high, and if Aiden handed the young man over to the nobles, they would not leave him alive. At that moment the young man was taken aback because he did not know what to do. Aiden smiled a predatory grin and said that there was only one way to survive. The young man, trembling with fear, asked what he should do now. Aiden looked at the young man with a predatory grin and said that he just needed to make a deal with him. The young man was puzzled. He did not understand what kind of terrible and terrifying look was directed at him. He was very scared because he did not know what kind of deal was being discussed. The young man understood that he had found himself in a hopeless situation from which there was no escape, and that he would have to serve the terrible Lord forever. Bursting into tears, he said that the end had come for him. Some time later, the young man looked at the contract with joy as their deal was concluded. The youth was puzzled, as he had simply sold out. The Lord looked closely at the document and noticed that it was no different from an Arab contract. At that very moment, Aiden sighed heavily and asked the young man how he managed to make a contract with their demonic sword, since to do this, one must master black magic. At that very moment, the young man shouted that he didn't own anything like that. It just so happened that he signed the contract. He said that when he was younger, he used to steal to keep from starving, and one day he heard rumors that there was a lot of food in one warehouse, so he quietly snuck in there. But to his regret, there was only armor and weapons there. He checked every box, hoping to find something edible, but found only a sword. He was puzzled when he saw that there was no food in the boxes. But when he was checking the box, he accidentally cut himself. At that very moment he was taken aback because he heard someone's voice, Sword asking the young man if he had really woken him up. Serene told the boy that since he had awakened him, he would fulfill his prayer. At that very moment, the Sword made a contract with the young man. The boy was shocked. He did not understand what was happening at all because he had not agreed to any contract at all. Aiden was surprised that the demon sword could make a contract without the consent of the other party. Aiden understood that there was still one mystery left from his past life, namely, all the jewelry that he had stolen, because they were known to all people. But then, they never appeared anywhere, and this meant that he had not resold them. At that very moment, Aiden looked at the young anonymous and asked if he was stealing treasures not for money. The boy was taken aback, as he did not understand how the young man knew about such a thing. Aiden asked why he would risk his life stealing them. The young man consoled him, as he did not know what to answer, but after a moment he said that the more valuable items his demonic blade stole, the stronger it became. He stole only the most valuable and expensive things. Aiden was surprised by such a statement, but he understood that if his blade became stronger, it would be more difficult to handle, but he still asked if the young man knew that a sword that was too strong could absorb a person's mind and take over his body. And at that very moment the young man shouted that he was aware of this, but he had a reason why he wanted to become stronger, and for this he was ready to sell his soul. Aiden knew that the monarch always chose a man who desperately wanted something. He did not understand what Anonymous wanted. He didn't know why the boy suddenly disappeared after several years. At that very moment she looked at the young man intently and asked him what he wanted him to do. Aiden said that he should go with him because he was going to go to a very beautiful place. The anonymous man smiled and said that if something needed to be blown up, he was an expert in such matters. He asked with a smile who they were going to rob. Aiden smiled and said that they would go to the Church of the Holy Slaughter. At that very moment the young man was taken aback and froze in place from shock. But after a few seconds he turned around and ran. Aiden looked closely at the young man and asked with a smirk if he was imagining things, or if one of the clauses in the contract stated that if the contractor was caught escaping, he could be used as a test subject in magical experiments. At that very moment the young man had a premonition that his life will now be very difficult because of this contract. But a moment later he turned around and froze in place, bewildered. The young man was surprised and at the same time puzzled, because he saw a dragon in front of him. Aiden looked at his pet in bewilderment, as he did not understand how he had quickly found himself on the spot. Moments later, Leo still absorbed the stone that was in the hands of the young man. Anonymous was shocked by this. At the same time, everything was going on as usual in the stone mine, with the young lady keeping all the work under control. She stared into the distance, as she could not imagine that she would ever see something like this. At that very moment, Ukurak shouted to his brothers to get moving and carry everything in one direction. Ukurak was puzzled, because he knew that he was the strongest ice giant, and he had conquered the snowy plains, and before, he considered himself the strongest in the world and dreamed of conquering humanity. But now he realized that he was like a frog in a well. He knew that the people around him were abnormal. Naturally, he had a subjective point of view, but he still knew that he was simply being mocked by evil people. He understood that he needed to do his job well so that his superiors wouldn't eat him for lunch. And besides, he was very worried about young Lena, who was watching him and everyone else. She had previously said that she could use him as a test subject when she tried to run, so he was very afraid of her. He was afraid that she might skin him or put him in the electric chair, so every time he looked at the young lady, he trembled with fear. Ukurak was furious and could not understand how he, the strongest in the snowy expanses, had ended up in such a deplorable situation. At the same time, in the place of the Margrave, the young man looked at all the guests present with bewilderment, as he understood that this was simply pointless. He couldn't understand how they could have ended up in a place like this just a few hours after they had contacted him. Aiden smiled and said that they had all just asked the old man for a favor. Alice was glad that they could now travel without an escort. The man was furious because the young man simply wanted to use his workshop as a means of transportation, but he still managed to cunningly persuade him. Odin knew that although he was constantly grumbling, he loved alcohol, so it was easy to negotiate with him. Aiden sighed heavily and, looking at his comrade, asked if he could explain what was going on, but he also said that he would tell about everything that happened to him. Aiden looked at his comrade intently and asked in surprise if he really meant to say that everything started after visiting the massacre a few months ago. Tian said with fury that it was true, and he returned wounded. Tian reported that most of the wounds were enlarged by the saint, but the black wound on his side was the only one they were unable to heal, and instead it was getting deeper into his body. Auden was puzzled that the wound was so serious that even the saint could not heal him. He was shocked that the count, who had reached the realm of transcendence, returned wounded. At that very moment, he looked closely at the young man and asked where the count was now. Tian said that he was now in the recovery room, and the doctors were trying to slow the spread of the wound. He said that the problem was that many were now being held back by his father, the one and only, and if it became known that his father was in a hospital bed, then Cetus would be in danger. Tian sighed heavily and said that his father's health was already failing, and the early one continued to grow. He was just trying to find a way to penetrate their cult of slaughter, and the saint came to him. She smiled and said that as soon as she appeared, she was surrounded by armed knights, and if it were not for the oath she made to Prince Aiden, she would have been in trouble. Aiden sighed heavily, because he knew that it would not be she who would be in trouble, but they. He sighed heavily as he understood why they needed Alice. Aiden said that they first needed to check the Margrave's condition. Tian said at the same moment that it was not so, and just now. Tian told the young people that it was now impossible to even approach his father. But after some time they still visited the Margrave. Aiden was surprised because he noticed that the man was in a trance. He couldn't even imagine that the man could create such an aura. He saw that his comrade was having difficulty maintaining his composure. At that very moment he looked at the saint and asked how she felt. She looked at him with a smile and asked in bewilderment what he was talking about. He knew that even the aura of the Margrave could not influence a divine being who had long since gone beyond the bounds of human status. At that very moment, he told the young saint that they should see what was happening to the old man. A moment later, the young men approached the Margrave. Aiden looked closely at the man as he noticed the wound his comrade had spoken of. At that moment, the demon lord looked at the young man and said that it would be difficult to heal this wound. Aiden asked in surprise if he really knew anything about the wound. The Overlord sighed heavily and said that he knew that this wound, Death Pursuit, was one of the skills of the Overlord of Slaughter Raborus, and it could kill anyone. The Lord said that no matter how strong the enemy was and how he tried to heal the wound, it was impossible to avoid death. At that very moment, her saint approached the Margrave and used her power against him. At that very moment, they saw the wound getting smaller. Aiden was pleased that at least the divine power of the young saint had healed the wound a little, but he, unfortunately, understood that a complete recovery was impossible. But moments later, he was taken aback. He knew that it was almost impossible to defeat a saint who had given up her sight, but his former comrade had managed to pull it off. At that very moment, he realized that she had the sword of Raborus, and therefore she was able to make her plan come true. He was puzzled because he realized that he had to take everything into account since she was much stronger. A moment later, the Margrave came to his senses. He looked closely at the young man and said that he had not expected that everything would turn out this way. Aiden informed the man that his wound had not yet completely healed, so he should be more careful. Aiden looked at the man intently and informed him that they had something to discuss, so they should change the environment. Sometime later they were sitting in the Margrave's office. The Margrave looked closely at the young man and said with a smile that he had become much stronger since their last meeting, and he noticed that Aiden had already become a superhuman. Aiden sighed heavily and said that he had heard a lot of praise from the Margrave, and that it did not matter now, because he had to tell in more detail what had happened in the Tower of Slaughter. When the Margrave arrived, the saint had already been killed by another novice. As soon as she saw him, she immediately attacked without warning. He knew the traditions of the slaughter cult, so he tried to explain everything to her in words so as not to cause any misunderstandings, but she did not want to listen and continued to attack, so he had no choice but to fight back. But a few minutes into their fight, she managed to wound him with her sword, and then he felt himself being devoured by some kind of sinister energy. With shame in his voice, the man said that he sensed danger and escaped. Aiden was furious, and even the power of the Holy Spirit could not heal the Margrave now. He wondered if the man could only wait for death. At that very moment, the ruler said that there was a way out of a similar situation. Aiden asked in surprise what he was talking about. The Lord said that there was only one way to survive death: pursuit. But in doing so, they had to destroy the sword that had dealt a very strong blow to the man. Lu looked at his master with a puzzled expression and wished him a good journey. The young saint looked at Aiden with a smile and said goodbye to him, and also said that he could call her any time. As he left, he said with a smile that he would return soon. At the same time, the anonymous person shouted that he did not want to go with them on such a dangerous journey. Bursting into tears, he screamed and became hysterical because he didn't want to die. For some time, the novices stood on the battlefield in full armor. Spica stared into the distance, knowing that a brutal massacre was about to begin. After some time, she saw her opponents, who were also preparing. Raborus, in turn, told the young lady that sometimes he did not understand her actions. He gave her power because she wanted to destroy the established order. He knew that with his help, she could destroy the entire cult. He didn't understand why she was trying to force them to destroy themselves. He said that she knew that for the cult members, such a death was akin to a blessing. She sighed heavily and said that she had simply come up with a more reliable way, and nothing more. She saw monsters that were consuming them with the threatening gaze. The monster looked closely at everyone present and said that they all came to avenge their father. He shouted to his comrades that they must fight for their freedom. At that moment, they all headed towards their enemies. The young ladies had no intention of standing aside. They rushed into battle with fierce grins on their faces at that very hour. A moment later, they were all locked in a brutal fight. At the same time, the young people visited the tower of the Holy Slaughterhouse. Aiden looked around carefully. as he realized that everyone had come out to fight. The young lady asked in surprise what they would do now. Aiden sighed heavily and said that they should just follow him. Sometime later, they entered the tower itself, and he assumed they were there. They slowly walked through the corridors and saw evil monsters that were locked in cages. But after some time, they arrived at their destination. Aiden looked closely at the door, since behind the door was the resting place of the saints of the cult. There was ancient magic that did not allow anyone except the saints to enter. He sighed heavily because he knew that this was a very important place for them, but he needed to get there. At that moment, the young lady smiled and said that she understood him, and it was all for the sake of the cult, but she was skeptical that they could go inside, since she understood that the ancient magic on this door could only be destroyed by a very powerful magician. But after a few minutes, the young man, with a satisfied smile, announced that the door was open and they could come in. Lunya was taken aback with surprise, as she did not expect anything like this. After a few minutes, they easily entered inside. The anonymous man smiled and said that it was easy as pie, because he was worried that the barrier would be stronger. But a moment later, he was taken aback and froze in place from shock when he saw the man in the glass coffin. At that very hour, he hid behind the young gentleman. He was trembling with fear in a hurry and asked if someone had really opened the door and entered before them. Aiden sighed heavily and told the young man to behave decently, as it was disrespectful to the bulging ones. He reported that all the saints of the slaughterhouse cult rested under the glass. The remnants of the holy power that were preserved in them prevented the corpses from decomposing. At that moment, the young lady hurried to the predecessors. She stopped near her mentor and looked at her with sadness. Lunya was puzzled by everything that was happening. She regretted that she could not save her mentor. Aiden looked closely at the young lady, as this situation stirred up unpleasant memories from his past life. He remembered standing next to his girlfriend at the graves in his past life. Then he was surprised, because he could not at all imagine that the young lady knew what friendship was. Spica sighed heavily and said that they also have emotions. She said that they were just a little different from other people, and their differences were small. Now he saw a young lady who was sad, standing near a glass coffin. He looked closely at the girl and said that he knew perfectly well that this was all sad, but they still needed to hurry, because the battle with the cult might have already begun. At that moment, she turned around and said with a smile that everything was fine and they should hurry. She asked Aiden what they were doing in such a place. Aiden frowned for a moment and said that they couldn't really do what he had wanted before. She looked at him in confusion, as she didn't understand why they had come to build a new tower. He thought for a moment and said that she had said earlier that she would do anything for the cult. Lunya, with her radiant smile, said that, of course, she was ready to do anything for the cult. At that moment, he turned around and said that he thought this could be considered permission. Aiden sighed heavily and said that they should wait for her until upstairs. He said that he would return soon, and at that moment he released his power. The young lady looked at her young companion in bewilderment and asked if he could tell her what exactly he was going to do. He did not answer her question, and at that very moment he released all his strength and dealt a crushing blow to the ground. The anonymous person was shocked and didn't understand what was going on. He screamed and burst into tears as the young gentleman grabbed him in his arms, and they instantly flew down the newly made tunnel. The young lady at the same time looked at everything that was happening with bewilderment. A few minutes later, the anonymous person breathed a sigh of relief as he was alive. But he still did not hold back his emotions and shouted at his master, because he knew that something like this should have at least been warned in advance, so that he would not be scared to the point of trembling. Aiden casually said that perhaps it was better not to know, so as not to suffer so much. At that very moment, Aiden calmly asked his subordinate if he could open the door. Anonymous said with anger that he had previously said that the only thing he could not control was a woman's heart, but he could open any door. But at that very moment he was taken aback when he saw what he was about to discover. He froze in shock for a moment, as the door was enormous and sealed with very strong magic. At that very moment he began to tremble with shock and fear. He did not understand what was behind the door, because in his life he had never felt such powerful energy. Aiden sighed heavily and said that there was someone behind the door who really annoyed him, and he was also very scary. Aiden looked intently at the door and said that he could hear him, so he should answer him. The immortal monarch, in turn, angrily told the young man that he was still arrogant. He asked Aiden who he was and why he had come. Aiden sighed heavily and, looking at the door, told him that he could not help but know. He was supposed to be freed from the seal only after 6 years, and become the second disaster after the Winter Queen, the ancient king, who once led the Immortal Legion. Aiden immediately told the immortal monarch that he had come to make a deal with him. The monarch did not answer the young man, as he was just thinking about his proposal. But after a few minutes, he angrily asked what deal they were talking about. At the same time, a serious battle to the death continued in the wasteland. Spica looked intently at everyone present, because she knew that this was her personal revenge on the master. But a moment later, everyone stopped and looked up in bewilderment as something suddenly flashed in the sky. Spica was taken aback as she felt a familiar energy. The young lady, in turn, laughed as she greeted her friend, as she recognized her. Lunya looked at Spica with a smile, as this was their first meeting since she became a saint. Spica sighed heavily, knowing that a lot of time had passed. But at that very moment she noticed that the young lady had brought a very dangerous man with her. Lunya smiled and said that this did not mean that she recognized her as a saint, because she could not just sit and watch as her sister refused her duties as a priestess of the cult of slaughter and keeper of the wastelands. Spica looked closely at the young lady and informed her that she had come too late, for their sisters were already so intoxicated with the carnage that they could not distinguish good from evil, and that the trolls had a golden opportunity to deal with their sworn enemies. She smiled predatorily and said that she was the only one who could stop this war, but she had no intention of doing anything like that. So today, their religion would disappear forever. But at that very moment, Aiden intervened in their conversation and asked with a grin who said something like that. He asked who said that only she could stop this war. She looked at him in bewilderment and asked if he really claimed that he could handle something like this himself. She said that even if he was a master, he would not succeed. At that very moment, the young man announced that he was not talking about himself at all. He gestured for her to look up. The young lady looked at the sky in bewilderment, as she did not understand what she was supposed to see there. But a moment later, a large door appeared in front of her. Raboris immediately informed his mistress that he felt an incredible energy behind the door. She was in shock and said that she felt it too. It was a force that was not subject to death. At that very moment, everyone present was taken aback, as they could not understand what they had seen. The monsters, in turn, froze in shock and were taken aback as they felt a familiar energy. At that moment, the immortal monarch looked closely at his soldiers and said that it was his mistake. He informed his subordinates that their king had returned and would henceforth be by their side. At that moment, all his subordinates began to rejoice. The immortal monarch was the king of the trolls. He was a terrible monster who possessed both endless life force and mana. In the past, he even destroyed an entire continent. All the most powerful people united to stop him, but they met their deaths without being able to defeat the immortal monarch. But in the end, he was stopped by the first holy slaughter, and the monarch was chained in illuminated chains and walled up under the slaughterhouse tower. Then, everyone was lucky that he was stopped at all. Aiden knew very well that he had been locked underground for too long, and at the same time, his personality was completely consumed by madness, so he would not be able to use his power to the fullest. A few minutes ago, the immortal monarch was laughing wildly, as he found it amusing that a commoner wanted to make a deal with him, but he still asked the young man what he wanted. Aiden sighed heavily and stated that they both wanted the same thing. Aiden asked the immortal monarch if he understood the situation. Aiden said that he was a clairvoyant, so he could see any place on the continent. The immortal monarch asked the young man what was wrong with him that he could do this. Aiden asked if he didn't want to stop the cult and his descendants from destroying each other. He offered him a deal. At that moment, all the monsters bowed low before their great father. The girls were shocked that the monsters were no longer fighting. They were puzzled, as they had just gotten into the swing of things. Spica was furious, as she had not expected anything like this at all. At that moment, she could not bear it any longer and shouted to her comrades to fight. She wanted them to destroy all the enemies in their path. The young people looked intently at everything that was happening without uttering a word. Spica screamed furiously that they should kill everyone and die themselves. At that very moment, the lady looked at her intently and said that it was the first time she had seen her so agitated. Spica turned around because she heard a familiar voice, but at that very moment she was taken aback as someone landed next to her. Spica was shocked. She did not understand what she was seeing. She could not believe that she saw her mentor. Merida looked at her with a smile and said that she was glad to see her again. Everyone present was shocked and happy. They did not know how the lady ended up in such a place. They all assumed that they were simply in my area. Spica looked at her mentor with bewilderment, as she knew that she was dead, but did not understand why she suddenly came back to life. Merida said with a satisfied smile that in this world you can never be sure of anything. Merida sighed heavily and said that she, too, could not have foreseen everything, and she had not even imagined that her servant could try to kill her. Merida looked closely at the girl and said that she had succumbed to the temptation of the forces of evil, and in doing so, she had abandoned her duties and provoked a mad war. Merida told the girl that if she dropped her sword right now and surrendered, all her sins would be forgiven. But the young lady had no intention of doing anything like that. She immediately rushed to her mentor, as she wanted to deal with her as quickly as possible. Merida looked at the girl intently as she realized that she had no intention of giving up. Aiden, in turn, watched the carnage closely. The Lord looked at the young man with bewilderment. He did not understand why he had such an expression on his face, because he had planned everything exactly like this from the very beginning. Odin sighed heavily and said that everything was simple, very strange. He saw that the current Spica was completely different from the one in his past life. He knew that his acquaintance in his past life was completely emotionless. Some time ago, Lunia asked the young man, puzzled, if this was really a good idea. She was very excited, because she had never seen anything like this before, but she didn't know if the ogre would be able to stop his minions. Aiden smiled and informed her that he had something else in store for the cult, and that she need not worry. She asked excitedly what exactly he had prepared for them. Aiden asked with a grin, wasn't it obvious? He informed them that all they needed was to bring with them the one they would listen to. So he was going to revive Merida. At that moment, the Demon Lord was taken aback, as it was not at all obvious. Aiden watched the fight closely. Some time ago, he received the fruit of the world tree. As a reward for help from the dwarf, he assumed that the god of carnage foresaw this, and that is why this revelation appeared. Merida in turn shouted at the girl that she knew why she was so angry. She looked at the young lady intently and asked if this was all because of her. Spica didn't answer and only attacked her mentor with fury. Merida looked intently at the girl and said that she had previously told her parents and fellow villagers, whom she had killed, that she would take care of them. Her parents and neighbors called her the treasure of the village because of her they never had to go hungry. However, even despite this, the feelings remaining in her did not disappear. She was lonely, despite everything else, and yet she just wanted to be truly loved. For this reason, she hunted for ever larger prey, because she assumed that this way people would be happier and would love her. But to her regret, all this remained just her dream, which will never come true. After all, when the young girl returned back to the settlement, she found a terrible picture. At that moment, she saw that among the dead bodies there stood a beautiful angel. She froze on the spot at what she saw. Merida looked at the girl with a satisfied smile and said that she had come to take her away, because she was the child who would soon become her successor. On that same fateful day, her whole world collapsed. The young lady screamed furiously at her mentor that if she had not appeared in their village, nothing would have happened. But to her regret, at that moment she suffered a wreck from her mentor. Merida looked intently at the girl and said that she herself knew that that village was an anthill, and those people could not even be called people. The anonymous man looked at his master in surprise and asked what anthill he was talking about. Aiden sighed heavily and said that he could take it literally. After all, from the outside it was an ordinary village where people wanted to come, and when the guests fell asleep, they were killed and their things were stolen. Merida sighed heavily and said that they were so imbued with evil that the god of slaughter classified them as villains, and when even she came to them to take her young girl, she was treated the same way. Spica was sure that this was nonsense, because of her mentor she had been alone her whole life. She understood that it would be better for her if she knew nothing and lived happily ever after. Spica sighed heavily as she was ashamed to die without taking revenge. She told her mentor that they must finish. At that moment she heard the voice of her sword, which said that it could do this if she wanted. She pierced herself with her own sword at that very hour. Merida was shocked and didn't understand what the young lady was even doing. Raboris appeared before everyone in his true form at that very moment and said with fury that he thought he could captivate the mad child and make him enjoy blood and carnage. He was furious and did not understand how she dared to choose the death of her own kind with such enormous power. At that moment, Aiden asked in surprise if the demonic sword itself had killed the contractor. The Overlord ran away and said that he didn't even know he was thinking about something. He looked intently into the distance, because he knew that no matter how strong the magic sword would be without a person, it is only a blade. He did not understand what he was doing at all. Raboris said with a fierce grin that the stupid girl turned out to be not so useless, because thanks to her, he found a more suitable contractor. Aiden looked at him with fury. At that moment, the immortal monarch looked at the demonic sword in surprise and asked if it was really talking about him. Raboris looked at the king with a fierce grin and said that everything was correct. He said that he could have chosen him, and together they would have achieved what they wanted. The immortal monarch looked at the demonic blade in surprise and asked what it was talking about. Raboris shouted with rage and asked if he was not angry at the people who imprisoned him in the darkness underground. Raboris shouted that the king was the one who could not die, and he was the one who could kill anyone if they united, then the whole world would submit to them. At that moment, the immortal monarch looked at the demonic blade with a grin and said that since he was someone who could kill anyone, this would definitely help him. Merida looked at everything that was happening with fury and said that she simply could not sit and watch all this, because she understood that they needed to be stopped. But at that very moment, Aiden called her and said that everything was fine. She didn't need to worry. She was in shock because she knew that if they united, everything could end badly. Aiden looked at them intently and said that they must do what they wanted, because the immortal king had one desire that had been brewing for a long time. Aiden looked at them intently, waiting for further action. The immortal king looked closely at the blade, for he wanted to see if it could fulfill his wish. Raboris shouted with a satisfied grin that he would do anything, so the king must say what he wanted. He wanted to know if he wanted to destroy humanity or for the trolls to rule the world. Aiden watched everything that was happening intently, because he knew the only wish that the immortal monarch had dreamed of all his life, because he heard about it from his cries in his past life. In his past life, the immortal king shed bitter tears and begged for someone to kill him. At that very moment, he pointed the demonic blade straight at his chest. Raboris was taken aback and looked at the immortal king in bewilderment, as he did not understand what he was doing. The king sighed heavily and told the blade that it had previously said that it could kill anyone, so he wanted the blade to kill his immortal monarch. Raboris was taken aback as too much life force surged through him. He screamed at the immortal king to stop. He was furious as he knew it couldn't end like this. But at that very moment, everyone saw how the demonic blade crumbled to dust. The demon lord looked up intently as he saw that the blade had disappeared. At that moment, Aiden realized that the only one who could kill the monarch was God, because in his past life, all he did was kill and seal away people like him across the continent. Soon after the battle ended, the young ladies collected the dead and bandaged their severe wounds. Aiden looked at the king with bewilderment and said in a puzzled tone that he could not get used to their tradition of eating their fallen comrades. The king sighed heavily and said that he did not understand those who buried their comrades in the ground. At that moment, he turned his gaze to the young lady and asked Aiden if he had really resurrected her with the help of the fruit of the world tree. Aiden looked at him in surprise and asked if he had really known about this. He sighed heavily and said that of course he knew about it because this fruit was like the beginning of all the sins of their family. The world tree is the cradle of life, and the trolls also serve the tree. But the trolls did not possess the elven beauty, and, unfortunately, they did not have such dexterous hands as the dwarves. For this reason, they were laughed at and ignored because there was nothing special about them, and this became the reason why the trolls hated the elves and dwarves. The Troll King still wanted to surpass the other races, and for this reason he ate the fruit of the world tree, which could reveal to him all the causes and effects in this world. This raft gave the trolls greater physical strength and regenerative abilities than any other race, and the fruits also granted the king immortality. However, the raft of the world tree was considered a sacred seed of life, and to desire it was a great sin, so what the king did angered the world tree. It sent an insatiable hunger and uncontrollable fury upon the trolls, and driven by hunger and fury, the trolls destroyed all living things. The king was puzzled, because of his sin, his children were suffering to this day, and he could only watch everything that was happening. He knew that perhaps if he remained locked up, the curse would consume him completely and drive him mad. Aiden sighed heavily, as he knew that this had happened in his past life. At that moment, he looked at the king with a fierce grin and asked if he shouldn't at least repay the man who saved them all. The king did not hesitate for a single minute. He immediately told the young man that he had something that he could give him. He put his hand into his chest without hesitation. Aiden was shocked by this. He understood that the usual compensation would have been enough. He did not want to see the troll who tried to commit suicide for the second time in one day. But a moment later he accepted the king's gift. But still, Aiden was a little puzzled by the gift, but to his regret, he understood that something like this was not lying around on the road. He had heard before that the Troll King had several hearts, but he never thought that he would be able to hold one of them in his hands. The Demon Lord looked at the young man closely and said that it was even funny to hear such a thing from him, because he thought that the young man would even drink poison if it would benefit him. Aiden knew that this was true, but still, it was a bit too much. He wanted to immediately put it in his spatial pocket, since he assumed that this gift would still be useful to him. A moment later he saw a familiar face who was closely watching her student. He slowly approached her, and she immediately thanked him for his help. Merida sighed heavily and said that she felt uneasy somehow. She knew that her student was a truly vulnerable child. Aiden looked at her with bewilderment and asked if she really felt sorry for the man who tried to kill her and destroy her cult. Merida sighed heavily and said that she knew the girl better than anyone. Merida knew that if the young lady truly wanted to destroy the cult, she would do it with her own hands, not through war and massacre. Merida said that she joined the cult because she wanted revenge for the murder of her family, and apparently here she met people like her and became attached to them. Merida said that the young lady wanted revenge, but at the same time she was going to give the sisters the ending they wanted most for themselves. She knew that was very contradictory. Aiden froze for a moment and plunged into his memories from his past life. On a quiet evening, they were sitting in the forest. She approached him, and he asked with bewilderment why she visited him. Spica said that she wanted to tell him something. At that moment she sighed heavily and said that he should refuse this punitive operation. He looked at her with bewilderment, as he did not understand why he would suddenly do something like this. He asked the young girl if it was not normal to take away from them the wealth that they received as a result of enslavement. He shouted to her that they would not back down. Now Aiden thought that perhaps she had shown some kind of affection then. Merida told the young man that the power of the fruit he had given her was incredibly enormous, and she had not yet fully absorbed it. She said that if he allowed her, she would like to have a girl with the help of this power. Aiden was a little puzzled, but he angrily turned his gaze away from her and said that she could do as she wanted, because it was no longer his power. At that moment he left them, and she tried to resurrect the young apprentice. The ruler was surprised, because he knew that the young man came to this place to take revenge and kill her. Odin sighed heavily and said that everything was just like that. The ruler asked the young man in surprise if he had really lost his desire for revenge. Aiden immediately replied that this was not the case. Odin said angrily that death was too easy an end for the girl, and he could not allow her to die so quickly. He said that his revenge was to resurrect her by her beloved master, and she would continue to live in pain. Sometime later, the legions of trolls headed east with their immortal monarch, and the priestess of the cult of slaughter followed their mentor to the west. Aiden assumed that it was the servants of chaos who gave Spica the magic sword. He understood that if this was so, then their purpose was obvious. He knew that the last of the three main religious sects was the Empire of the Immortals, and the two guys, Calcis and Shara, were closely connected with the sect. He knew that he must certainly take revenge on them.